Just because I couldn't afford a 50,000 yuan handbag, that gold digger Lu Ruyan dumped me on the spot. In the blink of an eye, she found herself an 80-year-old sugar daddy. Just as I was feeling completely devastated, my phone started ringing. I looked at the unknown number on the screen, and without thinking much, I answered it immediately. Hello? Who is this? Hello? Is this Yifan? Your wife is about to give birth. Hurry to the hospital to sign the papers. The voice on the other end sounded incredibly urgent. What? My wife is giving birth? Are you crazy? I just got dumped. Where would I get a wife from? Hearing that, I hung up the phone instantly. Scams these days. Have they become this sophisticated? They're really underestimating me. All kinds of nonsense keeps finding me. Right after a breakup, I'm told I'm suddenly a father. Trying to make me the fall guy is truly impressive. No matter how good my temper is, I can't take this anymore. I was just about to put my phone in my pocket when it rang once again. I looked at the unknown number displayed on the screen. What kind of day is this? One unknown number after another calling me. I just answered it. Ye Fan, it's me, Bai Susu. Hurry to the Oriental Medicine Hospital to sign the papers. You are the father of the children. Do you remember that night 10 months ago? A very weak voice came from the other end. I immediately recognized who that voice belonged to. Isn't this the cold ice beauty, Bai Susu? What? I'm the father? What's going on? I'm starting to feel confused. Wait, a night 10 months ago? It's been so long, how could I remember? I actually have met Bai Susu a few times. Either way, I have to go and check the situation. Could the campus idol have been tricked by some jerk? Suddenly, a wife and kids appear out of nowhere. This rhythm feels like they want me to be the fall guy. I just got dumped by my girlfriend, and right after that, the campus idol tells me to take the blame. Can this world really be any more cruel to me? I didn't have time to think much more. With my head buzzing, I rushed to the Oriental Medicine Hospital. Upon arrival, I went straight to the delivery room door. I just happened to see the pale face of the campus beauty Bai Susu, and that sight made my heart ache with pity. Before, whenever I saw her, she was always such a proud and cold beauty. Now she looks as fragile as a white flower in the wind, as if even a light breeze could make her collapse. Ye Fan, sign the papers first. We'll talk about everything else later. Susu's stunningly beautiful face was drenched in sweat, and her voice had become a whisper, completely drained of strength. Seeing Susu's condition like this, in this situation, I didn't hesitate for a second. I took the pen from the nurse's hand and signed my name in a flash. Then I stood there watching Susu being wheeled into the delivery room. Congratulations, host, on activating the Super Dad system. Biological lineage confirmation successful. A special reward of 4 million yuan has been transferred to your bank card. At that moment, I felt the phone in my pocket vibrate. Taking it out to check, I was completely stunned myself. Looking at the 4,250 yuan balance in my account, I thought I was dreaming. I quickly rubbed my eyes, looked at the message again. Oh my god, it's real. It really is 4 million yuan. Some people will never see this much money in their entire lives, yet here I am, getting it so easily. Wait, that voice in my head just now. The Super Dad system? Isn't this the golden touch of the protagonists in novels? Reaching the pinnacle of life, marrying a beautiful wife and becoming wealthy is only a matter of time. I'm so thrilled right now, words can't describe it. I was already a campus heartthrob and a top student too. But this society is inherently very pragmatic. People only look at your family background and status. They don't care how handsome you are or how talented you might be. Having money and power is what matters most. That's exactly why that gold digger Lu Ruyan dumped me. And also, about that biological lineage confirmation, those are actually my own children. It turns out the babies Bai Susu is giving birth to are really mine. I'm not just a replacement, this is great. I never expected that after being dumped, the campus idol would be having my babies. On top of that, I even activated the Super Dad system. This is just too good. You're the family member of the patient who just entered the delivery room, right? Hurry over and complete the admission procedures. At this moment, a nurse approached. This guy is really strange. He didn't show up when we called earlier, and now that he's here, he's just standing there smiling like an idiot, no idea what's going on in his head. Yes, I'll do it right away. It's true that when good things happen, your spirits really lift. That's exactly how I am right now. All those bad feelings from before have long since vanished completely. I followed the nurse and completed the admission paperwork. After paying, I could finally relax and sit down on the bench outside the delivery room. Thinking back on everything that happened today, it truly feels like a dream. So many surprises accumulated over 20 years seem to have all been concentrated into this one day. This system appeared at the perfect time. If not for it, I probably wouldn't have found the money to pay the hospital bills. I tried to recall the events of 10 months ago. I vaguely remember meeting the campus beauty Bai Susu. I was completely drunk at the time, and it seemed like two thugs were about to assault her. I rushed in to help out. Everything that happened after that is a total blur. All I know is that when I woke up, I was in a hotel. As for anything else, I really have no recollection of it at all. Could it have been that very night? Thinking of this, I looked up towards the delivery room door. I still can't understand it. Between me and that cold campus idol, there was never any romantic feeling. If there was any connection, it was just an accident. Besides, both of us are still students, and yet she decided to have the babies? No wonder there were rumors that Bai Susu had to suspend her studies for health reasons. So this was the real truth. I even felt sorry for her back then. After all, Susu is the goddess of many at school. What male student doesn't have a secret crush on her, always wanting to catch another glimpse of her? And now, she's become the mother of my children. This world is truly quite miraculous. If the guys at school found out about this, they'd probably find a way to send me to my grave. From this moment on, two people who originally belonged to two different worlds are about to be tied together by the red thread of fate. Whatever, there's no use overthinking it, just let things happen naturally. Suddenly having kids, it's something I wouldn't even dream of. I really can't believe this is the reality. Thinking of this, I picked up the phone and called my mom, telling her to hurry to the Oriental Medicine Hospital immediately. After all, when it comes to childbirth or taking care of newborns, I'm completely clueless about those things. Looking at Susu's current situation, she surely doesn't dare to let her family know. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come looking for me. A few hours passed. Wah, wah, wah. Very soon after, from inside the delivery room, the first cries of newborn babies rang out. Hearing that, I knew immediately my children were born. Overwhelmed with emotion, I jumped to my feet, my handsome face clearly showing uncontrollable excitement. My eyes couldn't hide the extreme joy I felt. The feeling of becoming a father for the first time is truly magical. The delivery room door opened, and Bai Susu was wheeled out by the medical staff. Beside her were 4 tiny newborn babies, 4 little angels with skins still a bit wrinkled, making anyone's heart melt with love. I looked at the 4 little ones and my head spun a bit, so much so that I didn't know what to do at that moment. Congratulations, 4 little treasures all at once. They're all little princesses. The babies are all very healthy. The doctor who delivered them announced with a smile, his face glowing with happiness, his eyes unable to hide an extraordinary excitement. Because since this hospital was founded, this is the first time there's been such a rare quadruplet birth, and 4 beautiful princesses at that. For the hospital, this is truly a momentous occasion. Look at this young couple, both of them are incredibly good looking. The guy is exceptionally handsome, and the girl is ethereally beautiful, especially this young mother. Her beauty is truly something to marvel at, but looking at their demeanor, it seems they're still around student age. That's just amazing. Having 4 daughters in one birth truly makes others green with envy. Thank you so much, doctor. After a moment of shock, I snapped out of it, immediately thanking the doctor profusely. My God, I can't believe I have 4 kids all of a sudden, and quadruplets at that. It's unbelievable. If my parents found out, they'd probably be driven mad with joy. The cold goddess Bai Susu is truly incredible. Looking at Susu's delicate but pale face, an infinite sense of pity surged within me. So I hurriedly asked about her well-being. It's okay, I just feel a bit tired, and a little weak. Susu's clear but tired voice rang out. When she caught my worried gaze, a strange feeling seemed to arise within her. Bai Susu's heart seemed to be gradually warming up. Hearing that, I also felt much more relieved. I didn't mind her somewhat distant attitude at all. After all, she is the famous ice goddess, and with such a prestigious family background too, it's only natural that she wouldn't look at someone like me. If not for the childbirth requiring my signature urgently, I'm afraid we would never have had any other connection in our entire lives. All right, you young couple should go back to the ward before talking more. The baby's mother is very weak right now. She needs rest, so don't talk too much. The nurse advised with a smile, and then pushed the cart, taking Susu towards the ward. I hurried along beside her, gazing at the little angels sleeping soundly. In my eyes now, there was only boundless tenderness. These are my children, my own flesh and blood. The sudden feeling of being a father is truly wonderful. Just as I entered the ward, I saw another mother who had also just successfully given birth. Her husband was also right there by her side taking care of her. When they saw us, a look of surprise flashed in their eyes. Then they gave a slight friendly smile in greeting. Bai Susu looked lovingly at the 4 little angels in her arms, her eyes filled with tenderness and warmth. Thank you so much, Yifan. These babies are my children, so I won't force you to take responsibility. Bai Susu looked at me and spoke slowly. Besides, with her own abilities and resources, raising these 4 children isn't a big problem for her. She never had any intention of forcing me to shoulder any burden or responsibility. What are you talking about? I am the father of the children, so I must take responsibility for them. Besides, for such a major matter, why did you hide it and not tell me sooner? It breaks my heart to think of you carrying this all alone. I looked at Susu with eyes full of sorrow and pain. No matter what, I am their father. It was only at the moment of birth, when a signature was needed, that I found out. If not for that signature procedure, would I have gone through my whole life forever, never knowing that I had children? Moreover, from pregnancy to birth and raising children, it's so much hardship and having to endure all that gossip from the public as well. How can this girl be so foolish and so stubborn too? Actually, when I discovered this, I was already 2 months pregnant. The doctor said it would be very difficult for me to get pregnant again, so I made up my mind to keep them and give birth. I didn't even know that giving birth required someone's signature like that. But anyway, I'm truly grateful that you were here. You can fully continue your relationship with Liu Ruyan. What happened between us was just an accident from the start. I myself am also partly to blame in this matter. Susu's clear but cold eyes showed her determination. Even though I stepped in to save her that time, it was also on that fateful night that she lost her purity. Let's consider this over. No one owes anyone anything. She will never cling to or disturb my life. Of course, after all, she is fully capable of raising the children on her own. In the prestigious Bai family, everything is decided by her grandfather's hand alone. As long as she is loved and protected by her grandfather, then this matter isn't a concern for her at all. Not to mention, she had heard rumors about me and Liu Ruyan being in a romantic relationship. For that reason, she doesn't want to get involved or tied up with me any further. Now, because childbirth required a representative's signature, it was just an unavoidable situation. She and I have gone our separate ways. Rest assured, I will definitely take responsibility for you and the children until the end. From this moment on, you officially become my wife, Yifan's wife, and the mother of my children too. I promise to spend my entire life protecting you both. I will always be there to guard our family. I looked at Bai Susu with extremely serious and sincere eyes. This foolish girl has had to endure so much hardship alone already. From now on, I will definitely make it up to her and treat her 10 times better. Besides, being able to receive trust from someone like the idol Bai Susu, I feel that my life is already more than fulfilled. From this moment, Bai Susu is my dear wife, and there are also our young children. We are a real family from now on. At this moment, I have completely determined the direction of my life. Hearing my weighty promises that sounded like a solemn oath, Susu's expression suddenly showed something very different. Before she even had any intention of leaning on me, on the contrary, I had proactively wanted to tie my life to hers. This guy is really something, yet she doesn't seem to feel uncomfortable at all. You really don't have to go that far. Between us were two parallel lines. We can't be together. All of this was just an unforeseen accident. Bai Susu still looked at me with a calm face, which was true. The Bai family is so prestigious, how could they possibly accept a noble lady like her marrying a dirt-poor guy like me? No matter which member of her family it might be, surely even her grandfather would vehemently object. These 4 children, after all, carry the Bai family blood, and her grandfather has always been a person who loves children, so getting him to accept the grandchildren might not be too difficult. But as for me, Yifan, the Bai family will definitely never accept my presence. No matter what happens, my mind is made up. I know well that right now I am not worthy of you. But I promise that one day, I'll be qualified to stand proudly by your side. I looked into Susa's elegant face, feeling a slight chill creeping into my heart. But that only urged my fighting spirit to become stronger than ever. Anyone can say those hollow words. This society is inherently very realistic and ruthless. Everything must be based on your actual strength and ability. Bai Susu only gave a faint smile, seeming to not care at all about the words I just confided. Seeing that, I didn't bother to argue with her anymore, because right now, all words are meaningless without actions to prove them. Let time and my future actions answer everything. Alright, take some time to rest and recover your strength. Let me go buy some necessary items for the little ones. While I'm at it, I'll buy some food to nourish you too. Is there anything special you'd like to eat? Get me a portion of minced meat porridge with century egg, please. I've already prepared the supplies for the babies. And I've also already hired a professional helper. She'll be here in a few days to take care of us. While talking, Bai Susu reached towards the corner of the bed and pulled out a large handbag from there. That's fine. But for these first few days, let me and my mom look after you for peace of mind. Unexpectedly, Susu is such a thoughtful and thorough person. Even a professional postpartum nanny has already been hired. It seems she really wants to set boundaries and doesn't want to be involved with me. I don't know why, but in my heart, a feeling of extreme bitterness and sorrow surged. I glanced at the little angels sleeping peacefully, and thanks to that, my heart seemed soothed and a bit more calm. I gently opened that handbag to look inside. Inside was filled with cute newborn baby clothes, as well as premium milk powder tins, and of course, no lack of diapers and countless other miscellaneous items. Everything was prepared very completely and tidily. Your mother, she's really coming here? Hearing me say that, Susu's expression suddenly showed confusion, her face clearly revealing embarrassment and anxiety. What should we do about this now? Don't worry, I'll take the initiative to explain everything clearly to my mom. I promise not to let you fall into an awkward situation or endure any pressure. I sighed softly and gently reassured her, and she reluctantly nodded in agreement. With no other choice in this situation, Susu had to accept this arrangement of mine. Oh, almost forgot. There's still quite a bit of money in this card of mine. Take it and use it for the necessary expenses first. About the hospital fee you paid for me earlier, I'm truly grateful to you. Just as she finished, Susu calmly took out a powerful black card and handed it to me. She knows well that my economic situation isn't very plentiful, since my family background is just common, enough to eat and dress. Moreover, I often have to work hard at part-time jobs to make ends meet. Every summer break I'm busy with all kinds of hired work. The hospital fee I just finished paying must have cost an amount that isn't small for me. Even though she knows normal birth isn't as expensive as a C-section, this was a rare quadruplet birth with 4 little angels born. For someone in Yifan's situation, this truly is a financial burden that isn't small at all. No need, you keep it and use it for yourself. I'm quite flush with cash right now, don't worry. I was momentarily surprised, and then boundless tenderness welled up in my eyes. Susu really is an extremely kind girl who thinks of others. Perhaps being ruthlessly dumped by Liu Ruyan was actually a lucky turning point for me. Who knows, maybe that was the heavens helping me escape a mistaken relationship. Because if things hadn't happened that way, then how would I have the chance to have such a wonderful wife and adorable children like this? Compared to that greedy Liu Ruyan, Susu is truly 100,000 times better. I don't know why my eyes were so blinded back then to actually fall in love with a pragmatic person like her. All right, when you need it, just tell me, Bai Susu said, and then put the card away. Men, everyone values their pride. She understands that. I'll go buy minced meat and century egg porridge for you. Wait for me. I'll be back right away, I said, and then turned to leave. I think that if Bai Susu doesn't have someone to care for her, it really wouldn't be good at all. The moment I leave, there's truly no one left. Luckily, I'm quite smart and called my mom here. I bought the porridge and some other things too. Eggs, brown sugar. I heard these are all things postpartum women should eat. Less than half an hour later, I hurried back. How about I feed you? You're still weak, don't move, I said while looking at Bai Susu. I'm fine, I can drink it myself. Bai Susu began to feel a bit embarrassed. She had never had close contact with boys before, of course, that night was just an accident. Because she was in a bad mood, she had some wine and then encountered that kind of situation. So except for me, she had never been with a boy in such an intimate way. Be good now, let me feed you. I didn't listen to Bai Susu, scooped a spoonful of porridge, and gently blew to cool it. That careful and meticulous manner made Bai Susu feel a bit awkward watching, but more than that was embarrassment, and a beautiful rosy flush appeared on her cheeks. At this moment, my mother called. Drink it yourself for now. I'll go take this call. It's my mom. After saying that, I went outside with the phone. Looking at my departing back, a complex glint appeared in Bai Susu's eyes. If Yifan's mother really comes here, what should I do? Wouldn't it be very awkward for me in this state? Never mind. Let it be. I'll deal with it when it happens. Overthinking now won't solve anything anyway. Hello, Mom. Are you almost here? I answered and asked. I figure Mom should be arriving soon. Maybe she's already downstairs. No, I'm stuck in a traffic jam. I probably won't get there until tonight. What on earth are you doing at the hospital? My mother was so worried that sweat beaded on her forehead. As soon as she heard me tell her to come to the hospital, she started panicking immediately. But her son's voice sounded normal. Nothing seemed wrong except for the faint sound of babies crying over the phone. This made her a bit curious. Could it be that her son had done something wrong to some girl and is at the hospital waiting for a decision? Thinking of this, my mother became even more restless and worried. This traffic jam really chose the wrong time, but when she left, she had brought all the money in the house, bank cards, and everything else were with her. That boy better not have caused some huge disaster. It's okay if you're a bit late, just focus on your safety, Mom. We'll talk about this when you arrive. It's not clear over the phone. All right, I'm hanging up now. Having said that, my mother hung up. She just felt like something big was waiting for her, feeling anxious and uneasy. I returned to the ward, looking at Bai Susu's hesitating expression. I suddenly found it a bit funny. My mom said she's stuck in traffic, so she'll probably be a little late. I could clearly see that as soon as I finished, Bai Susu breathed a sigh of relief. My mom isn't scary at all, right? Could it be she's nervous about meeting her future mother-in-law? I don't know how late Mom will be. Thinking that, I called my roommate, asking him to bring my bedding to the hospital and also buy some towels, basins, and personal hygiene items. Before long, Zhao Xiaoqian arrived in a hurry. When he found the exact ward I told him, he immediately froze at the door, completely stunned. What on earth is he seeing? He actually saw the cold campus beauty, Bai Susu, lying in the hospital bed, while I sat by her side looking at her tenderly. Moreover, beside the bed were 4 tiny human-shaped creatures. They're babies, aren't they? What is going on here? How did he suddenly have kids, and 4 of them at once? Incredible, truly incredible. It's over. My life is over. The perfect goddess in my heart, Bai Susu, has been snatched away by Yifan just like that, and they even have children together. Oh my god, this news is absolutely earth-shattering. Xiaoqian, you're here. I saw Bai Susu wink at me, and as soon as I turned around, I saw Zhao Xiaoqian standing at the door, frozen like a statue. I really want to punch you. When did you make your move? How could you ruin my goddess's life like this? Unbelievable. After all our years of brotherhood, you had the heart to treat me like this? Zhao Xiaoqian glared at me, gritting his teeth. Incredible. Truly top tier. He couldn't believe what was in front of him was real. This scene gave him a massive shock. Xiaoqian, calm down. Let me explain everything to you. I said, trying to soothe Zhao Xiaoxian, while feeling both amused and frustrated. I knew Zhao Xiaoxian also liked the campus beauty. Back when Bai Susu took a leave of absence, this guy even hugged me and cried his eyes out. Now, facing this situation, it's only natural that he finds it hard to accept. Even I was shocked and couldn't believe it when I first found out. You better give me a reasonable explanation today. Zhao Xiaoxian looked at the goddess of his dreams. Seeing her pale face, he almost burst into tears. He could only blame himself for being too slow to act. Actually, it was that night. I lowered my voice and began to explain to Zhao Xiaoqian. Half an hour passed. Zhao Xiaoqian stared at me, still looking like he wanted to strangle me. This guy actually had the heart to let his goddess suffer so much. What a beast, sister-in-law. I mean, Miss Bai, if this guy ever treats you badly, just tell me. I'll definitely take care of him for you. I'll always be on your side. Zhao Xiaotian looked at Bai Susu with a face full of pity. Bai Susu just looked at Zhao Xiaotian, nodded slightly, and said nothing more. What kind of brother are you? Look at what you've done. Even as your friend, I'm embarrassed for you. Oh right, you broke up with that Liu Ruyan girl, didn't you? The whole school is talking about it. Zhao Xiaotian blurted it out excitedly, then suddenly realized he might have slipped up. He stole a glance at Bai Susu. Seeing she had no reaction, he finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't upset the goddess. Go ahead and speak. It's fine. Your sister-in-law is very generous. She won't mind. I noticed Zhao Xiaotian glancing at Bai Susu, so I laughed and spoke up immediately. Isn't that right? There was never any real feeling between us anyway. Of course, I meant Bai Susu didn't have feelings for me yet. Everything between us started as a misunderstanding, but that misunderstanding is what bound us together. Hearing this, Bai Susu's body trembled slightly, but she didn't bother paying attention to a thick-skinned guy like me. The drama about you guys has blown up at school. When you and Liu Ruyan were arguing, someone saw it and caught it all on video. It's spreading like wildfire on the school forum. Titles like Top Student Battles Gold Digger and Poor Boy Dumped by Money-Hungry Girl are everywhere. But man, I saw the video of you scolding Liu Ruyan. A real man. I told you a long time ago that Liu Ruyan was no good. Have your eyes finally opened? Zhao Xiaoqian looked at me with an I told you so expression. And honestly, Liu Ruyan is truly finished this time. Her reputation is ruined throughout the school. I realized I didn't care about those things anymore. After all, I have a wife now, and children too. What is there to fear? I feel that after the breakup, I'm truly a winner in life. While right at this moment, the little one suddenly felt hungry. One baby pouted and burst into loud sobs, and one after another, they all started crying. The collective crying was truly earth-shattering. They must be hungry. I don't have milk yet, so we can only use formula. There's formula in that bag and baby bottles too. Yifan, go prepare the milk. Remember to use warm water, and 2 scoops is enough. Don't make it too concentrated. All this knowledge came from Bai Susu, watching countless baby care videos. Even before giving birth, she had already learned so much. Being a first-time mother, she definitely had to study a lot. Xiaotian, give me a hand. With that, the two of us took the bottles and formula and left. Bai Susu looked at the baby lying next to her, patting it gently, whispering softly to soothe the crying. Good baby, don't cry. Food is coming soon. By the time Xiaoqian and I returned, we were met with this scene. Even the cold campus beauty could have such a tender moment. Her whole being seemed to radiate the aura of a loving mother. I walked over to Bai Susu's side, put down the bottles in my hand, and picked up one of the babies. Be careful. Is it hot? Did you check the temperature? Bai Susu asked. Newborns are very fragile. They can be burned very easily. I checked. I soaked it in cold water to cool it down. With that, I raised the bottle and tested a drop on the back of my hand. The temperature was perfect. It wouldn't burn the little ones. That's good then. Bai Susu finally felt at ease. The 3 of us cared for the 4 babies, still a bit clumsy and flustered, but eventually we managed to get them all fed in full. Congratulations to the host for completing the feeding task. A reward of 200,000 yuan has been transferred to your account. Please check it carefully. Hearing the system's voice, my eyes instantly lit up. As expected, this super dad system is truly unbeatable. As long as I take good care of the kids and raise them well, I can receive very generous rewards. With this, I really won't have to worry about money for raising them. These babies are so adorable. Have you 2 thought of names for them yet? It's quadruplets after all. Zhao Xiaoqian said excitedly while holding one of the babies. He never expected his best friend, who was just gaming with him the other day, to suddenly become a father of 4 little angels, and with a beautiful campus beauty as a wife too. He's truly reached the peak of life. We haven't thought of names yet, but since Yifan is the father, they must naturally take the surname Yi. Bai Susu had considered this for a long time. If the children took their mother's surname, then when they grew up, they would surely ask where their father was and who he was, and they might be looked down upon or gossiped about at school. So having them take the surname Yi was for the best. As for their names, let's take our time to think. After all, a name is a big deal. It stays with them for their entire life. Besides, when it comes to naming, I can't come up with anything right at this moment. I gave a slightly awkward smile. All right, then, think it over carefully in the next few days. Bai Susu agreed with what I said. A name truly requires deep thought before it can be chosen. Soon, the four little ones were full and satisfied. They started falling fast asleep. You two go get something to eat. There's not much to do right now anyway. Bai Susu looked at us and said, All right, do you want anything? I'll bring it back for you. I looked at Bai Susu and spoke with concern. Look at her. She's become so frail in just a few days. Her face is so pale. It seems I need to quickly find a place so I can nourish her back to health properly. As for school and all that, who cares about classes at a time like this? I'll just take a direct leave of absence. My wife and children are the top priority now. I'm just waiting for my mother to arrive. With her help for a few days, I can go take care of these arrangements immediately. Anything is fine. Just get whatever you think is good. Thank you very much, Bai Susu said calmly. She really didn't have any appetite. All right. Hearing her thank me, I still felt a slight sting in my heart, but I didn't say anything else. Then I pulled Zhao Xiaoshan out to have a meal. Hey buddy, why did the campus beauty thank you just now? You two already have children together, so why are you still acting so polite like strangers? At this, Zhao Xiaochen couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. He had wanted to ask earlier, but because the atmosphere felt a bit off, he held it in until now. You know how it was? It was all just an accident. Of course, I'll do my best to get Bai Susu to accept me. My eyes were full of determination. I will definitely make it happen, brother. I support you in winning Bai Susu over, so she'll truly become my sister-in-law. Zhao Xiaotian patted my shoulder encouragingly. Don't worry, I'll give it my all, I said with a smile. Whether for myself or for the little ones, I will never give up. In the future, I want to live a happy life, together with Bai Susu and my precious daughters. Suddenly, I had a great idea. I have names for them, Bing, Qing, Yu, and Jie. My 4 daughters, from oldest to youngest, will be Yibing, Yiqing, Yiyu, and Yijie. The names are absolutely perfect. After finishing the meal, Zhao Xiaotian went back to school, while I bought some more food and headed back to the hospital. When I returned to the room, the 4 little ones were fast asleep and looking so sweet, and Bai Susu had also fallen asleep, her gorgeous face filled with peace. This was the first time I'd seen her sleeping like this. She looked just like a sleeping beauty. You're back. Bai Susu softly opened her eyes, seeing me sitting by the bed watching her intently. That affectionate look made her daze for a moment. Yeah, you should eat now. I bought some food for you, and there's pig trotter soup too. I heard it helps with lactation, I said with a bit of embarrassment. Even though we'd been together, it was ultimately an accident, so mentioning sensitive topics like this inevitably felt a bit awkward and flustered. Yes, thank you. Bai Susu's small face suddenly blushed, but she quickly regained her composure. It's better for the babies to be breastfed so that their bodies can be healthy and their resistance will increase greatly. It's nothing, eat it while it's hot. I opened the food container, placed it on the cabinet by the bed, then helped Bai Susu sit up, letting her lean against the headboard. She should be a bit more comfortable this way. Bai Susu looked at me, the handsome young man right in front of her, and a hint of complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Our relationship seemed to be getting closer every day. Naturally, it was the children who had entwined our fates together like this. However, I seemed to be quite different from what she had heard about me before. She never expected me to be such a delicate and thoughtful person. Bai Susu stole a deep look at me, then lowered her head and started eating. I looked at the 4 little angels in the crib next to us. Every single one of them was just so adorable. Small faces, tiny hands, and such little bodies. They looked as soft as marshmallows. Just then, my phone rang. Bai Susu stopped eating, looked up at me beside her, and her small face grew a bit tense. Could it be Yifan's mother? Given the time, it most likely was her. She felt a bit anxious, a bit flustered, not knowing how to act properly. As for why she felt that way, even Bai Susu herself couldn't understand it. It's my mother. She must have arrived. I checked my phone, turned to the somewhat stiff Bai Susu, and spoke. Then you should answer it, Bai Susu said. What will be, so there's no way to avoid it. I answered the call and heard my mother's voice on the other end, saying she had reached the hospital entrance. I glanced at Bai Susu and then stepped out of the room. Bai Susu watched my retreating back and fell into deep thought. She didn't know how to face my mother, but since things had come to this, she could only take it one step at a time. Just as I walked out to the entrance, I saw my mother standing there. She was pacing back and forth, clearly looking very impatient. Mom, I called out and hurried toward her. Son, tell me the truth. Have you done something wrong to that girl? We absolutely must not bully girls or do anything unfair to them. I've taught you since you were little, don't bully girls, but if you do something, you must take responsibility. Mom saw me and immediately spoke with urgency. This child was really worrying her to death. She was truly in a panic. While on her way, she had imagined all kinds of worst-case scenarios. If my son really did her wrong, and if they demand compensation, then of course we must pay. Mom, what are you thinking? But it is actually something like that. Since you're already here, let's just go inside. You'll understand once you see. I don't even know how to explain it. A few words wouldn't be enough. Mom just pushed open the door and saw an exquisite young woman sitting on the bed with 4 little babies in the crib beside her. Sorry, wrong room. Mom gave an awkward smile and backed out. She blamed herself for being so muddled as to enter the wrong room. I had only just reacted when I saw my mother heading back out. Mom, why are you coming out? Son, we're in the wrong room. Mom looked at me helplessly. My son can't even get a small thing like this, right? Even leading me to the wrong hospital room. She was going to lose her mind because of him sooner or later. There were clearly 2 mothers in there, especially that beautiful girl. To have quadruplets, that's truly impressive. Then looking at my own son, he has no future at all. Can't do anything right, only good at eating. Besides, a woman who just gave birth needs proper rest. She shouldn't be disturbed. Moreover, it would be a mess if the babies got startled and started crying. One must know how hard it is for a new mother to soothe the baby to sleep. My mother had experienced that deeply in the past. Huh, Mom, that's not it. I was still dazed, checking the room number. Oh, it's not wrong. Mom, it's correct, it's not wrong, let's go. I pulled my mother, intending to enter the room. We're in the wrong place, there are 2 mothers in there. Why won't this child believe his mother? For the first time, she discovered that her son's strength was so great, she couldn't resist my pull. Susu, I'm back. This is my mother. I spoke while letting go of my mother's hand and walked over to the side of the bed. I glanced at the little ones, sleeping so soundly. Son, tell me exactly what is going on here. My mother's face was a picture of bewilderment. What on earth is this? Can someone explain it to her? She had already started to imagine wild things. It was truly frightening. Hello, Auntie. My name is Bai Susu. Bai Susu's expression was a bit strained. The mother before her was in her early 40s. My mother had taken good care of her looks, so she still looked quite youthful. Hello, I'm Yufan's mother. Mom nodded and walked to the bedside, but she didn't dare think or say anything reckless. At this moment, she was more nervous than on her own wedding night. Yes, Yufan mentioned you before. Bai Susu nodded, looking very polite, temporarily unsure of what else to say. What good things could this brat possibly say about me? He must have been bad-mouthing me. Mom gave her son a sharp glare. She knew exactly what her son was like. Mom, I called out helplessly. Can't you save me some face? Susu, where's the father of these children? Having quadruplets like this, caring for them alone is exhausting, but it's truly a blessing. And are they boys or girls? Mom spoke while looking at the 4 little treasures, her eyes filled with affection. Sigh, I don't know when I'll finally get to hold my own grandchildren. This boy of mine is so useless. He's never even told me he has a girlfriend, let alone giving me a grandson or granddaughter. He'll probably have to wait until I can't even walk anymore before I see them. My mother instinctively thought this girl was just a friend, maybe a classmate, visiting only out of concern and to check in, so she didn't think too deeply about it. Quadruplets, and they're all girls, I said with a smile, joy shining in my eyes. The fondness in my mother's eyes just now, I saw it very clearly. That truly is a great blessing. Daughters are a mother's most sentimental treasures. This won't do. He'll have to tell my son to work harder later, so his father and I can soon hold our own grandchildren. That would be wonderful. Of course, we are all blessed, Mom, I said with a smile. I'm blessed, and my mother is too. Mom was a bit stunned hearing this. She didn't understand what I meant, but she didn't press for more information. Oh, so where has the father gone? Why isn't he back yet? Mom didn't think much of it, so she just asked directly. As a result of that question, Bai Susu and I glanced at each other, both seeing the awkwardness in each other's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became very strange. Seeing the 2 of us so flustered, Mom couldn't help but start thinking wildly. Since none of the elders were around, she wondered if this beautiful girl had a tragic fate. Thinking this, Mom felt even more sorry for the lovely girl. She had heard many similar stories, like college students abandoned at the hospital after giving birth, or the man simply running away. Mom, actually, these babies are your grandchildren. Bai Susu is my girlfriend, and I am the father of these children. I glanced at Bai Susu, took her hand in mine, looked at my mother, and told her the whole truth. The children are already born. There's no way she won't be my girlfriend, and not just a girlfriend, she'll be my wife later. Mom was stunned, wondering if she had misheard. What did you say? These are your children? You've become a father? Mom looked at me in utter shock, sometimes doubting if she was hearing things. Right now, she didn't know how to express the magnitude of her shock. Mom, it's the truth. The babies Bai Susu gave birth to are mine. They were just born today. I called you here to help take care of her for a few days until a professional nanny arrives. Son, you're not lying to me, are you? Is this really actually true? Mom still found it very hard to believe. How did my son suddenly have kids so fast? He didn't even have a girlfriend before, and now he's suddenly a father of 4. I'm not lying, it's real. If you don't believe me, ask Susu. I said and turned to look at Bai Susu. I knew it would be like this. Yes, Auntie, Yufan is right. Although it's complicated, these children are definitely Yi fans. Bai Susu looked at my mother and affirmed firmly. That look made my mother feel a bit of heartache. Sigh, what a good girl. I never expected you to be my son's girlfriend, and to have quadruplets at that. My dear, I believe you. I really never expected to have grandchildren already. This is wonderful. Mom immediately broke into a bright smile. After confirming everything for certain, my mother was truly ecstatic. It turns out you called her to the hospital just to hold your babies and officially become a grandmother. Mom gazed at the little ones, her face radiant with a happy smile. She couldn't believe her son had truly grown up, suddenly having both a wife and children all at once, and even 4 little princesses in one go. If Yifan's father finds out about this, he'll surely be even more overjoyed. I really want to go tell Yifan's father right now, but in the end my mother held herself back. Who cares if that old man always puts on such a cold face every time he sees his son? Let's just hold off on telling him for now. Looking after that old man can compare to taking care of my precious daughter-in-law and these beloved grandchildren. I never imagined my future daughter-in-law would be so amazing, giving birth to 4 at once. Let's see if those wealthy women in the village will ever dare to mock me again. Seeing my mother so happy, my heart felt completely at ease. I thought she'd jump up in shock when she found out. Of course, seeing how much my mother adored the little ones, Bai Susu gradually began to relax as well. The relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has always been delicate. My mother gave her such a wonderful sense of belonging. I finally went to find a nurse to request a private room for us. After all, our family has grown quite a bit now, and staying with others would be inconvenient, not to mention we might disturb them. Naturally, with no outsiders around, everyone could speak freely without being overly cautious. Dear, if my Yifan ever treats you poorly, just let me know. I'll teach him a lesson for you. I'll make sure he behaves himself properly. Mom took Bai Susu's small hand in hers, her face beaming as she spoke and laughed. Of course, she didn't forget to give me a sharp glare. If I dared to bully her daughter-in-law, she definitely wouldn't let me off easily. In our house, the women have always been the ones in charge, so from now on, you'll be the one to decide everything. And if there's anything you're unhappy with, please just speak your mind. My dear child, you've really suffered so much. Mom's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. She finally understood the whole story. She hadn't expected this girl to be so incredibly resilient. She truly is a good soul. If it hadn't been for the need for a signature during labor, all of this might have been missed entirely. Thinking of this, Mom glanced at the 4 little ones again, then looked at Bai Susu with eyes full of heartache. This girl has truly worked too hard. It's all right, Auntie. Really. Bai Susu smiled and stole a quick glance at me. The things my mother just said. She didn't actually take them to heart because she knew that anything between us was impossible. Mom, please stop. Come here for a second. I have something I need to tell you. I pulled my mother directly out of the hospital room. You rascal, what could you possibly not say in there? My mother shook her head in mild exasperation. This kid had certainly been spoiled by her. Mom, honestly, about the situation between Bai Susu and me, I already told you everything earlier. I'm going to work hard to be worthy of her, so please don't interfere too much. Tomorrow, I'm going to rent an apartment. She should be discharged in about 2 days, and you'll need your help taking care of her then. I'll hire a nanny too. I need to head over to the university tomorrow. My son, I can see that Susu is a wonderful girl. She must be my future daughter-in-law, and I won't accept anyone else but her. You must do your best to make Bai Susu sincerely and willingly want to be with you. Our family might not be wealthy, but in my heart, my son is always the best. Also, what are you planning to do about school? My mother asked again, her brow furrowing. After all, now that her son has a family of his own, would he continue his studies or take a leave of absence to stay home and care for Susu until the babies are older? No matter what decision her son made, she would support him wholeheartedly. I'm going to file for a leave of absence tomorrow. I want to personally care for Bai Susu and my children. I need to take responsibility for them. Susu has gone through so much, so I need to cherish and care for her even more. I was worried that my mother would be unhappy or object when I said this. After all, getting into this university wasn't easy. My parents had invested so much heart and effort into it. All right, I support you. I'll help keep this from your father for now, though I don't know how long we can keep it secret. Mom gave a soft sigh. The old man at home was naturally quite stubborn. If he found out about this, there would likely be a massive argument in the family. Yes, thank you so much, Mom. I didn't expect you to be so understanding. I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. We'll just have to hide it from Dad for a while and wait for the right moment to slowly explain later. Oh, I'm your mother. There's no need to thank me for that. I still have a bank card with me. There's about 400,000 or 500,000 yuan in here, so take it for your expenses. After all, you're not on your own anymore. You have a family to look after now. I looked at the bank card before me, my eyes suddenly blurring with emotion. This was my mother's entire life savings from years of hard work. I absolutely couldn't accept it. Besides, with the help of the system, I still have over 4 million yuan in my own account. Mom, I actually have money. I once invested in some small businesses with a few other people, and they've already started to see profits. Please keep this money for yourself so you have something for your own needs later. I pushed the bank card back toward her. Since starting university, I've rarely asked the family for financial help. I'm a grown man now, and I need to learn to be self-sufficient. I usually work a few part-time jobs to earn money. I even paid for my own tuition. It's mostly because I see how hard you've worked. You've spent your whole life toiling for me, and I don't want to burden you any further now that I'm an adult. All right then, I'll save this money for you for now. Just let me know if you ever need it. Mom nodded in agreement, then carefully tucked the card back into her bag. Her son had truly grown up. He was now capable of making important decisions on his own. This was, of course, a very heartening sign. Mom looked at her son with immense pride, feeling completely at peace and happy. Okay, Mom, I'll have to trouble you quite a bit for the next few days. And please, remember to keep this a strict secret from Dad. I'm really worried that if he finds out, he'll definitely give me a legendary beating. Truth be told, I had always lived in awe and fear of my father. I still remember clearly when I was little, I snuck out to the river to play and didn't dare show my face back home until long after dark. Back then, there were frequent mysterious child disappearances in the village. Even livestock would go missing from time to time. Rumors spread among villagers that human traffickers were hiding nearby, so the adults strictly forbade children from playing out of their sight. And on that day by the river, my parents were certain I'd been kidnapped or met with some horrible accident. The village loudspeaker had to blare my name continuously for 3 whole hours. As soon as I dragged myself home, my father used his belt to lecture me with a savage beating for an entire hour. That thrashing was a lesson I'd never forget as long as I lived. Of course, I also realized how terrified my father must have been then. The pain was so intense that during my classes afterward, I had to stand for the entire duration, unable to sit. I stood like that for 3 days before I dared to sit down. My classmates mocked me for days because of that. That tragicomic legend became a hot topic, whispered in every corner of my primary school. Since then, my name became truly famous throughout the region. Everyone at school knew of the character called Yi Fan. I suddenly became the center of all gossip, the most popular subject for students and teachers alike during breaks. I asked my mother to stay at the hospital to help care for Bai Susu while I rushed back to university to process my leave of absence. Then, I went to rent an apartment. Once everything was settled, I bought some food and headed to the hospital. Stepping into the room, I found my mother and Bai Susu deep in an unusually joyful conversation. I had already walked all the way in, yet they didn't even seem to notice me. It wasn't until I got closer that I heard what Mom was saying, and my face immediately darkened. Seriously, Mom, who talks about their own son like that? Susu, you have no idea how mischievous Yi Fan was as a kid. He would always go with the other village kids to steal bird eggs and even steal chickens from the neighbors. Then they'd secretly roast them on the mountain. They got caught quite a few times. He even burned wasp nests to bring home larvae for us to fry. I remember the first time that rascal went to burn a nest. He got stung mercilessly. His face swelled up just like a pig's head. His father and I were scared half to death. The more Mom talked, the more animated she became, and Bai Susu found it more and more fascinating. She hadn't expected Yi Fan to be so naughty as a child. Having grown up in the countryside, she suddenly felt a wave of admiration. She was never allowed to just play growing up. Her parents only groomed her with dance lessons, piano practice, and all sorts of academic knowledge. Looking back at that dry and dull childhood always left her feeling a deep sense of loss. She admired me, admired that I had such wonderful parents. Bai Susu could clearly see how much Mom loved me, but as for her own parents, thinking of them, a flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Susu's eyes. For the longest time she had craved the warmth and care of a real family. Yet in her clan, only her grandfather truly loved her. In her parents' eyes, she was merely a tool for their profit. Perhaps this is the tragedy of being born into a wealthy family. Endless luxury and riches for a lifetime, but not a single ounce of human warmth. But she would rather have none of that. She just wanted a cozy family, with parents who loved her, everyone living together in harmony and joy. Mom, what kind of dirt are you digging up on me now? I looked at my mother, speechless. She'd spilled all my embarrassing childhood secrets to Bai Susu. You brat, are you asking for a beating? I'm not allowed to talk about you? A hint of embarrassment crossed Mom's face, but she tried to look composed while glaring at her son. Honestly, being a mother isn't easy. She just wanted Bai Susu to have a better impression of her son. Look at what this son of hers was saying. When did she ever speak ill of him? What kind of child wrongly accuses their own mother like that? Fine, it's my fault. Happy? I said helplessly. My mother is truly formidable. No matter what I say, I can't win an argument with her. Might as well admit defeat early, to avoid being handled by her later. That's more like it. Where have you been all day? Mom looked at me and asked. Honestly, her son had vanished without a trace. I went to school, then I found a place to rent, tidied it up a bit, and bought some necessities. I spoke while placing the items I was carrying onto the cabinet next to the hospital bed. You've worked hard, Bai Susu said softly, looking at me. She knew very well how exhausting it must be for me to keep running back and forth. She had originally planned to give birth in secret alone. She never imagined things would turn out like this. Since she gave birth, I'd been the one busy taking care of everything. I'd really been through a lot. She hadn't expected me to be so responsible. It's just a pity that we can never. It's nothing. I bought some porridge along with some small buns and steamed dumplings and a plate of rice. You two should eat while it's still hot. Mom and Bai Susu must be hungry, so I brought some food back. Since giving birth, Bai Susu's appetite had been quite light, so I got her porridge and dumplings. And for Mom, I got a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork with rice. Her son was indeed thoughtful. As soon as she caught the delicious scent, her stomach began to growl. And so, she sat down to eat. Bai Susu smiled and nodded as well, beginning to sip the porridge and eat the dumplings. She looked at me while eating, her heart filled with complex emotions, but she could only temporarily suppress those tangled feelings. I looked at the four little ones, my eyes filled with tenderness and love. They were looking a bit fairer than before, and their features were becoming more distinct, yet they still looked as soft and tiny as little dough balls. I carefully picked up the eldest sister, who was sound asleep. Gazing at this little darling, I felt a profound sense of wonder. Life truly is the most beautiful thing in the world. Right then, the system's voice rang out. Change Yibang's diaper. Reward, primary master chef skill. I was stunned after hearing that. Only then did I realize the baby in my arms was squirming restlessly in her sleep. It seemed she had wet herself. I think the little one peed, I'll handle it. You two go ahead and eat. I placed Yibang on the empty hospital bed nearby and carefully unwrapped the small blanket around her. Newborns are so fragile in their first few days, so all my movements were incredibly gentle. I took a fresh cotton diaper, laid it under Yibang, cleaned her tiny bottom, applied some baby powder, and then carefully swaddled her back up. Congratulations, host, on completing the diaper task. Reward, primary master chef skill. 3 seconds later, I took a deep breath. I had completely mastered this expert cooking skill. It looks like I can cook something delicious for Bai Susu tomorrow, so both she and my mother can enjoy my culinary skills. Fast food lacks nutrition anyway. I'll stew some soup for them tomorrow to nourish their bodies. Everyone has been working so hard lately. My son is quite impressive. He already knows how to change a diaper, even if his movements are a bit clumsy and awkward. At least he got the job done. Her son was turning out to be quite a decent nanny dad. Mom felt deeply comforted inside. Bai Susu looked at me with a complicated gaze, but more than anything, there was a sense of helplessness. The more I did this, the more confused her heart became. Without even realizing it herself, a strange spark of affection had begun to grow in her heart. Of course, I have to learn. Otherwise, how could I support Susu later? I said with a smile. Being praised by Mom made me feel a bit shy. By the way, Susu, has your milk come in yet? At that moment, I blurted out words like, a clueless, dense guy, totally unaware of how incredibly embarrassing that question was. Bai Susu's small face instantly flushed bright red, and she shot me a resentful look. Is this guy doing this on purpose? Auntie Yi is right here and he asks that. He truly has no shame. Yafan, tomorrow you can buy some pigeon soup or pig trotter soup. Those are great for milk production, but it's fine regardless. The little ones can have formula first until your milk comes in. You young people shouldn't always worry about your figure. Breastfeeding is best for both mother and child. The babies will grow strong and their immunity will be higher. They were both novice parents, so they naturally needed someone experienced like her to guide and educate them. Look at that. She had only said a few words, and Bai Susu's exquisite face was already so red it looked like it might bleed. The youth nowadays really are thin-skinned. But her daughter-in-law, the more she looked, the more beautiful she seemed. Her son truly had found himself a treasure. She hoped he would work even harder to officially bring this precious wife home. Mom was very open-minded, so she didn't dwell on other messy complications. She knew her son had caused this girl hardship, but since the deed was done, she only wished for him to earn Bai Susu's acceptance. Yes. Bai Susu blushed, meekly bowing her head. She hadn't realized that the minor matter of milk could have so many benefits. At that thought, she lowered her head to glance at herself. Just then, Bai Susu felt a direct gaze. She looked up in that direction and saw me staring at her, with eyes full of playful amusement. This guy. What is he smiling at? How annoying. Is he mocking me? That's too much. Bai Susu gave me a look that could kill, her expression clearly saying, stop laughing, awkwardly rubbed my nose. Fine, I'll stop laughing, no need to be so fierce, heh. Still, Bai Susu's shy expression made her look even more adorable. I felt my heart pounding uncontrollably. That was the feeling of a true crush. It seems I really have to work much harder to win Bai Susu's approval soon. Just look at you two. It truly makes one jealous. Your father and I were exactly the same back then. One glare from me, and he would back down instantly. Mom laughed heartily, leaving both of us completely flustered. In the end, since it was a bit inconvenient here and there were only 2 beds in the room, Bai Susu and 2 babies on one, and Mom and the other 2 on the other. There was no room left for me, so I had to head back to my newly rented room to sleep. Luckily, I had already bought bedding and other essentials today. Lying in bed, I took out my phone, sent Bai Susu a message saying "Good night, wife," and went to sleep. As for Bai Susu, looking at the message on her phone, those few short words sent a strange thrill through her, and her heart felt incredibly warm. Why? Was it really just because of those words? Bai Susu, pull yourself together. You can't let yourself fall for this. You and Yi Fan are an impossibility. The clan will never agree, her parents would never agree, and even grandfather would not approve. On the contrary, being with her would only bring him endless trouble and danger. It could not be. She put down her phone, and Bai Susu quietly closed her eyes, stopping herself from thinking any further. The next day, Obstetrics head Ngo Hua and Vice President Trin Li arrived. Hello everyone, we are here on behalf of the hospital. We'd like to invite Miss Bai and the four little princesses to help us film a promotional video. Of course, we will provide fair compensation. It's mainly because Miss Bai is the first multiple birth our hospital has handled since its founding. For our institution, this is a landmark achievement of the highest level. They had deliberated for a long time before making this final decision, and only now did the hospital send him along with the vice president to negotiate. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Their hospital didn't want to miss it at all. We will consider it. Please give us some time. Just then, I entered the room. I needed to see what Bai Susu thought about this first. Naturally, I didn't care much about the compensation. With the system now in my possession, did I really need to fear being unable to provide for my family? Very well, mister. Yeah, we'll come back another day then. Vice President Trin Li nodded. The obstetrics head beside him wanted to say more, but was stopped by Vice President Trin Li. President, why didn't you try to persuade them further? This opportunity is truly rare. Who knows when we'll encounter it again? We can't just give up. We haven't even mentioned the pay yet. Let's test their attitude first. We can worry about the rest later. We shouldn't push them too hard. They need to think this through thoroughly and give their consent willingly. That young man gave him a feeling quite different from anyone else. President, we haven't even brought up the compensation. Maybe just hearing the amount would make them agree immediately. Ngo Hua spoke up once again. With such a large sum, they'd likely agree on the spot, without a second thought. Ngo Hua, didn't you see their stance? Both Miss Bai and that lady defer to that young man's opinion, and he fundamentally doesn't seem to care about money. Otherwise, he would have asked about the pay right then and there. Indeed, that young man wasn't motivated by money. Perhaps in his eyes, family was far more important than wealth. I understand, President. Ngo Hua nodded. At this moment, she finally understood the dean's underlying intentions. You two heard everything they just said, didn't you? The two of you should make the decision yourselves. I'll respect whatever choice you both make. Mom glanced at us both and then turned back to look after the little ones. Actually, we could give it a try. Bai Susu looked up, staring at me seriously as she spoke. She knew that I didn't have much money. And besides, the IE family's background was just ordinary. The payment for filming the commercial would definitely be substantial. Besides, we're going to need a lot of money in the future. After all, we have 4 children to raise. But exposing your face like this, what about your family? I looked at Bai Susu and spoke slowly. I could understand exactly what Bai Susu was thinking. This silly girl, wasn't she? Just worrying about my financial situation? But if her identity were actually revealed and if it was discovered one day, then what would Bai Susu do? How would she face her family? And how would the world judge her? I didn't want to put Bai Susu in a difficult position. I knew Bai Susu didn't come from an ordinary home. Her background was powerful and highly influential. If her family members happened to find out, what would she do then? And what about the children? I know you're doing this for me. You're afraid I'm under pressure, afraid the burden on my shoulders is too heavy. I can provide for you and our babies. Please trust me. I gazed at Bai Susu with absolute determination. Yeah, Fan, listen to me. We need this money. Having extra money is always better to be safe than sorry. Besides, I can just wear a mask when the time comes. No one will recognize me. Bai Susu spoke firmly. As long as my face isn't exposed, it'll be fine. After all, wearing a mask probably won't bother the hospital either. At most, you'll just explain that. I don't want to be identified, and I don't want our peaceful life to be disturbed. Is wearing a mask really going to work? All right then. I looked at Bai Susu with a lingering trace of worry in my eyes, but seeing her so persistent, I didn't have the heart to say anything more. Since you've agreed, you can't go back on your word. This is for our baby's milk money, after all. Of course. In the future, I'll tell the children that they were the stars of this commercial. They'll definitely be so happy to hear that. You really are a silly girl. I reached out and gently patted Bai Susu's head. Truly too silly. Her slender body trembled slightly and she became very quiet. It turns out my little thoughts were seen right through by him. The nanny I hired can start tomorrow. We can let the nanny take over the care then. Auntie must be exhausted from these past few days. She can finally take a little break. Lately, she had always felt that Auntie Ye already truly considered her a daughter-in-law. When she thought about the harsh reality, she suddenly felt a bit of shame in her heart. Between her and Yifan, after all, there were still too many hardships ahead. But she truly loved Yifan's mother. From her, she felt the warmth of family, just like the warmth she received from her grandfather. Oh, you silly girl. Don't talk about it being hard or tiring. I didn't even do that much. After all, these are my precious little grandchildren. Besides, in my heart, you're already my daughter-in-law. You brat, why aren't you working harder? Hurry up and marry Susu for me. If you don't, you'll break your legs. Then don't you ever show your face at home again. You really don't know how to make an effort. Such a good daughter-in-law, and you're letting her slip away. That simply won't do. Either way, I only recognize Bai Susu as my daughter-in-law. Just looking at this boy irritates me. Mom, aren't I trying my best here? Susu, look, my mom has completely accepted you. You've already chosen me too, so regardless of whether I agree or not, you're stuck with me for life. Listen to that. Is that how a real mother talks to her son? Break your legs, she says, and don't ever come home. Now she only has eyes for Bai Susu. There's no room left for me at all, but why doesn't my mom understand? Without the son, where would she get a daughter-in-law? Thinking of this, I was still hesitating, wondering if I should tell Mom about this. Bai Susu watched the way Mom and I interacted, feeling truly envious. This was the exact warmth she had always longed for. In that massive family of hers, only her grandfather had ever given her any warmth. Thinking back to her own parents, they had never treated her like this. Likewise, they didn't care how she lived her life, only caring about her grades and how she socialized with other young elites. Susu, look at that. My mom only cares about you now. She doesn't even want her own son anymore. What kind of magic did you use on my mother? Mom, really? What if Susu still didn't agree? Were you really not going to let me into the house? And threatening to break my legs too? That's way too cruel. What kind of mother is as cruel as you? Am I even your biological son? Come on, tell me, did you pick me up from somewhere? Where has my real mother gone? I was basically acting like a spoiled brat with my mom, putting on a sulky face as I looked at her. Ha ha ha, incredible. Is there any other son who teases his mother like this? This boy is really pushing his luck now. Mom was both annoyed and amused by my words. Bai Susu stood by watching the scene, covering her small mouth as she giggled. It was the first time she realized that I had such a mischievous side to me. Early the next morning, I completed the discharge procedures, rented a car, and headed straight to the place I was renting. The distance wasn't very far. It took only a little over 10 minutes to arrive. Everyone carried a baby, along with some belongings, and headed upstairs. Luckily, the nanny had arrived at the hospital on time this morning. Otherwise, handling 4 babies really wouldn't have been easy at all. As soon as we stepped inside, son, this house is quite nice. It has 3 bedrooms. Not bad at all. Mom began touring the place while still holding a grandchild. This house really was very good. It looked like the interior had only recently been finished. There was a sofa, an LCD TV, even a refrigerator, a washing machine, and so on. Everything was fully equipped. This will save us so much effort. Yes, it truly is very nice. Bai Susu looked around and nodded in agreement. It seemed she was also very pleased with this new home. Susu, you should take this master bedroom. It's perfect for looking after the 4 little ones. This bed is plenty wide enough. Mom immediately chose the best room to set aside for Bai Susu. The arrangement was very suitable. Bai Susu carried the eldest baby over, looked at the room, and gave a slight nod. The space was indeed very spacious. Mom, why don't you sleep with Susu tonight? That way you can help her take care of the babies, I suggested at that moment. With Mom there, I would feel much more at ease. Besides, it was impossible for me to sleep there. Susu would definitely not agree to that, so I could only rely on Mom. Taking care of 4 babies alone at night would truly be far too exhausting for Susu. Alright, I'll sleep with Susu tonight. You take 1 room. Xiaomai, you take the remaining room. Mom arranged everything decisively. She hadn't expected her son to be so thoughtful. He already knew how to cherish his wife. This was definitely a good sign. Then I'll have to trouble you, Auntie, Bai Susu said while looking at my mother. It was true that she couldn't handle 4 babies on her own. I had already considered everything very carefully for her. Bai Susu stole a glance at me, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart, seemingly a bit warm and seemingly a bit sweet. All right, Susu, go and get some rest. You're still in your postpartum recovery period. Don't get out of bed and move around too much, otherwise it won't be good for your health. Everyone carried the babies inside and placed them beside Bai Susu. The 4 little tykes were sleeping soundly and peacefully, showing no signs of waking up anytime soon. This way, they'll be very easy to look after. Congratulations, host, for activating a quest. Settling the residence for the babies and the new mother. The reward is a quadruple stroller, quadruple baby crib, a set of 4 necklaces for the babies, and 4 cans of brain-developing formula milk. Bonus reward, a pair of couples pajamas, a pair of husband and wife bracelets, and a set of husband and wife necklaces. Good heavens, the system notifications were firing off one after another. I didn't expect so many rewards. All of these gifted items had special functions. As I read through the descriptions, I became even more excited in an instant. These items were so precious they couldn't be bought anywhere in the world. Many of them were even designed to protect lives. And then there were these other effects, each one of them enough to make anyone's heart race. Just bringing out one item would be enough to make everyone green with envy and fight for it. They truly were priceless treasures. As for those husband and wife rewards, Bai Susu and I had a set to use, and my parents also had a set to use. Especially that last set of husband and wife necklaces, it could help improve sleep, slow down the aging process, and protect the wearer from a life-threatening danger once. Isn't this absolutely perfect for my parents? With this husband and wife necklace set, I felt I could finally have some peace of mind. My parents' safety was guaranteed and they could even stay young and live longer, which was excellent for their health. Nothing could be more perfect than this. I hadn't even had the chance to properly show my filial piety, and now with these necklaces, I could feel at ease about my parents' health. A lot of regret stem from the fact that by the time we grow up, our parents have already grown old. Early the next morning, I went out. After all, these things couldn't just appear out of thin air. I had to find a plausible reason. When I returned, I was already downstairs, so I called my mom and asked her to come down and help carry everything up. With so much stuff, I couldn't possibly carry it all by myself. Thinking about it, I suddenly realized that I should probably get a car. That would be much more convenient. Whether it's for traveling or picking up rewards in the future, it would be a lot easier. Once I have some free time, I definitely have to go and pick out a car. Besides, I've had my driver's license for a long time. If I have a license but don't buy a car, I might be too afraid to get behind the wheel if I wait any longer. Before long, Mom came rushing downstairs. "Son, why did you buy so much stuff?" "A stroller, and even a crib too." Mom looked at the pile of items on the ground with a look of utter amazement. I smiled and said, "Mom, when your son takes action, everything is guaranteed to be fully covered. Isn't your son always reliable?" As I spoke, we carried the items into the house together. I examined the quadruple baby crib. The wood material didn't seem simple at all. It had a faint, pure fragrance when I sniffed it, and it felt incredibly smooth and warm to the touch. What kind of wood is this exactly? I felt deeply curious, so I silently asked the system in my mind. "System, what kind of wood is this?" "Host, this is golden phoebe wood, a type of wood specifically used by royalty." A mechanical voice echoed in my mind. I was instantly shocked the moment I heard it. "It's actually golden phoebe wood? This is a state-protected plant species." I felt like I had hit the jackpot. I didn't expect such high-quality material. I even wanted to have a bed made of this wood. What should I do? Too bad this is for my little ones. Surely an adult like me wouldn't compete with children? No matter how you put it, it wouldn't sound right. Thinking so, I immediately carried the bed into Bai Susu's room. The space here was very large, enough to fit this bed comfortably. All four sides had railings, to prevent the little ones from rolling off onto the floor. As soon as Bai Susu saw the bed, her eyes suddenly lit up. She stepped closer, then leaned in to take a sniff, her eyes filled with surprise and delight. This wood grain, this gentle fragrance, and the way it feels to the touch. This is exactly golden phoebe wood. "Yifan, this golden phoebe wood crib? Where did you get it from?" Bai Susu looked at me with her gorgeous face completely stunned. "You must know that this wood is extremely hard to find, almost impossible to buy even if you have the money." Previously, her grandfather had also wanted to buy a bed made of golden phoebe wood, but no matter what he did, he couldn't get one, precisely because the wood was so rare. Even to this day, her grandfather was still longing to find golden phoebe wood. Who would have thought that something her grandfather couldn't find for years, despite all his efforts, would appear right here in Yifan's hands? This was truly shocking. How on earth did he do it? A friend gave it to me. I wasn't particularly surprised. There would be plenty more of these things in the future anyway. No need to worry too much about it. Wasn't the system my friend after all? Bai Susu was a bit stunned. What kind of friend could be so generous as to give away golden phoebe wood like that? Then looking at my calm expression, was it because he didn't know its value, or because he truly didn't care about such precious wood? One must realize that many wealthy elite families are scouring everywhere for this wood. Some wanted it for beds, others for home furniture, but unfortunately, none could find any. Alright, it's just golden phoebe wood. There will be more in the future. You're currently in your recovery period, so don't get out of bed much. Go and lie down. I got this for the little ones. The 4 tykes will sleep here from now on. Saying so, I carried the 4 little darlings over myself and settled them all neatly in the crib. After finishing everything, I smiled with pure satisfaction. Bai Susu heard what I said and felt completely speechless. "What do you mean it's just golden phoebe wood? Bringing this out would definitely cause people to go crazy and fight over it. Even though this is only sized for children, it's still a priceless artifact." At this moment, I pulled out from my pocket an antique-style wooden box. When I opened the box, I saw 4 necklaces lying inside. No matter how you looked at them, the pendants were gorgeous. "Yifan, did you buy these for the children?" Bai Susu's eyes sparkled at that moment, her gaze filled with absolute adoration. Inside the transparent stone of the pendant was a small red stone, which looked quite mysterious. I bought them for the little ones, one for each child, to pray for their safety. I noticed the adoration in Bai Susu's eyes as well. Indeed, any woman would love such beautiful jewelry. Too bad these were all for my precious daughters. I took one of them and put it on the eldest, Yibing. The pendant suddenly gave off a soft flash of light, and a character appeared on the red stone inside. The character for Bing, which was exactly her name, Yibing. Witnessing this, I was instantly stunned. Clearly, this pendant was anything but ordinary. I then proceeded to put them on the second, third, and youngest child, and similarly, on each of their red stones, their respective names appeared. Congratulations, host, for completing the baby's name verification. Reward, Constitution +5, Appearance +3, Personal Charisma +3, Intelligence +5. Good lord, I even get attribute point bonuses? Isn't my luck just taking off like crazy? Bai Susu was staring at me intently now. She didn't understand why, but she felt I had suddenly become much more handsome, and even more charming. Then again, I was already at the school idol level, but now she felt that I seemed to generate a much warmer impression on people. But my facial features hadn't changed at all. Had they? Could it be a psychological illusion on her part? Oh right, Susu, I also bought some brain-developing formula for the babies. It's sitting outside. 4 cans in total. I heard the results are great, so I brought them home. Okay, I understand. They'll ask Auntie May to prepare it for them. However, a flicker of disappointment appeared in the depths of Bai Susu's eyes. He treated the children so well, but he seemed to have forgotten about her. After all, between the two of them, it was really only because of the babies that they had come this far. She felt she was being a bit too sensitive. Bai Susu, what on earth are you thinking? You and Ye Fan are impossible. Naturally, it was like that. I happened to catch that brief moment of disappointment in her eyes. I smiled gently, my gaze filled with tenderness. I knew right away this girl was feeling a bit jealous, seeing me give so many gifts to the babies. Susu, look at what this is. I stepped over to Bai Susu's side, and with a flick of my wrist, as if from nowhere, I pulled out another wooden box, this one slightly larger than the previous one. What is this? Bai Susu looked at the wooden box before her, asking with a hint of surprise, Is this also a gift for the children? I've never seen so many presents. I smiled mysteriously. Open it up and you'll see. Looking at her small, questioning face, I really wanted to reach out and give it a gentle pinch, but I was afraid of startling her, so I could only hold myself back. Bai Susu glanced at me, then slowly opened the box. Inside were 2 jade bracelets, both crafted from extremely rare purple jade. They were so beautiful she fell in love with them at first sight. This was the most beautiful set of jade bracelets she had ever seen. This was a pair, meaning it was a matching set, which could also be considered a couple's set. Thinking of this, Bai Susu's small face couldn't help but blush, though she quickly regained her composure. She hadn't expected Ye Fan wouldn't forget about her. After preparing gifts for the children, he had also prepared a gift for her. Suddenly, she felt a bit awkward and didn't know what to do. Why was he treating her so well? She had already made things so clear that there was no possibility for the two of them. Bai Susu really wanted to clarify things once more, but when she looked up and saw my gentle face, she suddenly felt she couldn't bear to do it. To bring up that topic at a time like this would surely ruin the mood, and it would make him feel hurt. Let me put it on for you. I took one of the jade bracelets and gently took her small hand. That fair, smooth hand made me feel a bit flustered. Wow, her hand really was so beautiful. At that moment, I thought I must soon make the mother of my children accept me. Such a wonderful, great beauty. I definitely can't let anyone else snatch her away. Bai Susu looked at the expensive gifts that I had given to the children and her, assuming I must have borrowed money to afford them, so she insisted on giving me her 1 million yuan to help me pay off the debt. Bai Susu looked at the pajamas placed before her, made of cream-colored silk, feeling incredibly sleek and soft to the touch. The material really was top-notch. But where did Ye Fan get so much money? She had been used to luxury since childhood, but she still felt these silk pajamas were much better than any she had ever worn before. Naturally, such good items certainly wouldn't be cheap. The stroller, the necklaces, and all the bracelets too. Everything cost a lot of money. With that much money involved, where on earth did this guy get it from? At this point, Bai Susu couldn't help but feel worried. Could Ye Fan have gone to loan sharks? If he really had taken out a loan, it would be like falling into a bottomless pit. Thinking about that, Bai Susu's heart grew even more anxious. If it wasn't a loan, she really couldn't imagine any other way he could have gotten so much money at once. No, she had to ask and get a clear answer about this. While it was still early, if the debt could be repaid, everything would be fine. The problem wasn't too big yet and could still be solved. She still had over 1 million yuan in her bank account. That should be enough to cover it, right, Ye Fan? Bai Susu called me from the bedroom. She felt that a matter like this really shouldn't be known by Auntie Ye. Otherwise, Aunt Ye will surely worry herself sick. It's best if only the two of us know about this. I was in the living room when I heard Bai Susu calling for me, so I immediately rushed inside. Could it be that she's feeling unwell somewhere? Susu, why is your face so pale? I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. Please close the door. I have something I want to tell you. Bai Susu looked at me with a face full of concern. All right, I'm closing the door now. I started to feel a sense of unease in my heart. A girl who is always incredibly cautious like Bai Susu, calling me in today and asking me to close the door, and wanting to talk so privately like this, something big must have happened. Could it be something about her family? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel tense. My heart seemed to tighten, and worry reflected in my eyes. Tell me, what exactly happened? I looked at Bai Susu, my voice a bit urgent. Bai Susu was stunned for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. Yifan probably didn't know she had already figured it out, but it's okay. As long as they face the difficulties together, they'll be fine. Yifan, actually, I know everything, so don't hide it from me anymore. Did you borrow money to buy all these things? There's more than 1,000,000 yuan in this card. Take it and pay off the debt. While saying this, Bai Susu stuffed the card into my hand. Even though this was money she had saved for a long time, when faced with a situation like this, she wouldn't think twice as long as the immediate problem was solved. Money is just an external thing. After all, if it's gone, we can find a way to earn it back later. I understand your devotion to the children. I've seen it all. I don't know if this amount is enough. Yifan, if it's still not enough, it'll find another way. We will definitely get through this. Bai Susu's eyes looked at me with determination. That's right, she could ask her parents or ask her grandfather for some, as long as she could find a reasonable excuse. I looked at the girl in front of me and was completely stunned. She was always worrying about everything for me, even giving me her last 1,000,000 yuan to go pay off my debts. To have such an incredible girl, I must have spent many lifetimes of good deeds to deserve this. Heaven has truly been too kind to me. In this life, I've decided that Bai Susu is the only one. I only need her, and I will never, ever let her down. My mother was right after all. Being able to meet such a wonderful girl is truly the blessing of 8 generations. In the beginning, I did everything for the sake of the children and my own responsibility, and of course, there was guilt too. After all, it was because of me that a girl of such talent and beauty ended up like this. So I wanted to make amends, to treat her well, and to give the children a happy home, which is why I realized Bai Susu is my true love. Of course, feelings had already begun to bloom, but at this very moment, I suddenly realized that I have truly fallen in love with this kind-hearted girl, Susu. In this life, I won't marry anyone but you. Don't ever hope to leave me in this lifetime. I only need you. Even though I don't know the reason why you haven't accepted me yet, I will work hard to make you accept me. Please promise me. I want to give you a truly grand wedding, sky-filling betrothal gifts just for you alone. Of course, if you don't believe me yet, it's okay. Words can be empty. I will prove it to you. Just wait for me. I spoke as if making a solemn vow, with extreme seriousness on my handsome face and an aura radiating from my eyes that couldn't be ignored. Bai Susu felt her whole body suddenly go stiff, her small face filled with astonishment, her eyes staring fixedly at me. The words this young man had just spoken had such a powerful impact on her. Who in this world could say such things? He said he wouldn't marry anyone but her. He said the extravagant gifts were only for her. And finally he told her to wait for him. Wait for a young man like him? Bai Susu, did you hear that? To say she wasn't moved would be a lie, but returning to reality for some reason at this very moment, she hated being born into a wealthy family like this. My money is all earned legitimately, so don't worry about anything. Please keep this money. With me here, even if the sky falls, I will carry the burden. Understand? I spoke while slowly standing up, reaching out to gently pat Bai Susu's head. The tenderness in my eyes seemed almost ready to overflow. In truth, I had wanted to do this for a long time, but I was a bit afraid of her reaction, so I didn't dare. This time, my wish was finally granted. I finally got to pat Susu's head. Her soft hair truly gave off such a warm feeling. I absolutely love this feeling. No wonder couples in love always like to pat their girlfriends' heads like this. You silly girl, don't get so touched that you cry. A girl's tears are as precious as pearls, and besides, if you cry, my heart will ache. Having said that, I stepped out of the room. Actually, I knew that doing this would make Bai Susu feel very awkward, but if I didn't speak up like that, how could she ever know my true intentions? Humans are like that. Sometimes you just have to be direct. My mother was standing in the living room watching me as I walked out. This boy, well done, son. You have the exact same style as your father did back then. Mother looked at her son, her eyes full of admiration. Very good, truly, my son. Mom, how could you eavesdrop like that? I laughed bitterly in helplessness. Good heavens, I was in there pouring my heart out, and yet you were standing outside the door listening? That's really too much. Are you really my biological mother? What's too much? Can't I listen a little? I am your mother, after all, and I was just worried about you two. I thought something had happened, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Instead, I got to hear this brat confess his love. It wasn't bad at all. Every word was enough to move someone to tears. My son has some real skills. As soon as I heard my mother's words, I burst out laughing immediately. See, that's my mother for you. Whenever she's displeased with me, she says I'm not her son, but as soon as I show some promise, she says I'm truly her son. My mother's personality is truly unpredictable. With a personality like this, my father must have had a hard time. I suddenly feel so sorry for him. Mom, you and Aunt Mai worked hard today. Let me cook this meal so everyone can taste my cooking. My skills are now at the level of a junior chef, so I'm sure I can satisfy you and everyone else. You just bought these pajamas, Mother said as she looked at the new pajamas placed before Bai Susu. The color and the feel are so lovely, it must be made of silk. Yes. Bai Susu was slightly stunned for a moment, then she looked at Mother and nodded in confirmation. It was a gift from Yifan, but she truly liked these pajamas. That's good. Very good. Yifan has finally learned how to care for his wife. He's making progress. Mother nodded with satisfaction. Truly, my darling son, Bai Susu seems to really like it. So let me go wash and hang them up for you. You can wear them once they're dry. It's better to wash newly bought clothes, after all. No one knows if these clothes have any dust or anything on them. I thank you, Auntie, Bai Susu replied sweetly. Since she currently couldn't touch cold water, she had to trouble Mother Yi, Aunt Mai, and Ye Fan to take care of her. You silly girl, I told you already. Don't be so formal with Auntie Ye. We'll all be family sooner or later. Mother patted the back of Bai Susu's hand, her eyes filled with affection. Mother truly adored this daughter-in-law to bits. Aunt Mai stood nearby, understanding clearly what questions she should and shouldn't ask, and she had no intention of prying further. Anyway, this family paid very well. She just needed to do her duty well. Aunt Mai looked at Bai Susu and said, Sister Yi, let me wash that. You just stay here and keep Miss Bai company. Miss Bai, do you have any other dirty clothes so I can wash them all at once? Yes, there are 2 sets in that wardrobe. Please trouble yourself to wash them for me, Aunt Mai. Admittedly, Aunt Mai was paid to care for her, while my mother cared for her out of love, so naturally she was a bit more formal with my mother. It's nothing, it's just my job. Saying so, Aunt Mai found the clothes and took them to wash. Even though there was an automatic washing machine, these kinds of clothes still needed to be separated, and some items had to be hand-washed. My dear, you've worked so hard. Mother looked at Bai Susu with great sympathy and said, Remember to eat plenty tonight. Yifan is cooking something delicious for you. That boy has truly changed so much. Back at home, he never lifted a finger to cook. I don't even know if his food is edible. I never saw him take cooking classes either, so how does he suddenly know how to cook? Maybe it's because after becoming a father, one becomes a different person. He must have secretly learned it somewhere behind my back. Auntie, please don't worry too much. Yifan is very thorough in everything he does. He won't do anything he's not sure of, so maybe his cooking is actually really good, Bai Susu said as she glanced towards the kitchen. Mother laughed and said, Look at you, just full of praise for him. Be careful or he'll get cocky. You shouldn't praise this boy too much. I'm just afraid a single word of praise will make him arrogant. Looking at Bai Susu's expression, it seems she still had a very good impression of Yifan. It looks like there's hope for them to become official. This boy truly has some skills after all. Auntie Ye, actually, about me and Yifan. Alright, I know everything already. You don't need to say anything more. You two can settle your own affairs, but as far as I'm concerned, you are already my daughter-in-law, and just like my own daughter. Mother immediately interrupted Bai Susu. She knew exactly what Bai Susu was going to say next. Actually, my mother wasn't that old-fashioned. What era are we in now? It's already the 21st century, no longer the time of our grandparents. She understood that very well. Soon after, everyone caught a rich aroma. It was the scent of delicious food. This fragrance was quite impressive, though the actual taste remained to be seen. Mom, Susu, Aunt Mai, let's go eat. I went to Bai Susu's bedroom and said with a smile, Today was the first time I officially showed off my cooking, so I couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and nervousness. I didn't know if they would like my cooking, but if it didn't turn out well, I could just keep studying and practicing. Besides, since this was a skill granted by the system, I still had a bit of confidence in my heart. We're coming, you silly boy. Let everyone taste your cooking. If it's not good, you'll have to eat it all by yourself. Mother laughed as she joked. The food is already set on the table. Try it before you say anything else. Susu, do you want to sit at the table or should I bring a bit of everything to the room for you? You idiot, let her eat in the room. What if she catches a draft outside? Mother looked at me with an expression of disapproval and said, Auntie, yeah, I want to eat with everyone. Yifan, could you help me close all the windows? Then it'll be fine for me to eat outside. She felt that eating alone in her room really took away the appetite. Food always tastes better when shared with everyone. As soon as I heard that, I immediately ran to close all the windows in the living room and even tightly shut the doors of all the other rooms, so there would be no gaps for any draft to enter. After sealing everything, I returned to the bedroom. I think to be safe, you should put on a thin jacket. All right? Bai Susu found a light jacket to wear and prepared to step out of the room. Susu, let me help you. I'm afraid your legs might still hurt after all. It's only been a few days since you gave birth. Is there something wrong with me? Bai Susu looked up at me with a bit of bewilderment. My legs feel normal, so why would they hurt? Truly strange indeed. Bai Susu thought for another moment, and her small face suddenly turned bright red. It seemed she had suddenly grasped my underlying meaning. You absolute pervert! Bai Susu was both angry and embarrassed, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of reproach. Susu, don't be angry! I'll stop talking about that then! I immediately hurried to swear. I swear I didn't have any other intentions. Honestly, I wasn't thinking anything inappropriate. Susu's small face was now both shy and angry, her cheeks puffing out a little, her beautiful eyes looking both resentful and huffy, making her look incredibly adorable. I gazed at Bai Susu's appearance, really wanting to reach out with a finger right away to poke those puffed-up cheeks of hers. She looked just like a little pufferfish, both naughty and exceptionally pretty. But in the end, I managed to restrain myself, fearing that if I did, Bai Susu would explode with rage, which wouldn't be good at all. I admit my mistake. I promise from now on, I won't dare to think random things anymore. Bai Susu gave me a cold snort, then she walked straight out. Both Aunt Yi and Aunt Mai were standing outside waiting for the two of us. We couldn't keep them waiting any longer. Seeing Bai Susu seated, I quickly showed my care. This is pigeon soup. Remember to drink plenty of it. It might help produce more milk for the babies. The first day we returned from the hospital, Bai Susu already started having milk. She just mentioned that the amount was still a bit low. Yes. As soon as Bai Susu heard me speak, her small face flushed red instantly. Goodness, how could this guy ask such a thing so naturally? He didn't look shy or embarrassed at all, while she felt her own face burning up with heat. My boy, you must work hard to earn money for the baby's milk. Now that you're a father, don't let Susu suffer. Do you hear me? Mom, please rest assured, I'll always have money for the baby's milk. Right now, after subtracting all previous expenses, I still have nearly 5 million yuan left. Ya fan, your cooking is truly delicious. Bai Susu sat nibbling on a rib, while constantly praising him. She thought she didn't have an appetite, yet she had already finished off 2 large bowls. If she wasn't afraid of gaining too much weight, Bai Susu would have probably eaten until she burst today. Seems this brat is quite capable after all. Mother looked at her son with pride. This flavor was truly among the best dishes she had ever tasted. Look at you, eating and getting stuff all over the corner of your mouth. Let me wipe it for you. With that, I pulled out a tissue, gently wiping away the food stain from Bai Susu's lip. This overly intimate act caused my mother to be immediately force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Yeah, fan, I really miss your father. My mother dropped a complaining remark, not expecting to be fed dog food. By her own son like this, it was not a pleasant feeling at all. Yi fan, I really want to take a bath. Just home from the hospital and Bai Susu was already asking to bathe. There was no other way. She just felt her own body smelled too unpleasant. Oh, you silly girl, you have to try to bear it a little. You shouldn't take a bath. It's only been a few days and you want to bathe. That'll make you susceptible to illness later on. My mother said while furrowing her brows tightly. It's only the 4th day. How could she bathe? Susu, you absolutely cannot bathe right now. You must at least wait until your postpartum recovery period is over before bathing. Aunt Mai also immediately chimed in with advice. But I feel so smelly. Everything feels sticky and greasy. It's incredibly uncomfortable. Bai Susu whimpered in a very self-pitying tone. She herself was disgusted by her own state, so what could be done? If she wasn't allowed to bathe, she feared she wouldn't be able to catch a wink of sleep tonight. Back at the hospital, she had already felt uncomfortable with herself. She had wanted to bathe so much then, but it wasn't convenient at the hospital. Now that she was home, she naturally wanted a quick bath. You can't bathe during postpartum recovery or wash your hair, and certainly no drafts. There are many taboos, but they are all for the sake of your health. Aunt Ye, Aunt Mai, and Yifan, please just let me bathe. I'll just use a towel to wipe down a bit. I'm seriously going crazy from the discomfort. I wanted to bathe back at the hospital. It was just inconvenient then. All right then, but you must remember not to wash your hair. If anything happens, just call me. I'll be waiting right by the bathroom door. I gave a helpless sigh, my eyes filled with worry. However, seeing Bai Susu looking so pitiful, I truly didn't have the heart to refuse her. What else could I do? With no other choice, I had to agree. Susu, remember only to wipe yourself down, use somewhat hot water, and absolutely whatever you do, don't wash your hair. Otherwise, you'll suffer from chronic headaches when you're older. My mother gave her one more worried warning. Don't worry, Auntie, I know, I won't wash my hair. Bai Susu replied happily. All right, let me get you some clothes to change into. Those pajamas are likely dry by now. It's been quite sunny this afternoon after all, Mother said as she hurried to collect the laundry. Actually, you don't need to stand guard at the door. I'll be quick. Bai Susu said softly, her face slightly flushed. Having someone standing outside felt a bit strange. Honestly, I'd rather go in and help you. I'm just worried you might slip and fall inside. I looked at Bai Susu's elegant face, my heart full of concern. My brows were furrowed so tightly it felt as if they could crush a mosquito. You pervert! Bai Susu's small face flushed with a rosy hue, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Her eyes grew even more startled. She didn't expect me to blurt out such abrupt words. I'm being serious, don't misunderstand. I'm just worried about you. Moving around is still a bit inconvenient for you. I mean, what if the floor is slippery or something? I don't want to see you suffer even the slightest injury. I I don't need your help, Bai Susu said as she hugged her clothes and walked straight into the bathroom. Her heart pounded incessantly in her chest, as if it were about to leap right out of her ribs. It's all that annoying Yi Fan's fault for causing this. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this state. She felt her cheeks burning. Sure, they were bright red by now. This guy is truly so annoying. Even though there had been a certain connection between them, it was merely an unintended accident. Furthermore, it happened while they were intoxicated, and most importantly, neither remembers a thing. Okay, remember to use somewhat hot water, and you absolutely must not wash your hair. Also, don't lock the door. I'll be right out here waiting. If anything happens, just give me a shout. I'll be there in an instant. You have to be careful. I'm certain she could hear my words. It's just that she tends to overthink things. What am I to do with her in the future? It's truly a headache. Besides, I'm clearly being honorable, simply worrying about her. How could she think of me that way? I, Yi Fan, am a dignified gentleman, having never done a single wicked thing. She seems to have a profound misunderstanding of me. It seems I'll have to find a way later on to explain everything clearly. My lifelong honor cannot just be ruined like this. But her appearance just now was truly beyond adorable. The more I think about it, the more my heart uncontrollably flutters. This is my wife, even though she hasn't been officially brought home yet. Bai Susu was grinding her teeth in anger at this moment. What kind of talk is that? What if anything happens, just give me a shout, as if hell really show up instantly. He really is a wicked man. Bai Susu's mind was still reeling from the words I had just said. Suddenly, she lost her footing and her foot slipped and she actually suffered a fall. A tragic scream suddenly rang out. My first instinct was to rush straight inside. My heart felt like it had leaped into my throat. Nothing must happen to my wife. Absolutely nothing. My slender hand immediately twisted the doorknob, and in the next second, I was about to push the door open. Don't come in here! Bai Susu let out a loud, panicked cry. Oh my god, if he rushes in right now, it would be so incredibly embarrassing. In her desperation, Bai Susu could only scream those words. All right, I won't come in. I'm just reaching in to turn off the light first, okay? Saying that, I slightly nudged the door open a crack, reaching inside to find the switch to turn the lights off. I knew exactly what Bai Susu was worried about. Once the lights were out, I wouldn't be able to see anything, so she would probably feel a bit less frightened. Wait for me for a moment. Don't move around. Be careful or you might fall again. My face was filled with restless anxiety. What should I do to fix this? Suddenly, an idea struck me. I ran straight back to my bedroom and came out clutching a thick, heavy blanket. I've turned off the lights, so don't worry, I can see anything at all. I also reached out and turned off the living room lights as well. I rushed in, wrapped Bai Susu tightly in the blanket, then swept her up in a princess carry, carrying her directly into my bedroom. My mother and Di Mai had just stepped out of the room, only to find the outside pitch black. My mother caught a glimpse of her precious son, carrying Bai Susu into his private room. Di Mai anxiously started to follow them, but my mother pulled her back. My mother shook her head slightly, signaling her, so the two of them went back into the room to look after Bai Susu's little ones. Let those two handle their own matters themselves. This was clearly a golden opportunity, so of course her son had to seize it well. Hey, well done, my dear son Yi Fan. What are you doing? Bai Susu wrapped the blanket tightly around her body, even burying her small face deep within its folds. At this moment, she didn't even dare to glance at me. Are you injured anywhere? Does it hurt? Should I take you to the hospital for a checkup? I asked with deep concern. I was truly terrified that something might happen to my wife. How could this girl be so incredibly careless? My heart was pounding with worry for you just now. How could you be so negligent? Just taking a bath turned out to be so dangerous. I don't know if you hurt yourself anywhere in the fall. I'm fine, really. There's no need to go to the hospital. But Bai Susu kept herself hidden under the blanket, not daring to look up at me. She felt so humiliated right now. To be honest, in all 19 years of her life, she had never felt this ashamed. She just wanted to find a hole and crawl into it. She never imagined she'd end up in such a ridiculous situation, let alone being wrapped in a blanket and carried out by me. Her pride had vanished in an instant, leaving her both frustrated and in a complete panic. She truly couldn't face anyone right now. Her anger was mostly at her own uselessness. This would surely become a dark stain on the history of Bai Susu's life. But what's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? Let me take a look. I gently patted the blanket with concern, using only the softest touch, fearing that any force would hurt Bai Susu or make her even more upset. It's nothing. I just feel so embarrassed. I can't even look anyone in the eye anymore. Wrapped in the blanket, Bai Susu began to sob piteously. You're such a silly girl. Only you and I know about this, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. I promise I won't tell anyone else, and besides, I'm not exactly a stranger, am I? Now, be good and stop crying. Let me check if you're hurt anywhere, so I can get some medicine for you. Hearing Bai Susu cry, my heart grew even more tangled and distressed, feeling as though my own heart was breaking. My dignity is completely gone. Wah. I'm so humiliated. I'm so useless. I'm just a mess. Bai Susu struggled to sit up, sitting there and sobbing uncontrollably, with the blanket still covering her head. I gently and carefully pulled back the blanket, the one draped over Bai Susu's head, revealing her lovely little head. Her graceful long hair was currently a bit disheveled, and her celestial face was now as red as a ripe fruit. Her eyes were also red from crying, her long curled lashes soaked with tears. She looked at me with tear-filled, resentful eyes, her small nose sniffing occasionally. Seeing her look so beautiful yet sorrowful, like a pear blossom in the rain, my heart truly ached to the point of breaking. It's okay, it was just an accidental mishap. Don't worry about it too much. No one will ever know about this. I promise I won't utter a single word to anyone. I pulled Bai Susu into a light embrace and comforted her gently. Stop crying, because if you keep crying, my heart will shatter right along with yours. To be honest, I'm actually a bit happy since Bai Susu was finally willing to show her most authentic and vulnerable side right in front of me. This proves that the distance between her and me is slowly but surely closing. This is truly a good sign. Susu, let me see if you're injured anywhere. My mother and Dai Mai haven't noticed yet. It won't be good if they find out later. I said this with a face full of concern. Could you go to the bathroom and get my pajamas for me? Because staying like this isn't very convenient. By the end, Bai Susu's voice had faded to a whisper, and she didn't even dare to look up at me. Surely this blanket had become quite dirty after being wrapped around her like that. What a troublesome mess. Bai Susu just wanted to scream at the sky to release all this overwhelming embarrassment. All right, wait for me a moment. With that, I let go of Bai Susu, then went to fetch her pajamas. Here are your pajamas. I'll go get the first aid kit. I saw bloodstains in the bathroom, so your fall must have been quite serious. Saying that, I stepped out of the room, not forgetting to close the door behind me. After retrieving the first aid kit, I gave the door a light knock. Susu, are you ready? Can I come in? I didn't dare just barge in. Of course I had to knock and ask first. It would be troublesome if I accidentally made my wife angry. Come in, Bai Susu said softly. Her peerless little face was still, tinged with a lingering blush, no doubt still feeling embarrassed about what happened earlier. These pajamas looked as if they were custom-tailored specifically to Bai Susu's measurements, fitting her perfectly. The moment she put them on, she felt a cool sensation against her skin, a feeling of immense comfort and ease. She wondered where on earth he had bought these pajamas, as the quality was simply superb. All right, come over here. Let me see where you're hurt so I can apply some medicine for you. With that, I sat down on the edge of the bed, on my knee and my elbow too. It's a bit. Saying that, Bai Susu gently rolled up her sleeve, revealing that her elbow had already begun to swell and redden. See, this is the consequence of being careless. Let's see if you'll dare to do it again. It's even starting to bruise here. Looking at the reddened elbow turning a shade of purple, my eyes were filled with reluctance and pity. At this moment, my heart felt incredibly pained. It was just like that saying, the wound is on her body, but the pain is deep within my heart. I carefully applied the medicinal oil for her. Does it hurt? No, it doesn't. Bai Susu gave a soft smile, and in that moment it felt as if 100 flowers had bloomed, leaving me dazed for a second. Bai Susu was very well behaved. She stopped moving, simply sitting there silently watching me apply the medicine. In this instant, the entire world seemed to consist only of the two of us, to the point where I could clearly feel every heartbeat and each other's warm breath. In truth, looking closely like this, Ye Fan really is quite handsome. With skin so fair, sword-like brows, and eyes as bright as stars, his facial features were refined to the point of near perfection. He was truly captivating when he was focused on his work. Bai Susu couldn't help but feel shy. Her heart began to beat at an unusual pace. What's wrong with me? Why am I having this strange feeling? Could it be? No, absolutely not. I absolutely cannot develop feelings for him. It's impossible between the two of us, and if I were to fall for Ye Fan, it would be no different from pushing him into danger. All right, let me check your knee as well. After speaking, I looked up at Bai Susu and said softly, let me apply some hydrogen peroxide first. Try to bear with it for a moment. It might sting just a little bit. It's fine, I've even given birth to children. This tiny bit of pain is nothing at all. Bai Susu spoke softly in a reflective tone. There seemed to be something a bit unusual in her eyes. All right. I took out the bottle of hydrogen peroxide, soaked a cotton swab with the solution, and gently dabbed it onto her wound. Every single movement of mine was incredibly measured and gentle. From the bottom of my heart, I felt immense pity for Bai Susu, but I just didn't know how to put it into words. The look Bai Susu just gave me made me feel a bit restless deep within my soul, because that gaze was so unfamiliar it made him feel a little bit afraid. I wonder what Bai Susu was actually thinking just now. Once the medicine was applied, I carefully used medical gauze to lightly bandage it for her to prevent her clothes from rubbing against the wound later. It's done, remember not to let it get wet. Yes. Thank you. Bai Susu spoke slowly. Her gaze seemed to be avoiding something. She didn't dare to look me straight in the eye. My heart suddenly tightened with a sharp pang of pain. I gave a slightly forced smile and reached out to gently stroke Bai Susu's head. Let me brush your hair for you, since it's also a bit messy now. Bai Susu's slender body gave a slight tremble, but she didn't pull away. I don't know why, but he felt an indescribable, strange sense of safety. Yes. Before Bai Susu could even gather her thoughts, the word of agreement had already escaped her lips. Taking it back now wouldn't be very good, so she had no choice but to go along with it. Just sit still here so I can braid your hair neatly. It'll be much more convenient for anything you do. Braiding it will keep it very tidy, and it won't get messy so easily. Yes, whatever you think is best is fine. Bai Susu didn't have any further objections. In any case, she'd do whatever was convenient, and besides, she's still in the postpartum recovery period, so she didn't have the energy to worry about whether she looked beautiful or not. I cherished the long strands of hair in my hands, my eyes overflowing with gentle affection. If only time could stop forever at this infinitely warm moment. To make taking the babies out more convenient, I decided to go out and buy a car today. I had just stepped foot in front of a car showroom when a young, beautiful girl smiled and walked toward me. She looked to be quite young. Hello, sir. How should I address you? If you'd like to look at cars, please come inside. The salesgirl looked at me with a smile and said, making a very polite gesture of invitation. She had actually only been on the job for exactly 3 days, and in those 3 days, she hadn't served a single customer. That's why the moment she saw me enter, she noticed me immediately and didn't hesitate to hurry over and greet me. The other female staff nearby also saw me, but one look at the clothes I was wearing, and they immediately lost all interest in serving me. Someone wearing cheap market clothes like that, how could they possibly afford a decent car? Yes, thank you. My surname is Yi. I'm not quite sure yet which car would be best to buy. Mostly I'm just looking to see which one catches my eye and feels right. Anyway, this is the first car of my life, so money isn't really that important to me. The most important thing is the initial feeling I get when I look at it. I still have nearly 5 million yuan in savings in my bank card after all, so buying a car is as easy as turning over my hand. The incident with Bai Susu's fall yesterday still left me shocked and terrified. If anything had really happened to her, it would be terrible if I couldn't get her to the hospital in time. Mr. Ye, let me go get you a glass of water first, the salesgirl said as she walked away happily. After all, this was the first customer she had managed to serve today. Xiao Li, look at how that person is dressed. At most, he can only afford some crappy budget car. So your eye for judging people is still quite poor. You need to keep training a lot more to get better. Knowing how to see a person's true nature is an academic subject in itself. One of these days we'll give you a proper course on it. The slightly older woman standing nearby had a face full of clear contempt. If he can afford a budget car, that's already something. So why bother pouring him water? He's probably just here to look for fun. He can't even afford to buy anything. There's no point in serving him. Sister Than, I understand. Thank you. Xiaoli replied humbly and then left with the glass of water. She didn't think about it that much, since anyone who walks through the door is a customer, and everyone should be served the same. It's fine if they don't buy anything, but it's even better if they do. Isn't that what the service industry is for? Mr. Ye, please have some water, Xiaoli said as she came over to me. I nodded, took the paper cup, and thanked her. Looking at the array of cars before me, it seemed I had set my sights on that Wu Huan brand model. This one was Matigray, a sedan. Could you tell me a bit about this one? I looked at the Wu Huan car in front of me, my eyes showing clear interest. Sir, this is this year's latest Wu Huan 7 model, worth 700,000 yuan. This is the most beautiful car from this brand. The performance of this car is also very good. The driver and passenger seats are very spacious, and furthermore, the car can automatically recognize routes and can drive itself safely. She had only been working for 3 days, so all of this was what she had memorized. If she had to introduce it any deeper, she'd be at a loss. Great, I'll take this one then. I nodded and said decisively, I really liked this car. The spark of attraction at first sight is hard to describe. When you like it, you just like it. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this model? Xiaoli asked again with joy. One must know that this was her very first order, and this car was worth 700,000 yuan. If she actually sold this one, her commission would certainly not be small. Take it, and please process the paperwork quickly. We'll just swipe the card directly. I pulled out my bank card and said, I wanted to go home early to take care of the kids, so I couldn't waste too much time here. Yes, of course, please come over to this counter. I'll go get the contract and relevant documents right away. With that, Xiaoli hurried away. Looking at the girls retreating back, I smiled, then looked at the bank card in my hand, and slowly walked to the counter to wait. Very quickly, Xiaoli came back with the card machine, took my card, and gave it a decisive swipe. Seeing the successful payment notification, Xiaoli grew even more excited. I finally sold a car. This is absolutely wonderful. Hello, sir, please come into the office over here. Our procedures take a little bit of time to process. Please have some tea and rest for a moment. At this time, the sales manager also followed, as he had witnessed everything that had just occurred. This young man actually paid for the car in full. He really is a big customer. Nowadays, people who pay 7 or 800,000 yuan all at once without even blinking an eye are truly rare. All right, thank you. I followed the man in the suit into the office, and Xiaoli went to make tea again. Mr. Ye, do you have your ID card with you since I need to use it for a bit? Xiao Li had finished pouring the tea by now, placed it in front of me, and continued. I have it. Here you go. Could you please make it quick? I'm in a hurry, thank you. I pulled out my ID card and handed it to Xiao Li. Yes, of course, mister. Yeah, please wait for a moment. I'll do it as fast as possible, Xiao Li said and then left with the ID card. The sales manager here looked at me, his eyes full of admiration. Such a young person who could already pay up front for a 700,000 yuan car is truly impressive. Dressed so simply like this, he must be the eldest son of some big family. Mr. Ye, are you still in university? You look very young to me, the sales manager said with a smile. I'm not young, I'm an adult. But yes, I am in university. I nodded. I am a grown adult, so I'm not some little kid anymore. Truly, you are young and talented. The sales manager looked at me and nodded repeatedly. This young man is quite something, not arrogant or impatient, making him very likable. You flatter me, I said with a smile. Where on earth am I talented? This is all thanks to the system. If I hadn't activated the system, how could I have achieved such success? I remember only a week ago, I was being called a poor loser by my ex-girlfriend, Liu Ruyan, who even wanted to dump me. And yet a week later, the current ME has truly changed so much. Sir, just sign here and we're all done. This license plate is only temporary, so when the official plates arrive, you'll need to drop by once to have them installed. Xiao Li came in holding the contract and said, and I thanked her in response. I scribbled my name a few times, took the contract and walked outside, got into the car, and prepared to start the engine and leave. The salesperson who was going to teach Xiao Li how to judge people now had eyes full of disbelief. How could he possibly have the money to buy a car of this level? He felt that it was precisely because of his habit of being self-righteous and looking down on others that caused him to lose a big order, and now even if he regretted it to the point of hitting his own thigh, it would be too late. Since this was my first ever car, I was naturally filled with immense excitement. Furthermore, I also really liked this car, so I intentionally drove 2 laps across the big bridge before finally returning home. As soon as I walked in, I saw my mother and Demai chatting. You're back, son. Dinner is all ready. We were just waiting for you, Mother said immediately as she saw me return. Yes, I bought a car today to make traveling more convenient from now on. I also bought some more things. I'm going in to see Susu and the little ones now. With that, I set the things down in the living room and walked toward the bedroom. Susu and the children are all sleeping, so keep it down, my mother advised. Clearly, she didn't pay any mind to the fact that I said I bought a car. She probably thought I just bought an electric bike. Don't worry, Mother. I nodded, then carefully opened the bedroom door and stepped inside, only to find 1 adult and 4 little ones all sleeping. It looked so incredibly sweet. I don't know why, but every time I go out and return, the first thing I want to do is see the children and Susu. Only when I see them does my heart truly feel at peace. You're back? I originally planned to wait for you to eat together, but somehow I ended up falling asleep. Bai Susu slowly woke up, saw me sitting by the bed, and sat up to speak. You? Why didn't you call me when you got back? I don't know how long he'd been sitting here, but it's a good thing I'm a light sleeper, since even a small sound can wake me up, as sleeping lightly has already become a habit. It's okay. Did I wake you up? If you're still sleepy, then sleep a bit more, I said gently. No, I only closed my eyes for a moment. You must be hungry, right? Let's go eat. It's already this late. You must be very hungry. To tell the truth, I'm feeling a bit hungry too. All right, let's go eat. As I spoke, I grabbed Bai Susu's slippers and personally helped her put them on. By the time Bai Susu could react, the slippers were already on. For some reason, her heart began to beat a little faster. This guy, why is he so incredibly thoughtful, making her mind go into a total mess? It was the first time a man had ever put shoes on for her, and this feeling made her a bit panicked, but mostly it was a sense of warmth. But this guy, no matter how you look at him, he's always just so incredibly gentle. Let's go. I held out my hands, looking at Bai Susu with serious eyes. I was waiting for Bai Susu to respond to my gesture. Bai Susu looked at those slender hands. I really wanted to place my hand on it, but she managed to hold back. She leaned against the edge of the bed to stand up. I smiled and pulled my hand back, a hint of disappointment flashing deep in my eyes. It's fine, we still have a lot of time ahead of us anyway. I believe I can eventually earn Susu's approval. When we both walked into the living room, my mom and Aunt Mai had already finished setting the table, a sumptuous meal that made one's mouth water just by looking at it. Hurry up and eat, Susu. Make sure to eat a lot, my mom said as she quickly ladled a bowl of pork trotter soup for Bai Susu. Someone in postpartum recovery needs to drink plenty of soup to nourish the body. That's right, eat a little more, you've gotten thinner. I also placed a piece of rib on Bai Susu's plate and said, I had noticed last time, this girl really likes eating ribs. Eating this much? I'm really afraid that by the end of the month, I'll turn into a fat pig. Bai Susu said with a smile, her eyes overflowing with tenderness. She hadn't seen much of a change in herself yet, but if she keeps eating like this, then in another month, there's no guarantee she won't get fat. She doesn't want to become fat at all. Don't worry, no matter how fat you get, you'll always be the goddess in my heart. I will never look down on you. I smiled at Bai Susu. I love her more than anything, so how could I ever mind if she got fat? This girl is just too adorable. Oh goodness, if I get fat I'll be so ugly. Even I would hate myself. Bai Susu looked at me, pouting slightly in a coquettish way. What is this guy even talking about? What does he mean? I'll still be his goddess if I get fat, and he said he won't look down on me either. Even if I really do get fat, you're still not allowed to look down on me. If you dare say one bad thing about it, I'll teach you a lesson. Yes, I really have to discipline him. Good health is what matters most. Besides, Susu is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Aunt Mai has worked for quite a few families, but this is the first time she's seen such a beautiful lady of the house. The girlfriends of my son that I've seen were quite alright, but if compared to Bai Susu, it's really like night and day. There's no comparison. But Aunt Mai is already satisfied. As long as my son doesn't end up a bachelor for life, then I'll be more than grateful to the heavens. After finishing the meal, my mom spoke up. Son, your father is urging me to come home, but I've already found an excuse to stay. I'll wait until Susu's postpartum recovery is over before I head back. At that time, don't you dare take advantage of my absence to bully Susu. I know, Mom. When you head back to the village, let me drive you there. I've already bought a car. It'll be much more convenient. Isn't buying a car supposed to make things easier? Besides, I also want to go back and visit Dad for a bit. I just heard you say you bought a car. So what brand did you buy? I just didn't have the chance to ask earlier. Now that it's mentioned, Aunt Mai is also very curious. What kind of car could he possibly buy? Is it a two-wheeled one? If you drive me, I'd be even more worried. I'll just catch a bus back when the time comes. My mom waved her hand, speaking quite dismissively. Mom, don't look down on your son like that. I bought a real four-wheeled one, I replied with a smile. My mom was so shocked she stood up abruptly. Where did my son get the money to buy a car? This little brat dared to secretly buy a car behind my back. How could such a major thing not be discussed with me even for a second? A four-wheeler must cost at least tens of thousands of yuan, or are you just joking? What exactly has my son been up to? Where did he get tens of thousands of yuan from? Could it be that this boy has secretly done something wrong? Thinking of this, my mom grew even more anxious, even starting to feel a sense of dread in her heart. It's true, Mom, a four-wheeled car. Please sit down first, so I can explain it to you slowly. Look at you. Are you really that scared? It's just buying a car after all. Do you really need to be that surprised, Mom? But I had already prepared an excuse a long time ago. Fine. You better explain it clearly, otherwise I'll be so worried I won't be able to eat or sleep. Mom saw that I seemed quite calm, so she couldn't help but relax a little bit. I followed a friend to do a little business, actually. I followed him to buy some lottery tickets. His parents are professionals in the field, so that's how I made some money. He transferred the money to me yesterday. Besides, it's just buying a car. You don't have to be so surprised, Mom. The babies filming commercials have already earned hundreds of thousands, haven't they? Of course, I haven't touched any of that money. I've saved it all up. My lying skills are so good, even I am impressed by myself. Can you really make money from buying lottery tickets? That would be incredibly lucky. You're not lying to me, are you? Mom looked at me with a suspicious face. Auntie, I know about this too. The lottery really does depend on luck. Bai Susu spoke up to help me at this moment. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but her intention to help me is genuine. Alright, if Susu says so, then I believe it. So tell me, how much money did you win? Mom looked at me curiously and asked. Well, it's not that much. Basically, it's temporarily enough to cover expenses. About a few million yuan. I shrugged nonchalantly, speaking in a very casual tone. My mom was stunned on the spot. Did she hear that correctly? Mom walked up to me, reached out and felt my forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? How can you be talking such nonsense? A few million yuan and you say it's not much, and that it's just enough for expenses. You haven't gone crazy from craving money, have you? Winning several million yuan from a lottery ticket? She simply could not believe this, and Bai Susu looked at me, her small face filled with astonishment. Naturally, she also found it a bit hard to believe. Could someone really win several million yuan from the lottery? The odds of that must be 1 in 100 million. She felt that this was a bit too far-fetched. Everyone, look at this. I still have the notification for the car purchase right here. With that, I immediately opened my phone, found the message and showed it to my mom. Of course, Bai Susu and Aunt Mai also gathered around to look. They all stared intently at the phone. When they saw the message on the screen, they were all completely dumbfounded. This whole thing felt like a dream. Ye Fan, are you telling the truth? Bai Susu looked at me with a worried expression and asked, Of course, there are no outsiders here right now. It's just the two of us, and the 4 little ones. So she still couldn't help but ask again out of concern. I also understood what Bai Susu was implying, so I gave a slight nod. What's wrong, don't you trust me? There wasn't a trace of anger on my face, only pure tenderness. I knew Bai Susu was worried about me, which is why she had to ask like that one more time. Has this silly girl still not realized her own feelings? If there were no feelings between us, then why would she be so worried about me? and always thinking so considerately for me in everything. This is truly a very encouraging sign. No, I'm just feeling a little bit worried. Bai Susu looked at me with eyes full of concern. She was truly feeling very anxious. It wasn't a matter of whether she believed me or not. Besides, does it even matter whether she believes it? She just felt that I must definitely have some secret that I couldn't tell her yet. She just wanted to show me the minimum amount of respect. When the time comes, I will surely tell her myself. Silly girl, I'm perfectly fine. You have to trust your future husband. How could such trivial matters bother me? Besides, I'm actually quite capable, you know. I spoke while gently patting Bai Susu's head. You're talking nonsense again. Bai Susu's eyes glistened after hearing me speak, and her small face blushed. This guy really has no shame at all daring to say something like that. What future husband? It's way too early for that. I and my family haven't even recognized you yet, and you're already wanting to be my husband. How can that be? But why is my heart racing like a panicked deer, even feeling a bit of anticipation for the future? I'm not talking nonsense. Look, we already have the babies. Can your family really tear us apart? I've told you, even if we were really separated, would you have the heart to leave me and the children? I'm such a great catch. Could you really bear it? I believe that I will definitely make it. I am working hard for it right now. I won't let you lose face in front of your family. I will make them all admire you for having such a good husband. Every word I spoke was powerful, deeply resonating within Bai Susu's heart, leaving behind a profound impression. Since when did this guy become so eloquent? He speaks so well that even I feel moved. It's true I can't bear to leave the babies. Not being able to leave you is a lie. Bai Susu rolled her eyes. This guy's skin is really thick, saying such embarrassing things with such conviction. I'm the father of the babies after all. So not wanting to leave the babies means not wanting to leave me too, right? Stop being so stubborn. I know everything. You're just putting up a tough front. I've seen right through you, classmate Bai Susu. You've been caught. I smiled at Bai Susu and gently pinched her nose. So adorable. This wife is all mine. Stop talking nonsense. You're the one who's stubborn as a mule. But why am I only now realizing that you're the world champion of being thick-skinned? Bai Susu's grumpy face flushed slightly. Thank you for the compliment, my wife. I humbly accept it. I snapped out of it, my eyes filled with laughter. No matter what Bai Susu said, I just kept going along with it. Being gentle with my future wife, isn't that perfectly normal? Pfft, you guy, do you really think I'm complimenting you? Bai Susu suddenly burst into laughter. This guy is truly a piece of work. Why didn't I notice that before? Without knowing it, Bai Susu felt that her heart had changed a little. It was no longer as rigid as it was at first. It seemed like she was caring more and more about me. Is this ultimately a good thing or a bad thing? Thinking back to the words I spoke earlier, she felt they were very true. It's just that her family members are really difficult to deal with. Will he be able to do it? What if he fails? She doesn't want to place all her expectations on my shoulders because if everything ultimately ends up being just a dream, then they will be the ones who suffer the most, knowing that without hope, there will be no disappointment. Is something wrong? I looked at Bai Susu, who was smiling one moment and suddenly frowning the next. This girl was just fine a second ago. Why did her expression suddenly turn so sour? Yifan, honestly, if you really want my family to accept you, it's going to be extremely difficult. Because my family members are very hard to deal with, and they are incredibly pragmatic and money-grubbing. Of course, with the exception of my grandfather, even my parents are people who... How difficult, how pragmatic can they be? That's what makes it a challenge. How could someone like me, Yifan, be afraid? For you, and for our children, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I must charge through it at least once. At this very moment, an unyielding and uncompromising aura emanated from my entire body, leaving Bai Susu slightly dazed. By the time I came back to my senses, I saw Bai Susu's small face staring at me blankly, her eyes wavering with some kind of emotion. In any case, I couldn't quite understand it. Have you really made up your mind? Bai Susu looked at me and sighed softly. Actually, she really wanted to say, Yifan, just give up. But she swallowed the words back down, unable to utter them in the end. Bai Susu, what on earth are you thinking? Of course, for you and the children, naturally, I have to fight with all my might. My eyes held a powerful sense of confidence. In fact, as far as I was concerned, I already had the system in my hands, which was basically a golden ticket. What would I ever have to fear? Bai Susu's family might be pragmatic and greedy, but with this system, as long as I worked hard to complete the tasks, then wouldn't money and status be a piece of cake? Yeah, Fan, you really don't have to be like this. I know you've had to take very difficult steps. Honestly, my heart feels very uneasy. But since things have come to this point, there's no other way anymore. Bai Susu let out a sigh, glanced at the babies, her eyes filled with heartache. There was no other choice. Retreat was impossible. They could only endure everything and charge forward. So you have to trust me. I looked at Bai Susu with fiery eyes. Silly girl, since you have me and the children here, even if the sky falls, it'll be here to bear the weight. Susu, wait until your postpartum recovery is over, and we'll take care of the children ourselves. If you want to return to school and continue your studies, that's fine too. I spoke slowly at this point. I knew Bai Susu valued her education very highly. As for Aunt Mai, I was planning not to keep her once the postpartum month was over. After all, my secret was very sensitive. You can know a person's face but not their heart. What did you say? I can return to school? Bai Susu looked at me in shock, unable to believe her ears. In truth, she had considered this before. She really did care about her studies after all. It's just, if she went to school, who would take care of the babies? Leaving them entirely to a monthly nanny was out of the question, and she wouldn't feel at ease hiring a babysitter either. Not to mention many nannies nowadays are very harsh with children, especially since the babies are still so tiny, which made her even more worried. She didn't expect me to tell her to return to school and continue her education. That would mean I'd have to take care of the babies myself. Then what about my own studies? What parent wouldn't want their child to graduate smoothly and then find a really good job? It was a very natural concern. Me doing this really made her very anxious. Does Auntie Yi know about this? What would happen if she found out? Through my mother's words, Bai Susu knew the relationship between me and my father wasn't great. If this ever reached my father's ears, wouldn't everything just fall apart? Of course, I know you love learning. I can look after the babies, study on my own, and then just go and take the exams. It won't be an issue. Naturally, if you feel I'm working too hard, you can come home and help me when you don't have classes. We can just raise the babies together. I'm planning not to hire any outsiders from now on. What do you think about getting 2 robot stewards instead? Bai Susu was once again taken aback. How did I even think of that? She felt that my idea was actually quite perfect and there was nothing wrong with it. A robot steward taking care of infants, would that really be okay? She'd heard of robots that only knew how to clean houses, but as for childcare, she had never heard of such a thing. Even among powerful families, she had never heard of this approach before. Are there really robots like that? I think your idea is really great, but does such a robot actually exist? Bai Susu spoke while laughing. After thinking for a moment, I decided to give her a hint. Yes, I'm already looking into that sector. I smiled with a sense of relief, looking like someone who had found the solution. Bai Susu was a bit surprised, but then she gave a helpless smile. Never mind, after all, it's all for the sake of the babies. But since when did Yifan have friends like this? It seems like his social network is quite impressive. Regarding going back to school, can I really just go back? Bai Susu asked somewhat hesitantly. Of course, if you want to go, then go. You still have me behind you, after all. I am your strongest support. I patted my chest, my smile brighter than ever. Thank you, Yifan. Bai Susu reached out and hugged me, burying her small face in my chest. At this moment, she felt a sense of absolute security. She felt as though she were about to lose her rationality. What should she do? I caught the light, fresh scent, clinging to Bai Susu, which made me start to feel a sense of longing. This girl had finally, gradually, stopped being so guarded against me. It was wonderful. This made me see a glimmer of hope. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed just like that. Today was the baby's full-month celebration. Naturally, we didn't invite many people. Zhao Xiaoqin had come acting as an uninvited guest along with a few members of my family. There were only 5 of us celebrating together. My father still didn't know the actual situation, so we couldn't be there. I didn't expect these 4 little ones to look even more adorable than before. Yifan, you've really reached the pinnacle of your life. Zhao Xiaoqian looked at me and Bai Susu, his eyes full of admiration. When would he ever get to have a life like this? Sigh, never mind. It's true that comparing yourself to others only makes you miserable. He's the same age as I am, yet I already have a wife and children, while he's still a long-time single dog. They're my children. Of course they have to be beautiful. You better hurry up too. By the way, how are things at school? Great. And I haven't been talking nonsense either. Nobody at school knows about this. Sister-in-law's reputation is still perfectly fine. Zhao Xiaoqian is a very discreet person. As for Bai Susu's business, what he knew, only he knew. He never went around spreading rumors at school. Therefore, everyone assumed that campus idol Bai Susu had taken a leave of absence for some other reason. Yeah, thank you. All right, let's sit down and eat. I'm truly happy that you could come here. I looked at Zhao Xiaotian and said, of course I had to come. We're good brothers after all. Zhao Xiaotian replied with a chuckle. The full month of a close brother's children means I naturally have to be present. Not coming would be disrespectful to our bond. Yes, Xiaotian, hurry up and eat. I'm also very glad you could make it. My Yifan doesn't have many close friends, so please continue to support each other from now on. Mom spoke as she placed a chicken drumstick into Zhao Xiaotian's bowl. This boy, Xiaotian, has been to our house before. Moreover, he's been my classmate since high school, which is why the bond between us is particularly close. She was well aware of all these things. Please don't worry, Auntie. Yifan and I will definitely be good brothers for life, Zhao Xiaotian said while patting his own chest. I have always been a person who values loyalty, something that Zhao Xiaotian also understands very well. Therefore, having a brother like me, he also felt very honored and joyful. Everyone shared the meal together, and nobody drank any alcohol. Because Zhao Xiaotian still had classes in the afternoon, so drinking would not be a good idea at all. I also needed to keep a clear head to take care of the babies. After the simple meal, Zhao Xiaotian immediately returned to school. I was in the kitchen washing the dishes. Bai Susu quietly walked in. Yifan, Zhao Xiaotian tucked red envelopes for the babies. I just opened them and saw there was a full 500 yuan. The moment I discovered this, I came right away to tell you. This Xiaoshan guy doesn't have much money to spare, yet he still didn't forget the full-month gift for the children. He's truly a thoughtful person. Just keep it. If we try to return it, he will definitely get angry. I let out a soft sigh. Congratulations, host. The children have reached their full month. Special reward. Shares of the Truong N Group, ranking among the top 100 leading enterprises nationwide with 20% equity ownership. Host will officially become the third largest shareholder of the group. At that moment, my hands, which were washing dishes, suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. What is going on? Is this a reward from the system? Why does this feel so different? What exactly is this Truong N Group that's in the top 100 leading enterprises anyway? How did I suddenly become the third largest shareholder? Yifan, what's wrong with you? Bai Susu saw me dazed like that and couldn't help but call out in worry. She had just seen my hands trembling. Was something happening to me? Why was I having such a strange reaction? It's nothing. What could possibly be wrong with me? Hurry and go get some rest. I'll finish washing these dishes right away. Even though your postpartum month is over, you still need to be careful with your health. Yes, if anything happens, you must tell me. I will definitely do my best to help you. Bai Susu looked at me with a worried expression. She observed me for a few seconds, seeing that I seemed to be fine. Only then did she turn away to take care of the children. At this moment, an indescribable joy welled up in my heart. Quickly finishing the dishes, I immediately took out my phone to look up information about this Truong N Group. Sitting on the sofa, I intently read the introduction to Truong N Group. Being one of the top 500 global corporations, this truly made me feel like I had just hit the jackpot. This isn't something that a few million yuan from the system could compare to. This is actual ownership of shares in a massive corporation, and it's 20% of the total shares at that. Its development potential is truly enormous. At this moment, I truly feel that I now have the status and courage to face Bai Susu's family. I can now be considered to have a solid standing. For an enterprise of this scale, with 20% of the shares in my hand, its value must be at least tens of billions of yuan. Now, I truly feel like a wealthy man. This is wonderful. Such a fantastic stroke of luck has finally fallen into my lap. It feels like I'm in a dream, so much so that I'll probably wake up smiling in my sleep. Tonight's dreams will surely be incredibly sweet. To share the burden with Bai Susu, I've decided to use robots to help with the childcare. My mother has to return to the countryside tomorrow, and Auntie Mai is leaving tomorrow too. I'll go buy 2 robots first thing tomorrow morning. Of course, I won't tell her that these robots were actually gifted by the system. Of course, whenever you want to go back to school to finish your studies, I will definitely support you. Actually, it's not a big deal. Universities already allow students to marry and have children anyway. Yifan, about this? Thank you so much. It's so good to have you by my side. Bai Susu took the initiative to reach out and hug me. Being able to return to her alma mater, deep down, Bai Susu still felt incredibly moved and excited. I'm so good to you, so why haven't you hurried up and fallen for me yet? If another woman gets there first, you won't have any tears left to cry then. You really have a silver tongue, don't you? Bai Susu gently pushed me away, clenching her small fist to punch me lightly on the chest, her face showing a clear expression of pouting and sulking. This guy actually dared to tease her. He's truly wicked beyond words. How come she hadn't realized I was like this before? It's true what they say, women are good at using makeup to hide, and men are extremely good at disguising themselves. So what if I'm a bit wicked? But I still need to take things slow, otherwise I'll scare Bai Susu away. Look, her little face is blushing so hard, isn't she just too adorable? While she was still dazed, I boldly kissed Bai Susu on the cheek with a loud smack, and then immediately ran off. Wow, that feeling was truly wonderful. The emotion at that moment was absolutely magical. This was the first time I had kissed a girl while being completely sober and conscious. Back when I was dating Liu Ruyan, I hadn't even held her hand, let alone anything like a kiss. That woman basically never allowed me to touch her. As for Bai Susu, she just stood there frozen, blankly watching me run away. By the time she regained her senses, her small face turned even more red and hot, looking as if blood might seep from her thin skin the next second. This guy really has some nerve, daring to kiss me so openly like that. Bai Susu felt her cheeks burning. It seemed she could still feel my warm breath lingering there. This made her heart beat, thumping repeatedly like a panicked deer, and her breathing became more rapid as well. For some unknown reason, deep down, she didn't feel any disgust toward that action. On the contrary, she seemed to be feeling a bit of secret joy. What is wrong with me? Why would I have such thoughts? It feels like an indescribable sweetness is rising in my heart. Oh no, could I be falling ill? How can I have such strange emotions? She quietly watched my figure as it disappeared from sight. Bai Susu was slightly dazed. Have I really fallen in love with him? Very soon after, I told my mother and Bai Susu to get ready. After changing, the whole family went downstairs. We had to take the babies for their 1-month photo shoot. When Bai Susu saw that car of mine, her small face flashed with a look of surprise. She already knew about me buying the car, but she couldn't go out while recovering from childbirth, so she hadn't seen the new car I bought. Until now, she finally got to see it with her own eyes. This car is so beautiful. The design looks extremely majestic, and it's even a Mangu Huan brand. Susu, do you know about cars? What do you think of this car? I think it looks just average, a car over 700,000 yuan, and yet it doesn't seem like anything special. My mother looked at the car and said while frowning, in her eyes, this car was no different from any ordinary car, just a means of transportation. But since her son liked the car and had already bought it, she let it be. After all, it wasn't her money being spent. Auntie, this car is very good. Both the performance and appearance are excellent, and I've also heard that its safety rating is very high. Bai Susu touched the car. It was indeed very nice. Well then, if Susu says it's good, then it's good, my mother said with a bright smile. She knew Bai Susu was a good girl, so she was very supportive. Yifan thought, look at my mom, she's really so biased. When I said the car was good, she didn't believe me, yet she insisted on asking Bai Susu. The moment Susu said, the car was good, she believed her instantly. Is there any mother quite like that? I'm truly impressed after all. Who is the real child here? Good grief, the favoritism is a bit much. Tu Fan, this is a good thing. Since ancient times, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship has been complex. Look at this situation. You don't need to worry anymore. Auntie Mai also laughed and said, I soon drove everyone to the photo studio. The photographer praised us. From the moment we arrived until we left, he said we were so amazing, never imagining we would have quadruplets and that the babies would be so adorable. Congratulations to the host for completing the baby's 1-month photo mission, triggering a hidden mission. The reward is 2 life-sustaining pills, which can extend lifespan by 3 years. Bonus 5% shares in the Truongan group. Hearing the system notification, a flash of shock appeared in my eyes. I didn't expect something like life-sustaining pills to appear. System, are you serious? Though this is a good thing, why do I feel like this system isn't simple at all? Now there are even pills. Will I eventually end up meeting immortals one day? Just as I stepped out of the photo studio, my phone started ringing. Hello, hi. I casually picked up the call. Hello, I am the person in charge from Truongan Group. There are some contracts that need your attention. I wonder if you have some time right now. A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Hearing that, I understood immediately. This is about the shares. This is a very serious matter, of course. It's better to sign early to be safe, right? Yes, I do. My heart was filled with excitement. All right, I'll send you the address in a bit. We can meet and discuss things further then. Goodbye. The female manager on the other side also breathed a sigh of relief. Though she was very curious who on earth I was, to be able to buy such a large amount of shares released by the company in such a short time, and to buy so much of it. Added up, I now held 25% of the shares, which is why she personally came out, also wanting to have some contact with me. The person who just became the 3rd largest shareholder of the group, she wondered where such a major figure had come from. After taking my mom, Bai Susu, and the little ones home, I arrived at the scheduled cafe in the afternoon right on time. Just as I entered, I saw a woman sitting by the window. This woman was wearing business attire, with a pair of glasses perched on her nose. Hello, I am Yifan. This woman really arrived early. Unexpectedly, I arrived 10 minutes early, and yet she was already here before me. Hello, Mr. Ye. My name is Chen Ni. I truly didn't expect you to be so young. The girl was momentarily stunned, looking at the young man before her, who seemed to be only around 20. She had imagined many possibilities, perhaps an old man or a middle-aged man, but she never expected someone who looked like a college student of 19 or 20. Did I make a mistake? Thank you. You are very beautiful as well. I nodded back politely. Truly young and talented. Here's the contract. You just need to sign here. Chen Ni said slowly, her bright eyes filled with curiosity staring at me. This young man is truly special, knowing that any man who meets her is either shocked or has some kind of infatuated expression, but this Yi fan guy doesn't show even a hint of wonder. Am I not beautiful enough? He didn't show any awkwardness at all, remaining perfectly calm, and naturally, he carried an air of composure that didn't match his age at all. She felt increasingly curious about this young man, wondering what his background really was. Thank you, let me take a look. I nodded, then took the documents and began reviewing them. Meanwhile, Chen Ni sat quietly beside me, observing. She even ordered a cup of coffee for me. This guy is really handsome, even more so than the stars on TV. While I was focused on reading the documents, Chen Ni intently assessed me from head to toe. This young man is truly capable. My gaze is staring directly at him like that, and yet he has no reaction at all. But then again, I wasn't as calm as I appeared on the outside. This woman's gaze made me feel quite nervous deep inside, but every time I thought of the system, I immediately felt much more confident. Miss Chen Ni? I finished reviewing it. I put down the documents in my hand, giving a slight smile to the glamorous woman opposite me. The way this woman was looking at me, she didn't try to hide it at all, practically screaming, I'm extremely curious about you. Yes, Mr. Ye, then let's sign the agreement. From now on, company matters will be directly handled by me with you. Chen Ni suddenly broke into a bright smile, a smile that was incredibly captivating and alluring. All right. I nodded in agreement, then took the pen and signed my name on the papers. Everything was finished, and I breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, I have officially become the third largest shareholder of Truong & Group, haven't I? Congratulations, Mr. Yi. I have to go now. Hope to see you again soon. Nini smiled at me while gathering her documents. Goodbye. I watched her figure leave, thinking to myself, I wonder what her position in the company is. She clearly didn't seem like an ordinary person. It seemed she was more than just a representative for Truong & Group. Moreover, the way she looked at me, those eyes were full of scrutiny and curiosity. Forget it, never mind, maybe I'm just overthinking things. I went home and found Auntie Mai busy cooking, while my mother was in Bai Susu's room caring for the babies. Son, I have to go back to the countryside tomorrow. You must take very good care of Susu. Don't you dare let her feel mistreated, otherwise if I find out, I'll definitely skin you alive. Mom, don't worry. I couldn't love her more. How could I ever let her feel mistreated? I held Bai Susu's small hand, a flattering expression on my handsome face. Auntie, please don't worry. Yifan wouldn't dream of bullying me. Take care of your health when you return home. Bai Susu smiled at my mother. How could Yifan possibly bully her? Everything he did for her, Bai Susu understood completely. Of course, even if he made her angry sometimes, it was okay. That's just a normal part of life. She was starting to gradually accept me now. She thought to herself, perhaps one day I really could fulfill the promises I made, and she was willing to trust and wait for that. Oh, I know. You're such a silly child. You must take good care of yourself too. Caring for 4 little ones is so hard on you, my mother said while stroking Bai Susu's small face, her eyes full of love and affection. She truly adored this future daughter-in-law. She only hoped her son would try a little harder to bring Susu home as soon as possible. I'm fine, Auntie. Lately, it's been so hard on you and Auntie Mai, and you Fan too. Everyone has been busy handling everything, big and small. I haven't been able to help much. Wasn't that the case? For the past month, Fan had been busy running around handling things, and of course, with Mother Yi and Auntie Mai helping too, while she really didn't have to lift a finger. So calling it hard felt entirely wrong for her. You silly girl. We're all family now. Why do you have to be so formal and polite? You should just hurry up and agree to marry Yi Fan. You're the only one I want for him, my mother said while hugging Bai Susu tightly, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. She had always wished for a daughter in the past, but unfortunately, she ended up with Yifan. But now with Bai Susu, it's like having half a daughter, so she didn't feel at a loss anymore. She just hoped her son would try a little harder. Auntie? Bai Susu's face suddenly turned bright red. These words made her feel incredibly bashful, especially since they were coming from an elder. But Mother Yes' embrace was truly warm, helping Bai Susu feel a sense of maternal love. She had never before experienced such a cozy and warm atmosphere, and this time, she finally felt it. It was because of Yi Fan that she got to experience this. At this moment, Bai Susu really envied me for having such a wonderful mother, making her feel a bit attached to Mother Yes' gentleness. Alright, I won't interfere with you two anymore. If you ever feel wronged in the future, just tell me. You already have my number. Don't worry, I'll always be on your side. Yes, that's so wonderful. Bai Susu reached out and hugged Mother Yi tightly. Why couldn't her own mother be like Mother Ye? But who knows, maybe one day, Mother Yi really will become her mother. Watching this scene, I felt both annoyed and extremely amused. I'm your actual biological son, Mom, so why do I feel like the outsider here? Seeing how good their relationship was, I felt very satisfied deep down. This warm scene actually made me a little jealous. My mother really adored Bai Susu, so I absolutely have to bring her home. Mom, do I really look like the type who would bully Susu? You're acting like I'm not a decent person at all. I looked at my mother with resentful eyes. Why didn't she trust her own son even a little? Now that they have a way to contact each other, won't Bai Susu just run and tattle to my mother all the time? This is a truly dangerous development. Looks like you'll have to live very humbly from now on. It's not that you look like it, but that you already aren't a very good person to begin with, my mother said with an extremely serious expression, her tone completely certain. Good heavens, if you were a decent person, how could Susu have children with you right now? But at least, fortunately, you at least know how to take responsibility. If I knew what my mother was thinking deep down, I would definitely be so angry I'd cough up blood. After all, I didn't exactly plan for that to happen. It was just a result of having too much to drink. I don't even clearly remember what happened after that. I didn't want to get any more annoyed, so I went to check on the children. The 4 little ones were staring at the ceiling playing, flailing their arms and legs, looking so well behaved, not crying at all. Are we about to run out of milk powder? I suddenly asked. 2 days ago when I was making milk for the babies, I felt the supply was already low. Yes, it is almost gone. We'll have to buy more tomorrow. Bai Susu nodded and said. I replied, all right then. Tomorrow when I drop Mom off, I'll stop by to buy some milk. This time the system didn't give me milk powder as a reward, so there was no choice but to go buy it myself. The next day, after seeing my mother off, I drove to the baby milk powder store. Unexpectedly, I ran into my ex-girlfriend, Liu Ruyan there. Hello? May I ask what you are looking for? At that moment, a sales clerk approached, giving a bright smile. This guy looks so young. Hard to believe he's already a father. It's for a 1-month-old baby. Oh, and I also want to buy some other essential items while I'm here. Could you give me some recommendations? This is my first time buying milk powders. Just show me the best you have. Money is no object, I declared confidently like a true big spender. Sir, you are truly generous indeed. Please follow me this way. The clerk, about 20 years old, smiled immediately. This customer is quite interesting, and he has a good sense of humor too. I followed the clerk further into the store, my eyes fixed on the price tags on the shelves. There were all sorts of price ranges, from 1 or 200 yuan a box to 4 or 500, and even some for 7 or 800. Why do I feel like these are all still a bit cheap? Sir, since this is your first time here, allow me to give you a brief introduction. Milk powder includes goat milk, cow milk, camel milk, etc. These are the common varieties currently on the market, and each type of milk offers different benefits. Hearing this, I thought to myself, oh my goodness, it's just milk powder for babies. How can there be so much complex information? So many types of milk, most of which I've never even heard of before today, and I'm just learning about them now. My family has quadruplets, so breast milk isn't enough for all of them, and the little ones just turned a month old. Just tell me directly which one is the absolute best for them. I gave a slightly awkward, bitter smile. This clerk said so many things at once that I couldn't possibly remember it all. Then let me show you these models. They are all stage 1 milk, which means they are specifically for babies under 6 months old. The clerk gave a gentle smile. These days, young fathers caring for babies for the first time don't seem to know much about these things at all. A tin of milk powder for just one child might last for about a week, but with 4 little ones like that, a single tin will be gone in just 2 or 3 days, so he'll probably have to buy dozens of tins. Give me both the cow milk and the camel milk. Yes, of course, sir. This cow milk is 1,000 yuan per tin, and the camel milk is 1,300 yuan per tin. Would you like to register for a membership card at our store? Once you accumulate enough points, you'll receive many gifts for the babies. All right, give me 10 tins of cow milk and 5 tins of camel milk. Also, grab 20 packs of the highest quality diapers you have, 10 sets of clothes for 1-month-old babies too. Make sure they're for girls. Take 4 baby hats as well, 30 packs of 80 sheet wet wipes, 5 containers of baby powder. That'll be all for now. Oh, and please help me carry everything to the car later. We'll go open the trunk right now. When the store staff heard this, they were all stunned simultaneously. Good grief. I've really encountered a true big spender today, spending so much money on all those things at once. At the same time, they were secretly envious of this young man's wife. This young father really pampers his children to the extreme. Sir, the total comes to 38,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash? This is a major customer indeed, closing such a massive order in one go. Card, please, I replied. I pulled out my bank card and handed it to the clerk. The clerk was smiling so much her eyes were practically closed. The commission from this order would surely be quite substantial. She was absolutely thrilled. Looking at this guy who seemed so ordinary, with nothing at all outstanding about his clothes, yet he turned out to be a genuine rich heir. He really lives so humbly. Nowadays, the rich tycoons all seem to prefer this low-key style. Sir, for this 38,000 yuan bill, our store would like to gift you a 1.8-meter tall brown teddy bear. Actually, I wasn't that interested at first in such giant stuffed animal gifts, but then I thought girls would probably love this sort of thing. We'll bring it back for Bai Susu then. She'll surely be delighted when she sees it. Right after that, I saw a girl over 1.6 meters tall, struggling to carry out a massive brown bear. One look and you could tell it really was about 1.8 meters tall. Good heavens, this bear is absolutely enormous. If you were to buy this, it would surely cost 800 or 900 yuan easily. But the important thing is that Bai Susu will definitely love it when she sees it. Truly, no girl can resist the sheer cuteness of these things. Sir, this 1.8-meter brown bear is yours. Thank you for supporting our store with a 38,000 yuan order. We look forward to serving you again next time, the cashier said with a smile. Hearing that made me feel quite pleasant. This girl certainly has a way with words. Thank you, I will. I took the massive 1.8-meter brown bear and thanked her. Sir, may I ask if you are a second-generation wealthy heir? The girl who helped move the items just now asked me hesitantly. She knew she shouldn't ask that, but she couldn't suppress her driving curiosity. I am the father of the second-generation wealthy. I was slightly taken aback, not expecting her to ask such a question, but I responded quite naturally. Isn't it true? If you work hard enough, you become the father of the second-generation wealthy. My daughters are the second-generation wealthy, and I am their father. I had just finished putting the items in the car when I heard a familiar voice. Yifan? My body stiffened slightly as I slowly turned my head, only to see Liu Ruyan dressed in gaudy attire. Yes, it was indeed Liu Ruyan, my ex-girlfriend from a month ago. I never expected to run into her here. She hadn't misjudged, it really was him. Yifan, what are you doing here? This is the entrance of a mother and baby store. Just now I saw you carrying a massive brown bear and stuffing it into the car. Is this your car? You're nothing but a penniless loser. Where did you get this kind of money? This car costs over 700,000 yuan. I can't believe you could afford such an expensive vehicle. Liu Ruyan was absolutely dumbfounded. To think that after just 1 month, this Yi Fan not only looks more handsome but has also become incredibly wealthy. To throw away money on a 700,000 yuan car, he must have millions in savings to dare make such a purchase. What exactly has Yi Fan gone through in the past month? How could he transform so completely into a rich man like this? Did she misjudge him back then? Did this Yi Fan win the lottery? But the lottery isn't that easy to win. Or was Yi Fan pretending all along, pretending to be poor while he's actually the young master of some giant corporation? Liu Ruyan felt she was truly blind to have let someone like me go. But it's not too late. Not yet. We've only been broken up for a month. We can still get back together. Besides, if I could pursue him once before, what's wrong with pursuing him a second time? As long as he's a wealthy heir with plenty of money, chasing him 100 times wouldn't be an issue. The fortune teller's words were indeed accurate. I must have been possessed to demand a breakup back then. What does it have to do with you? I folded my arms across my chest, my expression icy. This woman no longer has any connection to me. Why should she care where I get my money? Yi Fan, I know we broke up, and you're very upset. In truth, I've been very sad as well. At this moment, Liu Ruyan immediately looked at me with a pained expression. Oh, is that so? I raised an eyebrow. This woman is quite the actress. Does she really think I'm still the same fool from before? Hehe, that's right. For this past month, Liu Ruyan hasn't been able to eat or sleep. She's been sad and self-reproaching all day, filled with regret. She still loves you very much. Zhao Tuyet spoke up, looking at me. Why didn't I notice it? Liu Ruyan, you've actually put on weight. Furthermore, wearing a camisole like that, those super short shorts and radiant makeup, all I see is someone who's ready to go out and party. I looked Liu Ruyan up and down. I'm not blind, you know. Does this look like the appearance of a sad person? Do you really think I'm that easy to deceive? Yi Fan, I'm not like that. I only went out to clear my head. These past days have truly been unbearable for me. Zhao Tuyet saw me like that and advised me. She even took me out shopping today, and she's the one who did my makeup. So please, stop being angry, okay? Can we go back to the way we were? Liu Ruyan looked at me, appearing deeply aggrieved, her small mouth pouting, looking so innocent and helpless, seemingly quite anxious. She never could have imagined this scene unfolding. If she had known beforehand, she definitely would have clung to me and never let go. Just look at this luxury car. I'm already being quite shameless. Today is truly humiliating, but as long as I can be with Yi Fan again, I will be the ultimate winner. That's right, I was the one who told Ruyan to change into this. She's been so sad lately. I've been the one constantly consoling her. Since you two have met, why don't you sit down and have a proper talk? Clear everything up, and maybe you can get back together. Look at how beautiful this car is. If Yi Fan and Liu Ruyan reconcile, then I might get a chance to ride in this car too. She and Liu Ruyan are best friends, so of course she has to help her. Enough. Are you done acting? I immediately burst out laughing. Earlier, I felt I might have been too heartless with my words, thinking I might have misunderstood her as money grubbing. Now the truth is laid bare. Yi Fan, what do you mean by that? Liu Ruyan looked at me with a hurt expression and asked. That face looked as if she were the one who had been abandoned. Yi Fan, Ruyan knows she was wrong. Can't you give her one more chance? Zhao Tuyet looked at me and spoke. Damn, this Yi Fan really isn't easy to fool anymore. Enough, stop being an eyesore to me. I looked at Liu Ruyan coldly, my expression entirely indifferent. Do you still want to play with me like a monkey? I won't fall into the same pit twice. Besides, now I have Bai Susu and 4 adorable children. How could I possibly go back to Liu Ruyan? Even the thought of her clinging to me makes me feel nauseous. I am a family man now, so of course I cannot be involved with any other woman. I love Bai Susu, I love my children, and I won't do anything to betray them. I turned to leave. At that moment, Zhao Tuyet winked at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan immediately understood and tightly grabbed my sleeve. Yi Fan, I was truly wrong. Please forgive me just this once. Liu Ruyan cried out while pulling my sleeve, her heavy makeup starting to smudge. Yi Fan, look, Ruyan really knows she's wrong. Please forgive her one more time. Zhao Tuyet also stood by, pleading earnestly. I don't know how this Yi Fan can be so cold-hearted. Anyone else would have softened by now. Let go. I looked at Liu Ruyan coldly, my voice like shards of sharp ice. This Liu Ruyan is doing this on purpose, isn't she? I never expected Liu Ruyan to become so difficult to handle. I definitely want let go, not unless you agree to take me back. Liu Ruyan wailed, her tone incredibly determined. She couldn't let this opportunity slip away. If she missed it now, there might never be another chance. Liu Ruyan, I didn't expect your skin to get thicker and thicker. Do you think I have no way out if you don't let go? I decisively tore off the sleeve that Liu Ruyan was clutching, then without looking back, I got in the car and drove away. Liu Ruyan froze on the spot, staring blankly at the torn piece of fabric in her hand. Yi Fan had simply left like that. People around began to whisper and point, clearly seeing through the situation. It was just a wealthy guy and a gold-digging girl making a scene to get him back. Everyone looked at Liu Ruyan with disdain. Ruyan, let's go. Everyone is watching. We've been humiliated enough. Let's get out of here. Xiao Tuiyet stepped forward and pulled Liu Ruyan away. Liu Ruyan still had a look of disbelief. She didn't expect me to treat her like that, so heartlessly. What exactly did she, Liu Ruyan, do wrong? Why treat me so callously? Wasn't it just being a little money-minded? What's the big deal? Who wouldn't want to find a good person, a wealthy boyfriend? What's wrong with that? Why, when I've admitted my mistake and tried to seek forgiveness, must I face this outcome? On the other side, I drove toward home. I let out a soft sigh, pushing all this trouble to the back of my mind. Finding a secluded spot, I took out the 2 robots the system gifted me from the car. Arriving at the foot of the building, I composed myself and got out of the car. Then I unloaded all the items from the car, bags upon bags, more than I could count. And then, there were these 2 robots. I thought to myself that maybe it was time to move. After all, this house is inconvenient without an elevator. Since I have tens of billions in assets now, let's get a villa to live in. Yeah, Fan, let me help you carry the things up. And these 2 robots? What about these robots? At that moment, Bai Susu appeared by my side. She had heard the car in the apartment complex earlier, looked down from the balcony, saw my car, and immediately ran down. Of course, the little ones had already eaten and been fast asleep for a while, which is why she dared to come down, otherwise she'd be too worried. Why did you come down? It's fine, I can handle this small task. The children are at home, I'm a bit uneasy. I was slightly surprised to see Bai Susu come down, but a flash of joy crossed my eyes. I didn't expect Bai Susu to care for me more and more. This is a good sign. My efforts have paid off. Thinking of the children, I felt worried again. I knew you'd be worried. The children are all asleep. You'll only be out for a moment. It's fine, we just need to head back up quickly, Bai Susu said, and then took the bags of all sizes from my hands. You still need to be careful with your health. It's fine if I carry these things. Go on upstairs. It pains me to see you getting tired, I said with a smile. I came down specifically to help you carry things. It's fine, my body is perfectly okay. I've recovered very well. Bai Susu's eyes were filled with tenderness. Gradually, she had accepted me in her heart. All right then, take the diapers and these small clothes, you'll carry the formula and the rest. These 2 robots have legs. Let me set them up. Surely they can climb the stairs? Actually, I wasn't quite sure if these robots could actually do it. However, letting Bai Susu carry light things is fine, but I truly couldn't bear to see her struggle with heavy items. All right, I'll go up first. Otherwise, being away too long makes me uneasy about the children. With that, Bai Susu carried the clothes and diapers for the babies upstairs. Watching Bai Susu walk up, I looked at the 2 robots with a bit of awkwardness. System, how do I set up these robots? Surely I don't have to carry these 2 family steward robots upstairs myself? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in my head. It doesn't need to be that complicated. Just input the host's identification info, then simply give them orders and they'll be ready to use. I found that a bit hard to believe. It's that simple? I began following the system's instructions. The very next second, I saw the steward robot's eyes light up. Hello, Master. I am Vian Vian. It's an honor to serve you. Hello, Master. I am Gong Gong. It's an honor to serve you. The robot's round head spun, its childish voice seemingly melting my heart. You two, head upstairs yourselves. Can you make it to the 3rd floor? I asked with some hesitation. I've truly never heard anyone say that a robot can climb stairs on its own. I've only heard of those vacuum robots. Don't worry, host. These are high-tech family steward robots. They possess a low level of consciousness. They can automatically recognize everything around them. Hearing the system's words, I breathed a sigh of relief. Right, it was my own ignorance. This is high-tech after all. Nothing is impossible. I watched as the 2 robots bent down, picked up the bags of formula from the ground, and headed upward. They stepped up the stairs one by one, without the slightest hesitation. I was instantly frozen as I watched. Robots can even recognize items and help carry them? Alright, I'm just too outdated. Their climbing speed is even more impressive than mine. In the blink of an eye, the robots were out of sight. Where did you find such extraordinary robots? With such an adorable look, round and chubby, yet so remarkably magical. Right from the first glance, Bai Susu already liked these 2 robots. But she had never seen robots like these before. Suddenly, she felt that I was quite capable. I could always bring surprises to everyone. The 2 robots stood at the door, looking at this incredibly beautiful girl, tilting their heads, their blue eyes blinking, instantly memorizing Bai Susu's appearance. Vian Vian greets the mistress. Gong Gong greets the mistress. The 2 robots spoke in unison, their childish, tender voices ringing in Bai Susu's ears. Bai Susu immediately burst into radiant laughter. She reached out and rubbed the robots' large heads, her eyes filled with affection. She quite liked being addressed as mistress. Come on in, what adorable little ones you are. Hehe. The 2 robots chuckled softly and entered the house. They placed the formula on the cabinet, then began to move through each room to familiarize themselves with the environment. Bai Susu saw the lower legs of the 2 robots transform into wheels as they navigated the room. The sound they made was very low, extremely faint, to the point that no one would even notice. Could these wheels have a noise-canceling function? High-tech truly makes a difference. Have these kinds of robots really been developed already? Bai Susu couldn't help but sink into deep thought. She knew I had many secrets, but there must be a reason why I didn't speak of them so she wouldn't ask. I'm home. I made my way up. Bai Susu heard my voice and giggled behind her hand. Even empty-handed, you're not as fast as those two robots. I can't help it. Even I can see, those steward robots run so fast I can even keep up, I said with a smile, because it was absolutely true. What happened to your sleeve? Bai Susu only just noticed and asked in surprise. It was perfectly fine when you went out just now. How did it end up like this in just a short while? It's nothing, don't worry. I smiled and rubbed Bai Susu's head. It's best not to mention Liu Ruyun, to avoid giving Bai Susu too much to worry about. As long as you're okay. Bai Susu turned into the living room and poured me a glass of water. You've worked hard. Have some water. Thank you, wife, I said tenderly. My wife is becoming increasingly thoughtful. I feel our relationship has taken another step forward. Thinking of this gave me even more motivation. The two robots are now in the baby's room. When Bai Susu entered, she saw the two robots standing guard beside the four infants looking incredibly quiet. But at that very moment, a fly flew in from somewhere, buzzing toward the four little ones. Just as Bai Susu was about to shoo it away, she saw Vian Vian, the robot, slightly tilt its head, extend its hand, two fingers reaching out, and instantly snatch the fly right out of the air. Wow, that's impressive! Bai Susu was utterly stunned. Is this really a robot? It's a robot that knows martial arts. Vian Vian then, out of nowhere, produced a piece of tissue, wrapped the fly in it, turned and tossed it into the trash, and even wiped its hands. It's so human-like. Bai Susu even wondered if this robot might actually harbor a soul inside. Otherwise, how could it be so human-like, perhaps even more capable than a human? Seeing the robot Vian Vian return to its original position to watch over the children, a wave of warmth rose in Bai Susu's heart, and of course, an absolute sense of security. With them caring for her children, she seemed much more at ease, knowing she could safely return to school, but leaving everything else to me still made her feel a bit sorry. Oh, what's wrong? I entered the room, looked at the two robots Vian Vian and Gong Gong, and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, very good. A system product is undoubtedly a top-tier creation. It truly is so intelligent. The system said these two robots have light self-consciousness, so they know what should and shouldn't be done, which allows me to worry much less. It's nothing. I just find these two robots so intelligent. You're right. Vian Vian and Gong Gong are incredibly smart. They possess so much spirit. Truly, this robot made her feel the sense of wonder. She obviously knew these were man-made robots, leading her to a new understanding of high technology. Modern scientific civilization is truly formidable. Do you like them? I asked softly, fearing Bai Susu might not immediately accept this level of high technology. I do. Bai Susu nodded. I really do like them. It'll make caring for the babies much more convenient, and it also feels very safe. I even saw the robot use martial arts just now. It's good that you like them. They belong to us, after all. I reached out and took Bai Susu's small hand as I spoke. Liking them is the most important thing, since we'll be seeing them every day. Yifan, I want to go to school tomorrow. Bai Susu looked at me and said, she still wanted to hear my opinion. She didn't want to be selfish. If I go to school, then the matters regarding the children will all fall on him, so she still wanted to see what my attitude would be. Although I had previously said she could return to school after her confinement month. That was before. It was hard to avoid that things might change. Maybe I was just joking then. She wanted to confirm it one more time. Go. I already said it. If you want to go to school after your confinement, then just go. Don't worry about the kids, I'm here. Besides, don't I have two robots helping me? So you have nothing to worry about. This silly girl, what exactly are you so worried about? How could I forget what I've said? I'm not the type to go back on my word, but if it's just me alone, it would be quite a pressure. Bai Susu was feeling very conflicted. It's all right, just go. I can handle it, you have to trust me. I'm planning to look for a house soon, to buy a villa. Then I'll bring my parents to live in the city as well. It'll make the home more lively, and I can also fulfill my duties as a son. Buying a villa sounds good, then you'll be able to meet your aunt and uncle too. Yifan, the truth is, I've developed feelings for you. I hope that we can be happy together in the future. As for my parents, let's face it together. We'll find a way to solve it. Moreover, I truly don't want to give up on you and the children. I deeply cherish everything we have right now. The children are so good. You are wonderful. Aunt Yi is also amazing. And Uncle Yi, I'm sure he's great too. So let's work hard together. The marriage I desire is one that receives the recognition and blessings of our family. So can you promise me that? Bai Susu tilted her small face up, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at me. This is exactly the family she has always dreamed of. Don't worry, I will work hard so your family accepts us and gives us their blessing too. I won't let you down, and I certainly won't let you lose face. I promise I will do my absolute best for you, for the children, for my parents, and for our future together. I guarantee I will exert every effort to gain your family's approval. Thank you for being willing to give me this chance. I happily embraced Bai Susu as I spoke. This moment, I feel truly happy and joyful. Nothing could make me happier or more moved than getting Bai Susu's approval. It's truly touching. We are a family. Let's work together to gain your family's recognition. Beside me right now, Bai Susu feels she has much more courage to face her family. This is a responsibility for both of us. She won't let me strive alone. She will also put in even more effort, risking everything to fight for our happiness. After saying these words, Bai Susu suddenly feels much more relieved. It turns out she had already fallen for the man in front of her. Bai Susu just finished bathing and stepped out, her hair still soaking wet. Not drying your hair makes it easy to get sick. Feeling bad for her, I dried Bai Susu's hair while speaking gently. This girl's hair is so beautiful, so soft and smooth. Yes, thank you. She didn't know what to say at this moment, but her face said everything. She looked clearly bashful. This was the first time a man had dried her hair, and so gently at that. Yi Fan, how can you be so gentle and so good to me? Her feelings for me were deepening bit by bit. This is the first time I've blow-dried a girl's hair, so if I hurt you, please remember to tell me. Back at home, I often saw my dad blow-drying my mom's hair, and after watching so much, I just learned how. Of course, I really admired their relationship too, never thinking that one day I would be doing the same. Hearing my words, Bai Susu felt even more sweetness in her heart. It turned out she had been doted on by me all this time. She just didn't realize it herself. What girl doesn't hope that she is the only one pampered by the person she loves? She was no exception. This is so wonderful. Yi Fan, our family will definitely overcome all difficulties to be together forever, right? She was very reluctant to let go of this happiness, fearing that this was only a dream that would shatter. Of course, you have to trust your hubby. What is this silly girl thinking about? With me here, I will definitely protect our whole family. You're just good at taking advantage of me. Humph. Bai Susu blushed and said bashfully, this guy is just so wicked, always teasing me. What's wrong? Don't you like it, my dear wife? My eyes were full of amusement. Bai Susu was teased to the point of being speechless. If I say I don't like it, will it make him unhappy? But in her heart, she actually quite liked this. Bai Susu, how did you become like this? Are you even your old self anymore? You aren't the old Bai Susu anymore. After finishing blow-drying Bai Susu's hair, I went to take a shower as well. Soon I was finished, and only then did I remember there was a giant bear in the car. My memory is truly something else. I took the keys and went downstairs, carrying up that 1.8-meter-tall giant brown bear. I had completely forgotten about this bear. Luckily, it was in the car, so no one took it. Just as I entered the house, Bai Susu happened to walk out, and the moment she saw the giant brown bear, her eyes immediately lit up. The brown bear is so huge, why is it so adorable? In the past, many people had given her gifts, but she never accepted a single one because she didn't want anything to do with them. But now it's different. Now I am the person she has accepted, and this girl really loves it. As expected, all girls love these plush toys. I love it. I can cuddle with it while I sleep tonight. Bai Susu stepped closer to me, her eyes sparkling like stars, her beautiful small face filled with a radiant smile. She didn't expect me to give her this gift, but why hadn't she seen it before? Could it be that I went downstairs just now to get this? It was meant to be a surprise for her. So when are you going to hug me? I said teasingly, my eyes carrying a hint of a mischievous smile. Sleeping with this giant bear and not me. How could that be right, you meanie? Bai Susu blushed deeply, looking at me with a pouting expression. She snatched the giant bear from my hands and ran back to the room hugging it, leaving me with a haughty view of her back. I watched her and couldn't help but rub my nose. Well, it was a bit embarrassing. Susu isn't mad at me, is she? I should probably be more careful next time. Looking at this girl hugging the giant bear, she wasn't even as tall or as big as it. This adorable contrast was truly way too cute. I broke into a very bright smile, immediately following her. As soon as I entered the bedroom, I saw that Bai Susu had placed the giant brown bear on the bed at a distance from the children. Luckily, this bed is wide enough and the babies have their own cribs to sleep in. Otherwise, there would really be no place to put it. This big bear might still affect the babies, so keeping it further away is safer. Don't you think so, Yi Fan? Bai Susu looked at her work, nodding with great satisfaction. That's right. Whatever my wifey says is correct. She is my wifey, so everything she says is the truth, not to be doubted by anyone. Then if I say that thing smells good, would you believe it? Bai Susu rolled her eyes and spoke in annoyance. Look at this guy. He even knows how to flatter me. Too much. I was immediately stunned. Was it wrong to support her? But I really don't know about that thing. I've never intentionally smelled it. I spoke with a bit of fear, feeling that the more I spoke, the scarier Bai Susu's gaze became. Saying this doesn't work. Not saying anything doesn't work either. What should I do? Are you saying that I've intentionally smelled it or even eaten it before? Bai Susu stared at my face, her gaze gradually becoming cold. This guy is really something, daring to say such things to her. No way. I didn't say that. You're just imagining things. I instinctively took a step back, my handsome face showing a flash of awkwardness and panic. I'm truly being wronged here. I clearly hadn't said anything at all. You definitely meant that. Bai Susu narrowed her eyes, her whole body radiating a dangerous aura as she approached me. She was very angry right now. You're misjudging me. I didn't say anything. You're just overthinking it. Bai Susu, you're not allowed to bully me. If you bully me, then then what? Bai Susu raised an eyebrow, her lush lips slightly pursed. This guy even dares to threaten me. Say it. Then what? Why did you stop? I'll tell my mom on you, I said with my head held high, my handsome face showing a hint of embarrassment. It seems I still haven't truly grasped Bai Susu's weakness yet. What should I do? Pfft, you fan. I'm truly at a loss with you. Bai Susu suddenly burst out laughing. He's truly a rare talent. Actually using that kind of threat on her, I must be intentionally trying to make her happy. Only now did I suddenly realize, even if I did go and tell my mother, given her attitude toward Bai Susu, I'd just be digging my own grave. All right, no more joking. Don't talk like that from now on. Be careful or I'll get angry. And once I'm angry, I'm very hard to coax. You'll regret it then. Yes, wifey. You'll remember it well. Anyway, regardless of what we argue about, regardless of whose fault it is, I must be the one to admit fault first. If I don't admit fault and I end up making her cry, I'll still be the one who has to coax her. Good boy. Bai Susu reached out and lightly rubbed my face. It's quite elastic. Very good, very good. This giant bear, just treat it as me. You can cuddle it to sleep every night. How comfortable. There's no other way, since I can't stay in the same room with her yet. I can only project my spirit onto this giant brown bear. But that's fine, not now. There will surely be a chance in the future. Yes. After hearing that, Bai Susu's small face immediately turned bright red. What nonsense is this guy talking about? What do you mean treat this giant bear as you? And telling me to cuddle it for comfort? Truly a wicked guy. Bai Susu looked over at the children, ignoring me completely. As she was watching them, she suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. Her whole body suddenly lost all strength, and her face immediately turned pale. I also sensed something was wrong and rushed to Bai Susu's side, finding her a bit dazed, her face as white as a sheet. I quickly supported Bai Susu. Susu, what's wrong? It's nothing. I just have low blood sugar and anemia. Let me rest for a moment and I'll be fine. Bai Susu shook her head slightly, her brows furrowed tightly, her voice becoming extremely weak. She had suffered from low blood sugar and anemia before, but it hadn't recurred in a long time. She had thought that after giving birth to the babies, this problem would disappear completely. Low blood sugar and anemia? Lie down quickly. I'll go buy you some medicine. The kids have Yuan Yuan and Gun Gun to look after them. I helped Bai Susu lie down comfortably on the bed and immediately dashed out of the house. Bai Susu watched me, but before she could say a word, I had already disappeared from sight. She let out a helpless sigh. Low blood sugar is no big deal. Why is this guy overreacting so much? Actually, low blood sugar and anemia are very common conditions. However, seeing me so worried about her, she felt so warm and happy in her heart. Yifan is truly a man worthy of entrusting her life to. When I returned home, I found that Bai Susu had already fallen asleep on the bed. I had gone to the pharmacy and they said no special medicine was needed. It was mainly about paying attention to diet. If blood sugar drops, one can eat some sugary cakes, red dates, walnuts, or chocolate, and even some fruit. As for anemia, one should eat more beef and what else? Ajiao, red dates, and brown sugar can all nourish blood and qi. I've carefully asked for expert advice. Looking at this girl's pale face with the few beads of sweat on her forehead, why don't you know how to take better care of yourself? I brought over a basin of hot water, using a warm towel to gently wipe Bai Susu's face. Bai Susu slowly opened her eyes, seeing my worried face, along with eyes full of deep concern. As our gazes met, Bai Susu showed a flash of bashfulness. This guy actually just wiped her face. You're back? Bai Susu asked politely. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, so she just said something to break the awkward silence. I bought some things, all for nourishing blood and helping with low blood sugar. Eat a little bit every day, and your health will gradually improve. I'll try to cook more dishes for you in the future to further nourish your body. Do you feel any better now? Eat some chocolate to regain your strength, I said while putting down the towel, then from the bag beside me took out a chocolate bar. I don't want to eat it. Besides, I don't really like chocolate that much. Bai Susu looked at the chocolate bar with a hint of awkwardness. Actually, she doesn't like chocolate because it's too sweet and rich. You must eat it. My expression became stern, my eyes showing clear determination. This is no longer about liking it or not. It's mandatory to eat it for your health to improve. What happened today was while I was by your side. But what if I hadn't been with you then? What would have happened then? Wouldn't you have been in danger? So this situation truly frightened me. Yes. Bai Susu felt a bit aggrieved. This was the first time I had been so fierce with her. Before, I never had the heart to speak harshly to her. But right now, I was being both strict and overbearing. even commanding that she must eat. But she also understood that I was doing this because I was worried, wanting only what's best for her health. This time, she had truly given me a major scare. It was also her fault for not paying attention to herself. Bai Susu looked at me with a pouting expression, but in the end she still took the chocolate from me, unwrapped it, and took a bite. As expected, it was truly rich. You have to understand that you are no longer alone. You have me, and the children as well, and many others who love you. How can you let everyone worry about you like this? To let everyone live in fear because of you? Susu, you can't just say whether you like it or not, but whether it's good for your health. Do you understand? The more I thought about it, the more frightened I became. I hurriedly embraced Bai Susu, speaking each word with sincerity, not giving her any chance to interrupt. I was truly panicking just now. For the first time, I clearly felt that Bai Susu is actually this important in my heart. At this moment, she also realized her mistake. She had never thought about these issues before, and my words helped her understand that sometimes she thought too simply. I heard sobbing from within my embrace, feeling my chest becoming soaked with tears. I immediately became flustered again. Don't cry, I didn't intend to scold you. I frantically used my hands to wipe Bai Susu's tears. Looking at her small, tearful face, my heart felt as if it were being cut. Was I too fierce just now and scared her? Susu, please don't cry anymore. My heart is bleeding from heartache for you. You fan. Thank you. Campus idol. Bai Susu threw her arms around me and sobbed. In truth, this was also an emotional release for her. Throughout her entire pregnancy, she had endured far too much. Consider this situation an excuse to allow herself to let it all out. Silly, you can say thank you to anyone else, but you absolutely never need to with me. Do you know that? What a silly girl. Yes, I know. Sob. Bai Susu nodded in my arms, her small face buried in my chest as she cried, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of my shirt. Yuan Yuan and Gun Gun, witnessing this scene, became extremely quiet. Their blue eyes blinked softly. Finally, Yuan Yuan glided outside, poured 2 glasses of water, and returned. Master, mistress, please drink some water to calm your emotions. The voice of the robot steward Yuan Yuan rang out beside them. All right, everything's okay now. Stop crying or you won't be pretty anymore. Besides, you're the Ice Beauty campus idol. I still prefer seeing my Susu's radiant face. You only know how to tease me. Yuan Yuan and Gun Gun are still the best. Bai Susu gently pushed me away, wiped away her tears, took the glass of water from Yuan Yuan, and took a sip. I smiled and accepted the water, casually patting Yuan Yuan's big head. These robots are truly miraculous, even knowing how to comfort people. Truly impressive. I looked at the clock and saw it was no longer early. But thinking of Bai Susu's health, I began to hesitate. Should I sleep here after all, or go back to my room to sleep? I was worried something might happen to Bai Susu during the night. Furthermore, letting her care for the babies alone, I truly couldn't feel at ease. It would be too much for her. Susu, how about I sleep in this room tonight? Your body is weak and you're all alone, and with the 4 little ones, having you look after them by yourself, I truly don't have the heart for it. I spoke while looking at Bai Susu. Bai Susu heard this, and her small face turned bright red. Yifan wants to stay? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? She was a bit nervous. It's not okay, I can manage on my own. You don't need to worry too much. Besides, aren't Yuan Yuan and Gun Gun here? You rest assured. At this time, she still didn't want to share a room with me, which is why she became so tense. This wasn't what she wanted at this moment. She hadn't mentally prepared herself yet, still not thinking about a step further like this. It's still too early now. I don't have any other intentions, I just want to help you take care of the babies, because I'm worried about your health. I can sleep on the floor. Rest assured, I won't do anything to you. I looked at Bai Susu's hesitant expression and chuckled softly. Why is this girl so afraid of me? I'm not doing anything? No, I'm still not mentally prepared. Bai Susu looked at me, her small face showing a hint of awkwardness. This guy. How can he laugh so naturally? Acting like I'm the only one being pretentious. Whatever, no means no. All right, call me if anything happens. Let Yuan Yuan and Gun Gun stay here to keep you company. Letting the 2 of them stay to watch the babies is enough. With the help of these 2 robot stewards, Bai Susu will also find it a bit less difficult. This girl truly is bashful. Oh well, let's just take it slow. Yeah, go to sleep, it's late, and we have to go see houses tomorrow. Bai Susu reminded me. All right, I'm going to my room to sleep then. Call me if there's anything. After saying that, I lightly caressed Bai Susu's cheek, then turned to leave her room. Bai Susu watched my retreating back until I was gone, then slowly exhaled in relief. She knew she had been too tense. But indeed, there are things beyond her imagination. Let's leave future matters for the future. For now, she truly wasn't ready. Bai Susu closed her door and lay down on the bed. Staring blankly at the ceiling, she tossed and turned, her head full of images of me. As she tilted to one side, she saw the big brown bear. Looking at that large stuffed bear, Bai Susu's heart suddenly felt strangely warm. I returned to my room and freshened up for a bit. Within minutes of lying down, I fell into a deep sleep. I've been truly exhausted these past few days, so it was easier to sleep soundly. Early the next morning, I was awakened by the sunbeams streaming through the window, dazzling my eyes. After washing up, I changed into new clothes and stepped out. As soon as I walked out, I saw Bai Susu's door wide open and smelled the fragrant aroma of fried eggs. Entering the living room, I saw Bai Susu bringing out a plate of fried eggs. She smiled gently at me. "You're up? Come eat breakfast. I finished making everything." Then Bai Susu went back to get the porridge. "Let me help." I also went into the kitchen. Finally, the two of us brought the porridge and a plate of stir-fried vegetables to the table. I don't know how to cook anything fancy, just some plain porridge, a few fried eggs, and a plate of stir-fried greens. It's better to eat something light in the morning. You've worked so hard, I didn't expect you to know how to cook. My eyes were full of heartache. I know a high-born lady like her originally never had to lift a finger for such things. Usually servants would have taken care of it all. Perhaps all of this was because during her pregnancy, she had to figure it out and learn on her own. Thinking of this, my heart suddenly tightened with pain. It's because of me that Bai Susu had to endure so much suffering. Who are you looking down on? It's just cooking? I can do many other things too. Anyway, while I was pregnant, I had to do everything myself. I just learned as I went. Learning more skills for self-defense is always beneficial after all. I'm sorry, Susu. I held Bai Susu's hands, my eyes filled with tender pity. It's okay, I'm actually used to it. Eat up, it won't taste good once it gets cold. Bai Susu gave a gentle smile, but tears still lingered in the corners of her eyes. All the past bitterness felt worth it now. Seeing everything I've done for her recently, she felt incredibly happy and joyful. What did a little hard work matter? Wasn't it all for the sake of our future? I'm here for you now. From now on, you'll be the breadwinner, and you just need to stay as beautiful as a flower. You'll earn the money, and you just spend it. I gently stroked Bai Susu's head, my eyes sparkling with pure devotion. All right then, it's a deal. Bai Susu suddenly broke into a radiant smile as beautiful as a peach blossom in full bloom in March, leaving one completely dazed by her beauty. This guy really knows how to sweet talk, just look at these lines. I wonder who I picked them up from. Where did you learn these cheesy lines? They're actually quite touching, Bai Susu said, her large eyes blinking, looking incredibly adorable. Heaven and earth are my witnesses. I didn't learn them from anyone. Every word comes straight from the bottom of my heart. I thought of them myself. Besides, if I want to say something, I just say it. Why would I need to study for it? You've probably been watching too many short videos, Bai Susu teased. She didn't believe I came up with it on my own. She was sure I must have said the same things to my ex-girlfriend before. Why won't you believe me? Let's just eat. I'm hungry. Sensing things were going south, I didn't want to argue any further and started focusing on devouring the fried eggs, eating fried eggs with stir-fried vegetables, and sipping a hot bowl of plain porridge. This feeling is truly wonderful. This is the first time I've ever tasted a meal cooked by Bai Susu's own hands. An indescribable wave of emotion welled up inside me. If Zhou Xiaotian found out about this, he'd definitely never hear the end of it. Having the cold campus idol cook for me personally, he'd surely be green with envy. After finishing breakfast, I volunteered to do the dishes. Bai Susu didn't stop me, so I just got to cleaning. She went back to her room to nurse the babies. Maybe she's still feeling a bit shy since she always makes a point to avoid me while breastfeeding. I figured that if I have to go back to school later, I should probably stock up on some food for the little ones. I'll have to look into that sometime. After cleaning, I checked on the kids for a bit before heading out. I had already contacted the real estate agent and was about to go see the house. As soon as I arrived at the real estate office, an agent greeted me and took me to see the units. After touring several villas, I found one that I really liked. Everything from the architecture to the amenities was perfect. Sir, this villa is priced at 150 million yuan, the saleswoman introduced, a very welcoming smile on her face. If this guest actually closes the deal on this villa, her commission would definitely be astronomical. It might even be enough for her to live comfortably for years, kind of spending where you don't even look at the price tag. All right, I'll take this one. I smiled slightly. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Host detected attempting to build a perfect home for the children, rewarding host with 150 million yuan and a 20% stake in the Chang'an Group. Congratulations on progressing further as a devoted father. Awarded 2 steward robots and 10 top-tier bodyguards to protect the estate, plus 2 all-purpose nannies. They will strictly obey your commands. Congratulations, host, rewarding you with the legendary strategist Zhu Liang and the undefeated General Bai Qi, who can be appointed as the head of security. Hearing the system's announcements, I was immediately frozen in shock. What kind of magic trick is this system playing? How can 3 Kingdoms characters just appear like this? Even Zhu Liang has shown up. This is absolutely unbelievable. And then there's the undefeated god of war, Bai Qi, both legendary figures renowned for their immense strategy. How can this system even give away people as rewards? I was so stunned I couldn't even speak. Sir, could he be dazed by the amount? 150 million yuan is indeed a huge sum, but as a member, you can get a discount down to 98%. Sir, please don't worry too much. We can actually offer a further discount. With the membership price, you'll get 2% off, which saves quite a bit. Shall I help you register for membership? Would that be all right? The saleswoman asked hesitantly. No need, just charge the original price. Why should I worry about a bit of spare change? Just swipe the card. I had regained my composure by now, firmly pulling out a bank card as I spoke. Oh, yes, of course, sir. Please come this way. We'll start the paperwork immediately. The staff member snapped out of it, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. I followed the real estate agent, my mind still occupied with the recent rewards. It truly was an indescribable thrill. Ha ha ha! Right now, I just want to laugh out loud with pure satisfaction. I've just become the chairman of the Chang'an Group, yet I know absolutely nothing about business. Even if I wanted to learn, it would take quite a long time to get used to things. But now that I have Zhu Liang, I have absolutely nothing to worry about anymore. And with Bai Qi by my side, my future security is basically guaranteed. Besides, the people provided by the system are definitely the most trustworthy, with absolute and unwavering loyalty. I don't have to fear my secrets being exposed. After finishing all the paperwork, it wasn't until noon that I finally completed all the procedures here. In just a few days, we can move right in. Moreover, there's no need to buy anything extra as the villa is already fully furnished. Appliances and household goods are all there, not a single thing is missing. It's move-in ready, incredibly simple and convenient. I drove my car, humming a little tune to myself. Passing by the Ju Wei Duck Neck Shop, I stopped to buy some chicken feet, and duck wings. I also didn't forget to get some fresh beef. Susu has low blood sugar and anemia, so eating plenty of beef will be very good for her health. As soon as I got home, I received a call from Jenny. She informed me about a few things regarding share ownership and reminded me to attend the new chairman's debut meeting in 3 days. I nodded in agreement immediately. I definitely have to make that trip. By then, I'll have the house situation sorted out. Now that I have Zhu Liang and Bai Qi helping, these matters naturally become much simpler. With Zhu Liang by my side, what more do I have to fear? Everything would likely be a trivial matter to him. I wonder if the system will reward me with the 5 Tiger Generals later on. Just the thought of it is incredibly exciting. The moment I stepped back into the house, I happened to see Bai Susu carrying the eldest baby out from the room. When she saw the flowers in my hand, her eyes shimmered with boundless joy. Perhaps she didn't expect me to buy her flowers, and this was the first time I'd ever given her some. Wait for me a moment. Let me put the baby in the room first. Bai Susu carried the children back into the bedroom, then slowly stepped back out. After all, the babies are still small. It's better to keep these flowers at a distance. These are for you. I held out the bouquet to Bai Susu with both hands. Thank you. Is it Valentine's Day? Why did he suddenly give me roses? This brilliant bouquet of roses smells wonderful, with glistening dewdrops still clinging to the petals. I'm not really sure. I just happened to see someone selling flowers and wanted to get a bouquet for you. Seeing Bai Susu's radiant expression, I felt that everything I did was worth it, but I loved them so much. Let me go find a vase for them, Bai Susu said with a smile, happily skipping off to find a vase. Just then, my phone rang. I took out my phone to check. It was the real estate agent calling, likely regarding the villa's renovations. Without much thought, I answered the call. Hello, Mr. Wai. I've reported your request to the higher-ups. The villa's adjustments will take at least 3 days, so you'll just need to wait 3 days before you can move in. All right, thank you for your trouble, I said and hung up. 3 days is fine, not too long. It seems this company's efficiency is quite good. I felt that the place was very quiet, away from any disturbances. What's wrong? Is it about the house? After arranging the flowers, Bai Susu came over to ask. Yes, I asked them to do some renovations today, to reinforce some security measures. They'll all be finished in 3 days, and we can move in then. I gave Bai Susu a loving smile, my eyes filled with tenderness. Finally, we're about to have our own little home. I'm so looking forward to it. Once everything is settled, we can even invite your parents to live with us. Those days will be truly happy, Bai Susu said softly, looking dreamy. Actually, I could buy another villa nearby to create a separate space for my parents. After all, distance makes the heart grow fonder. A little space is better. I don't want to hear my mom nagging every single day either, so it's better to have some privacy. Besides, my parents need their own world too, and Susu and I need our private space to nurture our love. Living under one roof, it's hard to avoid awkward daily situations. Susu, when are you going to change what you call them? Always aunt and uncle? I'm just not used to hearing that. I stared into her eyes with a mischievous glint in mine. If you want me to change how I call them, we have to wait for the wedding. And don't go daydreaming about anything improper, we have to be married first, okay? Bai Susu's small face flushed slightly, her eyes full of pride. Right now, asking her to change the address is simply impossible. Only when they are officially married can she rightfully call them mom and dad. My family had accepted her, But regarding her own family, Yifan still hadn't been truly acknowledged. She didn't care what others said, but she desperately wanted me to be recognized by her grandfather. She longed for his blessing. It didn't matter if her parents agreed, but her grandfather's support was indispensable. Since childhood, she had been thoroughly pampered by her grandfather, who always protected her whenever she faced trouble. Whenever her parents scolded her, he was always the first to shield her and take her away. Her grandfather loved her with a sincere heart, whereas her parents, they only saw her as a pawn to be groomed, hoping for her to have a good education just so she could later bring the benefits they so desired. Regarding parents like those, she felt truly and deeply disappointed. Susu, I wasn't thinking anything improper. You have to believe me. I'm a good, decent guy. Hearing her say that, I immediately grew flustered. I told myself I was a very innocent young man, not bad at all. I didn't say anything about you, so why are you so desperate to deny it? Bai Susu gave me a frustrated sidelong glance. Doesn't this guy know that explaining more only makes things worse? Where did his usual intelligence go? Seems like it was just a fake persona. Never mind. I'll go cook. I was stunned for a moment, my handsome face flashing with an indescribable awkwardness. Could I have done something wrong? Go ahead. I have to go to the hospital for a checkup later, so please stay home and watch the kids for me. Bai Susu thought for a moment and gave her instructions. Since I'm free now, going for a checkup a bit early for peace of mind is also good. Sure. Do you know how to drive, though? Let me give you the keys. You can drive yourself, I said. Okay, Bai Susu nodded in agreement. She had her driver's license for a long time and used to drive occasionally at home, just not very often. Actually, she also wanted to experience sitting behind the wheel of this car of mine. She'd heard the driving experience was fantastic. She just didn't expect this guy to be so generous. Recalling before when she wanted to drive her father's car, he would absolutely never let her touch it. He always said he was worried and whatnot, but she knew better. It was actually because he was too protective of his precious car. Remember to be safe on the road. Although this car has great features, you still have to be extremely careful. I know exactly how it is. People always say girls are road hazards. I cracked a witty joke. What did you just say, you fan? Bai Susu's voice suddenly turned cold, her eyes narrowing as she looked at me threateningly. This guy has some nerve daring to call her a road hazard? I didn't say anything. My whole body shuddered, and I hurried to flatly deny it. Recalling my slip of the tongue, that was definitely a close call. Before long, I had finished preparing the meal. I kept serving food to Bai Susu to win her favor, even thoughtfully ladling out a bowl of hot stew for her. Once the meal was over, Bai Susu returned to her room, changed into a new outfit, and applied light makeup. It had been over a month since she'd stepped out the door. To be honest, she was going stir-crazy from being cooped up. This time, finally having a chance to go out for some fresh air, she'd go for the checkup first, then take the opportunity to stroll through the streets for a bit. Just the thought of it made her heart flutter, but seeing Bai Susu dressed up so beautifully, suddenly regretted letting her go. Oh my goodness. It makes sense. My Susu is so gorgeous, one step outside and shall surely leave everyone in a daze. My wife is truly breathtakingly beautiful. What's more, even after giving birth, Bai Susu's figure remains stunning, not affected in the slightest. She even radiates a certain charismatic, mature allure that's incredibly captivating. This made my heart race uncontrollably. Thinking about men out there staring at her, an indescribable discomfort welled up inside me. I wondered, is it too late to change my mind now? Would it be okay to not let her go out anymore? Or would she explode in a fit of rage at me? Heh, you're definitely the smoothest talker. Bai Susu lit up radiantly. I don't know why, but every time I praise her, she feels incredibly satisfied and happy. She wasn't this easygoing before. Other people's praises were always met with a cold attitude from her, but with me, it's completely different. An extraordinary joy rose within her heart. Could this be the sweet aftertaste of love? Susu, I just want to keep you locked up at home. You're so beautiful. Thinking about those guys out there, looking at you with admiration makes me jealous. I'm really not comfortable with it at all. I'm very worried about your safety. Every word I said came straight from my heart. Hearing this, Bai Susu was momentarily stunned by the surprise, but then she broke into a radiant smile. She didn't expect me to be such a narrow-minded and jealous person. But strangely, hearing those selfish words from me, she didn't feel angry at all. On the contrary, her heart felt many times sweeter. Wait for me a second. With that, Bai Susu went back into the room. In no time, she stepped back out. Do you think this is okay? Her clear voice rang in my ears again. I looked up, seeing Bai Susu had changed into a modest pink shirt. She actually changed her outfit for me. Could this be a dream? Just because of one word from me, she was willing to change, even choosing such a high-collared, modest style. How do you like this outfit? Since you're not by my side, I'll dress a bit more modestly, so it's both safe and keeps you from worrying. It's your fault my flower guardian isn't coming along. I'm off. I'll bring back something yummy for you. Be good and watch the babies. Bai Susu gave a playful wink and a smile. Before leaving, she gave my shoulder an encouraging pat. She took the car keys, grabbed her small bag, and walked out. An indescribable feeling of warmth suddenly rose within me. This young lady was no longer the cold, aloof goddess I once knew. That goddess has now stepped down from her pedestal. It's wonderful. This version of Bai Susu is the one I love most. Bai Susu drove my car toward the hospital, and after parking neatly in her spot, she headed straight for the examination area. Coincidentally, Liu Ruyan also just happened to witness the whole scene. Her face showed extreme shock because she immediately recognized my license plate. Liu Ruyan was originally there to visit an aunt with a dislocated leg, but never expected to accidentally see Yifan's car here. What's more, that car was being driven by a strange girl. What is going on exactly? Could it be that this luxury car doesn't belong to Yifan? Or is he just a driver for someone else? No, that can't be. Last time she clearly heard Yifan say with his own ears that he bought all these things himself. That license plate, she absolutely could not have misread it. So this girl must certainly have an extremely close relationship with Yifan. But until now, she'd never heard even a whisper about Yifan having any woman by his side. Furthermore, ever since their breakup, Yifan had taken a leave of absence from school. Liu Ruyan always arrogantly assumed it was because she had wounded him too deeply and that having to face her at the same school made him choose to stay away. That proved he still had deep feelings for her and still couldn't let go. So what did the appearance of this girl mean? Looking at the girl's back, she found it somewhat familiar, but no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't remember where she might have met this person before. Whatever, let's just follow and see what's going on. Liu Ruyan made up her mind and quietly followed Bai Susu to the door of the clinic area. Seeing the girl head inside, she crept along, staying close on her heels. And then, she was shocked to see the other girl go straight into obstetrics. This discovery was like a thunderbolt to Liu Ruyan's ears. However, up until the very last moment, she still couldn't see the mysterious girl's face clearly. Finally, in frustration, Liu Ruyan had no choice but to turn and leave. Her mind was a mess of questions about this strange incident. Who was that girl exactly? Looking at that back, she felt the person seemed to be just around the same age as her. Could it be some relative of Yifan's? But that's not right. Yifan had never mentioned this person to her before. Eventually, with a conflicted mood, Liu Ruyan returned to school. She suddenly had the idea to find Zhao Xiaoqin to get to the bottom of it. Zhao Xiaoqin was Yifan's best friend, and they'd been classmates since high school. There seemed to be no secrets between them. Maybe Xiaoqin knew the truth of the matter. No sooner thought than done, Liu Ruyan immediately went straight to the boys' dormitory door. She asked someone to pass a message that she wanted to talk to Zhao Xiaoqian, but the result was that he didn't even bother to acknowledge her. That attitude made her absolutely furious. In her helplessness, she had to turn and leave in a huff, completely frustrated. After finishing her medical checkup, Bai Susu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The doctor said her recovery was progressing very well, without any abnormal signs at all. She just needed to continue resting properly at home to be fully stable. Hearing that, she left the hospital with peace of mind. She drove to a bustling food street, carefully picking out many delicious snacks. After all, she had made a promise to me when she left, telling me to watch the kids carefully at home, while she'd bring back treats to make up for it. She's always been one to value her promises, and would absolutely never break one with me. Bai Susu loaded several bags of food into the car and excitedly opened the car's convertible top. As she drove across the large bridge, the strong winds blew through, making her hair flutter freely in the breeze. Donning the stylish sunglasses I'd left in the car, she looked both cool and incredibly chic. Just then, a sports car from behind revved its engine and caught up. At the wheel was a blond young man. Admittedly, his appearance was quite dashing. The blond man stared intensely at Bai Susu, his eyes unable to hide his admiration and shock. Truly a rare, icy great beauty, however, Bai Susu didn't even bother to give him a single glance. She decisively floored the gas, sending the car surging forward powerfully. In just an instant, he was left far behind. "Hey, catch up to her! We men can't let ourselves be outperformed by a woman," the blond guy urged frantically. His heart was filled with a sense of resentment and reluctance. In reality, he was just looking for an excuse to approach her and ask for her phone number, because her beauty had truly made his heart flutter. "You've only been back in the country for 2 days. Behave yourself and sit still for a bit. Besides, you have to report to school in a few days, so it's best not to cause any trouble right now. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you." The young man driving the sports car spoke in a cold voice. "Brother, how can you think of your own younger brother like that? Is it possible that in your eyes, I'm just a troublemaker?" Huang Jie replied with a pout, his face looking very resentful. "If not that, then what else? That's exactly what you are." Huang Yihao glanced slightly at his younger brother Huang Jie before speaking slowly. He really wondered if the family's decision to let him return to the country was right or wrong. Bai Susu leisurely drove back home, entering the grounds of the luxury apartment complex. After parking the car safely, she laboriously carried all sorts of large bags and small bags before slowly getting out of the car. "I wonder what that guy Yifan is up to while I'm away from home." Bai Susu gently approached the front door. She carefully inserted the key into the lock and softly opened the door. She just wanted to secretly observe what shenanigans I was up to inside the house. She tiptoed step by step inside, then gently closed the door very quietly. Only after changing into her indoor slippers did she dare to move a bit more freely. She quietly moved deep into the living room, silently stepping up right behind my back. Suddenly, she brought both of her hands up to cover my eyes from behind. Guess who I am? Bai Susu suddenly became playful, playing a childish game of hide-and-seek with me. At this moment, she looked just like a carefree child. The label of the Ice Beauty seemed to have completely vanished without a trace. Who else could it be but my dear wife? The corners of my lips curled up into a warm smile. I reached up and gently removed the small hands of Bai Susu. Then I held her hands tightly in the palms of my hands and laughed happily. Actually, I already knew that Bai Susu had returned a while ago because the distinct sound of the car horn in the apartment courtyard was something I could easily recognize instantly. Is this little girl really trying to play secrets with me? But it's rare to see her in such a happy and excited mood, so I didn't mind at all to play along with her for a bit. As long as she's happy, that's enough. My dear lady wife, did you buy any delicious food for me today? You're only quick when it comes to eating. Besides, we aren't even married yet. You aren't allowed to call me your wife so carelessly. Oh, how can you say that? You yourself promised to buy me a gift, so you absolutely cannot go back on your word. After all, sooner or later you'll be my wife anyway. Right? Is this little girl trying to be clever with me again? That's absolutely not happening. Do I look that easy to deceive? You fan, of course I bought it. I said I would do it. How could I possibly deceive you? I bought lots of delicious treats here. For dinner tonight, we actually just need to cook some white rice and then stir-fry a plate of greens. That's enough. Oh, right, there are also a few sets of clothes I just bought. Suddenly remembering that, Bai Susu hurriedly walked quickly out of the living room. She meticulously sorted and neatly arranged all the items she had purchased. Then she carried the bags of new clothes back into the room. You bought this many clothes? I couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. People often say women are shopping addicts. It seems that saying isn't wrong at all. Look at all those large and small bags, a good 7 or 8 shopping bags, truly impressive. It's a pity I wasn't with her just now, otherwise I could have helped her carry this heavy load. She must be exhausted from carrying so many things. I bought a few new sets of clothes for the little ones. This type can cover their tummies to keep them from catching a cold. Besides that, I also bought a few other outfits. Bai Susu smiled as she gently placed the pile of items on the bed. Are they all for the children? I really wanted to ask if there was anything for me, but the words caught in my throat, unable to come out. Of course not. I also treated myself to a few new outfits. Bai Susu was busy rearranging the clothes, occasionally glancing at me with a mysterious look. When she saw the slight look of disappointment on my face, she found it extremely interesting and amusing. This guy really, why can't he just say what's on his mind? Why does he keep using subtle hints to probe me? Do we really need to be this polite and distant with each other? That's good then. As a girl, shopping for lots of pretty clothes is the best thing. I spoke in a somewhat stiff and unnatural tone. Even though I tried to control it, the disappointment on my face was impossible to hide. That's exactly right. All these things are for the ladies. I told myself, since I'm a man, why should I compare myself with women? Even if I don't get a gift, it's fine. If I don't have it, then I don't. As a man, how could I spend a woman's money? Besides, as a grown man, how could I compete with women for clothes? It wouldn't look good if I said it out loud. Besides, I still have clothes to wear. If I ever run out, I'll go buy some myself. What's wrong? Do you want new clothes? Bai Susu's face was full of seriousness. I looked at Bai Susu and shook my head. No, it's nothing. I was just asking randomly. Saying I don't want new clothes would be a lie, especially if they were bought by my wife. Then I'd want them even more, but right now I don't have that blessing. Look at those hurt eyes of yours. Look, what is this? Bai Susu shook the paper bag in her hand. I knew you fan would be jealous. Hee hee, I prepared this long ago. What is this? My eyes were full of doubt. One look and it's obviously clothes. Bai Susu probably wants to. Ask if she looks pretty in them, if she'll look beautiful wearing them. These clothes are for you. I spent half the day choosing this outfit to coordinate for you. Bai Susu smiled and stood up, placing the paper bag in my lap. That expression of Bai Susu clearly meant, see, I didn't forget you at all, just like she was asking me to praise her quickly. I immediately smiled. I didn't expect this girl to have such a conscience, to actually prepare an outfit for me. It's wonderful. It really pays off to love her so much. No matter how the clothes are, as long as I have them, it's fine. This proves that Bai Susu has me in her heart. Just thinking about being cared for by Bai Susu, my heart is filled with happiness. Susu, I knew it. You always have me in your heart. I pulled Bai Susu into a tight hug and spoke joyfully. That's right, of course. Who else would I think of if not you? Bai Susu gently patted my back. It's just a few sets of clothes. Is there a need to be this emotional? She was just teasing me earlier. Look how happy I am now after she teased me with that disappointment. Hearing there are clothes, I'm this delighted, just like a child begging for candy. I didn't expect you to have a side like this. Besides, I already bought clothes for the kids, and I bought some for myself, so of course I had to buy some for you too. How could I leave you out? Exactly. I'm your husband after all. I completely agreed with what Bai Susu said. You really are thick-skinned. Hurry up and get my family's approval, then we can talk about marrying me. This guy really doesn't know what embarrassment is. He can actually say something like that. Don't worry, in a little while after I bring my parents here, I'll go home with you to visit your family, and of course, mainly to pay my respects to your relatives. By the time I bring my parents here, the premise is that in that villa area, another villa must be built, so my parents will have a place to stay later on. Then I will officially and honorably marry Bai Susu, and my whole family will be happy together. Marrying a beautiful wife and having smart kids, reaching the peak of life is only a matter of time. I'm glad you know that. Bai Susu proudly turned her head away, her small face blushing slightly. She was also looking forward to that day. Oh, by the way, do you want to try the clothes on? Let me see how good my wife's taste in clothes is, I said with a laugh, my smile incredibly radiant. It's the first time a girl has ever bought clothes for me, for my mother, of course. Then hurry and go. Try them on. Bai Susu immediately gave me a slight push. She was also a bit curious, wanting to see how I would look in them. All right, tell me, should I change here for you to see, or go back to my room to change? I looked at Bai Susu, unable to resist asking, a glimmer of amusement in my eyes. You're definitely doing this on purpose. Yafan, are you trying to be a pervert? That's going too far. I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. You only know how to bully me and take advantage of me. Humph, I'm angry now. Bai Susu puffed out her cheeks, her eyes wide as she glared at me. This man is truly beyond wicked. Susu, I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't tease you anymore. Really? I wouldn't dare anymore. Don't be mad if you're angry. You'll be so flustered and scared. Bai Susu looked at my panicked face, my face slightly red, my breathing a bit heavy. She found it even more amusing in her heart. Look, I have to let him know. I'm not someone who's easy to bully. Susu, I just wanted to make you laugh. Don't be mad anymore. I'm sorry, really. I held Bai Susu's small hand, speaking with sincere eyes. All right, I forgive you. Go change your clothes quickly. I want to see how you look wearing them, Bai Susu said coldly. She couldn't give me a pleasant face just yet. Does this guy really want to show off his body in front of me? What's there to show off? Could he possibly have a 9-pack? She didn't believe it. After all, I look a bit thin. Someone with abs should be a bit more muscular. I don't look like I have abs at all. I'm going to change. I'll be done in a second. I immediately grabbed the clothes and rushed straight to my room. About this new outfit, I was getting very impatient too. Bai Susu looked at my departing back, shaking her head helplessly, then glanced over at the children once more. These little munchkins were still fast asleep. Bai Susu continued tidying up the clothes she bought, hanging some of them up, and soon they were all hung up. Bai Susu nodded with great satisfaction, just as I finished changing and walked straight into the room. Susu, how do I look? I looked at Bai Susu a bit nervously. After all, this was the first time my wife bought clothes for me. What if it's not what my wife expected? Will she stop buying things for me in the future? So I was a little worried. Hearing my voice, Bai Susu turned around and saw me in the new clothes. On top was a white vest jacket. Below was a pair of grayish-blue trousers. The style was leaning towards a more casual look. At first glance, I looked like a truly dashing and handsome young man, with a level of handsomeness that was quite rare. Bai Susu looked at me until she was a bit dazed. Really handsome. Fine feathers make fine birds. I was already very handsome to begin with, otherwise I wouldn't have been voted as the campus idol. Combined with my 182 centimeter height, putting on this outfit, it was truly top-tier handsome, very great. Bai Susu nodded with complete satisfaction. She already knew I wouldn't look bad in proper clothes, but she didn't expect the outfit she bought would make me look this good. My taste is truly not bad. My eyes were really sharp indeed to have found such a top-notch guy. Susu, is it really okay? Don't you dare lie to me. Why was your comment only 3 words long? Very great. It's making me a bit worried. I'm not lying to you. It's really great, very handsome. Bai Susu said with a smile. She even stepped up in front of me, adjusting my coat lapel for me. This outfit really does suit you. If you don't believe me, go look in the mirror yourself so you know I'm not lying to you at all. Bai Susu said with a shrug. This guy actually doesn't believe me. Do my words look like a lie to you? I immediately went out, standing before the large mirror, checking myself out, looking left and right. I must admit, wearing this outfit makes me look quite decent. Susu, is it because your husband is just too handsome? That's why your heart is fluttering like this. I know I'm very handsome. You must have been attracted by my looks, and of course my natural charm too. Boasting like yours is truly a first for me. Your face isn't red, your breath isn't heavy, and your heart isn't even racing. The words thick-skinned and shameless truly suit you perfectly. Bai Susu pouted, her eyes full of pride. Even if what I said was true, so what? She definitely wouldn't admit it. If I were to admit it, where would I put my pride? Besides, you shouldn't spoil boys too much. Give them an inch and they'll take a mile. Isn't that what people always say about boys? She still understood this guy quite well. All right, you're good. You dare call me thick-skinned and shameless. It seems you're asking for a lesson from me, I said as I reached out to tickle Bai Susu. I have to teach this girl a lesson. Ha 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 ha, Bai Susu immediately curled up, laughing uncontrollably. This guy is truly mean, daring to tickle me too. Ever since she was a child, she was most afraid of being tickled. Unacceptable. This is really too much. Bai Susu really wanted to get angry, but because she was so ticklish, she couldn't maintain a serious face. Ha ha ha, you fan, ha ha ha, stop it right now, ha ha ha, otherwise you'll really get angry, Bai Susu said while laughing out loud, feeling truly wronged in her heart. Yifan only knows how to bully me. I must definitely tell Aunt Yi, so Aunt Yi can deal with Yifan. Just you wait. Yifan, you're finished. Hurry up and say it. Do you love me? Do you like me? Do you find me very handsome? Do you think I'm very charming? Susu, say it. Ha ha ha, Yifan, you're too much. Ha ha ha, I'll ask Aunt Yi to teach you a lesson. Ha ha ha, you're dead meat. You still want to go tattle on me? You're quite something, Bai Susu. Aren't you afraid I'll keep tickling you like this forever? To actually intend to ask my mom to deal with me? I'm not afraid at all. Unless you promise not to tell my mom, only then will I stop. Even though my mouth said I wasn't afraid of my mom, just the thought of her knowing I was bullying Susu, just thinking about it made me shiver with fear. Alright, stop it. Bai Susu really couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, who knows when it would end. Only when I heard Bai Susu agree did I stop. Little girl, have you learned your lesson yet? I put on the face of a triumphant petty man. Bai Susu suddenly stood up, bolting towards the bedroom door, her mouth still shouting, I'm going to tell Aunt Yi right now so she can deal with you. As soon as I heard that, I was startled, immediately giving chase. Susu, don't. Bai Susu tripped and almost took a tumble. I quickly grabbed Bai Susu around the waist, and we both tumbled onto the bed, eyes locked in a passionate gaze. To make it convenient to take the kids around, I bought an Audi A7 and was spotted by my ex-girlfriend Liu Ruyan. I rejected her last time, but she still refuses to give up. Now she's calling me again. Yifan, it's Ruyan. I just wanted to check in on you. How have you been lately? On the phone, Liu Ruyan's voice was full of hesitation. When making this call, she had to consider it for a long time. She had asked Zhao Xiaoxin before, but he didn't care about her at all, making her lose face several times. If there's something, say it quickly. I frowned, my tone extremely cold. What trick is this woman trying to pull now? But I was also a bit surprised. After all, Liu Ruyan is a very arrogant person. She would absolutely never proactively admit a mistake or take the initiative to contact someone. The relationship between us is very awkward. There's no way to reconcile. Bai Susu, standing next to me, was a bit curious hearing my tone. It was the first time she saw me like this, extremely cold. Who on earth is this caller? Yifan, I truly regret it now. Can we make up? I really know I was wrong. Look, our feelings for each other used to be so good. Breaking up like this is truly such a shame. Could we give each other another chance? On the phone, it was rare to see Liu Ruyan bravely speak out the words she had been agonizing over for so long. Yifan, could you let me be selfish just this once? Yifan, you can't always hold a grudge against a girl like me. I've lowered myself completely to apologize to you, to beg for your forgiveness. How can you be this heartless? Never. We broke up a long time ago. Please stop bothering me. After saying that, I immediately hung up. Less than 2 seconds later, the phone rang again. I directly put Liu Ruyan on the blacklist. This is the first time I've ever blocked someone, and a girl at that. Bai Susu standing nearby had also figured out part of this whole breaking up or not business. It's Liu Ruyan, right? Does that mean Liu Ruyan has regretted it and is asking to get back together? Is it Liu Ruyan? Bai Susu looked at me with serious eyes and asked, even though she felt she had guessed right, she still wanted to hear the confirmation from my own mouth. That she wants to get back together with me, but I didn't agree. I spoke casually. Before, I said some words in a moment of anger saying I would make Liu Ruyan regret it. It turns out she really does regret it now. But what if she regrets it? I never really liked Liu Ruyan to begin with. Back then, it was only because she proactively pursued me. At that time, I thought Liu Ruyan was a simple, pure girl, but reality slapped me right in the face. How ridiculous. Besides, now I have a wife and children. You and the kids are the most important people to me. So, what are you thinking? Bai Susu didn't look at me, her hands hanging down, slightly clenched in worry. She was afraid I wouldn't be able to withstand Liu Ruyan's persistent clinging. She was so worried only because my image was already deeply engraved in her heart. She didn't want to leave me. She wanted her children to have a father. In this moment, Bai Susu was truly very worried that I would nod in agreement with Liu Ruyan. After all, they used to be involved with each other. How could they have dated if there were no feelings involved? What else could I be thinking? As long as I have you and the kids, I'm completely satisfied. She has nothing to do with me. As for Liu Ruyan, I don't want to have any more entanglements with her. But didn't you once like her? Hearing my words, Bai Susu felt a bit of joy in her heart, but still couldn't help but ask further. Not exactly liked, just a bit of a good impression. I did before, but now it's completely gone. Anyway, a girl who dares to proactively pursue a guy, that courage and directness are worth respecting, but it's all in the past now. Really? Bai Susu was starting to feel a bit jealous, courageous, direct. I don't know why these words sound so annoying. Are you implying that I'm not direct and lack courage? Of course, how could her courage compare to yours? It wasn't until I met you that I knew what a girl's true courage was. You went through the period from pregnancy to childbirth all alone, all the hardships along that journey. I can imagine them all. Susu, you've captivated me, made it impossible for me to let go, and made me fall deeply in love with you. Now my heart is only filled with your image. I took hold of Bai Susu's hand, placing it against her chest where her heart was beating. I'm not actually that good. Of course, Yifan, I love you too. Bai Susu gathered her courage to speak her mind. When a girl is in front of the person she likes, she should also take the initiative to express her feelings. I pulled Bai Susu into my arms. My heart was filled with emotion. Having a wife like this, I could ask for nothing more in this life. Perhaps I saved the entire galaxy in my past life to have this luck. The four little treasures all turned, their tiny faces to look at Bai Susu and me, their rosy cheeks smiling gently. On this side, Liu Ruyan kept calling, but she just couldn't get through. She was so angry that her expression became fierce. Damn it, why won't it connect? Ruyan, maybe Yifan has found someone new, so let's not waste our efforts. Isn't it better to find someone else? Zhao Tuyet said while cracking sunflower seeds. Look at that. At first she despised Yifan in every way, and now she can't wait to cling to him. Truly, the tables have turned. Zhao Tuyet looked at Liu Ruyan's back with complete disdain. Everyone else has already moved on, yet this Liu Ruyan still wants to keep trying. If she'd known it'd come to this, why did she act like that before? There's no medicine for regret in this world, so she should just suck it up and accept it. Impossible, he won't have someone else. Yifan loves me. He still loves me. Liu Ruyan said while crying. She couldn't accept that someone tall, rich, and handsome like him had slipped through her fingers. She didn't believe that all the good things I did for her before were fake. When she had a stomach ache, Yifan climbed out of school at night to buy her medicine and ended up being caught by the instructor and forced to write a 3,000-word self-reflection. And that other time, when some girls bullied her and started scolding her, Yifan stood up to protect her. She still remembered back then. Yifan sent good morning and good night texts on time every day. You've been calling for over 10 minutes and he won't even pick up. He clearly doesn't want anything to do with you. You hurt him far too deeply. Ruyan, let it go. After all, there are plenty of other guys. Zhao Tuyet's eyes were full of contempt. Humph. She didn't expect arrogant Liu Ruyan to have a day like this. Their fake sisterhood was now clearly on display. No way. How could he have the heart to blacklist me? I don't believe it. Zhao Tuyet, do you think he's just sulking? How could he not love me anymore? Liu Ruyan said excitedly, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhao Tuyet looked at the somewhat frenzied Liu Ruyan and was momentarily dazed. Is she actually being sincere this time? The old Liu Ruyan was never like this. This Liu Ruyan is really strong. Let go of my hand. Zhao Tuyet struggled to break free, then swung her hand and gave Liu Ruyan a hard slap. Calm down, Yifan is in the past. If you really want a rich guy, why does it have to be him slap? Liu Ruyan was stunned instantly, and her phone dropped to the ground. Before, she complained that he had nothing, not even gifts. Now that she sees he has luxury cars and money, she starts to like him to the point of madness. Liu Ruyan probably doesn't even understand her own heart. These messy emotional affairs are so exhausting. What's the point of acting like the world is ending now? On the other side, the moving company had arrived. I directed everyone to carry the beds, then loaded them onto the truck. Bai Susu helped pack the baby's things. After being busy all afternoon, everything was finally finished. Over an hour later, we arrived at the villa. Everyone carried the items into the new house. Since we just arrived, many things needed organizing, and some cleaning had to be done. Half an hour later, the cleaning was finished. Bai Susu and I finally brought the children into the new home. Bai Susu walked into the villa, her small face filled with amazement. The living room was decorated in a very high-end style, especially the large crystal chandelier hanging from the second floor. It was truly incomparable luxury. The floors were all carpeted, feeling soft underfoot. Just like walking on cotton, no need to worry about getting hurt if someone fell. I didn't expect Yifan to be so capable. This villa is not only beautiful but also very safe, which couldn't be more perfect for the children. Bai Susu's heart was overflowing with happiness. Yifan is really good to the children. This villa must have cost a fortune. On this small hill, there are no other houses, only this one. Could Yifan have bought the entire plot of land? Do you like it? I asked, looking at Bai Susu's fair little face. All of this was the result of my careful planning and hard work. I believed I could make Bai Susu happy. I love this place very much. From now on, this will be our home. Bai Susu's small face was radiant with a smile. She really couldn't have imagined this before. Now she felt like she was dreaming. How on earth did Yifan get all of this? Although she was curious, she knew there were some things she didn't need to ask. When he could tell her, he definitely would. Silly girl, this is our home. We're going to live here very happily. I gently stroked Bai Susu's small head, my eyes full of tenderness. I led Bai Susu to the second floor to tour the rooms. There were many rooms, including a master bedroom and several empty ones. Besides those, there was a piano room, library, study, and more. Bai Susu's face showed clear excitement. This second floor is truly massive, perfect for both rest and entertainment. There are so many rooms here. Susu, look, there's even a sauna room here. I also specially prepared a slightly larger bathtub for the kids. And over here, I prepared a guzheng for you. I remember you like it very much. The first time I saw you was during the school performance competition, playing the guzheng in a hanfu. Yifan, you really didn't need to do so much, even though I love it. This must have cost you way too much. Bai Susu's eyes turned slightly red. She didn't expect me to know her preferences so well. The care I gave her seemed to far exceed even her own parents. In this life, besides her grandfather, I was the one who treated her best. What kind of luck did she have to meet such a treasure of a guy like me? The heavens have truly favored her too much. Silly girl, we're husband and wife. So of course I have to be good to you. Whatever others have, my wife must have too. As for what others don't have, as long as my wife likes it, I'll work hard to get it for you. Thank you. I'm truly very lucky. Bai Susu hugged me tightly, unable to hold back her tears. In front of the person you love, all reserve becomes meaningless. Silly, are you crying? I asked, a bit flustered. Everything was fine, so why the tears? Did I do something wrong? It's okay, these are just tears of joy. Bai Susu held me tight. Yifan, in this life, no one will ever be able to tear our family apart. Yeah, silly girl, no one can separate us, believe me. I'll get your family's approval soon. I hugged Bai Susu with a serious face. This was my promise to her. I just finished bathing and was about to sleep. Just then, the phone rang. Yifan, do you have any money? Zhao Xiaoxian spoke hesitantly over the phone. There was no other way. He really couldn't find anyone else to borrow from, so he came to me. He also knew I had a wife and kids to support, and definitely needed money more than ever, but he was at his wit's end, so he took a chance and called me. What happened? Hearing Zhao Xiaoxian's voice, I knew something was wrong. If he was asking me for money, something big must have happened. My dad was crushed by a rock while working. He's in the hospital now and needs money urgently. My family pooled all our money, but we're still short. I know you're struggling too, supporting a wife and young children. I had no choice but to come to you. It's okay if you don't have it, I'll go try to ask someone else. Zhao Xiaoxian began to choke up. Wait, I'll transfer 500,000 yuan to you first. We'll talk more once I get there. After saying that, I hung up and transferred the 500,000 directly to Zhao Xiaoxian. I knew Zhao Xiaoxian's father worked construction, and construction sites are dangerous. This must be serious, which made me anxious. I quickly threw on some clothes and went to Bai Susu's door, intending to let her know, but then I thought she might be fast asleep, and I didn't want to wake the kids, so I decided not to say anything and went straight out. Zhao Xiaotian is my brother. He helped me a lot back in school. Not to mention when my kids turned a month old, he came to celebrate and even secretly gave the kids some gift money. On the other side, Zhao Xiaotian was looking at the bank notification on his phone. He was still dazed. 500,000? Did Yifan really transfer me 500,000? My dad is saved. Son, how much did you manage to borrow? Mother Zhao looked at Zhao Xiaoxian with an anxious face. I only managed to get a few tens of thousands. If it's not enough, I'll ask distant relatives tomorrow. Mom, my brother lent me 500,000. We don't need to borrow from anyone else. Dad is saved, Mom. He can have the surgery now. Zhao Xiaotian immediately went to pay the surgical fees, and his unconscious father was finally taken into surgery. Zhao Xiaoxian and his mother waited outside. They'd originally thought there was no hope. The doctor said surgery had to be done ASAP, otherwise there was a high chance of paralysis because Father Zhao was crushed very badly. Almost half of his body had been buried under the rubble. Their family didn't have much money. The surgery cost 300,000 or 400,000, and their savings were only over 100,000. They were still far short. While frantically trying to raise the funds, who would have thought I'd help them get enough instantly? Zhao Xiaotian felt that having a brother like me was truly the greatest fortune of his life. Son, is that friend of yours a rich heir? How could he lend us so much money all at once? Mother Zhao asked her son with curiosity. I suppose so. Zhao Xiaotian didn't know how to answer his mother. After all, he knew that me producing that much money immediately probably wasn't an easy thing to do. You silly boy. Remember to thank him properly later. Many claim kin when you're rich, but those who help in trouble are truly precious. Understand? Mother Zhao looked at her son with tears in her eyes. Her son had grown up, and the friends he made were very reliable. Thinking back to asking for money earlier, she'd gone to many relatives, but not a single one was willing to lend a hand. And they call themselves relatives. It's really a joke. Some relatives even owed money to her family and yet refused to pay it back. Thinking about it made her heart cold. Truly, a friend in need is a friend indeed. The saying really couldn't be truer, Mother Zhao thought to herself. As long as Father Zhao survives this ordeal, she must thank her son's friend properly. He's the savior of this entire family. Don't worry, Mom, I know. Zhao Xiaotian nodded. Even without her reminder, he knew how much he owed me. Both of them stared tensely at the operating room, fearing any complication. Xiaotian, I've arrived at the hospital. After asking the nurse, I found out that Zhao Xiaotian's father had just been taken into surgery. They must have been waiting for the funds earlier. Yifan, why are you here? Zhao Xiaotian heard someone call his name and turned around to see me rushing over. When he saw me, his eyes suddenly blurred with emotion. You dummy! Something this big happened? Why didn't you tell me? Did you have to wait until you needed money to say something? I looked at Zhao Xiaotian with annoyance. He really wasn't treating me like a brother. I didn't want to trouble you or make you worry. Thank you for lending me the money. My dad is in surgery now. This is my mother. Zhao Xiaotian introduced her to me. Hello, Auntie. I'm Yifan, Zhao Xiaotian's friend. I visited your home back in high school, I said with a smile. Yifan, I remember now. I didn't expect you to be the one to save our whole family. Let me thank you on behalf of all of us too, Fan. If not for you lending us the money, my husband might have really, Mother Zhao said, and then burst into tears. When she first heard the bad news, she was paralyzed with fear, and her son was frantic with worry too. When thinking of such a huge surgical fee, it felt like the world was collapsing before them. Mom, don't cry anymore. It's over. Dad is in surgery. He'll be well soon. Zhao Xiaotian comforted his mother. Don't worry too much, Auntie. He's a good man. The heavens will protect him. Good heavens, when something like this happens, anyone would be worried and upset. Thank you so much, Tu Fan. Your kindness will be forever in our family's hearts. Mother Zhao looked at me with gratitude, thinking about how those relatives weren't even as good as her son's friend. She felt truly saddened. It's nothing, Auntie. I just helped a little. As long as Uncle is fine, that's all that matters. He's past the worst of it now. Besides, Zhao Xian and I have been close for years. Helping each other is only natural. My son is truly lucky to have a sincere friend like you. If not for you, our family really wouldn't have known what to do. Mom, sit down and rest a bit. Stop crying. If Dad wakes up and sees you like this, he'll definitely scold me again, Zhao Xiaotian said while wiping his mother's tears. Isn't that right? His dad loved his mom more than anyone. If Dad knew Mom cried this much, he wouldn't let it slide. He'd definitely give his son a piece of his mind. Yifan, the 500,000 you transferred, there's still 200,000 left over. Let me transfer it back to you. Don't worry about this money. I'll try to pay you back as soon as possible. I know you're facing difficulties too. No need. Keep it for now. I still have money. Use this for after Uncle's surgery, to buy supplements and help him recover. His health still needs lots of rest and care. He definitely won't be able to work for a while, so how will your family manage its income? Just keep this for expenses. Don't rush to pay me back. But you have a wife and kids to take care of. What about you? Zhao Xiaotian looked at me worriedly and spoke. He didn't dare say this to Mother Zhao, so he whispered so only we could hear. It's fine. I just acquired a company, so money flows into my account every day. Stop worrying about nonsense. Just use this for emergencies. After you graduate and find a stable job, you can pay me back then. If you really can't pay it back, then just come work at my company to pay off the debt. I smiled and finally cracked a joke. Heh, hearing you say that, I think that idea is actually quite feasible. Zhao Xiaotian was the peer I trusted most. I'd long seen through his character. He was truly reliable. If he could work at my company in the future and give me a hand, it would definitely be a huge help. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt that I was being quite cunning this time. All right, let's settle on that then. Zhao Xiaotian smiled and replied, working for me was no problem at all. This brother stepped up at his hardest moment. It was a truly precious help, and since it was his best friend, he was completely willing. The three of us sat and waited until after 4 a.m., when Father Zhao was finally pushed out of surgery. The surgery was very successful. Luckily, it was done in time. There were no major issues. The three of them went into the hospital room together. Seeing that everything was okay, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Yifan, there's nothing left to do. Go home and get some rest. Zhao Xiaotian looked at me and said, his dad was out of danger and now just needed to recover. That's right, Yifan. Go home. Xiaotian and I are here, so it's fine. Go rest. Thank you so much for today. Zhao Xiaotian's mother also spoke up. Yes, Auntie. Xiaotian, then I'll head home first. Call me if anything happens. I said and left the hospital. Back at home, as soon as I hit the bed, I immediately fell fast asleep. My nerves had been stretched to the limit, so I was exhausted, and within minutes, I was sound asleep. The sky gradually brightened. When Bai Susu woke up, she saw my room door was still closed, so she knew I wasn't up yet. She didn't wake me and let me sleep longer, then went down for breakfast, where the robot Vien told her that I went out in the middle of the night and only returned near 5 a.m. Bai Susu suddenly realized, why did this guy run out so late? Did something happen? Lady Mistress, it seems the master's friend had an emergency, so the master went to handle it last night. I was going to follow, but the master told me to stay and protect you and the babies. So that's it. It's okay. Tell everyone not to disturb him. Let him sleep until he wakes up on his own. I'm leaving the children in your care. I'm heading to school after breakfast. Madam, please rest assured. Leave the house to me and Con. You can go to school with peace of mind. Getting to return to school soon, Bai Susu felt a sense of anticipation. After breakfast, Bai Susu drove to school. After finishing the school procedures, she grabbed her books for the lecture. Her major was finance, and there happened to be a professor's lecture on finance this morning, so she went to attend. The news of Bai Susu's return to school spread throughout the campus in less than an hour. The male students all went crazy. The cold goddess Bai Susu was back. The goddess missing for 8 or 9 months was back. The boys were moved to tears of joy. Before, when hearing she'd suspended her studies, their hearts had been truly broken. Now that she was back, their withered hearts were full of life again. This was truly a grand occasion for the men of the school. Bai Susu focused on the professor's lecture. Boys around her began to whisper and gossip, their eyes full of joy as they looked at her. And the girls, they were green with envy. Well, they weren't as beautiful as Bai Susu, nor were they as smart, and definitely not as sought after, so they could only admire and be jealous. No one expected Bai Susu to return before. Many girls thought Bai Susu would never come back to school, but instead stay home for a business marriage. Who knew that seeing her with their own eyes would be such a painful slap in the face? Look, Bai Susu is as beautiful as ever. No, she actually seems more radiantly beautiful than before, and she seems a bit gentler too, not as cold and icy as she used to be. Bai Susu packed her books and turned to leave. As she stepped out of the classroom, she was blocked by a male student. Naturally, she knew the student. It was Ingo Hai, a fellow sophomore like her. Only Ingo Hai was a medical student, a different major from hers. Bai Susu, are you really back? I heard everyone talking earlier. I actually thought they were joking. I didn't expect it to really be you. A bright smile spread across Ingo Hai's handsome face. Bai Susu looked at Ingo Hai and frowned slightly. Yeah, I'm back. Bai Susu replied indifferently. She shot a glance at Ingo Hai, having absolutely no interest in chatting. But the other person didn't seem to realize that Bai Susu didn't want to talk to him. Susu, let's go eat together, my treat, Ingo Hai said excitedly. No thanks, we're not close, Bai Susu said, as she walked around Ingo Hai, heading straight for the library. Ingo Hai stood there dazed, staring blankly at Bai Susu's retreating figure, a flicker of sadness appearing in his eyes. He forgot that. They weren't actually close at all, it's just that once, he found a pen. Bai Susu dropped and returned it. He was just being a bit impulsive, making Bai Susu feel uncomfortable. Clearly, he was just overexcited. Everyone around, seeing Ingo Hai humiliated, was feeling quite smug. How dare he dream of the goddess? The goddess is truly the goddess, so cold, and showing no mercy to anyone. But word is there's a third-year senior who seems to be on quite good terms with Bai Susu, apparently because they both participated in the school's anniversary competition before. Bai Susu entered the library, looking at the knowledge she had missed over the past 6 months. She found some books on finance, then hugged the books and went to an empty seat to sit down and focus on her research. At that moment, another figure appeared in the library. It was him, Chu Thu Han. Chu Thu Han from the Foreign Languages Department, the one known as the school's great talent. When that figure appeared, everyone around turned to look at the same time, their eyes filled with surprise and joy. All the girls present there showed looks of pure admiration. Now that I'm not at school, Chu Thu Han has naturally become the most popular guy in the whole school and is of course considered a campus idol tier figure. Chu Thu Han, clutching several foreign language books, saw an empty seat ahead and walked over. Hi, is this seat taken? Chu Thu Han asked softly. Bai Susu heard someone talking, but didn't even bother to look up. She just gave a slight nod and buried her head in her finance materials again. A flicker of something strange passed through Chu Thu Han's eyes. Then he sat down in the seat opposite Bai Susu. Both of them were in absolute silence, neither disturbing the other. Chu Thu Han occasionally glanced at Bai Susu opposite him, feeling very odd. This person is definitely Bai Susu, but why isn't she paying any attention to me? Reasonably speaking, when she sees me, there should be some kind of reaction, yet there was nothing at all. This made him feel very disappointed. Could it be that Bai Susu didn't recognize my voice? Or didn't realize I'm Chu Thu Han? Excuse me, could I borrow a pen? Chu Thu Han looked up, looked at Bai Susu and said softly, since this was a library after all. He naturally had to keep his voice down. Bai Susu took out another pen, placed it in front of Chu Thu Han, still not looking up, just focusing on reading and taking notes. Thanks. Chu Thu Han felt a bit annoyed. Perhaps he had disturbed Bai Susu's reading. If he kept trying to chat and she noticed something, it would affect his image in her heart. When Bai Susu finished her materials, she packed up her things and went to return the books. Seeing this, Chu Thu Han immediately closed his books and followed her. Bai Susu, it really is you. I thought I had seen wrong just now. Chu Thu Han tried to start a conversation. Yeah. Bai Susu looked up at Chu Thu Han, nodded slightly, considering the greeting done while her hands were still arranging the books. What a coincidence. Look, it's already dinner time. Let's go eat together. It's my treat, Chu Thu Han said. No need, I already have my meal card. Bai Susu replied calmly. She placed the last book on the shelf and turned to walk away. Chu Thu Han watched Bai Susu's retreating figure, his heart carrying a bit of disappointment, but he quickly followed after her. After all, everyone was going to the cafeteria. There's only one cafeteria in the school anyway, so taking the same path is only natural, right? Thinking of this, Chu Thu Han couldn't help but quicken his pace. Bai Susu arrived at the cafeteria, picked an empty spot and sat down, eating the meal she had just gotten, while replying to my text messages. A small smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, a sight that left everyone around stunned. What did they just witness? Seeing the cold goddess eating while using her phone, seemingly replying to someone's message, this was something that had never happened before. Looking closer, they saw the goddess texting, with such a smile on her lips. Could it be the person of her dreams? Is the cold goddess in love? Who on earth could it be? Who exactly was it that pulled their noble goddess down from her high pedestal? If they ever found out, they would definitely break that guy's legs. Everyone around was both furious and heartbroken. Bai Susu finished her meal, drank a bowl of vegetable soup, and left. As soon as she stepped out, she headed to the library. She had one more class in the afternoon and wanted to find some reference materials beforehand. Liu Ruyan, don't you like that poor guy, Yifan? Why are you looking for me, and even asking to meet me all the way at the library? A mocking voice rang out. Truong Luong, back then, I was just blinded by Yifan's sweet talk. Besides, you know he's just a dirt poor guy. Even if he makes it big later, he still won't compare to you. Your family has assets worth billions. Truong Long, didn't you once pursue me and say you liked me? Liu Ruyan looked at Truong Long and spoke bashfully, almost outright saying she wanted to be his girlfriend. At that moment, Bai Susu happened to be nearby, overhearing my name. She couldn't help but slowly draw closer, stepping aside to eavesdrop. Truong Long and Liu Ruyan, these two hanging out together. Just then, their voices rang out once more. Of course, do you still like Yifan? Truong Luong looked at Liu Ruyan's beautiful face and asked, truly worthy of being the department's belle, so pleasing to the eye. Of course not. I hate him bitterly now. Truong Luong, I'm with you now. You must help me deal with Yifan in the future. Don't let him live in peace. Liu Ruyan's face showed clear anger. Are you sure you have the heart to do it? Don't tell me your love has turned to hate. Regardless of whether Liu Ruyan truly hated him out of love, Truong Luong just wanted to play around a bit, because he had pursued her once before, but she hadn't agreed, and he absolutely had to win back his pride. Now that this woman had delivered herself to his doorstep, he had no reason to be polite. How could that be possible? I only like you now. Someone as outstanding as you. That Yifan guy isn't even fit to carry your shoes, Liu Ruyan said spitefully. Now that's what I like to hear. Come here, let me give you a hug. Let's go somewhere else. It's too crowded here anyway. Truong Luong took Liu Ruyan's hand and left. From behind the corner, Bai Susu watched their retreating figures, then slowly stepped out, her eyes filled with coldness. These two really don't know their place, conspiring together to harm Yifan. Truly disgusting. As if my husband could be dealt with by people like them, and saying he's not even fit to carry their shoes. In Bai Susu's eyes, these two aren't even worthy of drinking my husband's footwash water. This Liu Ruyan really has a wicked heart. Luckily, Yifan saw her true colors, breaking up after only a month of dating. Otherwise, he would have definitely been made miserable by her. Oh, I must tell him to be careful, but since he's currently taking a break from school, staying home to look after the kids, and managing company affairs, these two probably won't be able to pull off anything. At that moment, Bai Susu heard hurried footsteps. Sister-in-law, senior. Zhao Xiaotian looked at Bai Susu and called out hesitantly. Zhao Xiaotian. Bai Susu was a bit surprised. Why did he come looking for me? Why did he suddenly think of seeking me out? Bai Susu had originally met Zhao Xiaotian at the hospital. He's a good brother of Yifan. While I was still in the hospital, he was the one who brought personal items to Yifan. Senior, I just got back from the hospital, and as soon as I returned, I heard rumors everywhere that you're back at school. The guys are all going crazy with excitement. But more importantly, I just saw Liu Ruyan and Truong Luong together. That Truong Luong is always causing trouble for me, and that Liu Ruyan girl was begging Yifan to reconcile before. Now that those two are hanging out, it definitely won't lead to anything good. Zhao Xiaoxian's face showed both worry and urgency. You should know that Liu Ruyan had looked for him several times before, asking him to put in a good word, to help her reconcile with me. Yet now she's given up, and is going around with Truong Luong. He had seen it with his own eyes just now in the middle of campus. They were flirting, even pulling and dragging each other. It looked suspicious no matter how you look at it. He started to worry about me and Bai Susu. If the relationship between me and Bai Susu were exposed, and with kids involved too, the consequences would truly be unimaginable. That's why he was extremely anxious right now. Don't worry. I understand what you're worried about. As for my business, as long as you all don't speak of it, no one will know. We truly need to be wary of Truong Luong and Liu Ruyan. I overheard what they were saying just now. It's true, they don't want to leave Yifan alone, but it won't be that easy for them. I knew it. Those two are birds of a feather. Neither of them is any good. Fortunately, Yifan broke up with that kind of woman. Otherwise, I really don't know how much trouble would be waiting for him. Alright, we just need to be a bit more careful. By the way, did you say you just came back from the hospital? Yifan left the house in the middle of last night and only returned this morning? These two things must be related. Yes, something happened with my dad last night. I called Yifan. He helped me out a lot. He didn't get home until early this morning. Senior, didn't you know about this? He went out so late last night, he probably didn't tell you for fear of disturbing the little ones. I only heard from the assistant this morning, so I didn't wake him up. Just let him sleep a bit longer. So, is your father more stable now? Don't worry too much, everything will be fine. Zhao Xiaoqian naturally has a good personality. More importantly, he's my brother. So of course Bai Susu didn't treat him too coldly. He's fine. The surgery went very smoothly. Oh, and one more thing, senior. When I came here, I heard some rumors. If you happen to hear them, please don't be angry. Zhao Xiaoqian didn't know if he should say it directly. What is it? Go ahead and tell me, Bai Susu asked. Being rumors about herself made her even more curious. She didn't expect to hear scandalous rumors about herself. Rumors at school say that you dropped out to fulfill an arranged family marriage. Some also say it was because you got pregnant and gave birth that you were being kept. Don't take it to heart. If you hear it, those things aren't worth worrying about. It's nothing to be concerned about. It's just that I don't know who wants to cross you by spreading such rumors. But I don't care to lower myself to their level. All right? Go take care of your own business. Then I'll be going. Don't worry too much. Zhao Xiaoqian then hesitantly left. Looking at his sister-in-law's state, he felt that for any other girl, it would certainly not feel good in her heart. I thought Liu Ruyan and I would never have anything to do with each other again, but surprisingly, both of us were invited to attend the class reunion. Zhao Xiaoqian and I went to that class reunion together. Yafan, Xiaoqian, you guys are here. Come sit down, come sit down. Lin Han saw Zhao Xiaoqian and me arrive, and immediately stood up with a bright smile. Finally, Zhao Xiaoqian and I walked over, sitting in the empty seats next to Lin Han, and sitting right next to me was our former class president, Xiao Xiao. When Xiao Xiao looked at me, her eyes suddenly lit up, a faint trace of a smile appearing in her gaze. I didn't expect him to actually come. He looks even more handsome than before, and more radiant too. I gathered everyone here today, after not seeing each other for over a year, just wanting everyone to have a fun get-together. Don't be shy, or order whatever you want. It's all on me, Lin Han said generously, like a big spender. Come, let's all toast to young Master Lam. If it weren't for young Master Lam paying out of his own pocket today, it would be hard for us to have a full gathering like this. Everyone raised their wine glasses and spoke. I looked at the glass in front of me, feeling a bit awkward. Both Zhao Xiaoqian and I couldn't drink alcohol since we still had to drive home later anyway. If both of us got drunk, having to call a designated driver then would be such a hassle. But there was no other way. I couldn't ruin the mood for everyone, so I had to pour myself a cup of tea. As I was about to raise my glass with everyone, Ziqi sitting nearby saw it and immediately looked displeased. Yifan, why are you using tea instead of wine? Why can't you drink wine? Are you looking down on us that much? I have to drive, so I can't drink alcohol. I casually glanced at Ziqi. This guy back in high school always disliked me. I didn't expect that after more than a year, he'd still be the same. What driving? Are you still working a part-time job? How many tens of yuan do you get for one trip driving for people? Ziqi sneered, his eyes full of mockery. As expected, poor remains poor. Whenever there are no classes, holidays, or whatnot, he's off working part-time, just like the old days. Hey Ziqi, what kind of way is that to talk? Zhao Xiaoqian immediately stood up, glaring at Ziqi and scolding him. How does this guy still have his old habits, not changing at all, still looking down on others with those dog eyes? Did I say something wrong? In high school, wasn't Yifan always out working part-time to earn money? Ziqi looked at us with an extremely sarcastic gaze. See? What's the use of being good at studying? You're still just a dirt-poor guy. My temper couldn't take it anymore. With that, Zhao Xiaoqian was about to rush over to argue with Ziqi, but surprisingly, I held him back. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? It's just a dog barking aimlessly, nothing worth paying attention to, I said while pulling Zhao Xiaoqian to sit down. Ziqi beside us was fuming with rage, his eyes turning bloodshot, as if he wanted to rush up and fight me to the death. Enough! Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Lin Han looked at Ziqi and growled softly. Since Ziqi was currently following him, Ziqi's embarrassment was like his own. Everyone here is an old classmate. It was hard enough to have this one gathering. Don't argue over small things, just eat. At this moment, class president, Xiao Xiao spoke up. In high school, Xiao Xiao was not only the class president, but also the class belle. Liu Ruyan sat at another table without saying a word. She didn't transfer into the same class as me until the 12th grade. Back then, she had a slight crush on me, but I completely ignored her. The whole class revolved around class president Xiao Xiao. She understood that well, that Xiao Xiao liked me too. In the past, Xiao Xiao had almost confessed to me. It was just that some things happened afterward. You should know that back then, many guys pursued Xiao Xiao, but I seemed to have no interest in romance at all, didn't pay much attention to girls. Never bothered about these things. It was in college that Liu Ruyan started pursuing me, and that's when everything that followed happened. If it weren't for being with her for a month, I wouldn't have known Liu Ruyan was that kind of person. While everyone was eating, I turned my head to look at class president Xiao Xiao. I wanted to know if Fang Dajian would come, so I spoke up. Class president, is Fang Dajian coming? I looked at Xiao Xiao and asked curiously. Oh, he said he was coming earlier, but later he said he got stuck in traffic, so he said he might be a bit late and told us not to wait. He Xiao's small face flushed slightly, her eyes somewhat avoiding mine. Ye Fan is still as gentle as before. The way he looks at me is truly very warm. He Xiao felt her heart, thumping as if it wanted to leap out of her chest. So that's how it is. My eyes showed a hint of worry, looking back toward the private room's door. I wonder if Feng Dajian will make it in time. Back then, after the college entrance exam, Feng Dajian seemed to vanish from the face of the earth. All his contact information had completely changed. Does this kid even see Xiaoshan and me as brothers? He hasn't even bothered to reach out once all this time. It's really quite annoying. Just then, a waitress entered, carrying a half-meter-long Australian lobster in her hands. Everyone saw it and couldn't help but be amazed. The lobster is so huge. Everyone's eyes were full of admiration and awe as they looked at Lin Han. If it weren't for Lin Han, it would truly be hard for us to see a lobster like this. Didn't expect it to be half a meter long. Exactly. Everyone should properly thank Lin Han, otherwise how could you have this kind of luck? At this moment, Ziachi spoke again in a sarcastic and mocking tone. Ziachi looked smugly at Zhao Xiaoshan and me, his gaze brimming with provocation. It's nothing, we're all classmates. It's what should be done. This lobster isn't that expensive anyway. Lin Han smiled. Lin Han was truly boasting to high heaven. How could that be? A lobster like this would surely cost tens of thousands of yuan. Young Master Lam even ordered a king crab for us, so all three of our tables here come to nearly 100,000 yuan. Ziachi spoke up again. Thank you, Young Master Lam. Young Master Lam truly is too generous. Being in the same class as Young Master Lam really is an incredible piece of luck. Young Master Lam, I toast you. Everyone spoke up clamoringly, drinking until their faces turned bright red. I didn't drink alcohol, but Zhao Xiaoshan did, and this guy's tolerance was nothing special. Xiaoshan, if you can't drink, then don't force it. Later you'll be the only one suffering when you're exhausted. Zhao Xiaoshan nodded, not being stubborn anymore, simply using tea instead of wine. Everyone was already tipsy, and the food on the table was mostly gone. Lin Han spoke up again, inviting everyone to go sing KTV. Everyone enthusiastically agreed at once. I didn't want to ruin everyone's fun, so I had to quietly follow along, secretly planning to find some excuse to slip away early later. To be honest, I didn't want to go at all. It was already past 8 in the evening. If I'm too late, that girl at home will definitely be worried sick. Plus, I don't know how the little ones are doing at home. At that moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. A tall young man wearing a tracksuit walked in. It was Feng Dajian. Sorry guys, there was some trouble on the way, so I'm late. Feng Dajian said awkwardly to everyone. Under the lights, sweat could still be seen on his forehead. It seemed he had really rushed to get here. I smiled and walked toward Feng Dajian. You guy, where on earth have you been for the past year? We were worried sick. Why didn't you bother to contact us at all? It's nothing. Just went to work elsewhere, made you guys worry. Feng Dajian's skin had tanned a little, but that bright face was always wearing a smile. Zhao Xiaoqian said, This kid, you really have returned. Don't leave again, you fan, and I have really been looking for you for a long time, but could never find you. You're really good at running away. I won't leave again after coming back this time. Plan to find a job in our hometown. Feng Dajian replied, Don't look any further. Just come to your fan's place. It's a perfect chance to support our brother Fan. You are really in luck. It's just a pity that I'm still stuck in school. I have to wait until I graduate to join Brother Fan's company. Feng Dajian was a bit dazed. What do you mean? At this point, he still had no idea what was going on. It felt like Yifan could help him find a job. Could it be that he is a legendary contractor or something? I'll tell you about this later. It's too crowded here, and there are some things I don't want them to know yet. Besides, in this place, I only trust Zhao Xiaotian and Feng Dajian. I don't trust anyone else. Dajian, you're here. We were just talking about going to KTV. Everyone finished eating by the time you arrived. It's fine, there's food at the KTV too. You can just order whatever you want there. Lin Han walked over to Feng Dajian and said, That's right, Dajian. Where are you working these days? At this time, Ziachi looked at Feng Dajian with a somewhat sarcastic and unfriendly tone. It's nothing much, just working to make ends meet. Feng Dajian smiled slightly. He wasn't stupid either. He naturally understood the hidden meaning in the other's words. It's okay, just follow our young Master Lam here. You can apply to his father's company later. He'll arrange a good position for you. Guaranteed you won't go hungry. Ziachi laughed and said, No need, I plan to follow you, Fan. Anyway, thanks for the offer. Feng Dajian replied with a smile. Liu Ruyan was standing to the side and felt that this scene was very strange. She had clearly heard Zhao Xiaotian say something about a company, but because it was so noisy here, she couldn't hear it very clearly, which only made her more curious. Everyone moved to a private room at the KTV. Lin Han ordered a lot of beer and a bunch of snacks. Come on, it's been over a year since we met. Let's the three of us have a drink. Yifan, you didn't drink anything at dinner, and Feng Dajian, you came late? You definitely have to have a glass this time. No refusals allowed, let me pour for you both. I thought to myself, It seems like this time it's definitely unavoidable to drink. If worst comes to worst, you'll just call a designated driver later. All right, I decisively drained the glass. Ziqi stood by and witnessed this, his eyes full of jealousy. These guys, Yifan and Fang Dajin, what right do they have to be personally served by young Master Lam? He hasn't even received such treatment himself. Just then, my phone rang. Looking at the screen, it turned out to be Bai Susu calling me. She must be worried about me. I had Bai Susu saved in my contacts as Little Fool. Lin Han accidentally saw this nickname, and he immediately became extremely curious. The owner of this Little Fool number must definitely be Yi Fan's girlfriend. I wonder what Yi Fan's taste is like. Remembering back in high school, there were so many girls who had secret crushes on me. After all, who doesn't like a handsome guy? Back then, I had rejected countless girls. However, after starting college, he had heard vague rumors that Liu Ruyan and I had become a couple. Liu Ruyan was the one who pursued me, and we broke up after only being together for a month. Yifan, is this a call from your girlfriend? Quick, tell us what she looks like, what her personality is like. Is she nice? Lin Han teased loudly. Cut it out, stop joking. I'm going outside to take this call. Excuse me, everyone. I took my phone, walked out of the room, and went to the main lobby. Sitting down on the sofa, I finally pressed the answer button. Hello, Yifan. You finally picked up. Where are you? Why is it so noisy there? Are you at a KTV? Goodness, you actually ended up at a KTV. Didn't you say you were going to a high school reunion? Yeah, I'm at a KTV. Right after dinner, everyone dragged me here. I also had a bit of alcohol. Look at that, usually this girl is so haughty, but now what? Just because I'm out and haven't come home yet, she's already calling me anxiously. I really felt a sense of sweetness in my heart. This is what it feels like to have a girlfriend urge you to come home, to have someone waiting for you, caring and keeping an eye on you. This feeling is truly wonderful. You drank alcohol too? Didn't Zhao Xiaoqin drink for you? Now that you've been drinking, you absolutely must not drive. It's very dangerous. On the other end, Bai Susu reminded me again with concern. Drinking and driving is absolutely forbidden, do you hear me? And don't drink too much either. That's right, drink some fruit juice or eat some fruit to sober up. Bai Susu kept giving advice over the phone. Hearing Bai Susu's caring words, the corners of my mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. Don't worry, I've noted it all. If you're tired, go to sleep early, okay? It was almost 10 at night, yet this little fool still hadn't gone to bed early. You're still out? How could I sleep peacefully? I'm very worried about you, Bai Susu said in a sulky, slightly reproachful voice. What else could it be? How could you be so carefree as to just ignore it? It's fine. In a little while, just call a designated driver. He'll be home in a bit, so please don't worry. No, wait for me. He'll come pick you up. Send me your address and stay right there to wait for me. Don't go anywhere. Clear? After saying that, Bai Susu decisively hung up. Is she serious? Coming to pick me up personally in the middle of the night? I put my phone in my pocket and walked back into the KTV room once again. Brother Fan, what's with you? Zhao Xiaoqin and Fang Dajin looked at me with immense curiosity since I was smiling so incredibly sweetly. It's nothing, just your sister-in-law calling me. It was best not to mention that she was coming to pick me up since I was worried it wouldn't be good for her. If this group knew that Bai Susu was my wife and then started spreading rumors everywhere, the impact on Bai Susu would be too great. I absolutely didn't want any idle gossip to end up hurting her. Rest assured, Brother Fan. Do I look like the type to have a big mouth? Zhao Xiaoqin said confidently, patting his chest. Fang Dejian stood nearby, looking a bit confused. He understood every word they said, but he didn't understand the deeper meaning behind them. It wasn't a good time to ask too many questions, since ears were everywhere in this place. Just then, Class President He Xiao saw me return, so she took the microphone and stepped out, to stand in the center of the room, looking at everyone. Next, I'd like to dedicate a song to the whole class. It's called Love Confession Balloon. While I'm here, I also have a few words to say. I'd like to dedicate this Love Confession Balloon song specifically to Yi Fan, my first love from our high school years. After speaking, He Xiao bowed her head low and looked at me with eyes full of emotion. The whole room suddenly fell silent. What was happening? Everyone was initially stunned with shock, but they quickly began to respond. Get together, the crowd started cheering and trying to pair us up. Everyone, please stop joking around. I already have a girlfriend, and I really love her very much. In this life, I don't need anyone else but her. Right then, I stood up and looked at everyone with a firm gaze. A joke like that definitely couldn't be played with. What a great line, I don't need anyone else but her. Lin Han stood up, being the first to clap in applause. Liu Ruyan witnessed this scene, and complex emotions surged in her heart. It turns out that all this time, the one who couldn't let go of their feelings was me. I'm actually the most ridiculous person here. At that moment, my phone vibrated again. Looking at the screen, my eyes suddenly filled with joy. I'm truly sorry, everyone. Please keep having fun. We have some urgent business to attend to. Hope to see you all another time. I smiled as I spoke and walked out. What can I say? My wife comes first. Zhao Xiaotian and Fang Dajian also grabbed their things and followed. Right away, I saw an Audi supercar in front. My God, this car is so flashy. Bai Susu saw me coming out and opened the butterfly doors, then stepped out of the car. She was wearing a light purple cheongsam and a mask on her face. The cheongsam accentuated her perfect, seductive figure, and the skin visible under the mask was white as snow. Her cinnabar red lips and white high heels exuded a captivating femininity. I was deeply shaken by the sight. Is this Bai Susu? No way. Why is she dressed up to this extent? She's truly an enchantress. I have to get in the car quickly. Zhao Xiaoqian and Fang Dajian behind me were both staring in a daze. Is this the rumored sister-in-law? Her beauty is indeed unparalleled. Look at that aura. It's no exaggeration to say she's drop-dead gorgeous. Brother Fan is truly lucky. Haha, we're off. You two remember to find a designated driver. I coughed lightly and turned to look at these two useless brothers of mine, feeling quite annoyed. But I couldn't help it. Bai Susu was truly too beautiful. Get in the car, honey, Bai Susu said with a gentle smile. It seems my husband really likes this look of mine. I had only taken 2 steps when I heard hurried footsteps behind me. Oh no, my wife's first time dressing up so beautifully, and everyone is seeing it. Lin Han's group arrived and were all staring in a daze. They originally wanted to see what my girlfriend looked like. Seeing this scene, they were truly dying of envy. Humph, Yifan must be a kept man. How pathetic. Look at that car. It's worth millions of yuan. It'd be a miracle if he could afford it, Ziqi said bitterly. She's clearly a great beauty, even more beautiful than a star. If it were me, I'd be willing to be kept too. Too bad she wouldn't even look at me, someone in the crowd exclaimed in admiration. True, me too. This figure and beauty are top tier. Another person spoke up, their eyes full of admiration. Who wouldn't like such a young and beautiful woman? I didn't bother with them anymore, and climbed directly into the passenger seat. Bai Susu didn't even bother giving that group a single glance from start to finish. Reunions might sound nice, but honestly, aren't they just places for mutual flattery? How much sincere friendship is actually there? It's just using the name of a reunion to come here and show off. The reason she dressed like this today was so that no one would recognize her face, and also to give me face. Although I don't care much about status, as my girlfriend, this is something she wanted to do for me. Her man should be given enough respect in public, while at home, well, naturally, she's the boss. Bai Susu understands this principle very well. Besides, even if she hasn't eaten pork, she's at least seen a pig run. I sat in the car, looking at Bai Susu's face in the driver's seat. Ah, why did you dress up like this? But it's truly beautiful. I didn't know where to look, secretly calling Bai Susu a little enchantress. This way of dressing would make any man unable to look away. It felt as if my soul was being pulled away. Naturally, it's to give you face. I also didn't want them to know too much about me. Does this outfit look good on me? Bai Susu asked excitedly, her red lips curling into a smile. Earlier, outside, she was like a mysterious and beautiful queen. But now, by my side, she has become a simple girl. It seemed that just a casual compliment from me was enough to make her infinitely happy. Yes, it's very beautiful. Look at those guys. Their eyes were glued to you. This girl, does she really not know how much charm she has? I don't care what others think. I only need you to like it. Bai Susu glanced disdainfully at the crowd outside, then turned to look at me. Those eyes sparkled more than the stars in the sky. Let's go. Hold on tight, Bai Susu said as she started the car and prepared to turn around. Watching this scene, everyone had nothing but admiration in their eyes, especially the guys. Each of them wondered which way they should pray to find such a top-tier girlfriend. For safety, don't drive in high heels. I suddenly remembered she was wearing high heels. The news is full of accidents caused by driving in high heels. Thinking of that, I was very worried. Don't worry, I changed them as soon as I got in the car. I must have at least this basic sense of driving safety, Bai Susu said smugly. I looked down to check and saw small, snow-white feet looking incredibly cute. My wife is truly the embodiment of perfection. Put on your seatbelt, honey. Bai Susu slightly tilted her head and glanced at me. For some reason, that look made me feel a bit uneasy. What does that mean? But it's true, I had forgotten to fasten my seatbelt. After fastening it, I was about to look at Bai Susu when the car suddenly shot forward. I was startled. Driving like this, she's definitely not drifting, right? Who accelerates and makes a sharp turn right after turning around? This is truly an eye-opener for me. My heart felt like it was jumping out of my chest. Is this the legendary female driver on the road? It's not that I'm stingy about the car, it's that I'm worried about safety. If I had been 1 second slower with the seatbelt, I would have been thrown straight into the windshield. Yifan, sit tight. Today let me open your eyes to my driving skills. Bai Susu laughed triumphantly, stepping on the gas and speeding forward. Keep your life under your foot. My soul felt like it was about to fly out of me. My scream was completely drowned out by the roar of the engine. I gripped the handle on the car door tightly, horror clearly visible on my handsome face. I'm doomed. This is the first time I've been in a car Bai Susu's driving. Why has it come to this? Does she have a grudge against me or something? Otherwise, why won't she just let me be in peace? What on earth did I do to offend Bai Susu that she's taking advantage like this to settle a score? I'm probably going to lose half my life on this trip. Susu, slow down a bit. I feel like you're trying to assassinate your husband. Did I do something to upset you? Just tell me and I'll fix it, okay? I had to shout at the top of my lungs. What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak a little louder. Bai Susu even opened the convertible top, her long hair flying in the wind. Bai Susu looked incredibly cool right now. By the time we got home and Bai Susu stopped the car, I hurriedly pushed the door open. I stepped out and immediately clung to a roadside tree. Even though I had drunk a bit of alcohol earlier, it wasn't to the point of being drunk or dizzy, and certainly not to the point of wanting to vomit. But riding in a car driven by Bai Susu just once truly felt like taking a tour around death's door. Indeed, one should never ride in a car with a female driver on the loose. This road assassin title is truly not given without reason. Ordinary people might not believe it, but once they've tried it, they'll have no choice but to believe. This is absolutely not a groundless rumor. Bai Susu got out, put her high heels back on, then walked over to me, looking at me worriedly, and even kindly patted my back. What's wrong, honey? Did you drink too much and feel sick? Just throw up and you'll feel better. It's okay. Bai Susu comforted me. Hearing that, I temporarily didn't know how to respond. Bai Susu had already cut off everything I wanted to say. What could I say now? I'm starting to regret it. A fun experience like this shouldn't be for me alone. Fang Dajian and Zhao Xiaotian should get a taste of it too. Of course, share the blessings, share the burdens, right? Feeling better? Let me help you inside. Next time, if you can't drink, don't force it. Look at you, drinking yourself to this state. Oh, Bai Susu's beautiful face showed clear helplessness. I really wanted to say that I'm vomiting not because of alcohol, nor am I dizzy from it, but because I sat in a car you drove. Do you understand? Please treat me like a human being. I can feel my legs still trembling right now. I was truly scared out of my wits. It was truly dangerous. I must never let this girl drive ever again. Inside the house, I slumped onto the sofa, drank a glass of warm water, and finally regained some of my senses. Susu, can we discuss something? I looked at Bai Susu with an extremely sincere gaze. No, I still have to say it. If I don't say it, I'll probably die of frustration. I must let Bai Susu realize her shortcomings. Driving like that is truly too dangerous. What is it, honey? Bai Susu looked at me, wondering why I was being so serious. She secretly wondered if something big had happened. Go ahead, I'm listening. Bai Susu put on a very obedient face. Hey, actually it's nothing too big. It's just, could you drive a bit slower? I spoke up bashfully. Inside, I clearly wanted to say I was scared to death, but I didn't have the courage to admit it. Are you afraid of something? Bai Susu looked doubtful, slightly tilting her small head, looking incredibly innocent and cute. Is because drinking already made me a bit dizzy, and your fast driving just made me feel even more faint. I hurriedly made up an excuse, determined not to admit it was because I was terrified. All right, I'll remember. Next time I'll drive slower. Actually, I thought I was driving very slowly this time, Bai Susu said while looking at me with a pained expression. She should have driven even slower. It's just that, because she saw me drinking, she definitely wanted to get me home early to rest. She didn't expect her kindness to end up hurting me, but it's fine. With this experience, she'll know what to do. Bai Susu peeled some more fruit for me to help me sober up. I took a hot shower and fell asleep as soon as I lay down. The dream tonight was particularly peaceful, perhaps because my place in Bai Susu's heart had become increasingly important. Bai Susu suddenly received a phone call, and her face instantly turned pale. What's wrong, honey? I saw that Bai Susu's expression didn't look right, so I started to get worried. I have a female cousin I'm very close with. She said she has something to tell me, and she'll come to see me in 2 days. As Bai Susu spoke, her expression became even heavier. No one in her family knows about her situation yet. Now this cousin is suddenly coming, and even said she wants to speak privately. This made her inevitably feel flustered. Could it be that her family has discovered her secret? But if they knew, it wouldn't make sense for her cousin Bai Ruoshui to be the one coming. She wouldn't even explain clearly on the phone, insisting on meeting in person to talk. Your cousin is coming? She didn't say what it's about? Could she already know about us? Maybe she's coming to scout out the situation. I knew that what Bai Susu feared most was her family. Now that her cousin was coming, what should we do? Our situation was bound to come out sooner or later. Paper can't wrap fire. Her coming is probably exactly for this. There's no mistake about it. Once she's here, how can we hide it any longer? That cousin isn't someone to be trifled with. She's very shrewd. That's why Bai Susu was so worried. But never mind. We can only wait and see what she's actually coming for. Since they have a good relationship, if she happens to find out, asking her to keep a secret probably won't be a big issue. Haing Sao, Batnyuk tweet Daden. Bai Susu went to the airport to pick her up and then arranged for her to stay in a hotel. After all, concerning the matter between Bai Susu and me, this cousin still had no idea. The two of them agreed to meet at a restaurant to chat. Sister, why did you suddenly want to come find me? Didn't I tell you on the phone that I had something very important to tell you? Susu, this news of mine isn't good news. Are you sure you want to hear it? A look of anxiety flashed across Bai Ruochue's beautiful face. Her gaze as she looked at Bai Susu was somewhat reluctant. How should I open this topic? If I let my cousin know, she will surely be so heartbroken and worried. But Bai Susu still needs to be told about this. What's wrong, sister? You look so pale. Please just say it, no matter how bad the news is, I still want to know. Bai Susu looked at Bai Ruoxue with an extremely serious expression. Actually, this matter. Oh, forget it, let's eat first. We'll tell you after we finish eating. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Bai Ruoxue sighed softly. Sister, talking in circles like this just makes me even more restless. I can't even swallow my food. Please, just tell me now. Bai Susu looked at Bai Ruoxue with an incredibly anxious face. All right, I'll tell you. But you must stay calm and control your emotions. Grandfather. Something happened to him. Bai Ruoxue looked at Bai Susu, finally speaking with hesitation. What did you say? Something happened? What could have possibly happened? How could anything happen to grandfather? Bai Susu bolted upright from her chair, staring intently at Bai Ruoxue across from her, her face filled with both shock and terror. The words, something happened to grandfather, seemed to strike a heavy blow to her heart, as if a great mountain was crushing her chest, making her feel suffocated, unable to draw a single breath. Tell me quickly, what on earth happened to him? Bai Susu grabbed Bai Ruoxue's hand, asking frantically. Grandfather is surrounded by so many bodyguards, how could anything have happened? Actually, he was in a car accident on his way to the office. He's in the hospital right now. Furthermore, the driver who hit him has already been arrested. The investigation concluded it was a drunk driving incident, so the case is technically resolved. But how could it be that simple? I just feel like something isn't right. The house has been in total chaos these past few days. Dealing with company matters while worrying about grandfather's condition, it's enough to drive anyone insane. The Bai family is currently a complete mess. Grandfather. How is his condition now, sister? Upon hearing news of the accident, Bai Susu's heart felt as if it were instantly clutched by a giant hand, leaving her choked up and breathless. How could he have been in a car accident? She feared this was not as simple as it appeared. No, she had to go home immediately. But then, thinking of the situation on my side, she began to hesitate. Grandfather is in the hospital. His head injury is extremely severe. He is currently in a deep coma. This happened a week ago, and the entire Bai family has been in an uproar since. Susu, you must stay calm and be strong. Grandfather will surely be all right. Medical equipment is so advanced these days, he will definitely wake up soon. Grandfather. Bai Susu's eyes instantly reddened, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Since she was a child, her grandfather had always loved her the most. Why? Why did this have to happen to him? She knew Bai Ruoxue was definitely hiding something. Her grandfather's condition was surely not that simple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come all this way to find her. A severe head injury, and a coma lasting for an entire week. Why am I only finding out about this now? Why am I so late to know? If Bai Ruoxue hadn't told me, how much longer would they have kept me in the dark? Why is it like this? The more Bai Susu thought about it, the more heart-stricken she became, crying out in helpless sorrow. Don't cry anymore. It's all right. Grandfather will surely wake up. Seeing Bai Susu in such pain, Bai Ruoxue also felt deeply distressed. She naturally knew the bond between Bai Susu and her grandfather. He had doted on Bai Susu since she was a little girl, truly cherishing her as the jewel of his eye. But there was no other way. In truth, the grandfather's condition was even worse. The doctor said he was very likely to end up in a vegetative state. She didn't dare tell Bai Susu this yet, fearing her little sister wouldn't be able to handle it. As soon as the grandfather fell ill, the Bai group descended into chaos. The old man's sons were all incompetent, the Bai group's stock was plummeting, and the entire Bai family was on the verge of collapse. No, I have to go home. I have to see grandfather. I must go to him right now. Bai Susu wiped her tears and looked up with determination. Now that he's like this, I must be by his side to care for him. He took care of me all my life. Now that I'm grown, it's time for me to do something for him. Susu, there's one more thing. Your parents have already arranged a marriage for you. They want you to marry the eldest son of the Jia family. He's always had his eye on you, and your parents plan to sacrifice you to help the Bai group get through this crisis. Bai Ruoxue spoke hesitantly once more. She had overheard this by accident. She strongly disagreed with their actions, but she had no way to stop them herself. Besides, she had heard that the eldest Jia son was nothing but a dissolute playboy. If she were married off to him, how could she ever have a good life? This must be stopped, or Bai Susu must absolutely not return home. Why would my parents treat me like this? As soon as Bai Susu heard this news, she gave a bitter smile. Her smile was heart-wrenching to witness. She knew the Jia family's eldest son. His character was utter garbage. She truly hadn't expected her own parents to want to push her into such a pit of fire. How could there be parents like that? She knew they valued wealth and power, but she never thought they'd sacrifice their daughter for it. It was just too cruel. Am I even their biological daughter? Why did everything change the moment grandfather had his accident? No, I must go back. My marriage can only be decided by me. Even my parents have no right to interfere. Cousin, I have to go home. I have to see grandfather and stop my parents. I won't marry that Gia son. I already have someone I love and I want to be with him. What? You want to go back? You can't. And besides, since when do you have a lover? Bai Ruoxue was stunned with amazement. She knew her cousin was always proud, with incredibly high standards, looking down on almost everyone. Especially when it came to boys, she couldn't believe she already had someone in her heart. The story of my lover is a long one, but I absolutely must go home. I have to see grandfather and stop this marriage my parents arranged. Susu, I think it's best if you don't go back. Your parents' attitude is very firm. If you already have someone you like, why not just run away with them? Grandfather will be fine here. Wait until he recovers and wakes up, then all of this will pass. Besides, grandfather loves you so much, he'd never let you marry that dandy. And you know how imposing he is. Everyone in the house is terrified of him. No one dares to defy his word. If you go back now, I'm afraid you won't be able to change anything. Susu, listen to me. Don't go back. Now is not the time. Just stay with the one you love. Sister, I know you're worried about me. What you're saying is true. But if I don't see him even once, I truly won't be able to rest easy. Grandfather is the only one who truly loves me. I can't just ignore him. He's sick and in the hospital now. If my parents knew I was with Yifan and even had children, the consequences would be even more severe. But no matter what, I can't just leave him like this. You girl, why are you so stubborn? Bai Ruoxue let out a long sigh. It was truly heartrending. Her uncle and aunt were far too selfish, willing to sacrifice their own child for their own interests. It seemed that no matter what she said, Bai Susu would not change her mind. Had she known this, she shouldn't have come to tell her at all. Bai Ruoxue began to feel regret for actively seeking out Bai Susu. Sister, thank you for informing me in time. Otherwise, if I'd waited for my parents to find me, things would have been much worse. I'm not living alone anymore. There are many things I must consider carefully. Sister, I have to go back to school for a moment. Once I've settled things, I'll head straight home. Could you go to a certain place for me and help me look after the most important people to me there? Of course, once you're there, you'll understand everything. There's no time to explain now. Someone will tell you everything when you arrive. Bai Susu said this while looking at her with pleading eyes. In this family, she and Bai Ruoxue were the closest, so caring for her children could only be entrusted to her. Once she returned home, she had no idea when she would be able to come back. The babies were so small, she was truly uneasy, but she had no choice but to return. When she arrives there, Yifan will also tell my cousin everything. I don't have any more time. All right, I promise you. Bai Ruoxue didn't think twice, nodding in immediate agreement. Bai Susu then headed to the school. Having only returned to school for a few days, she suddenly had to apply for leave again. The school, respecting her family's influence, approved her leave without issue. Bai Susu rushed to the airport, buying a ticket for the earliest flight to return to her hometown of Bocheng. 5 hours later, Bai Susu stepped off the plane. Bai Susu followed the address her cousin Bai Ruoxue had given, going to the hospital where her grandfather was staying. Upon reaching the hospital and finding his room, 2 bodyguards were standing guard at the door. Seeing Bai Susu, they immediately greeted her respectfully. Welcome back, miss. You've returned. I'm going in to see my grandfather first. Bai Susu nodded slightly to them and entered the VIP patient room. As soon as she entered, she saw her grandfather, lying lonely on the hospital bed. Tears instantly blurred her vision. Grandfather, Susu is back. Susu is here to see you. Please open your eyes and look at me. Bai Susu stood by Bai Zhentian's bedside, suddenly bursting into tears. How did it come to this? Grandfather used to be so healthy. It was hard to believe that this thin and pale old man before her was her grandfather. Grandpa, I'm so late coming back. Please wake up. Didn't you say you'd wait for me and take me out for good food and fun? You even promised to buy me the most beautiful clothes. Bai Susu's hot tears fell onto the hospital blanket. Seeing him lying there motionless, she wished she were the one lying there, taking all the pain for him. In another development, Bai Ruoxue followed the address to find a villa on the outskirts of the city. At that moment, I was pushing the stroller, taking the babies out for some sun. Excuse me, are you Ye Fan? Bai Ruoxue stood at the villa gate, unable to hide her amazement. This young man was so handsome, even more so than the stars on television. He exuded an indescribable, special aura. Could this be the Yi Fan my sister mentioned? Wait, why are there children here? Whose children are these? Based on what my sister said before, this Yi Fan is her dream man. How can he have children already? Is my sister planning to be a stepmother? Is that what she meant? This is completely beyond imagination. I am Bai Ruoxue, Bai Susu's cousin. She told me to come here, asking me to look after those most important to her. So it turns out you are the most important person to my sister? Bai Ruoxue asked, frowning. No matter how rich this young man might be, my sister shouldn't have to suffer being a stepmother. The person mentioned is both me and not me. I smiled gently. That Bai Susu sent her cousin here proves she trusts her implicitly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told her to find me. Bai Susu has always put the children first. It seems asking her to look after those important to her referred to the children and me as well. I am also an important person in her life. But why ask her cousin to look after us? Has something happened? Are these your children? Impressive. 4 at once. The mother of these children is truly extraordinary. So where is their mother? Could it be that my sister was tricked by you? I never would have expected you, at such a young age, to already have 4 children. And to have my sister Susu treat you so well, even becoming the man of her dreams. Now she's planning to be a stepmother to these kids. My sister really has no eye for men. She was always so proud. Why would she willingly be a stepmother? Just what kind of spell did you cast on her? My sister has such high standards, not to mention her talent and beauty. Why would she fall for someone like this, especially one with 4 children of his own? He must not be a good person at all. You've misunderstood. Actually, these children are mine and Bai Susu's. I could only give a helpless smile. This cousin was truly something else. Her imagination was far too vivid. But it was clear that this Bai Ruoshui cared for Bai Susu very deeply. No wonder I often heard Bai Susu mention her kindness before. What did you say? These are my Susu's children? Bai Ruoshui's eyes widened in shock, her beautiful face stunned as she looked at the little angels. Even though these babies looked adorable, how could they possibly be Susus? The timeline didn't match at all, and besides, no one had said anything or notified her. She didn't believe it. She couldn't believe it even if she were killed. This definitely couldn't be real. Yifan must be lying to her. But why would he lie to her? Aren't the most important people the children and me? I smiled brightly at Bai Ruoshui. This cousin seems a bit airheaded. Just look at that shocked expression. The whole situation was quite complicated. If I didn't explain the full truth of the matter, then Bai Ruoshui would definitely never believe it. So I slowly recounted the entire story, from beginning to end for her. Bai Ruoshui listened very attentively, and finally, she gave me a long, deep look. Please don't look at me like that. It's making me shy. Technically, I should also call you cousin now. Alright, I understand. This whole thing is indeed complicated. But fine, if my sister has accepted you, then I won't give you a hard time anymore. In the future, just follow her lead and call me cousin. With that, she approached the little ones, gazing at the 4 little angels. Every single one of them was so adorable and healthy. And I must say, they really do look like Susu. I can't believe I've already been promoted to aunt. Wonderful, just wonderful. And 4 little princesses at that. They say a daughter is a mother's warm cotton jacket. Now my sister has 4 of them. What are their names? I smiled slightly and gave my answer. Ye Bing, Ye Qing, Ye Yu, Ye Jie. Are those names all right? Together they form pure and noble. Bai Ruoshui nodded with satisfaction. Then she began playing with the 4 darlings. These children were truly far too precious. Looking at them made her want to have one right away. But having children isn't exactly something you can do just because you want to. My sister is truly amazing, knocking out 4 in one go. By the way, cousin, since you're here, why didn't you come back with Susu? At this point, I still couldn't help but ask the question that had been weighing on my mind. I was so busy talking that I almost forgot. Yifan, about Susu. Bai Ruoshui hesitated as if having second thoughts. I immediately felt anxious and impatient. Seeing this look on Bai Ruoshui's face, something definitely must have happened. Actually, Susu's grandfather was in a car accident and he might end up in a vegetative state. This worst-case scenario, I didn't dare tell Susu, fearing she would completely panic. But once she heard about the accident, she insisted on going home no matter what. What can you do? Her grandfather doted on her the most. In the Bai family, Susu was closer to her grandfather than her own parents. Do you understand? There's something else. Susu's parents have arbitrarily arranged a marriage for her. Bai Ruoshui spoke once again. What did you say? At this moment, I felt like I was about to go crazy. How dare they arrange a marriage for Bai Susu without her consent? Right now, I just want to rush there immediately to make those 2 regret their decision. Yifan, please calm down for a moment. Let me finish talking. Bai Ruoshui was only afraid that I wouldn't be able to control my emotions and would charge in to cause trouble. If this truly turned into a scene, it wouldn't bring anything good for anyone. Not to mention the state Susu's grandfather was in and her parents' behavior. All of that is already enough to exhaust Susu. If something also happens on my end, I really don't know how she will cope. Alright, please go on. I gritted my teeth, trying my best to regain my composure. I knew now was not the time for impulsive actions. I had to find a way to resolve this once and for all without letting Susu down. Susu must still be counting on me, hoping I can find a way to help her. Right, stay calm, and think this through properly. The situation is this. Because of her grandfather's accident, the Bai Group's stock price has been plummeting. The company has lost a massive amount of money, shareholders are restless, and panic is spreading. Everyone in the corporation is scared. Half the operations are essentially paralyzed. Some investors have already begun withdrawing capital, leaving them with insufficient liquidity. Under this immense dual pressure, the old man's eldest son, Susu's parents, are planning to borrow money from the Jia family. But the other side has their sights set on Susu. That eldest Jia's son is a notorious playboy, only interested in debauchery. Ever since he first saw Susu, he's been obsessed with her. Now, seizing this opportunity, they want to marry Susu off to him, so his parents will provide assistance. So her father and mother have already agreed to the match. The issue now is the grandfather. If only he would wake up, then everything could be easily resolved. But if he never wakes up, then the Bai group is finished. Among my grandfather's sons, none of them have a head for business. Grandfather originally intended to groom Susu to be his successor, but it's too late for that now. Isn't it just about money? I have money too. A few dozen billion yuan, I have that, and even hundreds of billions isn't impossible. I spoke calmly, and it was true. My Chang'an group is worth hundreds of billions. That's just normal. Moreover, I plan to eventually introduce robots into the company's operations. That could count as a new project for the business. Now that this has happened, of course I can't just stand by and watch. If I can't even protect my woman, then I don't deserve to call myself a man. Actually, it's not just about the money. The Jia family in Bocheng is more powerful than the Beis. Before, grandfather was there to keep them in check. Now that he's incapacitated, their wolf-like ambitions have become clear. But Susu's parents can't see it, thinking that just by marrying her off, they can save the company. All of this is a Jia family plot, designed to swallow the Bai family whole. So Yifan, this isn't going to be simple. It's about more than just wealth. Bai Ruoshui looked at me with a worried expression. It's true that those involved are blind, while bystanders see clearly. I nodded in agreement. Ruoshui is absolutely right. Since time immemorial, the business world has been a battlefield. I don't care if the Bai group is taken over. All I care about is Bai Susu's safety when she returns home. But Susu cares about it, the people and things she cares for. You cannot afford to ignore. Bai Ruoshui shrugged helplessly. Hearing this, I had to admit Ruoshui was right. I can't bear to see Susu sad and heartbroken, so I must help with this matter. The current problem is that the babies can't be left unattended. I must quickly bring my parents to the city to take care of the little ones. Only then can I feel at ease to go find Susu. I am truly worried about her safety. Cousin, I will settle everything in the next few days. I must go find Susu. Leaving her there alone, I can't be at peace at all. When the time comes, please help me look after the little ones. Of course, my parents will be coming to the city as well. All right, I will take good care of them. You can rest assured. Susu is my closest sister. Of course I will help her, so that the two of you don't have to worry about things back here. As for other matters, it all depends on the two of you. Thank you, cousin. My eyes were filled with gratitude. At this moment, the fact that Ruoshui still supported me was also a form of recognition for me. Ye-fan, remember? You must bring Susu back. I'll be waiting for both of you to return. Bai Ruoshui looked at me with great seriousness. You must return safely. At that moment, my phone rang. I took out my phone to check and saw my mother's name on the screen. Why is Mom calling me now? Son, something big has happened. Your father found out. He said to have me take him to find you tomorrow. He wants to see that girl and the babies. He even said he'd break your damn legs. How could you treat someone's daughter like that, letting her follow you without any official status? It's absolutely scandalous, my mother hesitantly repeated, my father's exact words to me. That little brat, how dare he do something so outrageous? How have we raised him all these years? Has he forgotten everything? My father's angry voice echoed through the phone. All right, stop it already. Do you think our son wanted it to be this way? My mother shouted back at my father. The audacity is sky high. How dare you scream right in my face? Am I not even allowed to scold him? Look at the things he's done. It's all because you spoiled him. My father's face was flushed with anger. Isn't that right? Every time he intended to discipline his son, his wife would stand by, intervening and telling him to say less. Look, it's all just spoiling him to the point of ruin. The more he thought about it, the more his stomach churned with rage. How could something like this happen? My mother and I even dared to join forces to hide it from him. It was truly enough to drive him to death with anger. Doing this, how could they even show their faces to that girl's family? Mom, please talk to Dad for me. Just come up here tomorrow, both of you. Some things are going on here, and he'll need to rely on you when you arrive. Tell Dad not to be angry anymore. Too much anger is bad for the health. It's true, this whole thing was my fault to begin with. But thanks to this beautiful mistake, Bai Susu and I were able to be together. Son, your father is just in a fit of rage right now. Don't take it to heart. We both know what's done is done and can't be undone. Just treat Susu well from now on. Consider it as a way to make it up to her. Tell him we're coming to find him tomorrow and he'll settle the score with him once and for all. My father was absolutely furious. You see, your father is shaking with anger. He finally found out about all this. Oh, son, where is Susu? My mother asked curiously over the phone. Susu went home. Her grandfather is sick. I was planning to ask you two to look after the babies when you arrive so that I can go find Susu and figure out how to get her family to accept me so I can give Susu her official status as soon as possible. Susu's grandfather is sick? Then you definitely have to go visit. Go for it, son. I believe you will surely get the consent of her family. Your father and I will head up tomorrow." After saying that, Mom hung up. Early the next morning, my parents arrived at the bus station. I drove my Wuhuan car and hurried to the station to pick them up. As soon as I stepped out, I saw my parents standing at the station gate, looking around for me. Especially my father's expression, it looked incredibly dark and terrifying. Looking at that face of his, I knew my life was about to reach its end. Sigh, but even if there's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire ahead, he is still my biological father. Anyway, he wouldn't have the heart to be too harsh. Then again, I'm his only son. If anything were to happen to me, could he really plan on having no one to support him in his old age? Thinking of this, my heart felt a little lighter. I'm sure my father won't be that ferocious. He'll just be a bit smooth-tongued later, and maybe his anger will vanish instantly. "You brat, what are you looking at?" By now, Dad had seen me. He immediately suppressed his anger and spoke. He's already seen us, and yet he's still standing there, furtively hiding. Is he that scared of me? Thinking this, his heart softened slightly, proving the boy still knew his mistake. "Dad, Mom, I really just saw you both." I walked quickly to my parents, hurried to grab their bags, and chuckled. Nothing else to be done. After all, he is my own father. Oh boy. I think you didn't want to come pick us up at all, much less look at our faces, right? My father's aging face was still etched with traces of anger. "Not at all, Mom and Dad. I think the two of you look so much younger lately. Your skin looks so healthy and glowing. And Mom, the dark circles under your eyes have faded so much," I said, smiling flatteringly. "I've been sleeping well lately. That's why I look so youthful. It's all thanks to the great things you sent back." "All right now, the boy has admitted his fault. You just keep harping on it. What's your deal?" Mom looked at Dad and couldn't help but grumble. This man is truly narrow-minded. He spoke so well before we left, but as soon as he got off the bus, he started with the sarcasm. Stop nagging me. Look at how much you've spoiled this brat. Every time I see him, my stomach turns. If you're so annoyed, then just go back. I'm going to see my grandchildren. The car is here. You can leave right now. I only have this one son. If I don't help him, who am I supposed to help? What kind of talk is that, you fan? Look at your mother's attitude." My father immediately deflated, his aggressive demeanor gone. No choice. Mom is the boss of the house, no matter how strong he is. He's a well-known henpecked husband. "All right, let's talk more when we get home. There are too many people here. We'll draw a crowd." I chuckled at my parents. "Let's go, son. Don't mind your father." On the bus, he was chirping about meeting his granddaughters and guessing who they look like. He even said you should go to your daughter-in-law's house and apologize to them properly. But as soon as he stepped off, he flipped 180 degrees. "Get in the car. Let's go. Well, settle everything at home." I helped the elders into the car, then settled into the driver's seat. I started the engine. My father knows how to drive too, but to pay for my college education, he couldn't bring himself to spend money on a car for himself. Every penny he saved was kept for my studies, my marriage, and buying a house later. However, I didn't follow the path he had set out for me. Suddenly, I have a wife and children have popped up out of nowhere. University might have to be put on hold since I have to care for the kids. And I even bought a car. He managed to catch a glimpse of this car earlier. It's a Wuhuan model. This line was released less than half a year ago. Before this, he had only seen it on TV. Unexpectedly, his son seems more capable than his father. He struggled for half his life, only reaching the position of a small workshop supervisor. But what's the use? He couldn't even afford a car, yet his son already has his own car to drive. I heard this car costs around 7 or 800 million. This truly left my father in a state of shock. Before, he thought his wife was just boasting for fun, but it turns out it was all true. "Well, is this car fancy enough?" Mom looked at Dad and spoke up triumphantly. "Look at that. I knew this old traditional man would have that expression. It's absolutely hilarious. Weren't you being all aggressive just a moment ago?" "It's decent, but so what? He's still just my son," my father stubbornly argued back, speechless. "You're just being stubborn. It's so hard to get you to praise your son. You're truly as stubborn as an ox," my mother said irritably. Didn't you already praise him? There's no need for me to do it too. If I praise him too, he'll probably be so happy he'll fly to the sky, and then he won't even know who he is anymore." My father pursed his lips, looking a bit dissatisfied at his wife. "Hey, young man in the front, are you tired from driving? Whose child are you? What's your name? Why don't I recognize you?" Mom turned to look at me driving, leisurely teasing me. My father sat next to her, his face turning pale. It's just. How could he have such a trollish wife? For a moment he was so angry he was speechless. "Mom, stop it, don't joke around, or Dad's blood pressure will spike from anger. The two of them are truly a matching pair. I've seen my parents' affection since I was little, and it's still the same now. They're like a pair of playful enemies in a small alley. I've been used to this since I first became self-aware. Watching the way they live together really makes others feel quite envious. Since childhood, my father has been extremely strict with me, making me achieve the goals he set. Otherwise, there would be all sorts of punishments. As his son, I've managed to fulfill his wishes. I got into a prestigious university, and I've always been obedient. Even if current events annoy him, in the end, I'm still his biological son. Well, he'll just tell this brat he must treat that girl very well, and that'll be that. In this Yi family, the wife is always number one, so I'm sure that girl won't have to suffer any grievances. 40 minutes later, I took the two elders to my villa. As soon as they stepped out, both were stunned into silence. The environment here is excessively beautiful. Look at this lush greenery, and even a smooth lawn. Within a 10-mile radius, it seems, only this villa is situated. Does only our son live here? Even if we haven't eaten pork, we should at least have seen a pig run, son. Tell me the truth, is this real? Mom grabbed my wrist and asked emotionally. It's real? This is my home. I bought this entire small hill. In the future, you'll build another villa here for you both, so our whole family can live together. Everything here was built according to my wishes. You can fish here, there's a deep lake over there, and a field of flowers in that direction. Soon there will be a golf course too. Dad can learn to play for fun. Right. I also plan to keep a few horses so everyone can go horseback riding for leisure. This place has picturesque scenery and the air is incredibly fresh. It's very suitable for retirement. In the future, you two should just stay here permanently. Good heavens, son, does this mean you've struck it rich? This must have cost a fortune, right? What on earth has my son been doing that in just 1 month of not seeing him he's changed so dramatically? My mother truly couldn't believe her eyes. Just a month ago, she was still with her son and daughter-in-law living in a cramped rented room. And yet now, it's a luxurious villa, surrounded by an entire vast hill. Truly, she wouldn't have dared to dream of this. It wasn't that much. I just started a small company. Mom, Dad, let's go inside. The sun outside is very harsh now, I said to the two elders with a smile. Dad looked at me for a long time, deeply. This was the first time he saw his son, looking so full of confidence. Although he didn't know how his son managed to do all these things, he trusted that I would never do anything immoral. His son has truly grown up, and is even more capable than his father. That is the greatest pride of a father. The two of them followed me into the villa, and once again, they were overwhelmed. The interior of the villa was sumptuously decorated, with a butler and service robots as well. This clearly wasn't a sight that an ordinary family could ever see. The four little ones were crawling and playing on the carpet. Hearing the door open, they all simultaneously turned their tiny faces to look. When they saw the people who just entered, and especially when they saw me, they immediately giggled with joy. The youngest tilted her head, gazing at me for a few seconds, then suddenly crawled straight toward Yidong, who is my father. The youngest wasn't shy at all, simply grabbing Yidong's pant leg to climb up, looking up with her tiny face at the man, who looked a bit elderly. By now, my father, Yedong, had been stunned for a long time. He never expected to have such a surprise meeting with his granddaughter. He smiled and lifted up the little angel who was, clinging to his leg. My granddaughter is just too beautiful. Yidong looked at the baby and smiled radiantly, filled with happiness. This little child is truly as cute as can be. The youngest put her tiny hands up to twist her grandfather's nose, laughing and playing gleefully, revealing her gums with a few tiny white teeth just sprouting. Look at my granddaughter. She's so smart, she already knows I'm her grandfather. As soon as she saw me, she dove right into my arms. A truly clever little bun. My good granddaughter, do you remember your grandma? When you all weren't even a month old yet, I was the one who looked after you. Come here to Grandma. You missed me, right? My mother said affectionately while holding the second baby. Hello, Aunt and Uncle. I am Susu's cousin, and also the aunt to these little ones. It's so wonderful that you both could come. At that moment, Bai Ruoshui came out, holding a freshly made bottle of milk. Such a good girl, you've worked hard. Thank you. My mother carried the second baby and walked over to Ruoshui. I had already told Mom everything over the phone. Ruoshui was the person Susu had asked to come and help look after the kids. This little Susu has truly suffered so much. Thinking of that, my mother's heart couldn't help but ache for her. Now we don't know how she is doing, or if her family matters can be resolved smoothly. Yifan, has Susu called to tell you about the situation? Mom turned to me and asked. She mentioned it yesterday. She's at the hospital taking care of her grandfather. Mom, Dad, now that you're here, please help me look after the little ones for a while. I want to go find Susu. I can't leave her all alone. After all, this whole situation started because of me. I also bear part of the responsibility for the troubles at her home. Moreover, I want to pay her family a visit and discuss our marriage. This is something I've wanted to do for a long time. I didn't have the capability before, and the timing wasn't right. Now that I have the power, it seems the time is ripe. All right, go ahead, son. I support you. A man must know how to take responsibility. My father was the first to speak up. This was what I should have done, so he supported it wholeheartedly. I support you too, so don't worry. Your father and I will help care for the children. Good luck, son. Bring Susu back here as soon as you can. She is the only daughter-in-law that our Yi family recognizes. That's wonderful. I will head out first thing tomorrow morning. With my parents' support, my heart felt steadier and more confident. I'm finally about to see Susu again. Yifan, you must bring my sister back. Bai Ruoshui instructed me seriously. She knew that her sister at this moment must be alone with no one to lean on. If I could go, it would be the best thing. My father's expression turned serious as he called me aside. Son, To have reached this stage today, I know you've worked very hard. You truly haven't let me down. My heart felt a bit restless. Truthfully, I was still a little afraid of my father. Dad, don't say that. I've still disappointed you in many ways. This sudden situation has caused you and Mom so much worry. Come here, sit down. I want to have a talk with you. My father sat on the grass beneath a tree, looking toward the villa, releasing a deep sigh. Son, to be honest, I was very angry at first and also very disappointed. But after hearing what your mother said, I know it was just an accident. Doing what you've done is already very good. You've taken responsibility and shown the character of a real man. That's very precious. Everyone makes mistakes in life. Knowing when you're wrong and fixing it is enough. It wasn't in vain that I raised you all these years. This can also be seen as an unexpected stroke of luck and happiness. That you could overcome all the pressure to reach this point is truly outstanding. You are truly a son of Yi Dong. I've always been proud of you. Look at the scenery here. This is something I never would have dared to dream of before. But because I, Yi Dong, have such a talented son like you. Dad, how could I ever blame you? You are the person I respect most. If it weren't for your strictness toward me, perhaps I wouldn't have matured as I have now. Hearing my father's words, my eyes welled up with tears. Then it's good, truly good. Son, for the things and the people you love, you must strive to earn them. To protect others, you must first be strong yourself. You are my pride. Whatever you want to do, just do it boldly. I will always be behind you, supporting you. Even if there are many difficulties ahead, never give up easily. Once you let go, you truly lose everything. Dad, don't worry. I will never give up. The word give up is not in my dictionary. I will sweep away all obstacles and hardships to bring Susu back safely. Early the next morning, I packed a few clothes and set off for Bocheng. Susu, wait for me, I'm coming. Traveling thousands of miles to find my wife, I hurried to Bocheng. Then I headed straight to the hospital address that Bai Ruoshui gave me. I called Bai Susu several times but no one answered. Having no other choice, I sat down on a long bench in the hospital corridor and continued persistently calling her. Yafan, a voice rang out. At that moment I looked up, my face beaming with overwhelming joy. It really is Susu, why didn't you answer my calls? I was worried sick. I immediately pulled Bai Susu into my arms. I was truly worried. I thought that because of the marriage and her grandfather's situation, Bai Susu had her freedom restricted, was locked up, and had all her things confiscated. I was really afraid that something bad had happened to her. Why are you here? A moment ago, I thought I was seeing things. Bai Susu had intended to double-check, never expecting that it really was me. This guy actually traveled thousands of miles just to find me, mistaking even your own husband. What's wrong with your eyes? I said as I gently flicked the tip of Bai Susu's nose. This little girl truly is. It's not that, I'm just a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to come all this way for me. I made you worry. Bai Susu spoke up with a bit of bashfulness. Tell me what happened. I called you several times but no one picked up. I was worrying myself to death. I thought you had been taken away by some young master and flown far away. No, how could that be? I already said, in this life, I'll only marry you. It's just that I went to eat and forgot to bring my phone, so I didn't know you were calling. I made you worry. Come on, don't be mad at me anymore. Bai Susu said this while carefully glancing around her. After ensuring no one was paying attention, she quickly planted a light kiss on my cheek. I was momentarily stunned. By the time I regained my senses, my heart felt as sweet as if I'd just tasted honey. Why was she so brave today? Looking at her closely once more, her fair face was now flushed like the evening glow. She looked extraordinarily beautiful. Is this my reward? This girl really shouldn't be underestimated. She has truly grasped my weakness. Yifan, oh Yifan, you really have no backbone. Are you satisfied with just one single kiss? You deserve to be played like a puppet by this woman. All right, I understand your heart. How is Grandpa doing now? What's the current situation? He is still in a coma. The doctor said his head injury is very severe and told the family to prepare for the worst-case scenario. He might have to remain bedridden like this forever. There's a high chance he'll remain in a vegetative state. As Bai Susu said this, her eyes suddenly turned red. Grandpa is such a good person. How could he end up in such a state? How can we possibly accept this reality? Don't worry too much. The doctor only said it's a possibility. He didn't say it's certain. You have to believe in miracles. Miracles can happen anywhere. Seeing Bai Susu so heartbroken, I quickly spoke up to comfort her. By the way, what did your family say about this? I mean, about your parents trying to force you into an engagement? I asked again. How else could it be? I had a very heated argument with them, especially my second uncle. He said I'm a child who doesn't care about the family. He also said the company was built by Grandpa's own hands. It's his life's work. He wants me to sacrifice myself for the greater good. Bai Susu spoke through sobs, tears ready to fall. Relatives like that truly make her feel beyond disappointed. If Grandpa were conscious right now, he would definitely never agree to this. And she also feels there's something very suspicious about Grandpa's accident. Don't listen to them. They simply can't bear to let go of the power and money in their hands. They're used to living in luxury, so they're just afraid of returning to their old poverty. That's right, Yifan. I feel that Grandpa's accident is full of questions. I keep feeling that this isn't as simple as it seems. Bai Susu looked around anxiously, then lowered her voice and continued. Do you suspect someone harmed your grandfather? My expression suddenly became extremely grave. If that's the truth, then the inner workings of the Bai family are truly deep and treacherous. Everything has suddenly become much more complicated. All right, I'll find someone to investigate this secretly. I promise to clear everything up for you. After all, your grandfather is my grandfather too. Since he treated you so well, it's only natural for me to do this for him. I'm truly sorry for dragging you into this mess. It's because I'm so useless. Bai Susu's heart was filled with guilt and regret. What are you talking about? You are my woman, so your problems are naturally my problems. Why act like a stranger with me? Truly a silly girl. When Bai Susu heard those words, her small face suddenly turned as red as a ripe apple. The words, you are my woman, kept echoing in her head, making Bai Susu's heart skip a beat. My domineering and strong manner made her feel both in love and slightly pouting. What's wrong? Are you blushing again? Wasn't this bound to happen sooner or later? I smiled slightly. Seeing her shy demeanor, my heart felt unusually joyful. You rogue, you only know how to bully me. Bai Susu turned her face away, unable to help but pout. What are you thinking about in that head of yours? I only said one sentence, so why did you call me a rogue? Or are you imagining something scandalous? I wonder what kind of silly things this girl's small head is thinking about. Yifan, you're so bad. Bai Susu was so angry her cheeks turned red and puffed up, looking just as adorable as a sulking pufferfish. All right, go in and take care of Grandpa. I won't go inside with you lest it alerts the enemies and causes trouble. They'll quietly investigate what's happening within your family. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. Yes, thank you so much, Yifan. It's so good to have you by my side. Bai Susu looked at me with eyes full of trust and affection. Are you just now realizing how good I am to you? You really are a silly girl. All right, go on in. I'll head back to the hotel now. Returning to the hotel room, I was restless, wondering what Susu was doing. I felt like I had already started missing her. At the same time, I couldn't help but worry about her. So I picked up my phone and dialed her number. After just a few rings, Bai Susu answered immediately. Yay, fan! Bai Susu's voice chimed over the phone. In a place I couldn't see, her small face blushed slightly. He must be missing me a lot too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called like this. Thinking back to when I didn't answer earlier, how much it must have worried him. He seemed a bit apologetic, but deep down it felt incredibly sweet. Grandpa, do you see this? Susu has finally found her happy harbor. I found the person I want to live with for the rest of my life. If only you would wake up soon. If you could meet Yifan, I'm sure you would really like him too. How is Grandpa's health right now? And is your family giving you a hard time? Regarding your family matters, I've already gathered some information. I will absolutely not let you marry that womanizing heir of the Jia family. Grandpa still hasn't made any progress. Yifan, please rest assured. No matter the cost, I will never marry that playboy. In this life, my only man can only be you. Apart from you, I will not marry anyone else. I will never follow what my parents or second uncle say. For her own happiness, she is determined not to marry someone she doesn't love. Though she knows it's a bit selfish, Bai Susu wants to live for herself just this once. Even if Grandpa were conscious, he would never have the heart to force her to marry someone like that. She is certain that Grandpa will eventually wake up, and the Bai family group will surely overcome this storm. Besides, in this Bai family, except for Grandpa, she doesn't have deep feelings for anyone else. If they are willing to sacrifice her for wealth and glory, then why should she willingly sacrifice herself to fulfill their desires? Don't speak such ominous words. It's not lucky at all. I pretended to sound stern over the phone. Is this girl trying to worry me to death? I swear I will never let Bai Susu suffer any harm. I must protect the woman of my life very well. Always pay attention and be more careful, remember? Don't believe everyone so blindly. If anything happens, call me immediately. I'm right here by your side. A husband is born to be a pillar of support. Don't shoulder everything by yourself like that. Yifan, I know, please don't worry. I'm not as foolish as you think. I'm certain that we will definitely overcome this difficulty. Bai Susu had just hung up the phone when the hospital room door was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged couple, dressed very luxuriously, stepped into the room. Dad? Mom? Why are you two here? Bai Susu couldn't help but be startled. Her eyebrows knitted slightly in doubt. This child staying here every single day, taking care of Grandpa like this? How can your health endure it? Bai Susu's mother hurried over, looking at her daughter with eyes full of pity. Mom, I'm fine. I just want to stay by Grandpa's side to keep him company. He must be very lonely being here all by himself, Bai Susu said as she glanced at old Master Bai lying quietly on the hospital bed. Oh, Dad, look. Our Susu is truly such a filial child. She's worked so hard. Bai Susu's father also approached the hospital bed. From an angle that Bai Susu couldn't see, he lightly tugged at Mrs. Bai's sleeve. Susu, since you've been back, Mom and Dad have been so busy with so many things at the group that we haven't had much time to show our concern for you. Are you still angry at us about the marriage we mentioned before? You don't know how much your mother has suffered these past few days, unable to eat or sleep well out of worry for you. Look at how haggard she's become. Her father quickly chimed in. Hey, why are you saying these things in front of our child? As a mother, it's natural to worry about your own child. It's only to be expected. Saying that, Mrs. Bai turned to glare sharply at Mr. Bai, showing she was not pleased at all. Mom, Dad, it's my fault for making you worry so much. I understand that Grandpa is in a coma and the company's situation is in a mess. However, regarding that young master of the Jia family, if I truly have to marry him, I'd rather pay any price than do that. Bai Susu's parents saw her unshakable determination, and they could only sigh in heavy unison. A resolute, meaningful glint suddenly flickered in their eyes. All right, you are our only daughter. If you say you don't want to marry him, we won't force you. Our family will find another way to resolve this together. Come home and have dinner with us tonight. We'll personally cook the dishes you like, okay? Mom, you and Dad really won't force me anymore? Bai Susu couldn't help but feel completely surprised by this change. Based on what she had thought, her parents would definitely never compromise with her so easily. Why are they so easygoing and understanding today? Why is there such a sudden change? Do they truly feel bad for me? Or is it because they saw how firm I was, so they decided to give up on the idea? You silly girl, you are our precious jewel. Once it's something you don't want, how could we have the heart to force you? That's right, although I'm sometimes strict with you, deep down I still love you the most, Susu. You are our only child, so of course we must always give you the best things. We truly feel for you. If you don't want it, then fine. We'll let it go. Then that's truly wonderful. Thank you so much, Mom and Dad. Bai Susu snuggled into her mother's arms, happily exclaiming in a spoiled manner. The last bit of wariness remaining in her heart gradually vanished. Silly child, remember to come home for dinner tonight. I'll personally go to the kitchen to make the best dishes for you. It's been a long time since you've tasted my cooking skills, hasn't it? You probably miss the taste of my food, don't you? Yes, it's really been a long time since I've had it. I've been craving your dishes for ages. Wonderful. I finally get to enjoy your cooking again. I'll definitely be home on time. Bai Susu looked up, the smile on her lips as radiant as the morning sun. My dear, you've suffered quite a lot lately. Tonight I'll make a lot of the dishes you love most. It was no trouble at all, Mom. Taking care of Grandpa is my duty and responsibility. Dad, Mom, you two have been working so hard for the company and, for Grandpa's situation, that's the real exhaustion. You two are the ones who work hardest. What I've done is nothing in comparison. Bai Susu saw her parents to the door of the hospital room. After they left, she went back inside. She quickly grabbed her phone to tell me the good news immediately. What did you say? Your parents are no longer forcing you to marry that young master of the Jaya family? I thought I had misheard, so I was stunned over the phone. I couldn't help but ask her one more time to be sure. Previously, Bai Susu's parents' attitude had been very firm, hadn't it? Why the sudden change of mind? Just why? Bai Susu thought her parents had truly given up on marrying her off to the Jia family, so she went home happily. Mom, I'm home. Is there anything you need help with? Let me give you a hand. Oh, this child. I'm almost done. Only 2 more dishes to go. Go on out. It's all oily smoke in here. It's fine. It smells so good. You're such a skilled cook. It's been ages since I had your food. I'm definitely going to eat a lot tonight. You've worked so hard, preparing so many delicious dishes for me, Bai Susu said as she hugged her mother. Her small face was full of happiness. This girl, go watch TV. I can handle it here by myself. There's nothing else to do. Go peel some fruit for yourself. I'm almost finished here. All right, I'm going then. Call me if you need help, Mom. Bai Susu let go of her mother, then turned towards the living room. At this time, her second uncle's family also arrived. To be precise, it was second uncle and second aunt. The 5 of them sat around the dinner table. Susu, it's been a while. You've grown even more beautiful and vibrant. Zhao Yan, Bai Susu's second aunt, said with a smile. A flash of contempt flickered in her eyes. So what if she's beautiful? Isn't she still just a money-losing daughter? Daughters are never as good as sons in the end. Thank you for the compliment, Aunt. You're also looking more youthful and beautiful. Why didn't Tumin come with you today? No, your brother has grown up now. I'm also old now. That boy is just busy with nonsense all day, second Aunt Zhao Yan said, her eyes showing smugness. Susu, it's not that I want to lecture you, but you're truly being inconsiderate. Look at how much your parents have worried lately about your grandfather and the company matters. Second uncle, then what do you think I should do to share the pressure with my parents? What must I do to be considered considerate by you? Bai Susu already knew that second uncle and second aunt had never liked her. Since they suddenly came to her house today, she knew this was anything but simple. Turns out they had prepared this beforehand. So, does second uncle want me to marry that playboy young master of the Jia family? Of course, you must find every way to help your parents through this difficult stage to overcome the company's crisis. You only need to have one meal with the Jia family heir and ask for a bit of help while you're at it. Just meeting their requirements can save the Bai family. Besides, isn't a daughter raised to be married off? It's not like having a son. How could a girl build her own career? What use is a daughter anyway? Isn't a married daughter like spilled water? Second uncle, I don't agree with those words. Am I inferior just because I'm a daughter? Furthermore, what era are we in now to still hold such sexist views? Whether I do this or not is my business. No need for you to stand there and dictate, asking me to beg Jia Ruguang. Never. Bai Susu looked coldly at Bai Han. Bai Han angrily slammed his chopsticks on the table, glaring furiously at Bai Susu. This brat truly has some nerve. My eldest brother's upbringing is truly disappointing. I already said, second uncle, you needn't bother with this. My parents won't force me anymore, so there is nothing to negotiate. You're just afraid your wealth and status will vanish, and you'll have to live in hardship. But as for me, I don't care about those things at all. My happiness is decided by me alone. Bai Susu's fate, she will walk it herself. No one can force her to do what she doesn't like. Eldest brother, look at this. This is the good daughter you've raised. Ainyan's face turned pale with rage, being treated like this by a junior. She truly has no respect for her elders. Fine, let's just eat. The food is getting cold. Bai Susu's father, Bai Ngao, spoke up. Though he and his brother were on the same side, he didn't want to give his brother any face. You should know that this guy, whether in the company or in front of their father, always found ways to nitpick his flaws. So his daughter humiliating him was a source of pride for him, so naturally, he didn't bother to intervene. Didn't the second uncle's family just rely on having a son? Always rambling about daughters being a loss, things to be married off, and that only a son can be a future support. That year, Bai Susu was originally part of a boy-girl twin set, but because the second baby was slow by a few seconds, he suffocated. That was always the pain in Bai Susu's parents' hearts. Every time they looked at Bai Susu, they thought of that ill-fated baby boy. It was an unending pain in their hearts. If that baby boy had come out a few seconds earlier, would the outcome have been different? For Bai Susu, they truly wanted to love her, yet also harbored a bit of resentment. In the silence of the night, it always made them regret more, making their hearts ache even more. But such is the irony of fate. What is there to eat? What's so good about this meal? Daughters are simply never as good as sons. Bai Susu, you were supposed to have a younger brother too, but it's because of you that he died. He died just as he was born. You're this old now? I bet your father and mother haven't told you yet, have they? Bai Nan said with a cold laugh. Bai Susu was instantly shocked and stunned. Second uncle, what do those words mean? Why did she feel so confused? Bai Susu looked at her second uncle in disbelief, then looked at her parents. Their expressions were both extremely grim. Could it be the truth? Did I really have a younger brother? How could he die right at birth? Why did second uncle say I killed him? What secret is hidden in all of this? Didn't everyone say I was an only child? That year your mother was pregnant with boy-girl twins. You were the one born first. Your brother, just by being a few seconds late, suffocated to death in the womb. Because your mother's health was severely damaged then, she could no longer have children. That's why there's only ever been you. You are the one who killed your own brother. If your brother had been born first, you wouldn't even be in this world. The reason your parents are so harsh and strict with you is because you are their lifelong pain. Seeing you just reminds them of that baby boy. That's why I'm telling you, no matter how hard a daughter tries or how successful she is, she will never be a son in the end. Especially for a great group like the Bai family, it must naturally be carried by a son. Shut up! Bai now stood up and roared at Bai Nan. His aging face was now clouded with gloom. This younger brother is truly getting out of hand. He insisted on saying everything. Bai Susu's mother, Sun Jiao, couldn't help but shed tears at this moment. They had intended to keep it from Bai Susu, but unexpectedly, the truth was finally revealed. And second Aunt Zhao Yan said nothing, only lightly tugging at her husband's sleeve. This really isn't the time to say such things. This Bai Han is truly impulsive beyond words. Dad, Mom, is what second uncle said true? Did I really once have a younger brother, and because of me he couldn't survive? And is that why Mom couldn't have more children? Bai Susu looked at them both, tears already welling up in her eyes, seemingly a second away from falling. She truly couldn't believe it. How did things end up like this? Yes, that year your mother was indeed pregnant with twins, but due to a few seconds' delay, the baby didn't make it. Her father finally spoke up slowly. Now that things have come to this, it makes no difference whether I admit it or not. Bai Susu looked at her father in shock. Her mind was in a state of absolute chaos right now. No wonder her parents would sometimes look at her and just sigh for no reason at all. Bai Susu finally understands it now. Why, no matter how hard she pushed herself, how much she tried to prove her worth to them, and how strict she was with herself to do even better, her parents never gave her a single word of praise and were always showing their dissatisfaction, thinking she still hadn't done well enough. It turns out it was all because her birth had accidentally caused the death of her younger brother. So for all these years, the way everyone was so hot and cold with me, being so harsh and devoid of any family affection, was it all because of this? You all regret that the one who came out first wasn't my brother, don't you? Bai Susu looked at her parents, speaking with a face full of utter disappointment. Tears immediately began to stream down her face. Why is the truth so cruel and ironic? Wouldn't it have been better to just keep hiding it from me? At this very moment, Bai Susu really felt just how truly lonely she was, how disappointing and how heart-wrenchingly sad. It turns out her parents have loathed her all these years. Daughter, listen to us. The truth is, we never truly blamed you. It really wasn't your fault, it's true, her mother said, holding back tears. There was no other way. They can only count on Bai Susu now. They can't let everything fall apart like this. It's all because Bai Ren was talking absolute nonsense. Doesn't he realize that this is a critical moment? What's the point of bringing all this up now? Besides, wasn't everything already discussed and settled? Everything was going just fine, and then this unexpected mess happens. How are we going to fix this now? Susu, you can't be blamed for this. It was just fate. We both understand, don't be so heartbroken. Your second uncle was just talking nonsense. Bai Ao glared at his younger brother and shouted, Why haven't you left yet? You are not welcome in my house. Bai Ao said, looking at Bai Ren. This younger brother of his really has no sense at all. Truly the type who contributes little, but ruins a lot. A useless piece of work. Isn't he just causing even more trouble? Fine, I'm leaving then. Bai Ren couldn't suppress his anger either, grabbed his wife and left immediately. As soon as they were out the door, Bai Ren's wife looked at him in disgust. Can't you keep that mouth of yours shut? Have you forgotten why we came here tonight? Have you lost your mind? Does this Bai Ren even have a brain at all? Damn it, wasn't I just driven mad by that girl making me so angry? I didn't want it to go this way either, but I just lost my head because I was so furious. As soon as Bai Ren and his wife left, Bai Ao immediately signaled with his eyes to Sun Qiao, who was sitting across from him. Now they can only rely on themselves. They have no way back anymore. Daughter, don't listen to your second uncle. Everyone knows what your second uncle's family is like. How could they possibly want our family to have any peace? They're clearly just trying to drive a wedge between us. How could I ever possibly blame you? It was all destined by fate. Whether you're a son or a daughter, you're still my child. Both the palm and the back of the hand are made of the same flesh. I was only strict with you because I wanted you to succeed. Do you understand? Bai Susu looked at them, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Is what you're saying really true? Her voice was choked with emotion, her eyes filled with a desperate sense of hope. She hoped that what her parents were saying was the truth, but she was also terrified, afraid that this was all just another deceitful act. She is a mother herself now. She has her own children now, so she can understand the heart of a parent. Bai Susu suddenly thought she might just be too sensitive and extreme, and had misunderstood her parents' good intentions. Father, mother, I was wrong. It was me who misunderstood you both. You silly girl, we are at fault too. We should have told you about this much sooner, but because we were afraid you'd overthink it, we kept refusing to speak out. I didn't expect you to end up hearing it from your second uncle. Good girl, the food has gone all cold. Let me go and reheat it for you. Sun Qiao carried the food into the kitchen and very quickly came back out with a smile, carrying the food. Here, Susu, eat up, my dear. It's been a long time since you've had your mother's cooking, hasn't it? I've been so busy lately I rarely get in the kitchen, so my skills might have slipped a little, Sun Qiao said while serving food to Bai Susu. Yes, it's delicious. What I love most is eating the food you cook. This really is the taste of my mother, Bai Susu said, her small face radiant with a smile. I know you've loved eating fish most of all since you were little. Try this bowl of fish soup and see how it is. Sun Qiao ladled a bowl of fish soup for Bai Susu and placed it neatly in front of her. In her eyes flickered a strange sense of determination. It's good, but why are you both just staring at me? Eat like that. Bai Susu took a few sips of the fish soup, then noticed her. Parents were both watching her intently with such tension. She smiled and didn't pay it much mind, but unexpectedly, just a moment later, Bai Susu suddenly felt her head spinning. Her mind began to grow hazy and clouded, and then she collapsed right there on the dining table. Seeing Bai Susu unconscious on the table, Sun Qiao finally spoke up hesitantly. Is it really okay for us to do this? Although they had planned it carefully, after all, this was still her own flesh and blood she had given birth to. She couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Of course it is. This is the only way to save our Bai family's company. Do you really want to go back to living in misery? Think about it. Do you want to be a noble lady of a wealthy family or a poor wretch looked down upon by the world? I never want to go back to that life of poverty ever again. Besides, if Bai Susu really becomes young Master Jia's woman, then that counts as a blessing for her too, to enjoy glory and wealth, and well get a share of that glory because of it. What are you still hesitating for? A daughter has to be married off sooner or later anyway, so if she's to be married, it should be to someone who can be of use to her own family. We've already promised young Master Jia. How could we possibly go back on our word now? You really can't get anything right. Didn't we already agree on everything at the start? Why have you suddenly become so soft-hearted? As I thought, women only ever ruin big plans. I know, but are you sure that young Master Jia will actually marry Susu? Or will he only help us after he's already had Susu? Sun Qiao's face was etched with worry. Would he really dare to go back on his word? If he dares to break his promise, we'll sue him. But when Susu wakes up, how are we going to face her? After all, she's the only child we have. Sun Qiao spoke once again, her eyes looking at Bai Susu with such sorrow. So what? You have to realize that from the time she was little, we spent so much effort nurturing her, just so she could become this exceptional. Now's the time for her to prove her value, otherwise all that effort we put into raising her would all just go down the drain, wouldn't it? We've raised her for nearly 20 years. She has to repay her parents something for it. She's not a son, so don't expect her to take care of you in your old age. Besides, by then the die will be cast, so everything will just fall into place. When things reach an irreversible state, she'll just have to deal with it whether she likes it or not. Susu will have no choice but to accept young Master Jia. By then, she'll have to agree even if she doesn't want to. Sun Qiao was about to say something else, but Bai Ao brushed her off immediately. Enough, stop talking already. Hurry and take Susu up to the room upstairs. I'm going to call young Master Jia and tell him to come over. He did all of this only for the sake of this house and for the entire Bai group. Why won't anyone try to understand him? To have to sacrifice his own precious daughter, would he himself not feel any pain? Sun Qiao watched Bai Ao's back and let out a sigh, then looked at Bai Susu slumped over the table. She could only shake her head helplessly, then gritted her teeth and helped Bai Susu up to the second floor. Sun Qiao finally managed to support Bai Susu. Reaching the front of a room, she then tucked Bai Susu in with a blanket. Only then did she steel her heart to turn and leave. Although in her heart she still held resentment toward Bai Susu, she was still her own child after all. There was at least some sense of reluctance. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Thinking about young Master Jia arriving soon, Sun Qiao felt a bit uneasy in her heart. Naturally, seeing Bai Ao's jubilant face, she felt even more uncomfortable. Sun Qiao sat on the sofa and suddenly burst into tears. All the grievances and bitterness built up over time erupted in an instant. Cry, cry, all you do is cry all day. Can you do anything else besides crying? If you dare to spoil young Master Jia's mood later, then I'll settle the score with you then. Bai Ao said coldly. Why shouldn't I be allowed to cry? Treating me like this, my heart is aching. Do you know how much I've sacrificed for this family? And now even Susu has to be sacrificed. Fine, fine, you've worked hard, all right? Stop crying, young Master Jia is almost here. If young Master Jia sees you like this, what kind of impression will that give? You are the eldest daughter-in-law of the Bai family after all. You are representing the face of the Bai family, right? I shouldn't cry. I'm the eldest daughter-in-law of the Bai family. I can't let people laugh at me, Sun Qiao said while wiping her tears. Her character was naturally very strong, and she particularly cared about how others saw her. Half an hour later, a luxury car drove in. The blinding headlights shone through the window. Bai Ao immediately stood up in excitement, opened the door, and walked quickly outside. Young Master Jia is here. How come I don't see Susu anywhere? Jia Ruguang's somewhat effeminate face showed a look of curiosity. He walked into the living room and looked around, but there was no sign of Bai Susu. Bai Ao, you know how I feel about Bai Susu. If you dare to lie to me, then your Bai family will be in for a lot more misery. Remember that once your old man is gone, everyone in the Bai family will have no one left to rely on. Yes, yes, young Master Jia. Do you think you could be willing to help us? Bai Ao said flatteringly with a bow, his face full of anxiety. There's no other way now. They just have to cling to him. Of course, I'm a man of my word. Jia Ruguang gave a cold laugh. Won't everything be up to me to decide by then anyway? How naive. That's perfect then. Young Master Jia, Susu is sleeping in the room upstairs. You can head up there. Bai Ao spoke submissively, terrified that young Master Jia might change his mind. Very good. It seems you understand my wishes quite well. Rest assured, regarding the Bai family's business, I do what I say I'll do. Jia Ruguang laughed out loud. He leisurely walked upstairs by himself. With every step he took upward, his heart raced, unable to hide his excitement. You should know, from the very first moment he saw Bai Susu, he was deeply attracted to her. That girl was like the bright moon in his heart, always making him pine for her day and night. He never expected that today, that dream would finally come true. Bai Susu is about to be mine. By now, Jia Ruguang had reached the second floor. He found the room and reached for the doorknob. He felt a bit nervous in his heart. After all, he was about to have the goddess of his dreams. Jia Ruguang took a deep breath, turned the knob, and pushed the door open. Appearing before him was Bai Susu, as beautiful as a sleeping goddess. He entered the room, then gently closed the door behind him. He slowly reached out, wanting to touch Bai Susu's exquisite face, but his hand froze when it was only about 2 centimeters away. She is truly too beautiful. That beauty made him somewhat reluctant to ruin it, but if he doesn't take action, he fears he will never have the chance to have her again. This is the one and only opportunity. He stood by the bedside looking at Bai Susu and said slowly, Bai Susu, you were always so arrogant and cold, never bothering to give anyone a second look. But in the end, haven't you been sold out by your own flesh and blood parents? Ha ha ha, you probably don't know, do you? Actually, all of this was planned by me alone, specifically so that you all would jump into this trap. Born into a family like this, and yet you've become a sacrifice for your own parents. But it'll treat you well. Who told you to be the very first woman that I've ever truly liked? Haha, I didn't expect to actually get my wish today. Finally, I'm about to have the beauty. Jia Ruguang approached Bai Susu. Right as he was about to take the next step, I had already led my people in, immediately subduing the 4 bodyguards. Damn it, I knew something would happen. I didn't think it would actually happen. My woman, and this Jia Ruguang dares to eye her. He's really got a lot of nerve. If that guy dares to touch a single hair of Bai Susu, I will definitely make him pay 100 times over. I can't believe Bai Susu's parents could do something so despicable, selling their daughter for glory. How could they even dare to do such a thing? When Bai Susu called me earlier saying her parents were no longer forcing her to marry the Jia family's young master, Jia Ruguang, I already felt something was wrong back then. Because people who are always stubborn, suddenly changing their attitude like that is very strange. I didn't expect them to resort to such a low trick. Who are you? And why have you burst into our home? You are trespassing on private property. Do you realize that? Bai Ao pointed at me and shouted angrily. Seeing 20 or 30 people storming into his house, his body couldn't help but tremble. It's terrifying. He had never seen a scene like this in his own home. Who exactly is this person, arriving and leading so many people into his house like this, and knocking out Jia Ruguang's 4 bodyguards right on the spot? What on earth is he trying to do? When did such a character ever appear in Bakthan? Why had he never heard of his name? He had never even met this leading young man before. There was no grudge or enmity between them. Where are they? Damn it, where are they exactly? Why don't I see anyone? Where is that Jia family brat? Having just received news from an insider, reporting that the Jia brat had gone to the Bai family house, I already felt something was very wrong, so I immediately gathered my people and rushed here. Just the thought of my girl, being alone with a strange man, drove me absolutely insane with worry. I just wish I could get rid of these 2 heartless parents once and for all. Who? Who are you talking about? Bai Ao frowned, his face full of bewilderment. My God, in the middle of the night leading so many people, to break into someone's house looking for someone like this? Anyone would think you were here to collect a debt. I think you've come to the wrong place. The person you're looking for isn't here. If you all don't leave right now, I'll call the police to arrest every single one of you. Sun Qiao screamed while trembling. No, the person I'm looking for is definitely here. My men saw him enter this place with their own eyes. By now my voice was bone-chillingly cold, my eyes bloodshot and looking absolutely terrifying. Standing nearby, Bai Ao was also scared half to death. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, could this young man be here looking for Jia Ruguang? Is this an enemy coming to the house for revenge? This is truly a disaster out of nowhere. What should he do now? Bai Ao was now even more convinced that these people had come here for Jia Ruguang. His eyes instinctively flickered toward the 2nd floor. I happened to catch that glance. Everyone, stay here and watch them. I'll go upstairs and see what's happening. With that, I strode quickly upstairs, approached the room on the left, and kicked the door wide open. The door flew open. I saw Jia Ruguang inside, along with Bai Susu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Rage immediately flared up inside me. I rushed straight toward them. At this moment, Jia Ruguang was also startled and terrified by the sudden noise. He had only just turned around before he could even see what was going on. He was knocked to the ground. Jia Ruguang's eyes were full of fury. Damn it, who is this guy punching me the moment he walks in? Want to die? Where is Bai Ao? Wasn't he supposed to be guarding downstairs, not letting anyone come up here? I didn't even bother with that Jia Ruguang guy, and went straight to Bai Susu's bedside. Seeing that Bai Susu was still safe, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's lucky I arrived in time. If I had been just one step late, the consequences would have been truly unthinkable. Just thinking about it is terrifying. If anything had happened to Susu, I would never have been able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Susu. I gently shook Bai Susu's shoulder. This girl was still sleeping so soundly, she must have been drugged by them. I just didn't expect Bai Susu's parents could use such a low tactic against their own daughter. It truly makes one absolutely furious. This little girl is so heart-wrenchingly pitiable. By now, Jia Ruguang had managed to react. Seeing me suddenly appear and ruin his plans, he flew into a violent rage, grabbed a vase, and charged straight at me. In my anger, I immediately knocked Jia Ruguang down, knocking him unconscious. Ridiculous. For someone who has taken a marrow-cleansing pill like me, when I exert my full strength, how could any ordinary person possibly withstand it? Ye Fan, am I dreaming? Why are you here? At this moment, Bai Susu slowly woke up, her face showing sheer disbelief. Weren't we just eating normally earlier? Why did my head suddenly feel so heavy and I passed out? What's happening to me? Did my hypoglycemia and anemia have recurred? Wait, I think I just finished a bowl of fish soup. Susu, you're awake. You worried me half to death. Seeing Bai Susu wake up, I let out a smile. You really scared me to death just now. Ye Fan, what exactly is going on? Why is Jia Ruguang here? When Bai Susu saw Jia Ruguang, her face was filled with horror. Don't be afraid, Susu. I'm here now. No one will be able to harm you, not even your parents. This guy has been knocked out. Everything will be fine. Bai Susu had vaguely guessed something, but she didn't want to believe this reality. Whether she was lying to herself, or if people thought she was naive and foolish, it didn't matter. She just didn't want to believe it. But deep down, she still yearned to know the truth. Yi Fan, what exactly is happening? Bai Susu's eyes were brimming with tears. She looked at me pleadingly. I didn't want to say it at first because I was afraid that once Bai Susu knew the truth, this little girl wouldn't be able to bear it. But it was difficult not to speak, facing a Bai Susu who was so smart. She just didn't want to admit it. She still held a glimmer of hope for her parents. In fact, she had already guessed it. She just didn't want to face it. I'm sorry. I had people monitoring your home situation. When I saw Jia Ruguang come to your house, I felt very worried, so I rushed over here immediately. When I saw your parents downstairs and you and Jia Ruguang were nowhere to be found. When I said this, I instinctively paused. I hesitated over whether I should say what came next, forcing her to face these things. It truly was too cruel for her. Ye Fan, go on. Bai Susu fought back the tears that were about to fall, struggling to sit up and tell me to continue. Even though she already had the answer in her heart, she still wanted to hear it with her own ears to be certain. Then I saw that something was wrong with your parents' expressions, especially your father, who kept glancing upstairs. So I rushed right up here and saw that Jia Ruguang guy, trying to do something despicable to you. In my anger, I knocked him unconscious, and you woke up immediately after. With every word I spoke, I carefully watched Bai Susu's expression. It turns out that not a single word the Bai couple said before, not even a comma, could be trusted. So they actually plotted against her like this? I told myself that my parents never gave in to me. From the time I was little until I grew up, it was always the same. Why did they suddenly back down this time and stop forcing me? So it was because they wanted to sell me to Jia Ruguang? I really was far too naive thinking that my parents actually loved me. I should have realized this much sooner. All the trust I had in them for so long was for nothing. It turns out I'm the most ridiculous person here. Ye Fan, do you know why my parents always forced me, always making me follow their every command? And yet I never received a single word of praise or any kind of happiness from them at all. Now I finally understand. That year, when my mother was pregnant with boy-girl twins, it was me who was born first. But your younger brother was born just seconds later and didn't make it. They had always longed for a son. They only wished the one born first had been your brother, and the one who had to die was you. They've always resented you, hating you for taking away your own brother's life. From the moment your brother passed away, you were destined to never receive sincere love from your parents. But luckily, Grandpa has always treated you so well. He is the only comfort you have left in this world. Ye Fan, I want to leave this place. Please take me away from here. This isn't my home. Bai Susu sobbed as she reached out to hug me. I could feel Bai Susu's body trembling in my arms. I knew she was in immense pain. Reality is harsh and the truth is cruel. That is just the nature of human beings. Susu, this isn't your fault. It's your parents who have failed you. Everything was determined by fate. I'm so glad you survived. Otherwise, I might have stayed single for the rest of my life. I'm so lucky that heaven brought you to me so that I could have you and our adorable children too. I held and gently comforted Bai Susu. Ye Fan, even at a time like this, how can you be in the mood to say things like that? Bai Susu suddenly burst out laughing. This guy is never serious. Ye Fan, thank you. I've always been a burden to you. Every time I'm in trouble, you always appear by my side. That night it was you. At the hospital, it was also you. And now, it's still you. So you are my greatest blessing, Bai Susu said as she gave me a light kiss on the cheek. Ye Fan, you are the guiding light of my life, and you will always be in my heart. It's so good to have you. You silly girl, seeing you like this makes my heart ache so much. I smiled affectionately at Bai Susu and gently stroked her head. Ye Fan, let's go. I don't want to stay here for another second. Bai Susu looked up at me with pitiful eyes. Right now, she just wants to leave this place as fast as possible. Before, this was the place she missed most and her strongest emotional support. But in Bai Susu's eyes now, this place only brings her fear, coldness, and horror, making her lack the courage to face it ever again. All right, I'll take you away. I nodded gently to Bai Susu, knelt down to put her shoes on for her, and then held her hand tightly as we went downstairs together. As soon as we stepped out of the room, the people on the first floor spotted us. Damn it, you bastard. Release my daughter right now, Bai Ngao yelled in anger. Where did this thug come from? Let go of my daughter at once. Don't even think you can force my daughter into doing things she doesn't want to do. Sun Jiao glared at me with pure hatred. Was her daughter being held captive? Parents like you two are truly interesting, I said with a slight sneer. My indifferent voice reached Bai Ngao and Sun Jiao's ears, making them feel a pang of guilt. But they quickly regained their composure. What do you mean by that? You still don't understand what I mean? I raised an eyebrow and spoke sarcastically. Then I tightly held Bai Susu's small hand and walked down the stairs with her step by step. Bai Susu was a bit nervous, her palms sweating slightly. This was the first time in front of her parents that she was this close to a guy and showing such intimate gestures. Who on earth are you? Susu, come over here to your father. That person is no good. Look, he brought 20 or 30 people with him surrounding your mother and me like this. Where did this young man come from? Judging by his appearance, he is not simple at all. Something is not right with my daughter's expression. What exactly is going on between the two of them that we were completely unaware of? Normally, my daughter never associates with boys, let alone letting one hold her hand. Yet today I see my daughter hugged small and close beside that young man. Is it because I'm getting old and my eyesight is failing me? He couldn't understand it anymore. His daughter, who was usually so obedient, didn't even care about him today, didn't even spare him a single glance. Right? Where is young Master Jia? Where is young Master Jia? Has he been killed by this kid? It's over, we're finished. Kid, let me ask you, where is young Master Jia? If anything happens to young Master Jia, we're truly dead. Old Master Jia finally had a son in his late years. This Jia Ruguang is the treasure of the Jia family. If something really happened, the consequences would be unbearable. I snapped my fingers, and the bodyguards behind me immediately understood. Go drag Jia Ruguang down here. What on earth did you do? Bai now saw Jia Ruguang's condition and was instantly stunned. Damn it, why is he unconscious? This time we're really finished. Bai now slumped to the ground, staring blankly ahead. Don't worry, he's still breathing. The corner of my mouth quirked up slightly. It's good that he's not dead. It's good that he's not dead. Bai Ngao stood up from the ground, trembling. Otherwise, the Bai family would truly be ruined. He knew old Master Jia's methods all too well. I am Ye Fan. I am your daughter's husband. I looked at Bai Ngao sarcastically, not bothering to care about their colorful expressions. I guess this counts as meeting my future in-laws. Really? What? Sun Jiao's face was filled with horror. Her daughter had never associated with any boy and certainly wouldn't be holding hands like this right in front of them. This was absolutely impossible. Who exactly is this Yi Fan? Looking at this scale, his identity must not be simple. How on earth did her daughter meet someone like him? Where did they meet? Countless questions filled Sun Jiao's mind. But she knew that asking would be useless anyway. Because of what just happened, she felt deeply ashamed. Susu, can you forgive me? I know I was wrong. Really, I messed up this time. I'm not a good mother. Sun Jiao spoke through her sobs. Bai Susu didn't say a word, nor did she spare her mother a single glance. She was very sad, very heartbroken, so she didn't want to say anything and felt there was nothing left to say. Her parents' actions had left her completely disappointed. A sense of resentment towards the word parents began to grow in her heart. She wasn't some noble saint. She couldn't just forgive them. Since childhood, she had never felt what true parental love was like. Previously, she had naively thought it was because she wasn't good enough. That's why her parents were so cold and strict with her. It turned out they just didn't love her enough. If they didn't love her, why bring her into this world at all? Being betrayed by her own parents, this was perhaps the hardest thing to accept. At this moment, Bai Susu didn't want to stay here for another second. This place was no longer her home. It no longer held the meaning of a family. Susu, I know you won't forgive me. I don't even dare to ask for your forgiveness. I only hope you'll be happy and don't let yourself suffer. As long as you're safe, that's enough. Sun Jiao was already choking back tears. Humph. As the daughter of Bai Ngao, you must contribute to the Bai family. The Bai family didn't give birth to you and raise you easily. What's wrong with doing a little work or sacrificing a bit? As a daughter, have you fulfilled your duty, Bai Susu? Do you think you're worthy of your parents and grandpa? At this point, Bai Ngao stood up and shouted at Bai Susu. My daughter must follow my arrangements. As a Bai family member, you must take responsibility for the clan. Besides, if sacrificing only Bai Susu can protect everyone else, then why shouldn't it be done? Hee. Sacrificing for the Bai family? You call this a small sacrifice? This is the happiness of my entire life. Yet you can say it so righteously. What a great father you are. Today has truly opened her eyes. I, Bai Susu, would rather be born into a poor family than be reincarnated into the Bai family. In this cold, heartbreaking elite circle, what use are wealth and status? If I could, I'd rather not be the daughter of someone like you by now. Bai Susu enunciated each word, her face firm but filled with sorrow. Good. Not my daughter, then. Ha ha ha! Bai now laughed loudly. His daughter, who was always so obedient, how did she suddenly become like this? She must have been instigated by someone. Could it be this Yi Fan kid? Yes, it must be him. Not only did Yi Fan ruin my plans, but he's also here driving a wedge between me and my daughter. Such a clever tactic indeed. You're the one splitting my daughter and me apart, aren't you? Yi Fan, you really are a master of manipulation. Not only did you mess up my business today, but you also turned my daughter against me. Such deep schemes, Yi Fan, was it? Let me tell you, by injuring young Master Jia today, you're finished. The Jia family isn't as simple as you think. Furthermore, if Bai Susu wants to go with you, she still needs my permission first. Heh, you must be joking. I don't need your consent, nor am I asking for your opinion. I'm just giving you a heads up. In this world, no one can force Susu to do something she doesn't like, not even me. As for that young master Gia, tell him to come find me if he's man enough. I, Ye Fan, am always ready to welcome him. Just don't keep me waiting too long. With that, I led Susu away from the Bai family home. Bai Ngao watched our retreating figures and immediately pulled out his phone to call the Gia family. Bai Susu looked at me with a pained expression. She felt it was all her fault for constantly causing me trouble. Susu, never think that you're a burden to me. We are husband and wife, and couples are supposed to support and lift each other up. Your problems are my problems, do you understand? I knew this little girl's personality was just like that. Despite her cold exterior, her heart was incredibly soft. She never wanted to bother anyone. Susu, you know what? I truly care for you so much. When you're with me, you don't need to be reserved and don't feel like you're causing me any trouble. We are husband and wife. In my heart, there's only you in this life, and it can only ever be you. So if you keep refusing my help, it will truly sadden and hurt me. You'll feel as though you don't need me at all. I just want to be needed by you. You don't have to be so sensible all the time. I'll use all my strength to spoil and protect you. I sighed softly, instinctively pulling Bai Susu a little closer. Ye Fan. Bai Susu rested her head against my chest, feeling every beat of my heart, finding it surprisingly peaceful. The warmth from my chest calmed her down, significantly. Ye Fan, it's so good to have you. Silly girl, don't be so formal with me. Did you forget the kids are waiting for us to come home? When Grandpa wakes up, let's get married. I don't want to keep taking care of you without an official title like this forever. What I want most is for Bai Susu to belong entirely to me alone. Are you proposing to me? Who proposes like this? Bai Susu suddenly burst into a very sweet laugh. She felt truly happy in this moment. But proposing now didn't seem quite right. After all, we just went through a mental battle. All right, then wait for me. Once we've settled everything, I will officially propose to you and give you a huge surprise. Proposing at this time really was a bit inappropriate. Bai Susu nodded, and after hearing my words, her mood improved greatly. This guy really has a knack for comforting people. I wonder who he learned it from. Bai Susu suddenly remembered she had no home to return to, and Grandpa was still in the hospital. She truly didn't know where to go, feeling like she was about to become a wanderer. Don't worry, just come back to the hotel with me. Rest assured, there will always be a place for you to stay. You can have half of my bed. What do you think? I looked at Bai Susu and grinned. Stop teasing me already. Bai Susu gave me a resentful glare. This guy is making fun of me again. Waking up the next morning, as soon as Bai Susu turned on her phone, she received a message that left her stunned. Bai Susu was so panicked, she dropped her phone on the floor. Grandpa? Did something happen to Grandpa? This is bad. Wasn't Grandpa doing fine in the hospital? How could he have fallen into Jia Ruguang's hands? They actually used any means necessary to achieve their goal, even threatening her with Grandpa's life. What should I do? What can I do now? Bai Susu's heart was filled with anxiety and urgency, and above all, intense fury. She couldn't believe the Jia family dared to use such dirty tactics to deal with her and her grandfather. Why didn't her father and mother protect him better, or did they secretly agree to this method themselves? Bai Susu truly felt her parents were beyond cold-blooded. Bai Susu picked up the phone and called that number right back. No matter what, she couldn't soothe the unrest in her heart. Bai Susu, so, have you thought it through yet? On the other end, Jia Ruguang spoke with a cold laugh. That bastard Ye Fan dared to treat me like that. This grudge, I, Jia Ruguang, will definitely repay it with interest. And of course, this woman Bai Susu, I must have her. And then, you'll make sure to torment her properly. She's truly an unreasonable woman with a noble status like mine, yet time and time again, I've suffered at this woman's hands. How could I possibly endure such a thing? I, Jia Ruguang, also need to save face. You absolute bastard, release my grandfather right now. Otherwise you'll call the police. Bai Susu screamed into the phone, her voice trembling. Tears began welling up in the corners of her eyes. Just thinking about her grandfather being in that bastard's hands made her heart feel as if it were being squeezed. Fear completely enveloped her mind. She could ignore anyone else in the Bai family, but she absolutely could not abandon her grandfather. Grandfather was the only one who gave her genuine love in that house. From childhood, he had always been the lighthouse that guided her. Now, he was being dragged into this mess, simply because of her. Besides, her grandfather was still gravely ill. Want to call the police? Fine. Go ahead and try. Do you think I'm afraid? Let me tell you, if you don't agree to marry me, then I'll send that old Bai man to meet his maker. Aren't you the one who cares about the old man the most? Let's wait and see if you'll marry me for the sake of his life. With that, Jia Ruguang laughed triumphantly. Jia Ruguang, you despicable low-life villain. Bai Susu was so furious she cried, tears streaming down. So what? What can you do to me? Bai Susu, just be good and accept your fate. Whether your grandfather lives or dies depends on your answer. I'll be waiting for your good news. After speaking, Jia Ruguang immediately hung up. Bai Susu still wanted to say more, but all she heard was the lifeless dial tone. She could only stare helplessly at the phone before slumping down. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Bai Susu paused for a second, hastily wiped away her tears, then stood up and went to open the door. I stood at the door smiling, but seeing Bai Susu's red-rimmed eyes, I instantly knew that something was wrong. What happened? Why are you crying? Susu, please say something. I'm here. I'll find a way to help you. Even if the sky falls, I'll be the one to carry it for you. Is this little girl really trying to make me worry to death? Yifan. Something happened to my grandfather. Bai Susu threw her arms around me and sobbed uncontrollably. She's been under too much pressure lately. She's truly exhausted. But at this moment, she herself cannot afford to collapse. So what should she do? Other than coming to me, she really had no idea what else to do. Bai Susu felt she was truly useless, completely useless. Nothing ever went right, and she was always dragging those around her down. Wasn't your grandfather doing fine in the hospital? How could something suddenly happen? Could it be your family or that young Master Jia? I frowned, my expression becoming extremely dark. Damn it, these people really never change. At first I thought since they're Bai Susu's parents, I shouldn't go too far no matter what, which is why I didn't punish them, but only gave them a warning. Yet unexpectedly, they now dare to use Bai Susu's own grandfather to threaten her. It's truly beyond repulsive. How can there be parents like this? I feel this whole thing has truly turned all my long-held beliefs upside down. My grandfather is in that young Master Jia's hands, and I don't even know where he is right now. But he said if I agree to marry him, only then will he release my grandfather. Bai Susu struggled to hold back her tears, recounting the events while firmly stressing each word. What? Marry him? Purely a delusional fantasy? My eyes filled with burning red veins. This kind of person who deserves to die really has no idea what repentance is. It seems I went too easy on him last time. Who would have thought that was like letting a tiger return to the wild? Humph, quite the nerve he has. This Jia Ruguang guy really is looking for his own grave. Is he trying to challenge my limits? Does he really think I won't dare to do anything to him? Yifan, actually I think my parents can't escape responsibility either. Even though I don't want to admit it at all, the truth is clear right before my eyes. My parents definitely helped Jia Ruguang with this, so you also need to keep an eye on them too. They really would abandon even my grandfather, just for the sake of wealth and status. Bai Susu tried to suppress her tears, holding no more hope for her parents in her heart. They can even do this to their own daughter, so what hope is there for your grandfather? I let out several cold, harsh laughs. The Bai couple really is something else, truly wonderful indeed, always coming up with things that leave people shocked. Yifan, you must find my grandfather for me. My grandfather is still unconscious. I'm so afraid something else will happen. I don't want my grandfather to face any more risks. In the Bai family, my grandfather is the only relative I have left. Don't worry, I will definitely get Old Master Bai out safely. Don't worry too much, their target is you. So Old Master Bai is their trump card. They obviously won't dare to harm him. Alright, I'll listen to you. You must find my grandfather. Bai Susu, the only person she can lean on right now is just me. Half a day had passed. I had sent my bodyguards to search for clues, but in the end, they all returned empty-handed. Susu, just give me a little more time. I will definitely bring your grandfather back to you. Your grandfather is likely still safe for now, so please don't worry too much. Bai Susu didn't want to put too much pressure on me, so she said nothing more and just silently nodded. But what she was thinking in her heart right now, I had absolutely no idea. After finishing the meal, I told Bai Susu to get some good rest. Then I left the room, continuing to search for the whereabouts of Susu's grandfather. Bai Susu lay on her back, staring blankly at the ceiling, and stayed like that in a daze for half an hour. Then she sat up, took her phone, and called young Master Jia's number. So you finally decided to call me? Jia Ruguang's mocking voice sounded from the other end of the line, a sound that made Bai Susu grit her teeth in pure hatred. Bai Susu took a deep breath. For her grandfather's sake, she had to endure it, trying to suppress the anger and impulsiveness in her heart. Where is my grandfather? Bai Susu went straight to the point. Do you really think that by asking so directly I'll actually tell you? Bai Susu, you know perfectly well what I want. Besides, you're a smart person, so stop asking those useless questions. If I agree to your request, will you truly release my grandfather? Bai Susu asked once more. This guy couldn't be fully trusted, but right now there was no better way. She had to temporarily keep Jia Ruguang calm first. If not, then what? If you don't believe me, what else can you even do? I have absolutely no interest in that old man. My only interest is you. Bai Susu, you will never escape from the palm of my hand. Just be a good girl and stay by my side. Isn't it good to be my woman? Besides, your parents have already agreed, so this is their wish as well. Why must you resist so much? Hearing these words, Bai Susu was so furious she felt like spitting blood. She had truly never seen anyone so shameless. All of this was because he was forcing her. And now, he had the nerve to say she wasn't listening to her parents. Jia Ruguang, you really know how to be sarcastic. I'm telling you, if you're using my grandfather to threaten me, then you must treat him well and take good care of him. If anything happens to him, I won't let you go, even if it kills me. Rest assured, your grandfather is being well looked after, with a private doctor on standby every day. After all, we're about to become family. Your grandfather is my grandfather too, so of course you'll take great care of him. Don't I like Bai Susu too? He wants me to see with my own eyes, the moment Bai Susu becomes his woman, so that he'll be in bone-deep pain and utter despair. Since I was a child, who has ever met me without bowing and scraping? And yet that kid dared to lay a hand on me, and on my own turf, no less. I will definitely settle this debt. Humph. Bai Susu, I'm giving you only one chance, so think it over carefully. My patience has its limits. Jia Ruguang warned Bai Susu once more. After I agree to your terms, you must release my grandfather immediately, and you must stop harassing Yifan. Also, I hope you can step in to help the Bai family out of this crisis. She only wanted to temporarily appease Jia Ruguang this way, waiting until her grandfather was free before planning her own escape. It would be easier for her to manage alone, since her grandfather was currently ill, making everything very difficult. I can agree to these conditions of yours. They're reasonable enough and not too much. I promise you, okay? As long as Bai Susu submitted to him, that old Bai man would have no use left anyway. Fine, it's a deal. Bai Susu breathed a sigh of relief, but who would have guessed that a moment later she would hear Jia Ruguang's next words. In 2 days we will hold the wedding, and then I will naturally release your grandfather, so don't disappoint me, my dear bride. If you don't show up, you will never see your grandfather again. Yifan, don't blame me. I have no other choice. For grandfather's sake, I have no alternative. That day, before the break of dawn, Bai Susu had already finished preparing and quietly left the hotel, heading straight to the Tu Kim Hotel that young Master Jia had designated. As soon as she reached the hotel gates, she saw young Master Jia and 5 or 6 bodyguards waiting there for her. The moment Bai Susu appeared, young Master Jia broke into a wide grin. As expected of the woman I chose, she's mesmerizing no matter how you look at her. Even her coldness is breathtakingly beautiful. You finally arrived. I thought you wouldn't show up. Bai Susu ignored young Master Jia's words. Shouldn't you release my grandfather now? Bai Susu spoke coldly. Since she was already here, then naturally he had to set her grandfather free. Of course, but you're the bride today. The makeup and hairstylists are all waiting. Let's get everything finished first before we talk. Let's go. Bai Susu replied in a cool voice. She knew it wouldn't be so easy to get him to release her grandfather. If it was just makeup and hair, she could certainly afford to be patient. Quickly, prepare and do the makeup for the bride. Young Master Jia instructed 3 or 4 women in the room. Today was his big day. Yes, young master, please rest assured. The 4 women immediately took Bai Susu aside and began her transformation. 2 hours later, when Jia Ruguang entered the room and saw that Bai Susu was ready, young Master Jia stood there in a daze, so beautiful, truly otherworldly. The pure white wedding dress perfectly accentuated her flawless, perfect figure, her enchanting face tinged with a cold aura, and her skin as fair as the layer of snow on a misty mountain peak. This person is about to be mine. Just the thought made him burn with desire and uncontrollable excitement. He had finally waited long enough for this day. This dress isn't very practical. I want to wear a traditional red one instead. Bai Susu looked at young Master Jia and requested. This wedding dress was a pity, but it would be too much trouble to escape in later, so she didn't want to wear it. All right, I agree. I don't want you to look too stunning in front of everyone anyway. I'd rather hide you away and savor you all for myself. If others were to see such an exquisite Bai Susu. He felt quite uncomfortable. Soon after, Bai Susu chose a crimson phoenix crown gown, a classic ancient bridal robe. This outfit was very modest, with a high collar that covered everything. The vibrant red of the ceremonial robe draped over her only further highlighted her porcelain skin and ethereal beauty. This could be considered the most magnificent ancient wedding attire, with exquisite hand-embroidered phoenixes on the silk. It was truly heart-stoppingly beautiful. Young Master Jia approached the room door once more, and as soon as he locked eyes with Bai Susu, nothing but boundless astonishment remained in his heart. All right, we should head out now. The ceremony in the hall is about to begin. What about your promise? I'm not going anywhere until you release my grandfather, otherwise I won't step foot into that hall. Bai Susu smiled nonchalantly while sitting on the chair. Was this Jia Ruguang planning to go back on his word? Fine, I'm a man of my word. I, young Master Jia, have always kept my promises. If I say I'll release him, I will. He's already at the hospital. If you don't believe me, call his primary doctor. Hearing Jia Ruguang say this, Bai Susu immediately pulled out her phone and called the hospital. It was true that her grandfather had been returned to the hospital, though he was still under the strict watch of Jia's men. This Jia Ruguang is certainly not easy to deal with. It seems I still need to let Yifan know about this. Just as Bai Susu was about to call me, I happened to call her. Just as Bai Susu was about to answer, Jia Ruguang snatched it away and answered it himself. Susu, where are you? Someone from the hospital just sent word. Your grandfather has been brought back. But he's under tight guard. It's very difficult to reach him. I exclaimed anxiously over the phone. Ye Fan, Bai Susu is about to become my woman. Do you want to come over for a celebratory drink? As for the old Bai man, don't you worry. We'll make sure my subordinates take good care of him. Having said that, Jia Ruguang hung up. Jia Ruguang, you've gone too far? Bai Susu's eyes flared with a fire of fury. Let's go, my bride. My people are always watching over your grandfather, so don't try anything behind my back. It won't end well for you. With that, Jia Ruguang let out a triumphant laugh. I've stationed many people throughout this hotel. If Yifan actually dares to show his face here, I will make sure he never leaves. He will meet his end right here. Having no other choice, Bai Susu was forced to follow Jia Ruguang to the hall. In the hall, almost all the distinguished guests had arrived, everyone having been notified quite suddenly. But as for the identity of the Jia family's new mistress, they had received absolutely no information. Why was such a lavish wedding being held so out of the blue? Despite their intense curiosity, they all chose to attend. These people were very curious about the future mistress of the Jia family. One must know that the head of the Jia family only had a son late in life, so he extremely pampered and favored Jia Ruguang. He could almost have anything he wanted, commanding whatever he pleased in this household. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant, acting as if the world revolved around him? As long as it was something Jia Ruguang liked, the elder Jia would use any means necessary to seize it and bring it as an offering to his precious son. Everyone knew that Jia Ruguang had previously been infatuated with Bai Susu of the Bai family, but it had always been a hopeless, one-sided pursuit. Right now, the host was giving the opening speech, and below, people began to whisper amongst themselves, every eye filled with clear curiosity. All right, without further ado, let us welcome the bride and groom as they enter the wedding hall. The host announced joyfully from the stage. Right below the stage sat an old man wearing an elegant suit. He still looked very sharp and robust. He was Jia Chan Dong, the father of Jia Ruguang. Even he was surprised to receive news of his son's wedding today. Upon hearing it, he couldn't help but be stunned, hardly believing his once naughty son had finally grown up, finding a good woman to marry and start a family with. Sitting beside the old man was a middle-aged woman. She was the mother of Jia Ruguang. She still looked very youthful, as if only in her 30s, with a very sophisticated and beautiful appearance. Amidst the warm applause of the guests, one could see Bai Susu and Jia Ruguang slowly making their way into the hall together. Bai Susu would not allow Jia Ruguang to touch her, so the two were not holding hands at all. They simply walked in silence side by side, maintaining a definite distance between them. The moment everyone saw the bride, they were all stunned with amazement. Isn't this Bai Susu from the Bai family? I can't believe she accepted this marriage. This Jia Ruguang has finally married the beauty. If this is true, then the Bai family will surely escape this dire situation. The Jia family will surely step in to save the Bais. Good heavens. From now on, this whole city will be the domain of the Bai and Jia families. The tides are about to turn. Dear groom, do you take the woman beside you to be your wife? To have and to hold through sickness and health, or through hardships? Do you vow to never leave her side and to always love and protect one another? The host slowly asked Jia Ruguang. I do. Jia Ruguang's eyes were filled with obsession as he gazed intensely at Bai Susu standing beside him. But Bai Susu didn't even grant him a single glance. At this moment, she was only preoccupied with planning her escape. She would absolutely never truly marry Jia Ruguang. Wonderful. The host nodded in approval, his expression showing clear satisfaction. Just as the host was about to turn and ask Bai Susu, a discordant voice suddenly echoed throughout the hall. I object. In the vast hall, a shout filled with authority and rage rang out, making everyone tremble. Everyone present was frightened out of their wits. This unexpected incident was beyond anyone's calculations. To think someone would dare to disrupt the wedding of the Jia and Bai families. This person truly has nerves of steel, or perhaps he simply feels he's lived long enough and is tired of life. All eyes simultaneously turned toward the main entrance, seeing a figure stride in, as if stepping through light itself. The brilliant sunlight from behind draped over that body, dazzling the guests so much they couldn't see the face clearly. Who could possibly be so arrogant? It truly was excessive arrogance, but his courage was certainly something to be admired, daring to face the Jia family head-on. On the stage, Bai Susu could not hide her intense emotion. He had come, as if an immortal had descended from the heavens, to this place just to take her away. I, Yifan, absolutely do not agree. I strode heroically into the hall step by step, my gaze as sharp as a torch looking straight ahead to where Bai Susu and Jia Ruguang were standing. You bastard! I didn't think you'd dare to use such despicable methods to plot against me. Well played, Jia Ruguang. Yifan, what the hell are you doing here? Don't tell me you came here to have a drink at my wedding? If you're here to congratulate me, I'm always happy to host, but if you're planning to pull some other stunt, I absolutely won't let you get away with it. Jia Ruguang reached out to pull Bai Susu toward him, unexpectedly being skillfully dodged by her. This action made Jia Ruguang's face turn incredibly dark. Damn it, with so many people watching like this Bai Susu really doesn't know what's good for her. Daring to dodge my touch, it's like she has no respect for me at all. It really is laughable. You steal my wife and then dare to invite me for a celebratory drink? Truly beyond ridiculous. Jia Ruguang, did you think your despicable and vile actions would go unnoticed? You conspired with Susa's parents to kidnap her own grandfather, using that to force her to marry you. But in your wildest dreams, you couldn't have guessed that Bai Susu has long since been my woman. Jia Ruguang, you've made a massive mistake. I am the one who should be the groom, and you are the one who should be here for a celebratory drink. I looked at Jia Ruguang with a sarcastic expression. Bai Susu, upon hearing my words, immediately rushed down from the stage and fell into my arms. The two standing together truly looked like a match made in heaven, leaving everyone witnessing it in utter shock. It turns out Bai Susu has belonged to this man named Yafan for a long time now. In the end, Jia Ruguang is nothing more than a complete laughingstock. At this moment, Security Captain Bai Hoi arrived just in time. After hearing the command from his master, he immediately understood what needed to be done. Miss Bai Susu, do you wish to be united with Mr. Yifan beside you? No matter if the future holds sickness or hardship, do you vow to always stay by his side or to leave for the rest of your life? I do. I am more than willing, Bai Susu answered decisively without a moment's hesitation, boundless happiness glistening in her eyes. I was the only harbor she truly longed for. Mr. Yifan, are you willing to take this stunningly beautiful woman to be your wife? Even if you must face aging, sickness, death, or calamity, will you hold her hand tight and grow old together until your hair turns white? I do. I will be faithful to her alone for all my life. With that, I reached out and took Susa's soft hand, the two of us looking at each other with romantic smiles, the space filled with the sweetness of love. This scene left all the guests stunned. No one expected the plot to take such a spectacular turn. It turns out this Jia Ruguang was the one, heartlessly separating this devoted couple and even daring to use such despicable methods. It's unbelievable that the prestigious Jia group could act in such a lowly manner. Everyone began to look at the Jia family with mocking, triumphant glares, and at the new couple with very conflicted emotions. Kiss her, who knows who in the crowd started that shout, but immediately, many others joined in with enthusiastic cheering. Bai Susu, hearing the crowd's cheers, immediately had cheeks as red as the sunset, looking extremely shy and bashful. Without hesitation, I pulled Bai Susu deep into my firm chest and leaned down to give her a passionate kiss. Bai Susu's eyes widened in surprise, her face clearly showing utter disbelief. I can't believe I actually dared to do this, kissing her so deeply right in front of everyone. Her heart felt like it would leap out of her chest, her small face blushing with shyness. Beside us, Jia Ruguang, having just regained his senses, immediately flew into a towering rage. You bastards, are you trying to provoke me to death? Guards, arrest all of them for me. As he screamed, Jia Ruguang's face turned pale with fury, and he crazily lunged straight at me. In his heart right now there was only one single desire, to tear me apart, since the woman he had set his sights on was being intimate with me right before his eyes. He truly couldn't bear it any longer. His chest felt like it would explode with rage. Having his own wedding ruined by me like this, in his fury, he brandished a wooden stick and lunged at me. That man who had lost all face had absolutely no reason left. Yafan, go to hell! Jia Ruguang roared crazily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Bai Susu, seeing that, immediately lunged out to block him right in front of me. Just a second later, I pulled Bai Susu behind my back to protect her. How could I let Bai Susu protect me, much less let my woman stand there and take the blow? Everyone around was terrified to the point of turning deathly pale, all frozen in place. No one expected that this Jia Ruguang would dare to openly assault someone in broad daylight. No! Bai Susu screamed behind my back, her tears immediately flowing. It's over, truly over, on the one who implicated Yafan. I still stood still without moving a muscle, a flicker of disdain in my eyes. Too slow. I've already been fully upgraded by the system. Every cell in my body right now is incomparable to that of an ordinary person. To me, Jia Ruguang's speed was like a snail's pace and riddled with openings. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, revealing a look of disdain. Yafan, you won't be able to turn the tables this time. It'll make sure you have no place to be buried, Jia Ruguang snarled maliciously, eyes filled with killing intent. Only when Jia Ruguang lunged close enough did I act. I reached out, grabbed Jia Ruguang's wrist, snatched the wooden stick from his hand, then delivered a powerful roundhouse kick. Only a miserable scream could be heard from Jia Ruguang as he tumbled to the ground, curled up, continuously wailing in extreme agony. My son! My son! At this moment, Jia Chandong snapped out of it, rushing over in a panic. It's bad. He only has this one son, finally having an heir in his old age. You're a murderer. I'll call the police. I'll make sure you rot in prison for the rest of your life. Jia Chandong pointed directly at me, threatening that I dared to harm his son. Jia Ruguang's mother also came running, crying. Seeing her son writhing in pain, she collapsed right onto the ground. It's finished, really finished. This time it's truly over. If anything happened to her son, she could kiss her position as mistress of the Jia family goodbye. She was still counting on her son to enjoy a life of luxury and wealth. It's all because of this kid who came out of nowhere. If it weren't for him, her son wouldn't be in such a pathetic state. Jia Ruguang's mother sprang up, rushing straight at me to risk her life. I slightly tilted my body to dodge skillfully. Unexpectedly, she lost her balance, falling head over heels right onto the floor. Her hair was messy like a crow's nest, and her high heels caused her ankle to sprain. She sat flat on the ground, wailing miserably. "Emergency, call an ambulance, quickly!" Jia Chandong frantically shouted. He only wanted to get his son to the hospital immediately, hoping there was still time for treatment. Right at this moment, several police officers entered. "Excuse me, who is Jia Chandong?" A policeman stepped forward, looked at everyone, and spoke clearly. "It's me. May I ask why you are looking for me?" Jia Chandong looked up tremblingly, and seeing the police, his heart suddenly raced with guilt. It seems trouble has come right to his door. "Yes, you are indeed Mr. Jia Chandong. Please come with us. We've received reports that your company has been involved in tax evasion. We require your cooperation in the investigation," the policeman said sternly. Jia Chandong's limbs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. "It's all over. I didn't think this would be reported. Who was it? Who dared to betray him?" At this moment, everyone understood that the Jia family had truly fallen. A powerful empire suddenly turned into smoke and mist. But all of it was just brought upon himself. 3 days later, I took Bai Susu to the hospital to visit grandfather Bai, who was still unconscious. "Susu, your mother and I know we were wrong. Can you find it in your heart to forgive us?" In the hospital room were also the couple Bai Yinyao, both looking at Bai Susu with faces full of regret and sorrow. On the other side, Bai Susu's second uncle and aunt were also wisely silent, as there was no other way. This young man named Yifan is excessively powerful, and he especially loves and protects Bai Susu. Throughout the last 3 days, the Jia Group's stock took a nosedive. A series of shareholders scrambled to sell off their stakes, and I have successfully acquired all the shares of the Jia family. Of course, without the Jia family's interference, I also took firm control over all the shares of the Bai Group. Now both the Bai Group and the Jia Group have become my assets. With lightning-fast tactics, I have built a solid reputation and position in this Bakthan city. Right now in Bakthan, countless people are looking for every way to curry favor with me, a newly emerged and powerful business tycoon. Bai Susu didn't bother to pay any attention to her parents, not even granting them so much as a single glance. She has become far too disappointed with her own parents already. She naturally treated them as if they were invisible. "Yeah, Fan, there's something I still don't quite understand." Bai Susu looked at me, appearing a bit hesitant, as if she wanted to speak but held back. "What is it, honey?" I wondered what else she could be curious about. "Are you still being this formal with me? If there's anything, just say it directly." Just as Bai Susu was about to speak, she felt that now might not be the best time, because there were still irrelevant people in the room. Not to mention, none of these people were trustworthy at all. "Are you all still not leaving?" Bai Susu spoke up, looking coldly at those people. These people who were once her family had now become complete strangers in her eyes. We're leaving right now." With that, Bai Susu's second uncle grabbed the arm and dragged the second aunt away immediately. Bai Nao and Sun Jiao also took the hint and retreated, understanding that their daughter might never forgive them, yet they couldn't help but cling to a faint glimmer of hope as they came to apologize. Seeing that they had left, Bai Susu finally spoke slowly. "About the Jia family's tax evasion, how did you find out?" She was extremely curious about how I investigated this matter. "Give me a kiss, and then I'll tell you." I looked at Bai Susu with a gentle smile, and seeing her adorable face, I couldn't resist teasing her a little. "Fine, since there's no one else here anyway, no one will know if I give him a kiss, and besides, what's wrong with a wife kissing her husband?" Thinking that, Bai Susu boldly approached me and placed a gentle kiss on my cheek. Instantly, her cheeks flushed bright red, looking so incredibly lovely. It was actually quite simple. I just told Bai Hui to check the cash flow of the Jia family's group as well as their tax payment status. So I figured it out immediately, and then I just had someone report them. "You can actually do that?" Bai Susu was utterly amazed, not expecting me to be so brilliant, of course. What can I say? Initially, I planned to buy them out, but if I can acquire them through normal means, then I have to find another path. People must be flexible, and business must be clear. The mind is truly the most precious gift. "Yifan, you are truly a genius," Bai Susu praised me endlessly, her small face beaming with joy. She realized that I was becoming more and more outstanding, and suddenly she felt a bit unworthy of me. Looking at how brightly I was shining right now, a vague sense of insecurity rose in Bai Susu's heart. "Yifan, you're so exceptional now. I feel like I'm no longer a good match for you," Bai Susu said sadly. You silly girl. In matters of the heart, there's no such thing as being worthy or not. There's only willingness and love. Do you understand? I looked at Bai Susu by my side with an intense and steady gaze. That's right. In love, there is only whether you love or not, whether you like or not, and whether you're willing to be together. There's no such thing as social status or being on the same level, nor is there simply being compatible or not. As long as you are willing, no matter what, we will always be together. Seeing Bai Susu so lacking in confidence, my heart felt even more pained for her. This girl just loves to overthink things like that. Now that all the family obstacles have been cleared, we just have to wait for Grandpa Bai to wake up, and then we can discuss our lifelong future. You silly girl worrying all day long. How can I be at peace if you're like this? I understand, you fan. It's wonderful having you by my side, Bai Susu said with a gentle smile. Then she wrapped her arms tightly around me, burying her lovely emotional face deep into my chest. Bai Susu felt she was truly the luckiest person in the world, as if heaven had truly blessed the two of us. Even if her biological parents treated her poorly in return, she still had her grandfather who loved her unconditionally, and now she had Yifan and his family as well. She felt her heart overflowing with happiness. Bai Susu and I returned to the hotel together, and both sat on the sofa watching TV. It was those mushy idol dramas again, and watching the cheesy romantic scenes on the screen, I couldn't help but pout helplessly. Do all girls like watching this kind of stuff? It's really quite bizarre. What's so great about this? Isn't it just watching other people fall in love? Don't we see enough of that in real life that we have to watch it on TV too? I really can't with this girl. It's like being a third wheel through a screen. Susu, shall we change the channel? But I want to finish watching this, Bai Susu said coaxingly. What can I do when she's so obsessed with this genre? I don't like it at all. I don't want to watch them being all lovey-dovey. I don't want to be an audience to those scenes. What kind of hobby is this, honestly? I wish I could fulfill my daily wish, to whisper goodnight to Bai Susu every night, and every morning when I wake up, she's the first person I see, so we can greet the new day together. That is truly my dream life. All right, give me the remote. Watch whatever you want. Bai Susu thought for a moment. After all, he's worked so hard these past few days, she decided to let me watch TV as I pleased. She would rewatch the drama later when she had time. I started browsing the channels and suddenly stopped at a horror movie. This looks like it could be quite dramatic. I set the remote down and started watching intently. The moment Bai Susu saw it was a ghost movie, her small face immediately became extremely tense. Oh my god, why did you pick a horror movie? Since she was a child, she's been terrified of these mystical things. What if she has nightmares tonight? But deep down, she couldn't resist her curiosity, so she had to cover her eyes with her hands, yet she still peeked through her fingers to watch the TV. Just watch. What's there to be afraid of with me here? I looked at Bai Susu's adorable behavior and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Clearly, she's pale with fear, yet she's still curious enough to keep watching. Are all girls this hard to understand? I don't know about others, but Bai Susu is definitely like that. When it was time to sleep at night, I couldn't help but peek into Bai Susu's room. Unexpectedly, because she was so exhausted, she had already fallen into a deep sleep and she hadn't even bothered to lock the door. Suddenly, Bai Susu's hands began to flail around and she was mumbling deliriously in her sleep. Don't go. Please don't leave me alone. I'm so scared. I'm really, really scared. A surge of regret and worry washed over me. I hurriedly grasped Bai Susu's small hands, then leaned close to her ear to whisper soothingly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here now. I will always protect you." And then, just as expected, the strength in Bai Susu's hands gradually relaxed, no longer clutching frantically as before. It seems the horror movie from earlier really did give her nightmares. Thinking of this, my heart was filled with a late sense of guilt. No matter what happens tonight, I must stay here to look after Susu, just in case she has a nightmare and accidentally falls out of bed. Early the next morning, Bai Susu woke up early, and seeing me asleep right beside her, she couldn't help but look extremely surprised. It seems she had a terrifying nightmare last night. I wonder if she did anything embarrassing in front of him. Bai Susu looked at me with red, tearful eyes. What should she do? Grandpa still hasn't shown any progress, and it's been a whole week already. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations, host, on upgrading from Novice Super Dad to Intermediate Super Dad. Reward, 500 accumulated points. The system will open the Lucky Spin activity for you and officially open the item shop. You can use accumulated points to exchange for valuable items. I was so shocked that I sat bolt upright, my eyes unable to hide my astonishment. That's amazing. I truly can't believe it. Finally, the system has completed the upgrade process. This upgrade cost me nearly half a month. I quickly browsed through the system's item warehouse to see if there was any item that could help with the health of Bai Susu's grandfather. And then, my eyes suddenly lit up. An item appeared on the system's shelves. It was an introduction to a medicine called the Vitality Pill. As long as the patient still has a breath of life, it can cure all ailments, even the most terminal ones. Deep inside, I couldn't hide my absolute excitement. This system is truly too miraculous and powerful. It can even provide this kind of miracle medicine? I glanced at the price. Turns out it costs 400 500 accumulated points. Just one pill, and surely everything will be fine. I suddenly thought, this system must be, seeing that I just received 500 accumulated points, so it's coming up with tricks to tempt me to spend them all. But for the sake of Grandpa Base Life, these 400 points must definitely be spent. As long as it can make Grandpa fully recover his health, not just 400 points, even if it were 4,000 points, I would find any way to get it. I quickly pressed the item exchange confirmation button, and the points instantly dropped from 500 to a mere 100. Yifan, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly space out like that? Are you busy thinking about something? I know Grandpa's situation is truly at a dead end. Bai Susu gently shook me, her heart filled with an endless sense of regret. Yeah, I'm still here. Don't worry too much. It's okay. I just thought of some feasible plans. Maybe we can save your grandfather. Let's go. We need to get to the hospital right now. I looked at Bai Susu with full confidence and determination. Is that true? If so, that's wonderful. Bai Susu was overjoyed. She excitedly threw her arms around me. It's really great. Her grandfather finally has a chance to be saved. Bai Susu never doubted a single word I said, even if she didn't know how I found such a good solution. But as long as her grandfather is safe and sound, nothing else matters to her anymore. Everyone in life has their own private secrets, and I am no exception. Of course, my words are sincere. Let's go, honey. However, let's not rejoice too soon. I can't be 100% sure it will succeed. But it's worth a try regardless. Who knows? A miracle might actually happen. Yes, it's okay, honey. Yifan, you can rest assured. No matter what the outcome is, you'll be able to accept it. Let's hurry to the hospital. No matter what method, as long as there's hope, we must give it a try. Bai Susu spoke while unable to hide her eagerness, her small face filled with choked-up emotion. When Bai Susu and I rushed to the hospital, it so happened that Bai Ngao and Sun Jiao, along with Bai Nan and Zhao Yan, were also all present there. Except the expressions on all their faces were extremely unpleasant, as if something bad had just happened. The moment Bai Susu witnessed this scene, she instinctively knit her brows, but she didn't even bother to speak up and ask anything. To these people who were supposed to be her family members, she truly had nothing left to say to them anymore. Susu, you're here? Bai Ngao looked up at his daughter, forcing a smile full of awkwardness and embarrassment. He himself didn't expect the father-daughter relationship to reach this point, but now he was also completely helpless. Everything seemed to have gone too far to be salvaged. When Sun Jiao saw Bai Susu's figure, her eyes suddenly turned red, but she also remained silent, not uttering a word. She could only stand there, her eyes fixed on her daughter. However, Bai Susu didn't pay the slightest attention to their presence. Bai Han and Zhao Yan witnessed this dramatic scene and felt like there was a good play to watch, which truly made them feel smug inside. After all, the Bai group has now fallen into my hands. Temporarily, it still carries the Bai name. Simply because Grandpa Bai is still in a deep coma, every final decision must still wait for him to regain consciousness. Everyone wants to hear a definitive opinion from him. However, they have probably already surmised the situation, that my feelings for Bai Susu are genuine and profound. The marriage contract between us is now a certainty, as firm as a nail in a board, and the Bai family inheritance will sooner or later end up in Bai Susu's hands anyway. Even though their hearts are filled with envy and resentment, they are still helpless because their opponent is a formidable person like me, whom no one dares to touch. The relationship between the eldest brother and Bai Susu has come to this. Now we're just waiting for the old man to wake up and see if anything changes. Susu, you're here. You should know that we and your parents were called here by the doctor. They said the hospital fees need to be paid, and they don't know whether to continue the treatment. The hospital fees paid previously have all been used up, and your father and I have both left the company. Where would we get the money to take care of our father and pay the hospital fees for your grandfather? At this point, Zhao Yan said with some dissatisfaction. After I took over the Bai group, I already kicked them out of the company. Though the name hasn't changed, the Bai family business is now mine. Where would they get the money when the doctor called them for fees? And even if they had it, they wouldn't pay. Whether old Master Bai can even wake up is the problem. And if he doesn't wake up, wouldn't this money just be thrown down the drain? Susu, I, your father, have also left the company. We're doing other small businesses now, and what little savings we had are all gone. We don't have the money for the hospital fees either. Bai Susu was so angry hearing their words that she was about to explode on the spot. Look, just listen to what they're saying. Are they even human? Grandpa raised them to adulthood, and now just when Grandpa falls ill, no one cares for him and no one is willing to pay. Are these children? How can they face Grandpa? How can they be this unfilial? Bai Susu felt pained for her grandfather, truly not expecting that her father and second uncle would be this kind of people, making such a fuss over just a bit of hospital fees. At this moment, I also felt pity for old Master Bai. Human nature is truly complex indeed. Is this how you all treat Grandpa? Bai Susu was trembling with rage. Grandpa treated you all so well before, and now that he's sick, you're all indifferent. Are you even human? When his mind was still clear, he devoted himself to raising and teaching you, and in the end, what? This is how you repay him? You are all a waste of descendants. Susu, that's not right. You're a junior, don't meddle in adults' business. This isn't your concern, your father and I are still discussing it. Bai Nan immediately looked displeased. Exactly. You're all grown up and still think you're a child? Speaking to your elders like that, you truly have no manners. Zhao Yan also chimed in from the side. My daughter is not wrong. You all are truly a waste of being children, not even wanting to take care of your own father, and refusing to spend money on old Master Bai's treatment. What is that if not unfilial? Sun Jiao had had quite enough of these people. What on earth are you saying? Is it your place to speak here? Bai now tugged at Sun Jiao standing next to him. This woman is truly troublesome. At a time like this and still talking nonsense, she truly doesn't know how to read the room. Weren't you the ones who sold your daughter for glory back then? Compared to this, that was much worse. So how can you have the audacity to make sarcastic remarks here? Zhao Yan showed clear mockery. Say that again. Sun Jiao immediately flew into a rage. This has long been a sore point for her. She is extremely regretful now, but she has no right to ask for Bai Susu's forgiveness. Oh, so you dare to do it but not let people talk about it? You could even do that to your own daughter. Truly heartless. I, Zhao Yan, truly admire you, Sun Jiao. Zhao Yan added with a cold laugh. Bai Susu's face turned pale instantly. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. This was also a scar in her heart. I noticed this, and immediately gave them a cold glare. If you're going to keep arguing, then get out. If you don't want to pay for the old man's treatment, I will. Just stay out of my sight from now on. Everyone felt a chill, and seeing my expression, they were too scared to say another word. Is that true? Then we're done here, let's go. Zhao Yan joyfully pulled Bai Nan away immediately. It was truly a relief for them to shed that burden. Bai Now was about to say something, but in the end he didn't utter a word, and also pulled his wife Sun Jiao away. Since they didn't have to spend money, why wouldn't they leave? It was as if they were afraid I'd change my mind. Yifan, I truly didn't expect them to be this kind of people. Grandpa raised them all by himself. I didn't expect it would end up like this. They won't even pay the hospital fees, it's just too much. I feel so bad for Grandpa, it truly makes me so angry, Bai Susu said while crying and suddenly threw herself into my arms. Are these really my relatives? Why are they always like this? Don't they realize where they're wrong? Why are they always so selfish? This is the family she lived with for nearly 20 years. The more Bai Susu thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. Don't cry anymore. It's okay. You still have me, and you have my family too. Everyone will definitely treat you well. No one will bully you. They will absolutely not be like those people. I held Bai Susu and comforted her gently. Yes. Bai Susu nodded, trying to hold back her tears. I don't know why. She originally wasn't someone who cried easily like this, but she's ended up crying in front of me so many times. Maybe it's because she relies on me too much, or because of an absolute trust, or maybe the sense of security I give her is more than enough. Either way, Bai Susu herself isn't quite sure. In short, she just can't be away from me anymore. Yifan, am I very useless and weak? Always just crying in front of you. Bai Susu said somewhat sadly. She felt like she was always causing trouble for me, unable to solve anything herself, truly useless. A man must protect the woman he loves, right? I smiled and reached out to pat Bai Susu's head. This girl, seriously, what kind of stray thoughts is she having? Is she still that lacking in security? Yifan, it's so good to have you. Let's hurry and try your way. Bai Susu looked at the old man lying on the hospital bed, her eyes filled with sorrow. Right now, nothing is more important than Grandpa waking up. Susu, please go outside the room. Don't let anyone disturb me. I cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, everything will be ruined. I looked at Bai Susu with a serious expression. I didn't intend to tell Bai Susu about the system, not because I don't trust her, but because the less she knows, the safer she'll be. I myself cannot afford to reveal it. This system is just too illogical. What if someone sees me giving old Master Bai the pill later? How would I explain that? This matter truly cannot be spoken of, so having Bai Susu stand guard outside is the best choice. Alright, then call me if anything happens. I'll be right outside the door. Don't worry, I won't let anyone in to disturb you. Bai Susu said and stepped out of the patient room. She even carefully closed the door. She knew I was hiding some things from her, but she didn't mind at all. As long as I truly love her and treat her well, that's enough. Doesn't everyone have their own secrets? So Bai Susu didn't care about those things. Looking at the tightly closed patient room door, I also felt much more at ease. I took out a vitality pill from the system, and looking at the pale, weak old man before me, my heart felt a bit of pity. I placed the pill into old Master Bai's mouth. The system said this pill would dissolve as soon as it entered the mouth, so no need to worry that old Master Bai was unconscious and couldn't eat or swallow. I stood beside the hospital bed, intently observing the changes in old Master Bai. This was my first time using the vitality pill, so of course I had to observe very carefully. That way I'd have more experience later. A moment later, I saw old Master Bai. After taking the vitality pill, his complexion gradually became more rosy. His pale lips also gained some color. His white hair and skin wrinkles also visibly decreased. Impressive vitality pill, truly extraordinary indeed. I didn't expect it to also have beauty and skin rejuvenating effects. As expected of a system item, it's definitely top tier. However, a minute has already passed. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Or was there some mistake somewhere? Is it possible that this vitality pill cannot treat the brain damage sustained after the accident? I rubbed my chin with one hand, falling into deep thought. I slowly leaned down, getting close to old Master Bai's face to look closely, as if trying to see what exactly was going on. While I was staring like that, I saw his eyes twitch slightly. The next second, his eyes suddenly snapped open, startling me so much I almost fell backward. Honestly, old Master Bai, you could have given me a warning. Waking up so suddenly like that, were you trying to scare me to death? As soon as Bai Lao Jia opened his eyes, he immediately saw a young, handsome face which gave him quite a start. Looking at this unfamiliar young man, his eyes were filled with suspicion. Looking around and seeing it was a hospital, he didn't even know how long he had been in a coma. He just felt his whole body was a bit weary, but it seemed as if a surge of strength was circulating through every part of his body. Young man, who are you? Why has a young man like you appeared in my hospital room like this? He didn't know me at all, and besides, why was this young man the one taking care of him? Greetings, Bai Lao Jia. My name is Ye Fan. Actually, my status is a bit special, so please allow me to be brief. You were in a traffic accident and fell into a vegetative state. After that, the stock of your Bai group plummeted continuously. To save the company, your two sons tried many things and finally went to beg the Jia family. When I said this, I clearly saw Bai Lao Jia frown slightly. It seemed he had no good feelings toward the Jia family. And then, continue. Bai Lao Jia asked again. Your eldest son, desperate for the Jia family's help, betrayed his own daughter for gain using despicable means. Luckily, I was able to save Susu. The Jia family is finished too. They were reported for tax evasion and fraud. I have acquired all the shares of both the Bai and Jia families. And as for my other identity, I am your grandson-in-law. Greetings, Grandpa. Bai Lao Jia understood now. He had been worried endlessly for his precious granddaughter, but now it seemed his worry was unnecessary. This young man is truly talented for his age. His granddaughter really has a good eye for people. This boy is quite exceptional. Actually, he had already guessed that this young man and his beloved granddaughter definitely had some kind of connection. Otherwise, why would he be here in his hospital room? That girl has always been wary of strangers and rarely lets any guys get close to her. Therefore, the fact that he could appear here proves that Susu has already accepted this young man. This young man, in terms of both looks and aura, is top tier. I didn't expect my granddaughter to have truly grown up, even finding such an outstanding grandson-in-law for me. He felt as if he had no more lingering wishes, as Susu was the only thing he couldn't let go of before. Grandpa, you're really okay now, do you know? You really scared me to death. At that moment, Bai Susu immediately ran over crying, looking at her grandfather sitting on the hospital bed. Good girl, I've made you worry. It's Grandpa's fault. But I am very happy because you found such a good man. From now on, let him protect you in my place. Grandpa, you just woke up and you're already teasing me. Bai Susu wiped away her tears, her small face blushing slightly. This girl actually knows how to be shy now. Ha, very good, Yifan. Since you've acquired the Bai group, then you should be the one to manage it. You and Susu just focus on running the business well together. This old body wants to retire now. These matters of the business world no longer suit me. I really don't want to worry about these things anymore. Before, I wanted to train Bai Susu to be my successor, but now, handing it over to you is the same thing. Since even his life was saved by me waking him up, there was nothing left to argue about. Originally, I planned to wait until Susu's grandfather woke up to return the company to Bai Lao Jia. After all, this was his life's work, so I had no intention of even changing the company's name. I didn't expect him to entrust it to me entirely. I will preside over your wedding. This old body will live for whatever days are left once I'm discharged. We'll have the families meet and then move forward with the marriage. Susu, I think Yifan is a very good man. This time, surely because of my situation, young Yifan has been troubled quite a bit, right? So if you two truly love each other, then while I'm still healthy, I can still be the witness for your wedding. Getting married a bit early is good. To be honest with you two, this old man really wants to hold his great-grandchildren now. Bai Lao Jia smiled very kindly. My children, actually, once you've chosen each other, getting married early is a good thing. Among 100 virtues, filial piety comes first, and having no heir is the greatest sin. So getting married early and having children? Isn't that wonderful? Bai Chanthian said with a smile. Yes, Grandpa, you're right. Actually, Grandpa, before this, we had already planned for that. Wait until you woke up. I would have my parents come over to propose for the marriage. I want to bring Susu home as soon as possible. As for your wish to hold your great-grandchildren, well, actually, you won't have to wait that long. I looked at the elderly man before me, my heart filled with deep respect. Whether for his life's achievements or his status and identity, everything about him deserves my esteem. Being able to come and discuss marriage is wonderful. Ha ha ha. No matter how I look at it, you two are a perfect match. But wait, Yifan, what do you mean by not having to wait long? What's this about? Bai Chanthian was stunned for a second. Could it be that his beloved granddaughter is currently pregnant with a baby? Thinking of this, Bai Chanthian stared intently at his granddaughter's stomach. Both of us immediately understood what Bai Laojia was thinking. Oh boy, he's suspecting that Bai Susu is pregnant. Susu's face turned as red as a ripe apple. How could Grandpa think such a thing? Who knows what he's imagining? Great! That's just great. It seems it won't be long before I can hold my great-grandchild. Bai Chanthian was extremely excited. He had just woken up today, and now heard news that he'd soon have a great-grandchild. This is truly a joyous occasion. Grandpa, it's actually not what you think. Bai Susu spoke up bashfully. How could I have a baby in my belly already? Besides, the children were actually born a long time ago. How should she even explain this? Bai Susu didn't know how to start for a moment. She could only look at me with pleading eyes for help. Seeing Susu's panicked and worried expression, I smiled slightly. I didn't expect there would be a time when this girl actively sought help. Grandpa, Susu and I actually already have children together. This all started from a rather unusual misunderstanding. Of course, if you want to hold your great-grandchildren, you'll be able to in just a few days. I gave a slightly awkward smile. After all, we did jump the gun, and although that time was just an accident, the result is an undeniable fact. What? What is this about? Bai Chanthian had a look of shock on his face. Have I really become so old? To the point where I can no longer understand the words of young people. What on earth is going on? I'm completely confused. Actually, it happened like this. I looked at Bai Laojia and began to explain everything slowly. Half an hour later, everything from beginning to end, the root cause, had been fully recounted to Bai Laojia. Only then did everything become clear. Bai Susu, standing beside him, had long since turned red. Hearing this story as one of the people involved made her feel extremely embarrassed. In front of her grandfather, she was a bit nervous and also a bit afraid that he would be angry. This girl has really suffered a lot, Yifan. I entrust our Bai Susu to your care. Let me go back and check the lunar calendar to see which day is auspicious so we can hold the wedding immediately. I didn't expect my granddaughter to have gone through so much hardship. For a girl to go this far is truly extraordinary. She is truly worthy of our Bai family. Grandpa, Yifan actually treats me very well. Now I won't marry anyone except Yifan, Bai Susu said, blushing shyly. She didn't expect her grandfather to know this and not be angry, which was so wonderful. He even urged us to get married. Thinking of this, Bai Susu felt incredibly happy. Please rest assured, if I ever betray Susu in this life, I'm willing to stay single forever and live in solitude until I'm old. I looked at him with determined eyes. What nonsense are you talking? I won't allow you to say such things. As soon as Bai Susu heard that, she became flustered. What is this guy babbling about? You can't just throw out oaths casually like that. It's fine. I held Susu's small hand. It's just an oath. No need to panic. Besides, you're the only one I'll ever love in this life. Aha, are you two feeding dog food to this old man? This old man is so pitiful having to sit here and take in your public displays of affection. Can you show some consideration for this old man's feelings? Grandpa. Bai Susu quickly pulled her hand back. She didn't dare look directly at Grandpa Bai Chanthian anymore, her small face glowing red like a sunset. She had momentarily forgotten that her grandfather was still there. We were just a bit. For a moment, Grandpa, you understand? I scratched my head awkwardly, feeling like I had indeed gone a bit too far. All right, Susu. Go and process the discharge papers for me. I want to go home. I'll probably grow mold if I stay in the hospital any longer. My whole body feels restless. The old man of the Bai family, as soon as he woke up, didn't want to stay in the hospital anymore. But you just woke up. Going home now is definitely not a good idea. Grandpa, please stay for a few more days. You've only just recovered. You still need more checks at the hospital. Right. Let me go call the doctor. No need to call. Just press this button. I went to the head of the bed and pressed the nurse call button. This girl must be so happy she's gone a bit dizzy, forgetting even about this button. I was just overwhelmed with worry for a moment, so I completely forgot. Bai Susu smiled. This girl, honestly, it's lucky that you have Yifan by your side. Finding Yifan and being cared for by him, that is your destiny. You must cherish each other. Do you hear me? The old master of the Bai family looked at the two young people, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Very soon, the primary physician, responsible for the Bai old master, arrived. Seeing Bai Chanthian awake upon entering, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had checked thoroughly before, and the probability of the Bai old master waking up was extremely low. After all, the head injury was very severe. Having suffered such damage, it was natural that bodily functions were affected, making waking up extremely difficult. He didn't expect a miracle to actually occur. Old Master Bai, you're awake. This is truly a medical miracle. Let me check your body again. Saying this, the doctor happily approached, took the stethoscope, and began checking the heart rate. 5 minutes later, the treating doctor was completely shocked. This is so strange. I didn't expect the old master to experience such a turn of fortune. What do you mean, doctor? My grandfather has fully recovered, right? There won't be any lingering effects? Bai Susu stared anxiously at the doctor. I was also tensely observing this doctor, wondering if he would discover what I had given to the Bai old master. I hope he won't find anything unusual. Old master, when you were admitted before, I had checked your body. You must realize that currently you are an elderly person in his late 60s. Many bodily functions have aged, but the current test results show that all your indicators are perfectly normal. Moreover, your heartbeat is very strong, just like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Your health is even much better than before. Wait, to be certain, we need to take blood for another test. The treating physician spoke again, his face showing clear bewilderment. Old master, do you feel anything unusual in your body? I feel full of energy, my strength is abundant, and my spirit is very refreshed. If you want to take blood, do it now. I really want to be discharged already. All right, let me go prepare immediately. In any case, you have only just recovered from a serious illness. You still need to focus on proper rest. With that, the doctor stepped out to call someone to prepare for the blood draw. Grandpa, it was Yifan who saved you and woke you up. He tried everything to make you wake up. If it weren't for Yifan, you might still be in a coma right now. Thank you, young Yifan. It's really all thanks to you this time. Without you, I wouldn't know when I would have ever woken up. It's nothing. You are Susu's grandfather, so you are my grandfather too. This is what I should do, old master. Do you feel any other changes in your body? I could sense that the Bai old master just now had only shared a small part of it. He hadn't told everything yet. He must have hidden something from the doctor. Yifan, you are indeed very sharp, guessing correctly at a single glance. Bai Tian nodded with great appreciation. The Bai old master indeed had other unusual feelings. Just now, in front of his treating physician, he only revealed a portion of the truth. In the future, he might be curious about how I saved him, but he understood that some things shouldn't be questioned to the very end. It's enough that I truly treat Bai Susu well. Besides, since I am the one who saved his life, the Bai old master trusts me completely. Bai Susu was a bit confused, but after thinking for a bit, she understood immediately. She was unusually silent, quietly observing my grandfather and me. I feel my whole body overflowing with power. I feel like one punch could take down a whole pig. I feel the blood circulating very fast in my body, as if my body has returned to its 40s. Bai Susu was stunned after hearing this. If these words hadn't come directly from her grandfather's mouth, she wouldn't have believed it even if she were killed. Grandpa surely wouldn't go as far as to deceive us. I think this Shengji pill doesn't just simply cure illnesses, but it can also trigger human potential. Thinking of this, joy surged in my heart. This effect was even better than my initial expectations. Thank you, young friend. This old man can probably live for several more years now. How my body is, I am the one who knows best. At this thought, Bai Tian was extremely excited. Old Master Bai, this is just a small effort. Do you think the Bai group should be returned to you or what? After all, you have recovered from your illness, and you're so full of vitality now, returning the company to you is also a good option. What are you saying? Don't give it back to me. True, that place holds my life's work, but that company is also the cage that imprisoned me. Just leave everything to the two of you to handle. In any case, since you've already acquired the Bai family, then the Bai group now belongs to you, and has nothing to do with this old man anymore. As for me, I just want to enjoy my old age now. It was hard enough to finally retire. How could I possibly return to that place again? Young people today are so talented, so it's best to leave the burden to the young. Now is the era of you young people, and it's time for our old generation to step back. All right then, the Bai group will keep its old name, and I will have Bai Susu handle the management. After all, I have other companies as well, I said, looking towards Bai Susu. In any case, the Bai group is the lifeblood of old Master Bai. Changing the name wouldn't be good at all. Having Bai Susu run the Bai group is better than me managing it personally. I also want to use this opportunity to train Susu a bit. Don't bring up company matters to this old man anymore. I've retired and don't want to worry about anything else. The old master of the Bai family waved his hand. Huh? Grandpa? I don't know how to do it. Although I learned a bit from you before, in reality, I'm still not capable enough to run it. I'm a bit nervous. Upon hearing this, Bai Susu immediately became very flustered. She had never actually managed a company, so when she heard me say that, her first reaction was a lack of confidence. This is a $1 trillion group after all. Can I really pull this off? Susu, you must have faith in yourself. Everyone believes in you. You must know that the Bai group is Grandpa's life's work. You will definitely be able to do it. I quickly comforted and advised Susu to accept the management role. This is truly the most fitting arrangement possible. Moreover, I fully believe in Susu's ability. She just lacks practical experience. Training more will make it all fine. Grandpa also places his full trust in you. I am entrusting it to you, so just devote yourself to managing it well. Just ask me if there's anything you don't understand, Bai Chan Thien instructed. Well then yes. Bai Susu nodded slightly. She was still a bit uneasy in her heart, but since Grandpa himself had spoken, she didn't want to disappoint his expectations. Once we've finished packing up in a bit, we'll take Grandpa out of the hospital immediately. The old master of the Bai family wanted to return to the old villa, where there were plenty of nannies, bodyguards, and servants. There's even a private doctor to take care of Bai Chan Thien. Susu and I were invited by the old master to return to that old house together. Both of us happily agreed. In any case, staying in a hotel indefinitely isn't a long-term solution. So all three of us returned to the old villa together. Yifan, don't be too formal. Now that you're here, just feel at home. Susu grew up right here in this very place. Now, it's just this old man left here, all alone with a few servants. In the past, before the family assets were divided, all three families, big and small, lived together in this estate. Bai Chan Thien recounted with an emotional tone. Now only I am left here all alone. Fortunately, there are still Susu and Bai Ruochue, the two who come to visit me most often. Sigh, the children have all grown up now, and everyone has their own home. Grandpa, it's okay. In the future, we'll also move here to live with you and keep you company. And with the 4 little ones too, it will be very lively then. Just you wait, you will definitely be very happy. Wonderful, that's just wonderful. My great-grandchildren are coming soon. Haha, that's truly fantastic. This estate is about to become lively again. I myself will no longer have to suffer through loneliness. This old man is truly getting impatient. Do you have photos of the kids to show me? Bai Chan Thien turned to ask Bai Susu beside him. I really want to see the pictures of my great-grandchildren. Yes, I do. We took commemorative photos when they were 1 month old. I still have a few saved here on my phone. I'll show them to you in a bit. Seeing her grandfather so joyful and excited, Bai Susu also felt immeasurably happy. Look at this. These 4 little ones look exactly alike. See, every single feature is cast from the same mold as the 2 of you. It seems each one is as lovely as the other. The babies are so fair and chubby, they're simply adorable. These little ones look just like you when you were a baby, Susu. In the blink of an eye, you've already become a mother. Time really does fly by so fast. This old man has truly grown old, hasn't he? Grandpa, I don't see it that way. I see that the babies are all fair and chubby. Back then, Grandpa was still so young and handsome, but now he's already gray-haired and aged. Hearing her grandfather's laments, an infinite sorrow rose up in Susu's heart. Grandpa, please tell me some stories about Susu when she was little. I immediately moved closer, looking at Bai Chan Thien with excitement. I'm curious about what Bai Susu was like as a child. Ha ha, all right. Let me tell you about Susu's childhood, Bai Chan Thien said with a smile. Rarely had he been in such a high spirit. Grandpa, you mustn't tell any of my embarrassing childhood stories. Bai Susu looked at her grandfather with a serious gaze, her small face showing a hint of worry. If Grandpa tells those shameful childhood stories, I don't know what Yifan will think of me. You silly girl, we're all family here. What is there that can't be said? It's good for Yifan to know a little bit. This will also help the feelings between you two become even closer, Bai Chan Thien said with a gentle smile. That's right, look at you. It seems you don't truly consider me your future husband yet. I really want to learn about the interesting childhood memories of my future wife. No, Yifan, it's not like that. Fine, Grandpa. Go ahead and tell him. I won't say another word, Bai Susu said softly with a slightly aggrieved tone. Oh well, let it be. Anyway, sooner or later, he would have found out about my childhood anyway. Actually, since she was little, Susu was raised under very strict discipline by her parents. Back then, she especially loved eating meat, but her parents would forbid it every time because they were always afraid she'd become obese if she ate too much. So as a child, she always liked to run over here to be with me. Every time I'd tell the servants to prepare meat for her, but more than once, her parents would drag her straight back home by the ear. The Bai patriarch recounted. Later, when I found out, I gave my eldest son and his wife a thorough scolding. Thanks to that, Susu was able to eat meat a bit more freely. The girl was at the age where she was growing. How could they stop her from eating meat just to maintain her figure? Furthermore, Susu was often forced to take extra classes. It seemed like those were mandatory subjects on her weekends. Every time she didn't want to go, it was always Grandpa who stepped in to cover it up and smooth things over for her. Bai Susu's childhood really wasn't very happy. As I listened to this, my heart suddenly felt a deep pang of sorrow. This girl, Bai Susu, she never told me any of these things. No wonder back then when my mother was telling Bai Susu about my childhood stories, she seemed so interested. She listened so intently, her eyes filled with clear admiration and longing. I still remember one time some outsiders came to host a birthday party for Bai Susu. She was still in elementary school back then. A little boy was bold enough to confess to her, and as a result, Bai Susu just went ahead and gave that boy a sound beating. She beat him so bad that he'd be terrified just by the sight of her. Don't be fooled by how gentle and ladylike she is now, because as a kid, she was definitely a little demon king. Back then, no one dared to even come close to teasing her. She was the big sister of this whole neighborhood. Her personality has changed a lot since then. Back then, all the kids her age were scared of her, but every single one of them loved playing with her. Grandpa, why are you bringing that up again? Bai Susu said sheepishly. That's such an old story from forever ago. She had completely forgotten about it herself. She didn't expect Grandpa to still remember it so clearly. But the current Bai Susu doesn't use her fists anymore. Thinking this, Bai Susu glanced over at me. Will this guy think that I'm a violent girl? I never would have guessed that Bai Susu was so cute and mischievous when she was little. It's quite a surprise that my future wife was such a firecracker as a kid. I burst out laughing and teased her, my eyes filled with doting affection. Pfft, I'm very gentle now, okay? Bai Susu pouted and gave me a sharp glare. A girl blooming during puberty and changing is normal. All right, ha ha ha. Our Bai Susu finally knows how to be shy. Bai Zhentian said leisurely. I didn't think there'd be a day she'd show this side of herself. In the past, she never knew what shame was, especially towards boys. Her face was always as cold as ice. Now towards Yifan, it's completely different, being able to blush and act shy like this. This is truly a wonderful sign. It seems you two truly love each other from the heart. You will definitely have an incredibly happy future. Grandpa, please stop talking. Please just drink your tea. Bai Susu glanced at her grandfather, feeling completely helpless in her heart. Finally, the elder Master Bai flipped through the perpetual calendar, carefully looking for auspicious dates and good months. He wanted to personally choose a very lucky day so that we two could hold our wedding soon. That way, everything would be official and proper. Furthermore, he also really wanted to meet my parents. Once the specific wedding date was fixed, he would personally handle all the reception arrangements. That way, it would be perfect for everyone. The more he thought about it, the more enthusiastic Master Bai became. Bai Susu's small face flushed slightly. She was truly impressed from the bottom of her heart. Grandpa's determination to marry his granddaughter off is really making use of every second and minute. It made me feel embarrassed along with her. Grandpa, is there a need to be in such a hurry? Seeing her grandfather's serious expression, Bai Susu couldn't help but speak up. Of course, your marriage is a major event. Marrying early is a good thing. Only when you receive the marriage certificate can it be called official and legitimate. Not to mention the two of you already have children together, the wedding must be held soon. After the wedding, only then can you, properly and openly be together. Marrying a bit earlier, my old self will also consider it a wish fulfilled. That's why the old man is more enthusiastic now than ever before. Grandpa, I understand your feelings, but you just got out of the hospital. Is it okay for you to exert yourself so much? Bai Susu said with worry. She really felt for her grandfather. Silly girl, I know my own health best. You don't need to worry. I still want to live a few more years so I can hold your second child and help you two take care of the kids. So rest assured, I know how to pace myself. Oh my God, Grandpa, what are you talking about? What do you mean by a second child and all that? We haven't even gotten married yet. As soon as Bai Susu heard her grandfather say that, her cheeks immediately flushed deep red with embarrassment. Elder Master Bai was checking the calendar while looking for an auspicious day and good month for mine and his granddaughter's wedding. Found it. It's the 15th of next month. This is truly a very auspicious day. Let's decide on the wedding then, Elder Master Bai said happily. Butler, go and prepare the invitations immediately. Just announce that the precious granddaughter of me, Bai Zhentian, is about to get married. Tell them to come and celebrate to make it lively. Bai Zhentian smiled brightly. That's so fast, Grandpa. From now until the 15th of next month is only a little over half a month away. Are we getting married just like that? Bai Susu asked. Her eyes were full of astonishment. Isn't that way too fast? I haven't even prepared myself mentally yet. Anyway, there should be 2 or 3 months for preparation. What can be done in half a month? Does Grandpa really want to marry me off this quickly? Fast? I actually think it's a bit late. At first I was planning for next week, but next week doesn't have any good days. There's only an auspicious day in half a month, so more than half a month is enough. Be satisfied. Besides, there isn't really that much to prepare. In 2 days, I will invite Yifan's parents over here. When the time comes, the wedding will be held right here at this manor. It's much better here than those hotels. Grandpa, I'm serious. Is it too hurried? I'm really not ready yet. Bai Susu stared wide-eyed. She truly couldn't believe that in only half a month, she would officially be married to me. In her heart, she was both excited and restless. After all, at this moment, she still felt like everything was just surreal, as if she were dreaming. What do you need to prepare? Just rest assured and be a beautiful bride, you silly girl. Grandpa will take care of everything for you, to make you the most magnificent bride. After all, I only have this one precious granddaughter. I won't let you suffer any disadvantages. Look at this girl, she's still so worried. You're not nervous, are you? That's right, Grandpa is absolutely correct. Don't be too stressed and don't be afraid. It's okay, I'm right here with you. We will definitely be happy. I took Bai Susu's hands in mine and gently comforted her. That's wonderful. Bai Zentian witnessed this scene. He felt extremely relieved. Two people in love are finally about to be together forever. This old man is also happy for the both of you. Thank you, Grandpa. Actually, I just find it a bit hard to believe this is real. I'm afraid this is just a dream of mine, and when I wake up, nothing will be left. She was feeling incredibly happy at this moment. Silly girl, how could it be a dream? This is reality. Everything is happening right before your eyes, I said while patting Bai Susu's head. My eyes were full of doting affection, but I'm still really scared, Bai Susu said pitifully. Before, my parents kept wanting to marry me off to someone else, and yet now I'm about to marry the person I love. Silly, I'm right here. So what are you afraid of? Even if the sky were to fall, I will always stand in front to shield you. Do you still not trust in my abilities? How wonderful. Even my old self feels like shedding tears watching this. Bai Zentian at this moment was like seeing his younger self. Back then, he had also said the same thing to Bai Susu's grandmother. Late at night, I called my parents and recounted everything happening here. My parents, upon hearing that Master Bai had already set an auspicious date for us to hold the wedding, were overjoyed. I also said that in 2 days I would go and pick them up. They even talked directly on the phone with Master Bai, saying they would bring the children over themselves, so there was no need to go through the trouble of picking them up. But Master Bai still insisted on going to pick them up no matter what. In the end, my parents could no longer refuse. 2 days later, everyone set off towards Jiangcheng. It wasn't until dusk that we arrived at my house. From a distance, I could see my parents standing, waiting by the lakeside in front of the villa. I must admit that even though I'd only been to Bocheng for a short while, I really missed my parents. Just getting back, I felt an unusual sense of fluttering in my heart. Mom, Dad, I'm back. I immediately ran to my parents. It's good that you're back. It's just good that you're back. You've gotten thinner lately. Your face has shrunk quite a bit too. My mother looked at me with eyes full of concern. Greetings to you both. Bai Susu stood beside me. She politely voiced her greetings. Bai Susu, you've also gotten much thinner. Are you not eating well or sleeping poorly, dear? Have all the matters at your home been settled smoothly? This girl suddenly running back home like that? You made us worry to death. I'm sorry for making you worry. Everything is settled now. Oh, that's right. This is my grandfather, Bai Zentian. Yes, Grandpa came here to pick the two of you up, Bai Susu said with a bit of bashfulness. Hello to you both. Your Ye fan is truly very exceptional. Bai Zentian walked up to my parents and said with a smile, Master Bai, please don't praise him too much. If you praise him more, his tail will surely point to the sky. Anyway, please come inside the house so we can continue talking. The sun has set. It's starting to get a bit cold out here. My father looked at Master Bai with immense respect. My father had long heard of Master Bai's reputation. In the past, he was the one who built his fortune from empty hands. Back then, newspapers and television were filled with legendary stories about this old man. All right, let's head inside. We're all one family. Don't be too formal all the time. Bai Zentian presented an extremely approachable and kind demeanor. Yi Fan's parents are indeed very good people. Otherwise, they couldn't have raised such an exceptional Yi Fan. This in-law relationship is truly wonderful. His precious granddaughter will certainly be very blessed in the future. His eyes for judging people were very sharp. With just one look, he knew immediately that my parents were both virtuous people. Just stepping through the door, Bai Zentian saw the 4 little ones there, engrossed in playing with toys on a soft plush rug. The children were crawling back and forth playing, with 4 nanny robots attending to them nearby. Witnessing this scene, Bai Zentian couldn't help but be amazed. Can robots take care of children now? Isn't this a bit too incredible? A man who had experienced so many storms like him had never seen such a strange thing before. But these little ones looked so incredibly adorable. Fair, rosy skin and large, clear, round eyes. When they saw someone enter the house, the children immediately broke into bright, wide smiles. It truly melts one's heart. These must be my great-grandchildren, right? Each one looks exceptionally healthy and cute. Bai Zentian was extremely excited. He immediately approached the children. He looked at one of them and held out his arms to pick them up. The child he picked up was the second one. The second baby looked at the strange old man holding her, without showing any fear of strangers at all. The little one then reached out her tiny hands and curiously touched the old man's face. Quite a mischievous little one. Bai Zentian laughed heartily. I love these chubby little babies so much. In person, they're even more adorable and beautiful than in the photos. These kids really have great genes. I looked at my little ones and also immediately went to pick them up at the same time. These past few days, I've really missed my darlings. Every day I worried about how the children were doing at home, even though I knew my parents were there, and the nanny robots too, along with so many other people caring for them. Of course, nothing would happen, but I still felt endlessly restless in my heart. Well, did you all miss Daddy? Daddy really missed you all these past few days. I was holding the third baby in my arms, cuddling her while whispering softly. The third baby, Yeyu, kept her tiny mouth open looking at me, as if she wanted to say something, looking extremely adorable. Her clear eyes stared at me without blinking once, as if afraid that if she blinked, she wouldn't see Daddy anymore. In no time, the nanny had prepared the meal. At this point, we put the children down so they could play on the rug themselves. The robots had also prepared the formula early, and began to feed each little one with a bottle. Ding dong, congratulations, host, on finishing the formula preparation, and bottle feeding the babies. Plus 80 accumulated points. Wow, just hearing the system notification made my heart swell with joy. I didn't expect that doing this would count for points too. Your robots are truly impressive to even know how to bottle feed babies. This kind of robot is really something my old self has never seen before. Today truly is an eye-opener. Yes, thanks to them, my family's workload is much lighter. Furthermore, these robots seem to have their own thoughts as well. Every time the children finish their nap, they start helping me clean the house. My mother recounted while smiling. It really is wonderful. Having robots like these is indeed very convenient. My IA fan has always really liked tinkering with these things. My father also couldn't help but exclaim a few words. After eating, everyone sat down on the sofa and began to discuss the wedding arrangements. You two, honestly, the purpose of my visit this time, you both must have guessed it somewhat already. It's to discuss the marriage of the two children. You see, they already have their children, and yet they're not married nor registered yet. It just happens that the full moon of next month is an auspicious day. I've also looked through the calendar already. How about we hold the wedding for them on that occasion? I completely agree. The full moon of next month is a very suitable time. With over half a month left, the preparations should be able to keep up with the schedule. Then let's do exactly that. My father nodded repeatedly, showing his complete agreement with Master Bai's proposal. That's great. If my Ye fan can marry a wife like Bai Susu, it's truly a blessing for 3 generations. These two truly look like a perfect match. My mother glanced at me and Bai Susu and then spoke with a smile. Actually, in her heart, my mother still felt very sorry for Bai Susu. After all, this girl had to endure so much hardship. Getting married a bit early is also a good thing to avoid gossip from the public. Alright, then let's decide on this matter just like that. Bai Zhentian spoke up joyfully. The two sides hit it off immediately upon meeting, so no one had any further objections. Master Bai, so how much bridal price does your side require? No matter how much it is, my family will fulfill it all. My father, Yedong, spoke up once more. He also felt that Bai Susu was a very well-behaved and gentle girl. This girl has already tasted not a few hardships, so no matter how much bridal price the bride's family asks for, as long as the family can afford it, he will surely give it. He will absolutely never calculate who gains or loses more. Who needs a bridal price or anything like that? These two being together is already a match made in heaven. A bridal price is not necessary. Besides, this Yifan has already helped my family so much. But concerning marriage and giving away a daughter, everyone must receive a bridal price. What about Bai Susu's parents? My father now spoke up to inquire further. Master Bai said it's not needed. But what about the girl's parents? They are not present here this time. They must be busy with something and got delayed. My parents didn't think any deeper at that moment. Oh, it's no big deal. If this old man says it's not needed, I definitely won't take it. Don't just look at how others marry and think we have to do the same. Honestly, I am extremely satisfied with your Eye fan. A bridal price or gifts or anything is really unnecessary. Rest assured, Bai Susu's parents won't dare to object. In this Bai family, this old man is still the ultimate decision-maker. You both just rest easy and prepare. Bai Zhentian affirmed once again. He could clearly perceive that my parents were both very simple and honest people. As for the matter of his 2 sons, he already knew it all, and it was truly disappointing. He couldn't believe that his own sons could behave towards their child in such a way. Anyway, Bai Susu is his granddaughter. Just let this old man step up and arrange everything. Let's see who dares to utter half a word of objection. Humph, especially Bai Susu's parents. They have long since lost any standing to interfere in her affairs. Furthermore, what's with demanding a bridal price? Don't they see such a massive buy group? Yifan has already spent money to buy it back and intends to return it to me, with such a gift of enormous value. Why would he still care about those petty bridal price coins? Yes, alright, if you said it's not needed. Then my family also asked permission not to give a bridal price. We will follow your wishes in all matters. My father, although very surprised by the old man's behavior, quickly accepted it, as long as the 2 children were together. Whether there's a bridal price or not really isn't important anymore. The essential thing is the determination to go to the end of life together, as well as a strong hope for a bright future ahead. To my aunt and uncle. Actually, I think it's fine. A bridal price or whatever really isn't important to me. Besides, before, when my grandfather's group fell into a serious crisis, it was also thanks to Yifan who stepped in to buy back that company, but he still trusted me enough to hand over full management power to me. Isn't that right? If Yifan hadn't stepped in to help then the Bai group would have fallen into someone else's hands long ago. In his heart, the old man was always secretly grateful for that. I think let's do it this way. Just consider the Bai Group as the bridal price. After all, currently Bai Shi is being managed single-handedly by Bai Susu. Just view this as the wedding price, and that's enough. Bai Zhentian thought for a while and then spoke. My parents and I also happily agreed to this proposal. Towards my wife, I will certainly never be stingy. Inherently, Bai Shi was also the life's work of the Bai family, so the grand matter of Bai Susu and me has finally been settled. Yifan, I see you have a diving tank over there, and even an armchair you built yourself. Are you also a fishing enthusiast by any chance? Bai Zhentian's eyes suddenly lit up. Master Bai, you wouldn't believe it. This kid has always been crazy about fishing. To be honest, I share the same hobby. The feeling when sitting there fishing, I must say, is truly incredibly interesting and relaxing. My father, these past few days, whenever he wasn't watching the kids, he would shoulder his rod to that lakeside over there to fish, and the amount of fish he caught was enough for the whole family to eat heartily. Ha ha ha, this old man is also extremely fond of that. How about we go for a fishing trip this afternoon? Bai Zhentian looked at me and my father and excitedly proposed. Sure, I happily nodded in agreement immediately. Anyway, sitting alone to fish is still fishing, but the more people there are, the more vibrant the atmosphere becomes. All three of us share this same passion. It's truly better than anything. Then let's decide on that. On the time-worn face of Bai Zhentian, excitement was clearly visible. Normally, he was always buried in work at the group. Now, it's very rare for him to have such leisurely moments. Yes, I have enough fishing rods and tools here. In that lake, there are all kinds of big and small fish. There's no shortage of small fish either. We can organize a competition to see who catches the biggest fish. That's a great idea. I completely agree with Yifan's suggestion. We definitely must have a contest. Bai Zhentian spoke excitedly while laughing. But if it's a match to determine a winner, then we probably need some kind of prize or penalty, right? At this moment, my father was the first to react. If we're competing to see who catches the bigger fish, then there definitely must be something to bet on for fun. Exactly, Dad. What do you think we should use to bet with now? I also felt that my father's idea made a lot of sense. There must be some rewards included so that the competition becomes more attractive. Use money or material things? That sounds a bit too trivial. How about we choose something different and more interesting? Then let's bet by washing socks. Whoever catches the smallest fish will have to go wash the socks. For the two winners, what do you think? My father immediately appeared extremely excited about this proposal. That's great. This sock washing thing is both non-trivial and very fun. Bai Zhentian, after hearing that, hesitated for a moment but then immediately clicked his tongue and nodded in agreement. After all, at his age, he had never washed anyone's socks before. Of course, except for his life partner, he has never helped others wash their socks. His status doesn't allow it. I glanced at my father. I know full well. My father's feet, are about on par with stinky tofu. In the past, whenever he took off his shoes, that smell was intensely indescribable. Every time, Mom made Dad carry a whole basin out into the yard to wash his feet himself. Unbelievably, my father could actually come up with this terrible idea. I'm truly impressed. What if I really lose? Would I actually have to do the laundry? Seeing that Grandpa Bai Zhentian had already agreed. Of course, I had nothing left to say. I couldn't exactly throw a tantrum. Fine, let's settle it like that then. My father smiled very triumphantly. Someone's about to be washing my socks. What a great turn of events. He considered himself a seasoned veteran at fishing. Lately, he's been out here fishing every single day. His experience has grown significantly, so he was certain he would win. In my father's eyes, even if Bai Zhentian was a master in the fishing world, the loser would definitely be his own son. A son washing socks for his father, that's only natural. And washing socks for Bai Zhentian made perfect sense too. After all, the man was about to become his grandchildren's great-grandfather. So as far as he was concerned, the laundry was already taken care of. After finishing lunch, the three of them headed to the shallow edge of the lake, setting up their stands and casting their lines. The news of our bet had reached Bai Susu and the others, so they all came out in droves to watch. The four little ones sat in their strollers, looking around everywhere with curiosity. Susu, your father-in-law's feet are really smelly. Whoever has to wash his socks will probably pass out from the stench. My mother said this to Bai Susu, who was standing beside her. Huh, is that really true? Bai Susu was slightly surprised. Are Mr. Yes' feet really that smelly? How could I lie to you? His feet are stinking to high heaven. Back in the day, I always made him dump the water himself, scrub them clean outside before letting him in the house. My mother spoke with a look of pure disdain in her eyes. Oh, come on, why are you bringing that up? My father felt quite uncomfortable seeing his wife air out his dirty laundry. He was not pleased at all. Honestly, some things are better left unsaid. How am I supposed to keep my dignity as an elder like this? We're all family here. What's there to be afraid of? You always come up with the most ridiculous ideas. Washing socks. Of all things you could have thought of. My mother said, pouting her lips. Dad doesn't even bother to wash his own socks usually. I leisurely hooked the bait and then began to mix the fishing lure. There was no need to scatter ground bait here, since the fish were raised right here on our property. Just a little bait on the hook was enough. On this side, my dad and Bai Zhentian had already cast their lines far out. They were making use of every single second to see who would be the first to catch a fish. Very quickly, the old man Bai had a bite. He pulled up a crucian carp about the size of 2 fingers. This can be saved to make fish soup this afternoon. His granddaughter loves fish soup the most. Next, it was my father's turn to catch one, and it was another crucian carp. He unhooked it and tossed it straight into the bucket, but they were all just tiny fish. I felt that enough time had passed, so I hooked on a piece of aged wine-soaked corn and cast my line. Earlier, I used kneaded bait to spread a scent that would lure the schools of fish over here. Now that the scent had sufficiently spread, I switched to the wine-soaked corn. The little fish couldn't possibly swallow this corn. Only a big fish with a wide mouth could take it. So, if the float even twitched, it meant a big fish was definitely right at the bait. It would have to be at least half a kilogram to swallow this. My father glanced over at me. Not seeing even a single small fish caught yet, he thought his son was falling behind. Since he'd already caught a few small ones, it seemed his son wouldn't be escaping the sock washing duty. "Son, what kind of bait are you using? How come there's no movement at all? It looked quite lively just a moment ago." Dad looked at me curiously. "I'm using corn. If a fish bites, it's definitely going to be a big one," I said with a smile. "Don't be in such a hurry, Dad. As long as a fish comes to eat, it'll definitely be a monster." "But it's dead quiet over there. Could the fish have all swam away? There isn't a single fish under your float. Are you mentally prepared to wash those socks yet?" "Don't worry, Dad. It's still early. I wasn't in any rush at all." I looked completely confident, certain of my victory. Indeed, big fish are often very cautious when they feed. I was just observing earlier. Yi Fan used kneaded bait earlier, which is a good way to attract the school. Big fish will definitely be drawn in by the scent. Based on my experience, I'm certain there's already a big fish down there. Look, the small fish aren't even daring to mess around anymore. They're likely scared because a large fish has arrived. Bai Zentian nodded in approval while explaining. Hearing Bai Zentian's explanation, everyone seemed to grasp the situation. Bai Susu felt that when it came to fishing, her grandfather truly was an expert. "All right, keep quiet now. The fish are very cunning." Bai Zentian spoke up again to remind them. At that moment, the surroundings became dead silent. I sat on my chair, leisurely watching the float, with a very calm expression. Suddenly, there was no more movement from the old man's side either. Right then, a whoosh sound echoed. Bai Zentian's float was dragged right under the water. The old man immediately lifted his rod and began a tug-of-war with the fish. "Oh my goodness, a big one's on the line," my father cried out in shock. He jumped to his feet immediately, about to run over to Bai Zentian to lend a hand. Who would have thought that at that same moment my float would also sink straight down into the water? I also immediately lifted my rod and began the battle with the fish. My father was completely stunned. What on earth is happening? Both of them caught huge fish. So where's my big fish? He turned back to look at his float, which was still perfectly still, and his heart sank. Look, Mr. Bai caught a big fish! And Yi Fan has a big one over here too!" My mother cheered joyfully, still holding our youngest daughter in her arms, pointing it out to the baby as she spoke. The youngest tilted her head, watching the two sides struggling like a tug-of-war, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. She looked at Great-Grandpa Bai for a while, then turned back to look at me. "Look at that, little one. Your daddy's in a fishing contest. And over here is Great-Grandpa also playing tug-of-war with a fish. And the man standing in the middle is your grandpa. He's just standing there looking a bit silly, isn't he?" By now, Bai Susu had approached me, holding a net ready, waiting for the right moment to scoop up the fish. And my father was also holding another net, standing not far from Bai Zentian, waiting to help him net the fish. Very soon, the fish were exhausted and began to float. They were pulled straight to the edge of the lake. Bai Susu quickly used the net to scoop the fish up. It was a very large grass carp. Looking at it, it must weigh at least 3 or 4 kilograms. On the other side, my father had also netted a fish. It was a common carp, its large belly bulging out. Although this fish wasn't as long as the grass carp, it must have weighed about 3.5 kilograms. "All right, this one's a female. Let's release it back into the lake." Bai Zentian unhooked the fish and released it back into the water. Because the fish had used up all its energy fighting, it took more than 10 seconds to regain its senses before swimming away. "Yi Fan, well done. Your fish is even bigger than mine." Bai Zentian walked over to me, looking at the grass carp, which was nearly half a meter long, and couldn't help but exclaim with joy. "We're going to have a grand fish feast tonight." "Dad, this time you really..." I looked at my father, teasingly raising an eyebrow in amusement. "Who told you to go around setting traps for others? Now your own plan has backfired on you. A bet's a bet. They'll wash everyone's socks, is that what you want?" my father said through gritted teeth. He was incredibly annoyed deep down. How on earth did I not catch a single large fish? "My dear in-law, don't take it to heart. It was only meant as a bit of fun. There's no need for you to actually wash the socks," Bai Zentian said with a hearty laugh. "How could I let my in-law wash my socks? That really wouldn't be right at all." "Dad, let's just drop it. I'm afraid you won't get them clean anyway. I'll just wash my own socks." I also smiled, trying to give my father a way out. "No way. I'm definitely washing them. I made the bet, so I take the consequence. I am a man of my word. I absolutely cannot go back on my promise. Otherwise, my conscience would trouble me greatly." My father spoke with great solemnity. Bai Zhentian was a bit taken aback, not expecting his in-law to be such a man of principle. All right then, Bai Zhentian nodded in agreement. Dad, I'll give you my socks later then, I said with a hint of awkwardness. This is the first time since I was a child that my father will be washing my socks. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. You brat, I'll deal with you later. My father stared coldly at his son, truly a specialist at setting up his own father. Since that's the case, Dad, I've still got a few more pairs of dirty socks stashed away. Could you just wash them all at once for me? After all, you only said the loser washes socks. You never specified how many pairs. And so, I thick-headedly spoke up once more. Honestly, this son of mine really has no shame, actually daring to let his father wash his socks. Bai Susu covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. She didn't expect that I could be so annoying sometimes. She suddenly felt a deep sense of admiration, admiring the way my family lived and treated one another. She really loved this warm and joyful atmosphere. Standing nearby, my mother also took the opportunity to laugh at someone else's misfortune. Serves you right who told you to try and trick our precious son. Now you're tasting your own medicine. With a look of complete helplessness, my father had no choice but to accept the truth. After all, he was the one who started this whole betting thing. He just had to suck it up and deal with the outcome. The next day, everyone began their journey to Bocheng. After everything was settled, everyone returned to their own rooms to rest. As night fell, cool breezes blew through. I stepped out onto the balcony to gaze at the night scenery. It was truly beautiful. The moon tonight seemed fuller than usual. On the other side, Bai Susu also stepped out. As soon as she set foot on the balcony, she saw me standing on the very next balcony. She didn't expect that I would still be awake. What is it? Can't you sleep? I turned to look at Bai Susu on the adjacent balcony and asked. She must be so happy that she can't sleep. Yes, I feel like everything that's happened lately has been just like a dream. Bai Susu leaned against the balcony railing and spoke softly. She felt everything had been so full of ups and downs. The events she had gone through over this past period were still hard for her to believe were real. Is this happiness right before my eyes actually real? Bai Susu suddenly felt a bit lost. You silly girl, don't be so gloomy. Give me a smile. I stepped over to stand in front of Bai Susu and reached out to gently lift the corners of her lips to form a smile. Yifan, how did you get over here? You were clearly just over there a second ago. How did you get here in the blink of an eye? Are you some kind of hidden master with the power of teleportation? Bai Susu's small face was filled with astonishment. She couldn't believe her own eyes anymore. My God, could she have seen wrong? How could he appear right next to her without making a single sound like that? I'm no hidden master. I'm just your personal hero. I replied with a romantic smile and then reached out to gently pull her, drawing Bai Susu completely into my embrace. You're just good at teasing me. Hurry up and tell me, how did you do it? The two balconies are 2 or 3 meters apart. Bai Susu pressed for an answer, her curious eyes blinking repeatedly, looking absolutely adorable. Give me a kiss, and then I'll tell you. The corners of my mouth curled up into a playful smirk. A hint of a dashing, roguish charm was evident, and my eyes under the ethereal moonlight were gazing at Bai Susu with deep affection. Bai Susu was unintentionally swept away by that gaze, becoming dazed. How had she not noticed before that I was this handsome? What's the matter? Are you mesmerized by me? I lightly tapped my finger against Bai Susu's forehead and let out a laugh. This girl really is just too adorable. You meanie. Bai Susu snapped back to reality, feeling a bit embarrassed and somewhat bashful. She turned her face away, refusing to look at me anymore. This guy is truly mischievous, only knowing how to bully me. It's enough to make me die of annoyance. But unfortunately, she couldn't win a fight against me. Fine then, just wait until after the wedding, and then we'll see how I deal with you. Alright, I can seriously confirm to you that everything happening here is absolutely real. Don't be afraid anymore and don't feel insecure either. Susu, we finally made it through the hard times. Bai Susu smiled gently, her eyes filled with hope and anticipation. Yes, we are definitely going to be happy together. The most difficult times have finally passed. The wedding day quickly approached. Bai Susu's cousin, Bai Ruoshui, had also arrived to prepare for her role as bridesmaid. Zhen Ni was also present. The two of them would be bridesmaids for the bride. On my side, I had also called my close friends Zhao Xiaotian and Fang Dajian. The two of them would take on the roles of groomsmen for me. Bai Susu was arranged to stay in the estate to prepare for the marriage. That was only natural. The bridal chamber was set up in the main bedroom of the estate, which made everything much more convenient, without the need for everyone to be running back and forth. I specifically ordered red carpets to be laid along all the paths, stretching for 10 miles around the estate grounds, and invited all company employees to join the celebration and give their blessings. Just by attending the wedding and offering their best wishes, their salary for that month would be doubled immediately. So whether they were from Chang'an Enterprises, the Bai Group, or even the Jia family company, they had all now been renamed to Tafan Enterprises. Countless employees were excitedly flocking to the venue. Bai Susu looked at the wedding dress that had just arrived, and her eyes suddenly welled up with emotion. The wedding dress wasn't the usual pure white, but bore an exceptionally noble shade of purple, a color as beautiful as something out of a dream. Bai Susu's gaze was filled with endless emotion. Susu, look, Yifan truly loves you so much. Even your wedding dress was chosen in the most elegant purple. I heard this is a masterpiece by the famous international designer Karna. This is the only wedding dress of its kind in the world. It's truly beyond beautiful. When you put it on, it will surely leave everyone at the wedding in awe. Bai Ruoshui spoke softly at that moment. Her eyes clearly showed her immense admiration. She also wished she could find a man who would love her so sincerely. The chairman's lady is already stunningly beautiful. This wedding dress was truly born for you. Zhen Nai chimed in as well. Bai Susu was already a legendary beauty, so when she wears this magnificent wedding dress, she will undoubtedly shine brilliantly tomorrow. They all seemed to be very eagerly awaiting that moment. There was no other way about it, since people who were still single like them were truly envious to the point of being overwhelmed. It's a shame. I'm the older cousin and I don't even have a boyfriend yet my younger cousin is already about to follow her husband home. How am I supposed to catch up with you at this rate? Susu is truly much better than this older cousin of yours. It's okay, your turn is coming up soon too. Your fated one is about to appear. Don't worry, Zhenai, yours is coming soon too. You two will definitely find your own happiness. Bai Susu looked at her two friends and hurriedly offered words of comfort. Since Zhen Ni was also a woman, it was easy to empathize. They had now also become close sisters to each other. In any case, Zhen Ni had helped me immensely with the work at the company. She truly was an exceptionally capable right hand to me. Alright then, I'll have to rely on the good fortune of this beautiful bride. I hope that in the near future, heaven will grant me a husband as well. Zhen Ni said, her small face blooming with a bright smile. That's right, that's right. The words of a new bride will surely be very effective. After all, it's already overflowing with joy and good fortune, Bai Ruoshui said with a very serious expression, as if it were certain to come true. Come on, go downstairs and have a meal, ladies. Truly, 3 women together make for a comedy troupe. You're certainly talking too much now. I had just walked upstairs and heard the voices of the girls chattering and chirping about something, and laughing quite boisterously too. Tomorrow is the wedding ceremony. I am also feeling very happy and moved. From now on, Bai Susu is mine, the wife I will formally and honorably bring home. Just thinking about it makes me uncontrollably excited. Standing before Bai Susu's room, I knocked on the door. Time to eat. Isn't everyone hungry? Standing outside the door, I called out softly. All right, we're coming, Bai Susu replied. The 3 girls looked at each other and smiled. Hurry up, or your husband will be too worried. If he blames us then, we won't be able to make it up to him, Bai Ruoshui said teasingly. Her beautiful face clearly showed a hint of envy. Humph, isn't it just so enviable? I hate it most when people show off their love like this, especially when it's my own cousin Bai Susu. And as her older sister, I'm not even married off yet. Exactly. The chairman's lady is someone we cannot offend. In the future, we'll have to rely on the chairman's lady a lot. After all, I'm still earning my living under the chairman. Jenny also joined in the teasing. Stop it! You two are really naughty, always just teasing me. Bai Susu turned her face away, pretending to be sulky. Have you two conspired together or something? Otherwise, how could you coordinate so perfectly? Are you two putting on a play together here? One sets up, the other follows. Your teamwork is flawless. I don't even know how to respond to you two. Bai Susu looked at the two of them reproachfully. No way. We're only speaking the truth. It's just that we're very envious deep down. Deathly envious. Who told you to get married so early? You've already got the kids and such an outstanding husband too. We're just so full of admiration. All right, if we keep talking, the chairman will go crazy with worry. Jenny said, then went to open the room door. What took you all so long in there? I thought something had happened. I looked at the 3 girls, a hint of worry in my eyes. Don't worry. What could possibly happen? Just a little chat, girl talk, you know. Boys aren't allowed to hear, Bai Ruoshui said with a slightly haughty air. Rest assured, chairman, we'll take good care of your lady. We won't let a single hair on her head be harmed, and we'll ensure she is delivered to you tomorrow, in perfect condition, Zhen Nai teased. Upon hearing that, Bai Susu's face instantly turned bright red. Oh, Zhen Nai? Really? I don't know what kind of nonsense you're talking about. Even if it's true, saying it like this in front of everyone made her feel extremely embarrassed. Oh, look, our Susu is blushing. Look, these little cheeks are as red as ripe apples. Bai Ruoshui, as if she had just discovered some breaking news, spoke in a voice full of surprise. Cousin, what are you talking about? Bai Susu was completely speechless inside. Is this really my cousin? She wasn't like this before. Why has she become so mischievous now? All right, I'll stop teasing you. Bai Ruoshui looked at my expression with a bit of hesitation. To be honest, she was actually a bit afraid of me. Let's go eat together, the meal is all ready. I took Bai Susu's hand and led her downstairs first. That evening, Bai Susu looked at the wedding dress in the room, so moved that she couldn't sleep. I knew you wouldn't be able to sleep, little girl. I leisurely stepped out from the balcony. I saw Bai Susu sitting on the bed admiring the wedding dress, her small face filled with pure joy. Hearing my voice, Bai Susu suddenly snapped out of it. Why did this guy climb across the balcony here again? Can't you use the front door? It feels like we're having a secret tryst, but it was quite a surprise nonetheless. Yifan, next time could you please use the front door? Climbing across balconies like this isn't good. It's dangerous. Besides, this feeling, it's like we're sneaking around. We are people about to be married, openly and honorably after all. Alright, I'll remember. I saw the light in your room was still on, so I just instinctively climbed over. This little girl is still just worried about me. You are feeling very nervous, aren't you? Actually, I'm feeling very nervous too. But compared to the nerves, I'm feeling much more moved and excited. Susu, finally you are about to become my wife. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. Yifan. I will do my absolute best to be a good wife. Bai Susu's small face turned a lovely shade of rosy red. She looked at me with eyes full of deep affection. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Sensing that the host is about to get married, a special gift of a Phoenix Cheongsam and a Phoenix hairpin has been granted, along with a 13-piece Star Brilliance jewelry set and a pair of Star Brilliance wedding rings as celebratory rewards. A Phoenix Cheongsam, a Phoenix hairpin. These are all bridal treasures. With these, Bai Susu will surely be the radiant centerpiece of the entire ceremony tomorrow. I grew a bit impatient, wanting to take them out right away. Thinking about how I wouldn't officially see Susu until tomorrow, I suppressed the bubbling excitement in my heart. Susu, I have a surprise for you tomorrow. I'm certain you're going to absolutely love it. I flashed a mysterious smile. Bai Susu looked at me, her curiosity piqued. What kind of surprise, Oppa? Since you've said that much, you might as well tell me. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep a wink tonight. This Yifan always teasing me and stirring up my curiosity, only to refuse to tell me the truth. Isn't he just trying to make me restless on purpose? I really hate it when he's like this. I can't tell you. If I say it now, then it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. Be a good girl and go to sleep. I gently pinched the bridge of Bai Susu's nose, speaking in a doting tone. Yifan, what is that scent? It smells so wonderful. I'm suddenly so sleepy. I want to go to sleep now. As Bai Susu spoke, her eyelids began to droop. The next second, she couldn't resist any longer and closed her eyes. See? I told you that you would. Have a peaceful night's sleep, and I wasn't wrong at all. I said with a smile, tucking the blanket around Bai Susu, before quietly slipping out of her room. Tonight, it was I who found myself unable to sleep, because tomorrow marks the most glorious milestone of my entire life. Just as I was tossing and turning, I received a message from Zhao Xiaotian. The moment I opened the door, I saw Zhao Xiaotian and Fang Daijian standing right there. Come on, let's go downstairs for some skewers, grab some beers and catch up. We can sleep later. Without waiting for a response, Zhao Xiaotian practically dragged me out. The girls had all drifted off to sleep long ago. Zhao Xiaotian arrived late and hadn't even eaten yet. All right, Xiaotian, you really are late this time. We already finished dinner and we're about to turn in when you showed up. I honestly thought you weren't going to make it at all. I almost didn't make it, to be honest. I had to take a whole day off just to rush over here. After I attend your wedding tomorrow, I have to head back immediately. Otherwise, I'm toast. Zhao Xiaotian had a look of pure grievance on his face. After all, flying from Jiangcheng to Bosheng takes several hours. Fine, let me cover your airfare. We're brothers, after all. I can't let you bear all these expenses alone. I knew Zhao Xiaotian's family was strapped for cash right now. I wasn't sure if the money I gave him before was enough. No need, we're best friends. I can still manage this much. My parents keep talking about you, you know. Ha ha, they keep telling me to learn from you, so I don't starve or end up unable to pay you back one day. The three of us sat together, drinking beer, munching on barbecue, and chatting away. These days, Yifan, in my parents' hearts, you are the absolute gold standard of a successful kid, a shining role model for everyone. You're exaggerating. It's fine. Don't worry if you can pay it back. As long as your father is doing well, that's all that matters. I truly consider Zhao Xiaotian a real brother. When a brother is in a bind, how could I possibly stand by and do nothing? In the past, whenever I ran into trouble, it was always Zhao Xiaotian who had my back. I've etched those memories deep into my heart. And the same goes for Fang Daijian, of course. He helped me out more times than I can count back in school. Back in high school, when those thugs tried to bully me, if Fang Daijian hadn't stepped in right then, my face would have been a map of bruises. I still remember every single detail. Life is just like that. It's neither too long nor too short, and having two truly sincere brothers by your side is no small feat. Some say you don't need many friends. You only need the ones who are willing to pull you up when you've hit rock bottom. Those are your true brothers. Finding even one or two is a tremendous stroke of luck. I don't like the sound of that. Yifan, a debt is a debt, and a gift is a gift. I keep those things strictly separate. I've etched your kindness into my memory, all right? But this money must be paid back. If I can't afford it, it'll just work at your company and serve you for the rest of my life. How's that? Ha ha! Zhao Xiaotian laughed heartily, alternating between skewers and beer. He knows that working for me means he'll never be cheated, and I would never let him get the short end of the stick. You're welcome at the Chang'an Group or the Su Fan Company anytime, Fang Daijian added with a smile. Daijian, tell me the truth. Are there any beauties at the company? Zhao Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, looking at Fang Daijian. He was just genuinely curious. Of course, plenty. They're all brilliant, powerful businesswomen. Our company is full of them. Fang Daijian nodded with absolute seriousness. Beauties are my absolute favorite. Wait until I graduate in 2 years, then I'll come find you for sure, Zhao Xiaotian said with a grin. His face was already bright red after just one beer. This guy really can't hold his liquor. I looked at Zhao Xiaotian's state and gave a helpless smile. You're quite the character. As long as you want to come, you're always welcome. Having my brothers handle things for me is the only way I can truly be at peace. Yifan, congratulations. Getting married so soon already. Among the three of us, you're the second oldest, younger than me, but a bit older than Xiaoshan. Who would have thought that out of the three of us, you'd be the first to walk down the aisle? I wish you and your wife a lifetime of deep love and endless happiness. With that, Fang Daijian downed his glass in one go. Everything I want to say is in this glass. Cheers. I immediately raised my glass and drank. It's rare for us brothers to get together like this. We have to make the most of it. Did you two forget about me? I'm still here. Cheers. Zhao Xiaoqin raised his glass and drained it instantly. Xiaoqin, that's enough for you. Be careful, or you'll be wasted. We all know exactly how little this guy can handle. I'm just worried he won't be able to get up tomorrow. I'm not going home until I'm drunk. I'm happy, let me have just a bit more. Zhao Xiaoqin spoke as he poured himself another, then grabbed a lamb skewer and started eating. Fang Daijian didn't hold back either, savory grilled chicken drumsticks in hand. The three of us ate and talked, but for the most part it was just Fang Daijian and me talking. Zhao Xiaotian was already wasted, slumped over the table, only occasionally mumbling a response or two. Is everything going well at the company? If there's anything you don't get, just ask Zhen Ni. Don't worry, everything is going very smoothly. It's just... Fang Daijian looked at me, his expression hesitant. It seemed like he had something on his mind but didn't quite know how to start. What's up? If you're having trouble, just tell me. I'll help you fix it. I looked at Fang Daijian and asked. For some reason, Fang Daijian looked a bit different right now. It's nothing, just a minor thing. I can handle it myself, Fang Daijian said with a smile. He felt it wasn't right to keep bothering me. I'd already helped him so much. He didn't want to cause me any more trouble. Daijian, we're brothers. So if something's up, you absolutely have to tell me. It's no big deal. If I can help, I definitely will. Don't be shy about it, got it? I could vaguely sense that Fang Daijian was hiding something from me. This guy just refused to spit it out. It seemed I'd have to pay a little closer attention. Maybe I was just being oversuspicious. Fang Daijian was always mature and down-to-earth in everything he did. Zhao Xiaotian was the quick-witted, resourceful type. But usually people like Fang Daijian carry a lot on their minds and don't like to talk about it. Mostly because they worry about being a burden to others. We've been brothers for so many years now. How could I not understand their personalities by now? Daijian, you and I are brothers. Stop being so formal, understand? If you're struggling, just say it. Don't put all that mental pressure on yourself. I'm planning on relying on you guys a lot more in the future. Well, honestly, it's nothing that serious. It's just... Fang Daijian reached this point and, his expression suddenly grew tense. What is it you want to say? I frowned. Why are you only telling me half the story? What exactly do you want? Stop being so hesitant. He was never like this before. I just wanted to know. How can you tell if you truly like someone? Or, how do you even pursue someone? How do you know if they like you back or if they actually hate you? Fang Daijian looked at me with a trace of anxiety. He was clearly very nervous deep down. This was the first time he'd ever shared such private thoughts with anyone. But once it was out in the open, he felt a massive weight lift off his chest. Ha ha ha, is that all? I thought it was something much more serious. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was genuinely startled for a second there. I really thought Fang Daijian was in some kind of deep trouble. So it was just this. Wait. Liking someone, knowing if they like you back. What does that imply? Has our brother Fang Daijian finally found his dream girl? Daijian, am I hearing this right? Are you actually crushing on someone right now? Who on earth is it? I was incredibly excited. You have to understand, out of the three of us, Fang Daijian was the only one who had never shown interest in any girl before. It wasn't like girls hadn't tried to confess their feelings to him in the past, but he had turned every single one of them down. At that time, Daijian even said that he simply had zero interest in women. He claimed he'd never fall in love, saying that women were nothing but trouble. Who knew this guy would finally learn how to love? Looking at Daijian's past behavior, I genuinely believed he really had no interest in the opposite sex at all. I used to tease him all the time back then, telling him he'd end up living all by himself forever. I really am interested in someone. Before I met her, I thought I would never fall for anyone, but now that I have, I find myself liking her. I just don't know if she likes me back. Fang Daijian scratched his head. Oh-ho, this is quite a development. Daijian, you actually know how to be shy? You were never like this in the past. Love really does change a person. You're no exception, are you? Hurry up and tell me who it is. Who is the girl you've fallen for? I thought about it carefully. This guy had come to work at my company, and there are so many girls at the office. All of them are gorgeous with perfect figures. Who exactly had he set his sights on? It's that person. I'm a bit embarrassed to tell you, Fang Daijian said with a sheepish look. He was a little worried. What if she found out? What, you're giving up before you've even confessed? Spit it out already. How can I help you if you don't tell me? Besides, I won't tell a soul. I give you my word of honor right now. You can't tell Xiao Tian either. That guy has such a big mouth. He'll go spreading it everywhere, Fang Daijian said immediately, glancing at the wasted Zhao Xiaotian as he spoke. I was a bit taken aback. Zhao Xiaotian is actually a great guy. He knows when to keep things serious. Xiaotian knows all about me and Bai Susu, but he never said a word about it at school. Does Fang Daijian have some kind of misunderstanding with him? But now isn't the time to explain that. I just wanted to know who had stolen Fang Daijian's heart. Seeing Fang Daijian's hesitation, I took the initiative to ask him directly. Just tell me, is she from my company? You're killing me with the suspense here. A normally decisive Fang Daijian had become so agonizingly slow. She's from your company, and you know her quite well. Fang Daijian nodded. Well, that doesn't narrow it down. Of course, I've met everyone in my company. I'm definitely familiar with them. Can't you give me something more useful? Who is it for real? Just say the name. To be honest, I feel like I'm not good enough for her. She's just so outstanding. I'm a bit insecure, but I truly like her. I just don't know if she could ever like me back. I've got it. I know exactly who you're talking about. Is it Zhen Nai? It has to be her. My eyes narrowed as I spoke slowly. Ye Fan, how did you know? Was I really that obvious? Fang Daijian looked at me in shock. I hadn't even mentioned her name yet, and yet he guessed it perfectly. That's pretty impressive. The second you started describing her, I knew it had to be her. After all, she really is exceptional. But don't you dare feel insecure. Your brother here is always behind you. If you want to pursue her, go for it boldly. You've got to bring her home as your wife no matter what. I was only trying to test Fang Daijian a little, never dreaming that I would. Hit the bullseye with just a random guess. Zhen Ni is a wonderful woman, but winning her over is going to be quite a challenge. Still, my brother here is no slouch either. He's quite handsome, actually, with that healthy tan of his. I believe pursuing Zhen Ni won't be that much of a problem for him. Don't get discouraged, you haven't even started yet, right? Remember to win her over with your sincerity, got it? No matter the outcome, don't let insecurity make you quit. You have to realize that you're an amazing person too. Being with you always gives off such a strong sense of security. Yeah, he'll follow your lead. Fang Daijian nodded. He was determined to show his absolute sincerity. Of course, keep that in mind. My brother doesn't lose to anyone. You and Zhen Ni are definitely a perfect match. Now, to your love, cheers. I raised my glass. Right, cheers. Fang Daijian smiled brilliantly. Hearing my words, his heart was filled with newfound confidence. Whether he succeeds or fails, he has to give it a shot. I thought Fang Daijian finding someone he liked was a big enough surprise. I never expected that by the very next day, Zhao Xiaotian would also meet a girl who made him fall in love at first sight. Today was the grand wedding day for me and Bai Susu. Welcome everyone and thank you for taking the time to attend the wedding of Mr. Yi Fan and Miss Bai Susu. Here, let us offer our most sincere blessings to the happy couple. Groom, do you have any words you'd like to say to our beautiful bride? The Mac looked at me, dressed in my best, and asked. I took the microphone, smiling at Bai Susu standing beside me. I do have a few words I'd like to share with my bride. Susu, you are the most beautiful sight I have ever laid eyes upon. I want to spend the rest of my life protecting you. On this journey we've shared, I've seen your moments of helplessness and vulnerability. You are an incredibly resilient woman. From now on, just be the version of yourself that you love. With me here, I will be the umbrella that shields you from the rain, the light that guides you through the darkness, and the peaceful harbor in the midst of any storm. Bai Susu had heard countless sweet words in this world, from movies and phones to the reality around her, but she had never heard words so sincere and deeply moving. Tears welled up instantly, beyond her control. She looked at me through a shimmering veil of tears. Silly girl, don't cry. You are the radiant heart of this ceremony today. Be the most beautiful bride. My heart aching, I gently wiped away Bai Susu's tears. Yifan, being married to you is the greatest blessing of my entire life. Bai Susu choked back her sobs as she spoke. You silly girl, it's you who are my lucky charm. I gave her a warm, gentle smile. What a couple, so deeply in love. Please join us in witnessing their profound love and this sacred union, the mech proclaimed. The guests below erupted into a thunderous applause. I'm so envious. I want a love like this too. I never realized the CEO and his wife were so deeply, passionately in love. Who knew this boy could speak such sweet, romantic words so fluently? I wonder who he learned that from. Mother's eyes glittered with tears of joy. Her son truly made her burst with pride. Well, he certainly didn't learn it from me. I could never say such cheesy things. Father rolled his eyes and retorted instantly. Oh, really? So what was it you said to me back then? Honey, I still want to hear it again. Can you say it one more time? Mother's face was filled with anticipation as she looked at father standing beside her. He'll tell you tonight. There are too many people here. It's embarrassing. What if people laugh at us? He'll whisper it to you once we're home tonight. Father gave a small cough to hide his bashfulness. All right. Mother instantly beamed like a blooming flower. I really didn't choose the wrong man. He still remembers it so clearly. Hey, look at that. I knew this boy had inherited all of his father's genes. The way he speaks so romantically is just like him. Soon it was time for the bride to toss the bouquet. Bai Susu held the bouquet, turned her back to the crowd, and threw it forcefully behind her. When she turned around, she saw that the person who caught it was none other than Bai Ruoxue. Her older cousin had caught the bouquet. It's often said that whoever catches the bouquet receives the bride's good fortune. If single, they'll find their partner soon. If in a relationship, they'll be walking down the aisle next. Bai Ruoxue was currently in a complete daze. Her beautiful face was filled with sheer astonishment. She had never expected it to be her. Could it be that her single days were finally over? Meanwhile, among the groomsmen, Zhao Xiaoqian's eyes lit up as he watched the girl who caught the flowers. She's truly gorgeous. Her smile just made my heart skip a beat. Daijian, who is that bridesmaid who caught the flowers? Zhao Xiaoqian tugged on Fang Daijian's sleeve, his gaze still fixed firmly on that bridesmaid. You don't know? That's Bai Ruoxue, our sister-in-law Bai Susu's cousin. I heard she's still single. Why? Fang Daijian replied casually, not noticing his friend's strange expression. Bai Ruoxue, that's a beautiful name. Single is good, haha. Zhao Xiaotian gave a silly grin. Bai Ruoxue, Bai Susu's cousin. He had etched that name into his heart. Bai Ruoxue had absolutely no idea that her own love story was beginning right at this very moment. Fang Daijian's gaze was lost in Zhen Ni. This was the first time he had ever seen a Zhen Ni looking so breathtakingly gorgeous. In the past, Zhen Ni had always appeared in professional business suits exuding the aura of a powerful career woman. She was always beautiful, of course, but Zhen Ni in that bridesmaid dress now looked incredibly gentle. She looked just like a young maiden, fueling his desire to protect her and cherish her for the rest of his life. Zhen Ni also spotted Fang Daijian. She flashed him a smile, though she seemed a bit out of her element. Perhaps she simply wasn't used to the outfit she was wearing. This is the first time she's ever worn something like this. Mr. Ye, do you take Ms. Bai Susu to be your wife? Whether in sickness or in health, through hardships or trials, will you stay by her side for the rest of your life? I do. I looked into Bai Susu's eyes, which were overflowing with passion. I have waited for this day for so long. Ms. Bai Susu, do you take Mr. Yi Fan to be your husband? Whether in sickness or in health, through hardships or trials, will you remain faithful and stay together forever? The host turned to look at Bai Susu. I do. Bai Susu nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. Finally, we can rightfully be together as one. All right, I now officially declare, after you exchange your wedding rings, you will be officially husband and wife. I wish you both 100 years of happiness. With those words, the host began to clap. I took out the starlight ring set I had prepared long ago and slowly placed a ring on Bai Susu's finger. Bai Susu took the other ring and placed it on my finger herself. Then I brought out the 3-piece starlight jewelry set. Bai Susu put on the earrings herself, and then the necklace and bracelet were all put on. The ceremony concluded quickly. Next was the time for the wedding toasts. I led Bai Susu back to the room to change into a different outfit. Inside the room, Bai Susu sat before the vanity mirror, watching the stylist and makeup artist behind her, opening the gift box with the clothes I sent this morning. She wondered what the outfit inside looked like. She was incredibly curious, tilting her little head to watch. The stylists were all carefully opening the box. This box looks really high-end. The moment the box was opened, everyone was stunned by how beautiful it was. Bai Susu looked at the two of them curiously, and seeing their amazement, she immediately stepped over. It was the most beautiful cheongsam she had ever seen. Ms. Bai, this is what Mr. Yifan sent this morning. I never imagined it could be this breathtaking. The stylist marveled in praise, her face clearly showing how impressed she was. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to dote on you so much, Ms. Bai. It really makes one envious. Indeed, look at this embroidery. It's an entire phoenix design. This cheongsam has such a cool, refreshing feel. It must be the finest silk. This embroidery is entirely handmade. This cheongsam, I think at the very least, must be worth millions of yuan. It might even be tens of millions. It's overwhelming. Ms. Bai, please try it on quickly, the tailor urged her. Then let me go try it. Bai Susu's cheeks flushed slightly. She carried the box into the inner bedroom. Her room was partitioned, with the bedroom inside and a lounge area outside. For some reason, the cheongsam that looked a bit large earlier fit her perfectly when she put it on. Neither too loose nor too tight, it was incredibly precise. She didn't even know if she looked good in it. The two girls outside wondered why she hadn't come out yet. Was there some kind of problem? Just as they were about to ask, they saw Bai Susu in the cream-colored Cheongsam stepping out, so beautiful. That outfit paired with her figure, any girl would be envious looking at her. Standing at 172 centimeters, slender yet alluringly curvaceous, she was truly mesmerizing. Both the stylist and the makeup artist were stunned. "What's wrong? Does it not look good?" Bai Susu asked, a bit worried. From the first moment she saw this Cheongsam, she thought it was absolutely magnificent. She only feared that she wasn't worthy of it. Seeing them just staring blankly, she thought she really didn't suit it, that she didn't bring out the garment's unique elegance. Why is everyone silent? If I don't have the grace for it, then never mind. No, that's not it at all. It fits you perfectly. It's truly beautiful. You have the grace of a goddess. Don't you believe in yourself? Quick, come look in the mirror. The hairstylist spoke up. It really is stunning. If even you can't pull this off, then no one else in this world possibly could. Go look in the mirror. You're heart-stoppingly beautiful. The tailor nodded in agreement. Do you believe us now? Let me give you a gorgeous hairstyle. Paired with this Cheongsam, it will be even more magnificent. Ms. Bai, I think you're so lucky. Both you and Mr. Yi are such outstanding people. Only excellent people are a perfect match for other excellent people. The tailor stood by, her face filled with admiration. I led the newly changed Bai Susu to grandfather Bai Chan Thien to offer a toast to everyone and then to our parents. Bai Susu only gave a slight nod to her parents. She didn't say another word. The wedding lasted until late in the afternoon. In the evening, I had arranged for a barbecue and fireworks. Everyone pitched in to help, setting up the grills to start the party. Bai Susu sat on a long bench, smiling as she watched everyone busy grilling. Occasionally, she would rub her feet. What's wrong? Do your feet hurt? Do you want me to massage them? I walked over to Bai Susu and looked at her tenderly. I'm fine. A little rest is all I need. No need for a massage. So many people are watching. Aren't you afraid they'll see? It would be embarrassing if they called you henpecked, Bai Susu said, slightly embarrassed. It's all right. Let me do it. It's nothing. I'm just showing love for my wife. They're probably just envious, not thinking it's embarrassing. Oh, you two are so affectionate. We're practically dying of envy. My cousin really married the right man. Bai Ruoxue watched this scene, her heart full of admiration. Beside her, Zhao Xiaotian looked at Bai Ruoxue with excitement. Hello? I'm Yifan's best friend. I'm Zhao Xiaotian. Zhao Xiaotian introduced himself nervously. He was extremely tense inside. He had probably summoned all the courage of his life just to strike up a conversation with Bai Ruoxue. Hi, I'm Bai Ruoxue, Susu's cousin. I'm probably a year or two older than you. You can call me Ruoxue or just senior is fine. Bai Ruoxue gave Zhao Xiaotian a sweet smile. Ruoxue, what a beautiful name. Zhao Xiaotian said dazedly. He felt as if he were surrounded by bubbles of pure happiness. Seeing this, Fang Dajin hurriedly brought the chicken wing he had just finished grilling over to Chen Ni. Chen Ni, you haven't eaten all day. Here, this wing is for you. Seeing this, Chen Ni gave a polite smile. Thank you. It's been such a busy day, she really hadn't found the time to eat. Besides, this chicken wing looked quite delicious. Everyone look, fireworks, boom, 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 vibrant clusters of fireworks exploded across the night sky. Ye Fan and Bai Susu, 100 years of happiness. Bai Susu looked at the words formed by the fireworks and couldn't help but whisper them aloud. She felt that in this life, she had truly married the right person. Bai Susu and I watched the fireworks together. It was so peaceful. Fang Dajian and Chen Ni grilled meat while watching the fireworks and chatting. Beside them, Zhao Xiaotian was also, attentively helping Bai Ruoxue. No matter how you looked at it, the scene was incredibly heartwarming. After the fireworks, I led Bai Susu to an open field where a hot air balloon was waiting. Let's go up now. I looked at Bai Susu and said with a smile. Growing up, Bai Susu had only seen them on TV. She had always found them fascinating and loved them from afar. She never expected to see one right before her eyes. Come on, let's get on. I helped Bai Susu into the balloon basket. The bodyguard Bai Hoi was also there to handle the controls. No matter how romantic it is, one must always ensure their safety. Under everyone's gaze, the hot air balloon slowly ascended into the sky. Chen Ni and Bai Ruoxue looked on, their beautiful faces full of admiration. That is just so romantic. My brother-in-law is truly wonderful to Susu, Bai Ruoxue said, watching the balloon drift away. It's so wonderful. Being married to a man like that, she's truly happy. She was truly envious to death. When will I ever be able to find my own Prince Charming? Is there anyone else like Yifan? If so, I'd like a dozen, please. True, they've been through so much and they're finally together for real. I'm sure they will be very happy. Chen Ni stood beside Bai Ruoxue, nodding in agreement. Zhao Xiaotian stood nearby, feeling a bit discouraged as he listened. There's no other way. This brother of mine is just too outstanding. It's going to be hard to pursue Bai Ruoxue after this. But even so, I won't give up. When Zhao Xiaotian likes someone, he absolutely does not let go easily. Haha, I don't have any clones left, but Yifan still has a few brothers. I could ask him to introduce you. The handsome guy right next to you is also one of Yifan's good brothers. I'm sure he's quite impressive, too. Chen Ni glanced at Bai Ruoshui, then pointed at Zhao Xiaotian beside her. She had met Zhao Xiaotian many times. Every time she came to see me, she'd see Zhao Xiaotian there once or twice. Furthermore, Fang Dajian had mentioned Zhao Xiaotian before as a very loyal and righteous guy. Based on Chen Ni's intuition, she could tell that Zhao Xiaotian definitely liked Bai Ruoshui. Bai Ruoshui was so beautiful. It was only natural to like her. Besides, one is the cousin of the chairman's wife, and the other is the chairman's best friend. In every way, they make a perfect match. I could give them a little push. As soon as Bai Ruoshui heard Chen Ni's words, her entire face turned beet red. Oh my! Sister Chen Ni, what kind of nonsense are you saying? He's just Yifan's friend. Bai Ruoshui glared at Chen Ni, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Even though Zhao Xiaotian is very nice, sunny, open, and helpful, being talked about like this is so embarrassing. It's as if she were in a desperate rush to get married. No, it's too easy for people to misunderstand. I am single, that's true, but who knows if Zhao Xiaotian is? What if he already has a girlfriend? Wouldn't that cause a huge misunderstanding? Don't read too much into it. Sister Chen Ni was just joking. Bai Ruoshui turned to Zhao Xiaotian, her face full of awkwardness. Yeah, it's okay. Zhao Xiaotian saw Bai Ruoshui explaining so hastily and thought it was because he wasn't good enough, so she wasn't interested in him. He couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment, but soon after, he was filled with renewed courage. I must become even better. Only then can I properly pursue Bai Ruoshui. After all, if Bai Susu's family is such a powerful clan, then Bai Ruoshui's family surely isn't far behind. How could he let the girl he loved suffer through hardships with him? In this moment, Zhao Xiaotian seemed to have matured significantly. He knew he had to strive and work hard. He would never give up easily on the girl he liked. Hearing Zhao Xiaotian's words, Bai Ruoshui breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to glare at Chen Ni. Sister Chen Ni, you're really something, playing matchmaker like this. Just as Bai Ruoshui turned to look at Chen Ni looked back at her with a knowing gaze. In that moment, Chen Ni seemed to have discovered something, a hint of a smile in her eyes. There's definitely a chance for these two after all. Looking at Ruoshui's reaction, she certainly doesn't dislike Zhao Xiaotian. As long as there's no dislike, feelings can grow over time. Who knows, in just one single moment, one turn of the head, one look back, and the feelings will be right there. It was just like her own experience. Feeling Fang Dajin by her side, she felt an immense sense of peace. Truthfully, deep down, she was incredibly conflicted and struggling. She had already fallen for Fang Dajin, but she was 6 years older than him. They say a wife 3 years older brings a gold brick. Was she going to make Fang Dajin carry 2 gold bricks? She feared he wouldn't be able to accept her. Chen Ni, are you all right? Fang Dajin sensed that something was off with Chen Ni and immediately asked with concern. She was fine just a moment ago. Why did she suddenly look so different? It's nothing. Chen Ni smiled, answering with a free and easy tone. She had always kept her true feelings buried deep within her heart, fearing that if she spoke them, Fang Dajian would reject her. Okay, let's go grill some meat, Fang Dajian said. The two of them returned to the grill, while the others were still, enthralled by the fireworks and the night scenery. Chen Ni, there's actually something I've wanted to tell you. I've been debating it in my heart for a long time, and I didn't know how to bring it up to you. Fang Dajin tilted his head slightly, looking at Chen Ni, who was focused on grilling wings beside him. Her profile was as beautiful as ever, making Fang Dajin's heart flutter uncontrollably. Go ahead. Chen Ni didn't look up, her eyes fixed on the chicken wings, though her voice was a bit soft and faint. Earlier, she had seen a girl at the company who was very close with Fang Dajin, and she had felt a bit petty and jealous, even going so far as to intentionally assign him a heavy workload, making him work overtime for 3 straight nights. Now, what Fang Dajin was about to say, could it be about that girl? Panic suddenly flared up inside her, making it a bit hard to breathe, and it felt as if she might even lose her footing. Had they decided to be together? Given Fang Dajin's character and their relationship as both mentor and friend, it was very likely he would ask for her opinion, or even worse, tell her that he liked someone else. She had always tried to avoid facing this, intentionally keeping her distance from Fang Dajin, but her heart still felt a sharp, agonizing pain. Actually, throughout all this time, I'm truly grateful to you. You've taught me so much, and I've become a much better person because of it. Everything I have today is thanks to your help. Without you, I wouldn't be the man I am now. I'm so deeply thankful to you, Chen Ni, Fang Dajian said seriously, looking at Chen Ni as she stood there with her head bowed. Hearing these words from Fang Dajian, for a moment, she just wanted to burst into tears. Is it really just a thank you? Even though she had long known that they were impossible, hearing him say those polite, formal words with her own ears, she still felt her heart ache terribly. In the end, all that remained between them were 2 words. Thank you. Tears began to well up in Chen Ni's eyes, but she fought to keep them from falling. It's all right. You're the chairman's brother. Helping you was just part of my job. So you don't need to thank me. If you want to thank anyone, thank the chairman. Chen Ni spoke slowly, trying to suppress the rising wave of sorrow. This was always fated to be a bittersweet encounter. She was 6 years older than Fang Dajian. She was already approaching 30, while Fang Dajian was still just a young man. By the time she is well into her 30s, Fang Dajian will only be in his mid-20s. Women age so quickly once they pass 30. Even if she looks radiant and beautiful now, in just a few years, aging will set in. So the gap between them was just too large, leaving absolutely no possibility. I was born when you were not yet here. When you were born, I had already grown old. She now felt the profound truth of those words in her soul. What I also wanted to say is, Chennai, lately, I've developed feelings for you that I probably shouldn't have. I like you. I want to take care of you. I know you might not even look at me twice, but I've really struggled with this for a long time. After so much torment, I still want to try, just once. I hope you'll agree to be my girlfriend. Fang Dajian summoned all his courage, looking at Chennai with a face full of anxiety. His heart felt like it was being squeezed by a giant hand, and even his breathing became timid and cautious. He feared that this budding love of his would vanish like smoke with just a single gust of wind. Hearing Fang Dajian's words, Chennai was suddenly stunned. What? Was she hallucinating? Did Fang Dajian just say he likes me? Is this really happening? What? What did you just say? Chen Ni looked at him with expectant eyes, slowly asking him to repeat it, for she feared she had misheard, fearing this joy was just a fleeting illusion. I said I like you. Be my girlfriend, or, from now on, I will officially pursue you, so that I won't have regrets later. I want. Fang Dajian spoke every word slowly and clearly. Before he could finish, Chen Ni threw her arms around him. Chen Ni was so moved that her hands trembled slightly. Fang Dajian was suddenly at a loss. What does this mean? Why did she suddenly hug me like this? Fang Dajian felt completely bewildered. Yes, I accept, Chen Ni said excitedly. Really? Fang Dajian still hadn't recovered, so he asked again. He couldn't believe the girl he thought of day and night had become his girlfriend in an instant. It all felt like a dream. Of course, my word is true. Chen Ni gave a brilliant smile, her eyes sparkling with tears of joy. How wonderful. It turned out that all this time, they both had feelings for each other. Nothing could be better. Chen Ni agreed to be my girlfriend. Fang Dajian joyfully lifted Chen Ni and spun her around. He wanted to shout the good news to the whole world. Those watching the fireworks heard the commotion, and all turned to look at once. How annoying. Another load of PDA to deal with. Bai Ruoshui felt incredibly sorry for herself. She couldn't believe her cousin got married today, and even her good friend Chen Ni was no longer single. Now, she was the only one left alone. Of course, seeing Chen Ni find happiness made her happy for her friend. But seriously, is today International Pita Day or something? Getting served all this lovey-dovey stuff, she's about to be sick of it, and in the end, she's still the only one, quietly enduring all these lonely feelings. You and I are in the same boat. Of the three of us brothers, I'm the only one left single. Yi Fan is married, and Fang Dajian is now part of a couple. It seems like we share a similar fate. Zhao Xiaoxin looked at Bai Ruoshui beside him and said, Actually, I like you too. Earlier today, from the very first moment I saw you, I liked you. I want to pursue you. You don't have to say yes right away, but I'll definitely work hard for it. Zhao Xiaoshin's eyes were filled with sincerity. In fact, he was supposed to go back to school this afternoon, but he found himself unable to leave Bai Ruoshui behind. He couldn't bear to be apart from this girl, not wanting to leave the woman who had made his heart skip a beat from the very first meeting. If he just went back to Jiangthan now, who knows when they would ever see each other again. He didn't even have a way to contact her yet. He didn't want to leave like that. Bai Ruoshui was stunned by Zhao Xiaoshin's words. She stood there, speechless. To think she had just caught the bridal bouquet, and now her own romantic fortune had arrived. Isn't this a bit too fast? As for me and you... Bai Ruoshui was just about to speak when Zhao Xiaoxian cut her off. I'm not forcing you to agree right now. I just want you to know how sincere my feelings are. I will definitely pursue you. Could you please give me your contact information? Okay, we can be friends first, Bai Ruoshui said with a gentle smile, and then gave Zhao Xiaotian her phone number and her social media account. At this moment, Zhao Xiaotian was secretly cheering for victory in his heart. This was the very first step on the path to winning over the girl he secretly loved. Early the next morning, as soon as Bai Susu stepped out, she immediately ran into Jen Ni and Bai Ruoshui. But the way they were looking at her felt so off, making her feel a bit uneasy. What was that mischievous glint in their eyes supposed to mean? Cousin, I noticed that today, your complexion looks much more radiant than before. A newlywed really does look different. You look completely transformed. It makes even me feel a bit jealous. Bai Ruoshui looked at Bai Susu with a suggestive smile. Your complexion is indeed wonderful. Good news really does refresh one's spirit. Jenny chimed in while looking at Bai Susu. Bai Susu's face turned beet red, and just as she was about to speak, she was quickly interrupted by Bai Ruoshui. My, a woman with a husband really looks different. Being so pampered by your husband, no wonder your skin is getting smoother by the day. Your face is getting more glowing. Honestly, everything about you looks absolutely amazing. As she spoke, Bai Ruochue approached Bai Susu, then curiously walked in a circle around her cousin. She felt that Bai Susu had changed, but then again, it also felt like nothing had changed much at all. Something's not right. Stay still for a second so I can take a closer look. Bai Ruochue even leaned down to sniff around Bai Susu. Seeing this, Zhenni immediately burst out laughing. What is it? Great Detective Bai Ruochue, what on earth are you doing first thing in the morning? I feel like my cousin Susu has changed, but at the same time, it seems nothing has changed at all. Why is that? Both her scent and her aura are completely different. She seems so much more graceful and feminine. How can it be this strange after just one night? Bai Ruochue frowned, her face full of confusion, and her heart was filled with intense curiosity. Silly girl, this is what it's like to be nourished by love. Let's go have breakfast. If you keep this up, you'll scare your cousin. Zhenni led Bai Ruochue straight downstairs. Bai Susu had originally regained her composure, but now her small face flushed red once again. She immediately understood the underlying meaning in Zhenni's words, as well as the teasing intent of her cousin Bai Ruochue. Oh no, at this rate, I really won't be able to face anyone. What's wrong? Why are you standing here? Come on, let's go downstairs for breakfast. What's going on here? It's barely morning and things already feel so strange. I looked at Bai Susu with a questioning gaze. What did those two women say to you just now? I didn't see what happened earlier, so I have no idea what Bai Ruochue said. You jerk, it's all your fault. I'm ignoring you. Bai Susu turned to me and said petulantly, her two cheeks puffed out, looking incredibly adorable, just like a cute little puffer fish. Looking at her, I just wanted to reach out my finger and gently poke Bai Susu's puffed-up cheeks. But before I could even lift my hand, I saw her spin around and storm off. Zhao Xiaoqian had just finished his breakfast, and as he stepped out the door, he immediately saw Bai Ruochue sitting all by herself on the long bench right in front of the porch, looking a bit lonely and isolated. A wave of sympathy suddenly rose in Zhao Xiaoqian's heart, so he approached Bai Ruochue. Ruochue, what are you doing here? Why are you sitting here all alone? Xiaotian, you're here. I'm always alone. Everyone else is in a pair now. I'm the only one who feels like an eyesore. I've been heartlessly abandoned by everyone. Bai Ruochue spoke with a deeply aggrieved expression, but seeing Zhao Xiaotian appear by her side, she felt somewhat comforted in her heart. At least Zhao Xiaotian was still here with her. Oh, it's okay. Don't I still have you here with me? Zhao Xiaotian scratched his head and said with a chuckle, You're right, I still have you. You're always here to keep me company. Bai Ruochue looked at Zhao Xiaotian happily, her beautiful face lighting up, and this scene accidentally caught the eyes of Bai Susu and me. I'm speechless. Something is definitely going on between those two. At this rate, they're about to become a couple. Even Bai Susu was astonished. Just a moment ago, they were discussing if these two were a good match, and now they're already laughing and chatting. Isn't this a bit too fast? A while ago, she felt sorry for her cousin, seeing Bai Ruochue all alone. Who would have thought? She's actually having a private date with Zhao Xiaoxian right here. I looked at the scene and smiled. My friend Zhao Xiaoxian is pretty good. He moved so fast it caught everyone off guard. I have to see him in a new light now. Wait, could it be that Zhao Xiaoxian had his eyes on Bai Ruochue from the beginning? Thinking back, that's actually quite possible. Susu, do you remember? Zhao Xiaoqian always called me Brother Fan, but yesterday he stopped calling me Brother Fan and called me Yi Fan directly. I thought it was a bit strange at the time. I didn't expect he was waiting for this moment. Truly, he's something else. I realized it immediately. What does calling you Brother Fan or Yi Fan have to do with what's happening right now? Bai Susu asked, somewhat puzzled. She didn't quite understand. You're such a silly girl. You think everything is too simple. Think about it. Zhao Xiaotian probably set his sights on your cousin Bai Ruochue yesterday. That's why he started calling me Ye Fan. Can you be a bit more specific? Bai Susu's clear eyes looked at me, her small face full of innocence. Think about it. Bai Ruochue is your cousin, which means she's my cousin too. Since he likes your cousin, in terms of hierarchy, how could he keep calling me Brother Fan? Plus, even though he hasn't won her over yet, what if he does? I'd have to call Zhao Xiaoxian cousin-in-law, understand? My silly wife is so naive. What did you just call me? Do you dare say it again? Bai Susu walked straight up to me, reached out 2 fingers and gave my hip a hard pinch. In an instant, it hurt so much I wanted to scream, but I couldn't make a sound. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing with everyone we know around. If they saw me in this pathetic state, they'd definitely tease me. I absolutely must not cry out. I gritted my teeth and turned to plead with Bai Susu. How could this girl be so heavy-handed? Why didn't I notice this before? Truly, a woman can change her face faster than flipping a page. After just one night, she's already turned on me. You've learned your lesson, right? Let's see if you dare bully me ever again. Bai Susu crossed her arms over her chest, speaking with a haughty expression. I know. My queen, my lady wife, my hip is definitely bruised. What should I do? It hurts so much. I looked at Bai Susu with a grieved face. Serves you right. That's what happens when you talk nonsense. Bai Susu turned her face away. Even though she felt a bit sorry, feeling she had been a bit too rough, she absolutely could not admit fault. Otherwise, I'd just take advantage of her. All right, I won't talk nonsense anymore. So what should I do now? How about we go over there and check it out? I looked toward the roof and said, let's go. It's not good for us to go over there now. Bai Susu's face showed a hint of hesitation. Maybe we shouldn't disturb them to save my cousin from being embarrassed. A girl understands another girl best, but I felt I shouldn't miss this opportunity. Keep in mind that this cousin Bai Ruoshui has always been ruining my good moments. It was rare to get a chance like this. At this moment, I started to smile mischievously. Bai Ruoshui, Zhao Xiaoqian, what are you two doing over there? Sneaking around for a romantic date here, are we? I shouted toward them from a distance, my voice extremely loud. The two of them in the distance heard the voice and jumped in shock, their faces stiffening. Oh no, we've been caught, but they were perfectly innocent. They hadn't done anything, so why were they so startled? That moment, Bai Ruoshui realized that her hand was resting on Zhao Xiaoxian's shoulder, and she immediately became bashful. They really were a bit too intimate. It's no wonder others would misunderstand. Yifan, what's the meaning of shouting so loud? Do you want everyone in the world to know? You're really overdoing it. This brother-in-law clearly hasn't been properly taught by my sister yet. It seems they'll have to tell Susu to keep a tighter leash on him. Ruoshui, don't mind him. My friend Yifan is just like that. Heh, Zhao Xiaotian said somewhat awkwardly. My old friend is pretty good. That was a divine assist. No, how could I? He is my brother-in-law after all. Bai Ruoshui smiled, albeit a bit strangely. Zhao Xiaotian found it a bit odd. Why did Bai Ruoshui's smile seem a bit off? But then again, maybe nothing was wrong. He must have just misread it. I shouted out, and without giving them a chance to get angry, I led Bai Susu away. Susu, look at your cousin. I feel so bad for her being all alone like that. If possible, Zhao Xiaoqian and she would actually make a pretty good couple. After I said that, she took another look. Stop it. My cousin really is a bit pitiful. Fang Daijian and Zhen Ni are already together, yet my cousin is still all by herself. You're right. But matters of the heart are very complicated, shouldn't interfere. Bai Susu's small face looked a bit conflicted. Susu, let's head to the Civil Affairs Bureau later to register our marriage. We just had our wedding yesterday, but we haven't gotten the certificate yet. Today is a very auspicious day, September 29th, symbolizing that our marriage and love will be happy and last forever. Yes, okay. Bai Susu nodded. The two of us are finally going to register our marriage. Time really does fly. At this point, Bai Ruoshui caught up. Ye Fan, I'm holding a grudge for what happened earlier. Heh, don't let me find an opportunity, or else you're dead meat. Bai Ruoshui looked at me very angrily. Zhao Xiaotian stood by her side, looking completely dazed. Actually, it wasn't even a big deal, so why was Bai Ruoshui so furious and making threats to boot? Bai Ruoshui, listen, the two of you are so close. How could anyone not let their mind wander? Besides, both of you are single. Anyone can see there's something between you. Can you really blame me for this? You who asked you to meddle in other people's business? What if people misunderstand? Then what about the reputation of me and Zhao Xiaotian? Bai Ruoshui said, looking extremely indignant. Why is this Bai Ruoshui so difficult to deal with? Sigh, old friend. I see you as a brother. If you want to be my brother-in-law, I don't mind, but this is as far as my help goes. I looked at Zhao Xiaoqian standing behind Bai Ruoshui and nodded, a hint of helplessness in my eyes. My brother, I've tried my best. Ruoshui, it's fine. Actually, I don't really mind these things. Do you really mind that much? Zhao Xiaoqian spoke up generously, then looked at Bai Ruoshui seriously. No. I was just worried it would cause trouble for you. That's why I got angry. Bai Ruoshui was naturally carefree and straightforward. She didn't really care about those things anyway. That's good then. Zhao Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Bai Ruoshui suddenly felt her face flush slightly. What does Zhao Xiaotian mean by that? Is he worried that I care too much about this? All right. I have a favor to ask you both. Yifan and I are about to go register our marriage. Please help us look after the babies. Both Bai Ruoshui and Zhao Xiaotian loved babies, so they immediately agreed. In truth, they also wanted some private time together, and watching the babies together wasn't a bad idea at all. In the afternoon, Bai Susu and I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and in just a few minutes, we walked out with our 2 red booklets. Standing in front of the gate, we smiled at each other, both seeing the intense excitement in each other's eyes. We are finally, officially, husband and wife. Hello, Mr. Ye. For the rest of my life, please guide me. Hello, Miss Bai. For the rest of my life, please guide me. The two looked at each other with deep affection, corners of their mouths curling up slightly, each other image etched in their eyes. Then they embraced each other tightly.